wake up, Jianghe. The stock market has opened. Dazed and confused, Chen Jianghe heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes and saw a familiar yet strange face. Damn it, you jumped from the 89th floor and still managed to survive? Chen Jianghe was utterly bewildered. If he had known it would hurt this much, he would have chosen charcoal instead of jumping. After a moment, his vision cleared, and he focused on the young man beside him, barely in his early 20s, thick eyebrows, big eyes. You, Chen Jianghe stammered. Stop pretending. I'm your brother Lu Dongliang. Ugh. Chen Jianghe not only had a splitting headache, but also felt nauseous. He gripped the bed frame, nearly vomiting. Yet the shock in his heart far outweighed the turmoil in his stomach. Seeing Chen Jianghe's pale face, Lu Dongliang leaned closer, gently patting his back while muttering, "You really shouldn't drink if you can't handle it. Normally you're like a mute, but once drunk, you turn into a social butterfly. After the party, you insisted on publicly confessing to the counselor's younger sister. That move was wild, left all of us speechless. The counselor's sister? She's the eternal campus beauty of Dong University of Finance and Economics. Even dreaming about her is something to brag about." After listening to Lu Dongliang's rambling, Chen Jianghe pinched his thigh to regain some clarity. He croaked, "Got a cigarette?" Lu Dongliang widened his eyes. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, then stared curiously at Chen Jianghe. "But you don't smoke." Chen Jianghe, annoyed by his dramatic reaction, shook his head. "I just had a long dream. My head's all messed up. A smoke will help me clear it." "Oh." Lu Dongliang grunted, then fished out a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes and offered one, lighting it with his lighter. "Here, let me light it for you, bro." Cough, cough. Chen Jianghe took only a few puffs before breaking into a coughing fit. He held the cigarette, suppressing the cough, carefully examining his hands and feet. Suddenly, he realized, was he reborn? His body felt young. His lungs, untouched by years of smoking, were tender and sensitive. Even someone like me gets a second chance. Chen Jianghe sighed inwardly, tapping the ash. Maybe this was fate turning things around. In his previous life, he lost both parents, went bankrupt, wore the green hat, and jumped off a rooftop. Perhaps even heaven couldn't bear to watch and quietly hit the reset button. Lu Dongliang stared at Chen Jianghe. Though he looked awkward from the coughing, the way he tapped the ash was cool, and his eyes carried a depth and maturity far beyond his years, like someone who'd lived through storms. It was nothing like the Chen Jianghe he knew. "All right, just a few puffs to calm down. The market's about to open quick. Analyze for me. Which stock should I buy today?" Lu Dongliang rushed back to his small desk, glanced at his laptop screen, and cursed, "Damn it. It's still in pre-market, and my stock's already down 3%. Where's this bull market they promised?" Hearing this, Chen Jianghe walked over and looked at the screen. 2006, September 16th. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes. In 2006, China was booming bull market, rising real estate, a hot economy, and endless opportunities. The same year, Chen Jianghe's father died in a construction accident, and soon after, his mother passed away from grief. He could never forget that day that changed his life forever. September 18th, 2006. 2 days from now. Was this fate? At first, returning to life left him a little lost. But now, facing this significant date, it felt as if heaven had opened a window just for him. "Jianghe, are you feeling better?" Lu Dongliang turned and looked at him. "Yeah, my stock Girodon let me down. Buy this one, Tianrun stock." Chen Jianghe snapped back to reality and casually called out the stock code. "Are you crazy? This is a volatile stock, pumped up by retail investors. It's at 7 straight Donking already. Buying now means it'll crash and never recover." Lu Dongliang immediately objected. "In the stock market, it's all about human nature. When others are greedy, I'm fearful. When others are fearful, I'm greedy. Just follow my advice, it'll work." That's a nice saying, but making money is what really matters. Lu Dongliang thought Chen Jianghe made sense, but wouldn't admit it. "I'll play it safe. I'm buying Jinda Development." "Excellent." Chen Jianghe glanced at the screen and gave a thumbs up. Jinda Development was the worst performing stock in 2006. That Lu Dongliang could pick this one out of a booming market showed a talent so unique, you couldn't help but admire it. Lu Dongliang bought it decisively, then said, "Recently, I heard rumors that CMPC will go public next year. With its massive size, it's a golden opportunity. I gotta make some quick money to subscribe. If I go all in, I'll be flying high in no time." "Go all in on CMPC?" Chen Jianghe was stunned. "You're truly a genius, my friend." In later years, the stock market would echo a famous saying, "How much sorrow can one have?" Just like going all in on CMPC back then. But seeing Lu Dongliang so excited, Chen Jianghe didn't want to ruin his mood. He didn't say much, Just tap the table. Lend me your computer. Go ahead. What's mine is yours. Lu Dongliang was generous, not only sharing his computer, but also leaving his stock account completely open. Only for Chen Jianghe, of course. Chen Jianghe sat down and first curiously clicked on the row of QQ icons in the bottom right corner. One was his nickname, Worthy of Youth. His friend list had 7 people, 5 roommates, Counselor Xu Zhixi, and his childhood friend Chen Jianghe. Hurry up, start operating. Chen Jianghe used Lu Dongliang's account to buy 100 shares of Tianrun stock at 3.5 yuan per share. At that moment, Tianrun's price was still in the red. But shortly after Chen Jianghe completed the purchase, the stock made a shaped reversal, shooting straight up to green in minutes. Limit up. Lu Dongliang stared in disbelief, then glanced at his own Gina development, now down 4 and still falling. His face darkened. You buy and it goes up. I buy and it crashes. Is there any justice in this world? Relax, the best is yet to come. Chen Jianghe smiled. Your stock already hit the limit up, what more could happen? Lu Dongliang asked curiously. Chen Jianghe slowly exhaled a smoke ring. I bought this stock because it might keep hitting limit ups in the coming days. Dreaming big, are we? Counting today, it's already had 8 limit ups. You think it'll keep going? I'll eat shit in the bathroom if it does. This time, Chen Jianghe didn't reply. He just patted Lu Dongliang's shoulder, his meaningful gaze seeming to say, Bro, shit really is awful. Don't try it unless you have to. Cough, cough. The atmosphere grew awkward when a soft coughing sound came from the QQ icon in the bottom right of the computer. Chen Jianghe clicked it open. It was a message from the counselor. Chen Jianghe, your courage last night was admirable, but you've just started university. It's too early to date. I hope you focus on your studies. When you enter society, you'll meet girls better than me. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll go find other girls. Chen Jianghe replied instantly. A moment later, he saw Xu Zhixi's avatar go dark. After a long silence, come to my office. Chapter 2. She likes me. There are 3 great illusions in life. Your phone vibrating, thinking you can counterattack, and believing she likes you. Chen Jianghe had been chatting with Xu Zhixi on QQ with no particular emotion. But when he saw this last message, something clicked. He thought for a moment, then smiled and typed. Are there other teachers in the office? Yes, why? I want to talk to you alone. If there are other teachers, I won't come. What's going on in that head of yours? I'm thinking about you. Clang. Xu Zhixi sent a cartoon of a wooden mallet hitting a head. Then she went offline. Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow. Since he'd already confessed, why not flirt a little? In his past life, he admired 2 girls deeply. One was college counselor Xu Zhixi, the other a high school classmate, both vivid memories, but he never had the courage to pursue them. Such a regret. We're back. At that moment, laughter came from outside as several young men pushed open the door. Room 414 was a 6-person dorm. The roommates ranked by age. Eldest brother Lu Dongliang, from Chaozhou, well-off family, a hidden rich second generation. Second brother Zhang Kai, from northern Jiangsu, extremely down-to-earth. He cleaned the dorm, brought meals, fetched water, and even answered roll calls for others. Fourth brother Wang Yuanpeng, a player. In just 20 days since school started, he brought 6 or 7 different girls to the dorm. He spent more nights in hotels than in the dorm. Fifth brother Li Jun, from Yiwu. He'd grown up in the small commodities market, shrewd and sharp. On the first day of school, he somehow got hold of a bunch of old items, passed them off as a senior's personal belongings, and scammed a bunch of freshmen out of their money. Sixth brother Sun Tian, from Zhangzhou. Sun Tian was the liveliest in the dorm. As soon as he entered, he rushed to Lu Dongliang and exclaimed, Brother Lu, you missed out not going to class today? During military training, the girls wore uniforms and we couldn't tell their looks or figures. But today, after changing clothes, wow, so many high-quality beauties emerged. I was so distracted I couldn't focus in class. He then proudly pulled out a notebook and solemnly flipped to the first page. Check this out, this is fourth brother's rating system. 5 stars for girls above 90 points, 4 stars for 80s, and anything below 3 stars is just filler. Lu Dongliang took it and glanced through a few pages. Chen Jianghe smiled, observing his goofy roommates. He didn't say much, but his mood suddenly brightened. Why isn't the 7-star girl named? Lu Dongliang asked curiously. The 7-star is the counselor. That's third brother's target. Sun Tian grinned, turned to Chen Jianghe, and teasingly asked, Third brother, are the counselor's hands as smooth as they look? Before he could finish, Lu Dongliang smacked him on the head. Why are you asking such things? You want to copy third brother and confess to the counselor? No way. I can't even look her in the eye. What a wimp. The counselor isn't Tiger. What are you scared of? At that moment, Wang Yuanpeng laughed, pulled out a deck of cards, and shouted, Behind every beautiful girl is a guy working his ass off. Talking without action is fake. Let's play some Xu Zhixi instead. You guys go ahead. I've got something to do. I'll come back and play with you later. Chen Jianghe stood up to leave. Third brother, where are you going? Just going for a walk downstairs. Why are you taking my gum? I just smoked. The counselor asked me to come see her. If she smells smoke when we're alone, it won't be good. Chen Jianghe popped 2 pieces of gum into his mouth, chewing and grinning as he replied. Damn. All 5 roommates cursed in unison. Confessed yesterday. Now meeting alone and even bringing gum? It's always you, Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe laughed heartily and strode out of the dorm. He didn't head straight to the faculty building. First, he went to the dorm management office on the 1st floor to call the construction site where his father worked. Dad, did you run out of living expenses? No, I have enough money. I just miss home. How are you and Mom doing? Everything's fine at home. Don't worry. Study hard in the provincial city. In a few days, I'll ask the foreman for an advance and send you 200 yuan. Spend it wisely. Let me know if you need more. I have enough. I saw on the news that there's geological activity back home, likely an earthquake. Don't go to the site. Just go home and wait. Kid, there's no earthquake here. If we don't work, we'll starve. Just listen to me. Life is more important than money. Wait until the earthquake warning is lifted before going back to work. You have to listen to me, or I'll pack up and come home. I won't go to school anymore. What? You dare? I mean it. Fine, I'll listen. I'll ask for leave tomorrow. Ask for leave today. Otherwise, I'll buy a ticket and come to the site to find you. Damn it. Wong. I'm out. My wife's in labor. Someone cover my afternoon shift. Damn it. Your son just got into university and you're already pulling stunts like this? No time to explain. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Chen Jianghe chuckled, put down the phone, and walked out of the dorm building, looking up at the world outside. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sun especially bright. On a nearby basketball court, many male students in short sleeves and shorts were passionately sweating. A few pretty senior girls watched from the sidelines. The campus radio played Wang Liham's song, A Little Love in a Big City. Black hair curled into a circle, wrapping all my longing for you. Chen Jianghe happily hummed along, strolling toward the faculty building. Along the way, he was in high spirits, cheerfully greeting the pretty senior girls he passed. Yudong University of Finance and Economics had 3 treasures: beautiful campus, delicious cafeteria food, and plenty of beauties. So boys from other schools loved coming here to hunt. What a bargain for those bastards. Senior sister, can you call me handsome? Go eat shit, you bastard. As expected, same old formula, same familiar taste. Thank you. Chen Jianghe wasn't angry at all. Instead, his smile grew even brighter. After saying thanks, he boldly checked out the senior sister's curves. The girl, carrying a sweet scent, passed by Chen Jianghe. Seeing he was clean-cut and had a nice smile, she playfully gave him a flirtatious glance. Chen Jianghe didn't mind. He just smiled and moved on. Life was too hard in his previous life. Now that he had a second chance, life had to be sweet. Family, wealth, fame, love, I want all. Nothing will be left behind. Arriving at Xu Zhixi's office door, Chen Jianghe confidently pushed it open and walked in. Xu Zhixi happened to turn and look. The two froze for a moment. Her glance was stunning, like a bright April sky, breathtakingly beautiful. Even though Chen Jianghe had seen many pretty senior girls on the way, he couldn't help but be captivated. However, Chen Jianghe quickly noticed another teacher in the office, Bai Qidong. How coincidental. In his past life, he fell into a scam, his company went bankrupt, and he was buried in debt all because of this Bai teacher. On the surface, he was a harmless university professor, but in reality, he was deeply involved with overseas pig butchering scams. Normally, seeing an enemy would spark fury, but Chen Jianghe felt unusually calm. He knew Bai Qidong was a well-dressed, cunning, and twisted stalker, his obsession being Xu Zhixi. Previously, Chen Jianghe couldn't understand why Bai had framed him. Now it all made sense. Dealing with someone like this, if you don't act, fine. But if you do, you must crush him completely. Chapter 3. The selection of genes. As Xu Zhixi's voice faded, Chen Jianghe's expression shifted instantly, vehemently denying. Who said that? It's absurd. Impossible. Stock trading leads to ruin. I have no association with the stock market. Why are you so agitated? I merely inquired casually, Xu Zhixi remarked, her demeanor calm as she regarded him. Engaging in stock trading is not inherently negative. We are currently in a bull market. Even the cafeteria staff have open trading accounts, and it's quite commonplace for college students to trade stocks in their dormitories. Oh, Chen Jianghe scratched his head, initially assuming that teacher Xu was seeking a confrontation, only to realize she was simply making casual conversation. He recalled the QQ account displayed on Lu Dongliang's computer and internally berated the treacherous Lu for seeking personal gain at the expense of friendship while waiting for Su's next words. As anticipated, Xu Zhixi beckoned him closer with a playful gesture and whispered, "I've also heard that whatever you buy will rise." This time, Chen Jianghe responded with a grin but did not answer directly, instead asking, "Are you also trading stocks, Teacher Su?" "Indeed," Xu Zhixi nodded, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. "Unfortunately, my skills are lacking, and the few stocks I purchased are all in the red. Perhaps you could help me analyze them?" With humility, Chen Jianghe replied, "To be honest, I know nothing about stocks. My good fortune in trading is purely serendipitous. I wouldn't dare to show off in front of you, Teacher Su." However, he was not a man of complete integrity. Since Xu Zhixi had invited him to assist her, he seized the opportunity to draw closer, nearly pressing his face against hers as he gazed at her computer screen. With a laugh, he quickly scanned her portfolio and could not suppress a chuckle. Among her holdings lay Jinda Development, with a notably high position, and it was alarmingly in the red. It truly echoed the old adage, in order to lead a life of comfort, one must expect a bit of red in their stocks. "What are you laughing at?" she inquired. "Nothing. I just recalled something amusing." "What is it?" "My mother is expecting a second child." "Ah?" Xu Zhixi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly, "Congratulations." Feeling that the proximity between them was perhaps too intimate, as if she could feel Chen Jianghe's breath, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively shifted slightly away. Noticing her subtle movement, Chen Jianghe's peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Qidong not far off. He understood that Bai, a seasoned admirer, would undoubtedly be consumed with jealousy at the sight of his closeness to Xu Zhixi. Yet, the man maintained a facade of elegance, his smile unwavering. "Old admirer, you smile like a polished basket, smooth on the surface but lined with wrinkles inside," Chen Jianghe mused inwardly. Initially, he intended to devise a plan to outwit Bai later. However, upon witnessing his unattractive grin, a sudden inspiration struck him. He turned to Xu Zhixi and called out with heartfelt intensity, "Teacher Su." "Yes?" Xu Zhixi was uncertain of his intentions. Chen Jianghe sniffed playfully and asked, "What brand of perfume are you using?" "It smells delightful." "Perfume?" Xu Zhixi shook her head. "I usually don't wear any." "Oh." Chen Jianghe stroked his chin and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "I recall my high school biology teacher mentioning that if one person does not wear perfume, yet another can detect a fragrance emanating from them. It indicates a selection made by genes." Xu Zhixi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Chen Jianghe would employ biological theory to flirt with her. After a brief pause, she observed him lifting his hand, approaching her face under her incredulous gaze. Xu Zhixi widened her eyes slightly, instinctively retreating, only to hear him earnestly say, "Don't move. There's something on your face. Allow me to assist you." At his words, Xu Zhixi momentarily lost her train of thought as Chen Jianghe discreetly tucked a stray lock of hair from her brow behind her ear. This seemingly mundane gesture caused her heart to race, her body involuntarily tensing. Nearby, Bai Qidong was utterly bewildered, his smile frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. For some time, he had regarded Xu Zhixi as a goddess, to be admired from a distance but never approached. Despite harboring a long-standing crush on her and working in the same office, he had maintained his restraint, never daring to act inappropriately. In stark contrast, Chen Jianghe had been anything but restrained since entering the room. His recent action was audacious, verging on outright teasing of the esteemed teacher. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Jianghe nonchalantly turned his attention back to the computer screen and bluntly expressed his opinion. "You should swiftly cut your losses with the stocks of Jinda Development and Ruyang Building Materials. However, you can hold on to Luzhou Laojiao and Shui Jingfang for the long term. Your position in Luzhou Laojiao is somewhat low. If you have the funds, I suggest increasing your holdings or perhaps investing in Matai." Chen Jianghe's remarks were purely pragmatic, devoid of lengthy rhetoric or embellishments. "From your tone, it appears you hold a very favorable view of the liquor stocks." Xu Zhixi furrowed her brow slightly. Although she possessed shares in liquor stocks, she felt somewhat indecisive. Many experts were currently pessimistic about liquor stocks, believing their prices had peaked and would soon face a correction. The experts are correct in their skepticism. They believe the liquor stocks are at a high and will soon adjust, yet I contend that the liquor stocks have merely begun to gain momentum, with substantial room for future growth. Chen Jianghe asserted his perspective, then confidently concluded, "By stocks contrary to the prevailing sentiment, a villa by the sea." If viewed through a contemporary lens, one could unreservedly label the current stock market experts and influencers as mere charlatans, armchair strategists, and bluffers. The very liquor stocks they disdain today may soon become unattainable. Especially Matai, the king among liquor stocks, its price soaring like its renowned Feitian series. Xu Zhixi cupped her chin, contemplating. She sensed a certain truth in Chen Jianghe's rugged words. Not far away, Bai Qidong could no longer contain himself, scoffing, "Classmate, you may be young, but your bravado is unrestrained. Having merely brushed the surface of finance, do you fancy yourself a stock market oracle?" Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, cupping his hands and blowing into them, cheerfully remarking, "I've just chewed gum. My breath is quite fresh, unlike some people, whose mouths exude a sour odor from a distance." As Bai Qidong opened his mouth, he encountered a soft rebuttal, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Chen Jianghe. "Is it polite to speak to a teacher in such a sarcastic tone?" Chen Jianghe responded with a smile. "My manner of speaking is merely a reflection of what I have learned from my teacher. You should have a sense of propriety in this matter." Bai Qidong retorted, "I cannot foster a student like you. My pupils are all well-mannered, unlike you, who evidently lacks proper upbringing." Chen Jianghe shot back, "If your upbringing were commendable, how could you question mine with such a mocking tone?" His voice remained calm, yet it delivered a sharp blow to Bai's dignity. "What do you mean by that?" Bai Qidong's expression turned frosty as he asserted his authority. "Come here and clarify your words." "Apologies, teacher. I tend to speak rather bluntly. There is something I wish to confess, and I hope you won't take offense." Just as Bai Qidong was about to explode, Chen Jianghe unexpectedly shifted his demeanor. "Go on." Bai Qidong managed to suppress his fury. "In truth, I am quite particular about appearances. I prefer not to associate closely with those who are unattractive." Chen Jianghe earnestly informed Bai Qidong. Chapter 4. Bai Qidong must be quite satiated by now. "You." Bai Qidong nearly leaped from his seat, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at Chen Jianghe. "Repeat that." Chen Jianghe maintained his smile, casually picking up a small mirror from Xu Zhixi's desk. "Rather than have me repeat myself, it would be better for you to take a look in the mirror. Some individuals, during an argument, often reflect afterward, feeling they did not perform at their best, mentally compiling various countermeasures, only to find themselves at a loss for words in the next confrontation." Chen Jianghe, however, was different. His rebirth felt dreamlike, and his mindset was expansive. Regardless of the opponent, he was unafraid to confront them, reveling in his own satisfaction. Bai Qidong took a deep breath, his gaze fixed for an extended period. Had Xu teacher not been present, he might have been tempted to slap the insolent youth. Yet, Chen's towering stature gave him pause. "Chen Jianghe, be serious and put down the mirror," Xu Zhixi interjected at just the right moment. "Understood," Chen Jianghe nodded. And as he set down the mirror, he inadvertently leaned closer to Xu, their faces reflected together in the glass. "Ah, quite a couple," he mused internally. Xu Zhixi's eyes flickered, her cheeks flushed slightly as she gently poked him with her fair finger. "Regarding your earlier comments on stock trading, is there any technical foundation for that?" "None," Chen Jianghe replied candidly. "Rather than technicalities, I place my faith in trends. The three engines driving domestic economic growth are investment, consumption, and export. Aligning with these trends allows one to profit from the current bullish market." Xu Zhixi nodded thoughtfully. "I shall try your suggestion. Should you earn a profit, will you treat me to a meal?" Chen Jianghe inquired playfully, finding no psychological burden in flirting with someone of a similar age to his senior. "Sure. If I make a profit, regardless of the amount, I will treat you," she responded. "That is generous of you." "I shall return to class now," Chen Jianghe said, giving Xu Zhixi a thumbs up before turning to leave, satisfied with his display. As Bai Qidong stepped out of the office, he frowned and inquired, "Teacher Xu, that student earlier seemed rather audacious. Was his name Chen Jianghe?" Xu Zhixi raised an eyebrow, silently directing her gaze towards Bai Qidong. "I mean no offense, but I heard that a student confessed to you after a night of revelry. Surely it couldn't be this lad?" Bai Qidong ventured to ask. "Why do you inquire about this?" Xu Zhixi retorted, her tone laced with caution. "Today's students are quite challenging to manage, Teacher Xu. You cannot afford to be overly lenient. Those who are troublesome must be dealt with sternly. Do not show any weakness. Mr. Bai, you are being rather extreme. My students are generally quite good." A dry chuckle escaped Bai Qidong's lips, yet he discerned from Xu Zhixi's serious demeanor that perhaps he was indeed being a bit excessive. He then feigned a glance at his watch and remarked, "Time has slipped away. It's already 11. Teacher Xu, are you hungry? Shall we dine together?" "My treat." "No need. I prefer to eat alone," Xu Zhixi replied coolly. "Ah, my apologies for being presumptuous." Bai Qidong waved his hand. thinking that sitting near teacher Xu in the cafeteria would yield a similar experience. Xu Zhixi chose not to engage further, seated herself, and perused the documents on the table, occasionally noting the market trends. At 11:30, the market closed for lunch. With her meal card in hand, Xu Zhixi exited the office and spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the faculty building, Chen Jianghe. She approached him directly, frowning with suspicion. "You haven't been waiting for me this whole time, have you?" "Not at all. I just finished a calculus class," Chen Jianghe replied, shaking his head with a smile. He glanced at the meal card in Xu Zhixi's hand and teasingly remarked, "You promised to treat me to a meal if you profited from the stocks. You wouldn't sneak away while I'm not looking, would you?" "Sneak away?" Xu Zhixi chuckled at his jest, but quickly adopted a serious tone, countering. "How can you be so certain those stocks will hold firm until the market closes? It's not even 3 o'clock yet. I'm confident I'll secure a meal from you." "Teacher Xu," Chen Jianghe grinned, brimming with self-assurance. "Let us go. I'll treat you." A gentle smile graced Xu Zhixi's face, her eyes sparkling like water, enchanting in their brilliance. Many students appeared particularly reserved around her, cautious and overly polite, making her seem somewhat unapproachable. Chen Jianghe, however, was different. He not only dared to confess publicly under the influence of alcohol, but also had the audacity to flirt with her on QQ, and even in person. He was bold and playful, yet not off-putting. Rather, their interactions felt refreshingly natural. Of course, this was contingent upon maintaining professional boundaries and preserving the integrity of the teacher-student relationship. The two made their way to the South Courtyard cafeteria, standing in line for their meals. Xu Zhixi stood before Chen Jianghe, who could catch a whiff of her hair's fragrance, a subtle scent of orchids, pleasing to the senses. "Auntie, I'd like this, and this, plus that. It's 80 cents for the meal. Also, one more serving of greens, dried tofu, and winter melon soup. That's 20 cents, Xu Zhixi ordered, her voice sweet and melodious, leaving Chen Jianghe momentarily taken aback until she turned to hand him the overflowing tray. They found a window-side table to sit at. Yet Chen Jianghe hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Gazing at his own plate, and then at Professor Xu's, he inquired in astonishment, "Professor Xu, can such a meager portion truly satiate you?" "Well, I have a small appetite. A simple meal suffices," Xu Zhixi replied with a faint smile. Her plate was entirely devoid of meat, exuding a refreshing simplicity. In stark contrast, Chen Jianghe's plate was quite lavish, featuring spicy stir-fried meat, a small serving of pickled fish, and a succulent chicken leg resting atop a mound of rice, drizzled with chicken broth, an enticing sight indeed. Comparing the two, Chen Jianghe felt a twinge of embarrassment. He intended to share some of his dish with Professor Xu, but caught sight of Bai Qidong lurking not far away. This persistent admirer was truly omnipresent. Had the morning's meal not satisfied him, prompting a quest for a second helping at the cafeteria? Narrowing his eyes, Chen Jianghe silently recited the 6th technique of the dog-beating stick method, preparing to confront the situation. He then lifted the chicken leg and brought it to Xu Zhixi's lips, saying, "Professor Xu, your meal is far too plain. I cannot in good conscience let you suffer. Please, indulge in a bite." Taken aback by his audacity, Xu Zhixi found his words unexpectedly courteous, so she refrained from anger. Instead, she bit her lip and whispered, "You should put it down. Many are watching." Observing her reaction, Chen Jianghe became even more obstinate. "If you refuse to eat, I shall hold it up indefinitely." Xu Zhixi shot him a playful glare, brandishing her trump card. "Should you persist in this manner, I will call your parents to the school. Is it a crime to care for my teacher by offering a chicken leg?" Chen Jianghe retorted, astonished. Upon hearing this, Xu Zhixi was momentarily speechless, contemplating how he could be such a considerate student. Chen Jianghe gazed at her tenderly, his hand unwaveringly holding the chicken leg aloft. To Bai Qidong, this scene was quite disconcerting, as he tapped his fingers on the table, nearly drilling a hole through it in frustration. "Fine, I will eat." Xu Zhixi reluctantly opened her mouth, taking a delicate bite of the chicken leg, her eyes fixed on Chen Jianghe, seemingly asking if this satisfied him. The dish was indeed delectable. Their eyes met, and Chen Jianghe, seizing the moment, took a hearty bite of the chicken leg himself, exclaiming with delight, "This chicken leg is truly delightful." Chen Jianghe had a fondness for small creatures, especially chickens, and if circumstances permitted, he would relish them at every meal. With Xu Zhixi's company and Bai Qidong's unwavering attention, today's meal was exceptionally enjoyable. He devoured the abundant fare that had cost a mere 80 cents. Glancing down at his belly, where the 8-pack abs he had forged through hard labor over the summer had now blended into a singular form. At that moment, Xu Zhixi set down her chopsticks and announced, "I am full." "So am I," Chen Jianghe replied, rubbing his belly. He then turned his gaze toward Bai Qidong, cheerfully asking, "Surely, Professor Bai is also satisfied?" Chapter 5. One must not possess a narrow perspective. Elevate your vision and embrace flamboyance in life. By heavens! Bai Qidong nearly exclaimed. A lump caught in his throat, reddening his face in embarrassment as he noticed several classmates casting curious glances in his direction. He could only suppress his irritation and focus on his meal. Professor Bai has quite the appetite. If he isn't full this time, there's always next. Chen Jianghe chuckled insidiously, grasped his tray, and rose to depart. Xu Zhixi gazed at his retreating figure, pursing her lips. He possesses a certain roguish charm. Should I continue to play along the next time he speaks like that? Xu Zhixi mused. However, in the following days, Chen Jianghe did not appear before Xu Zhixi even once, nor did he log on to QQ. During this interval, the shares of Tianrun that he had purchased experienced consecutive surges, with the stock price climbing from his acquisition cost of 35 to 46, marking an impressive increase of 31.43, resulting in a paper profit of 110 yuan. Yet, this was merely the surface. Secretly, Chen Jianghe had opened an account, and, utilizing the recently deposited student loan for impoverished students, he invested heavily in Wang Fujing. Wang Fujing was among the top 10 stocks with the most dramatic increases in 2006, soaring from 26 yuan to 240 yuan, nearly a tenfold rise. After Chen Jianghe's investment, it predictably surged for several consecutive days, yielding him a paper profit of nearly 600 yuan, effortlessly padding his wallet. In 2006, domestic prices remained relatively stable. 600 yuan was more than sufficient for Chen Jianghe to enjoy a comfortable month in university. Of course, this 600 yuan in profits was merely an appetizer for Chen Jianghe, who, having been granted a second chance at life, aimed for grander ambitions and broader horizons. He understood that some secrets ought to remain buried within oneself, never to be disclosed, not even to his friend Lu Dongliang. Lu Dongliang's investment in Jinda Development had been languishing in recent days, with the stock price steadily declining, showing no signs of recovery. Chen Jianghe had urged him to cut his losses, but regrettably, Lu Dongliang, as if under a spell, refused to heed the warning and instead doubled down on his investment. Despite feeling dejected over his losses, Lu Dongliang did not forget the bonds of brotherhood, and he turned to Chen Jianghe, who was engrossed in a game of landlord with Zhang Kai and Sun Tian. Old 3, your stock has now hit 10 consecutive limits. You must remain vigilant. Such speculative stocks lack fundamental support and are bound to falter. You should find an opportunity to sell and secure your gains. Indeed, Chen Jianghe nodded, dismissively waving his hand. I shall not pursue that. A broad smile spread across his face, his neck twisting in delight. Two unfortunate souls, if you too cannot handle it. Then I shall unleash my prowess upon you. Chen Jianghe, are you even listening to me? Lu Dongliang glared. I am listening, Chen Jianghe replied perfunctorily, just as he was about to hurl his cards onto the table when Sun Tian interjected. Wait. 4 twos. Sun Tian grinned as he tossed out 4 twos. What the Sun Tian, you rascal? I play a pair of 3s, and you counter with 4 twos? Chen Jianghe widened his eyes, then turned back to Lu Dongliang. Old Lu, find a chance to sell the Tianrun shares tomorrow. The stock has risen too much and may attract unwanted scrutiny, and it could collapse at any moment. That's the right approach, Lu Dongliang nodded. Third brother, stop chatting and play your cards. If you can't handle it, I'll play. Sun Tian urged. Patience. I possess the trump card. Chen Jianghe cheerfully threw down the 2 jokers, leaving Zhang Kai and Sun Tian utterly bewildered. Lu Gu, cease your stock market observations and join us for a game of cards. It's always the same with the old 3 winning at Do Di Zhu. It lacks excitement. Let us engage in a game of Tua La Ji with the 4 of us. Zhang Kai simply could not endure it any longer. Very well. I shall play a few rounds with you. Lu Dongliang rose and approached, taking a small stool to sit down. However, before he could settle in, the dormitory supervisor's voice echoed from downstairs. Chen Jianghe from room 414. You have a phone call. Chen Jianghe, who had just started to shuffle a few cards, decisively abandoned the game and hurried out of the dormitory to the first floor, where he retrieved the phone from the supervisor's hand. Hello. As he answered, he was far from the carefree demeanor he had exhibited while playing. His voice trembled slightly. The line crackled before the voice of his father, Chen Jianghe came through. There was a minor earthquake of magnitude 3.5 this afternoon back home. Your mother and I were working in the fields, but we are safe. Relief washed over Chen Jianghe, and he exhaled deeply, the weight on his heart lifting. Yet, his father swiftly shifted the conversation. However, there is another matter. A teacher called yesterday, claiming that you are arrogant, disrespectful to your elders, and have violated school regulations. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe mentally sent a warm greeting to Bai Qidong's mother and promptly began to defend himself. That is an absolute rumor. I have always been disciplined and dedicated, respecting my teachers and being the good child in my parents' eyes, as well as a commendable student in the eyes of my teachers. If you doubt me, feel free to review my elementary school report card for the comments therein. After listening, Chen Jianghe could not help but chuckle and scold. You little rascal. I haven't even begun to reprimand you, and yet you are already boasting? Now that you are in university, I will not supervise you as I did when you were younger. Everything relies on your self-discipline. Understood, Chen Jianghe replied. I shan't say more. Your mother went to bed early tonight. I shall check if she is feeling unwell. Chen Jianghe offered a casual excuse to save on phone charges. Chen Jianghe, aware of his father's intentions, teasingly retorted, Are you and mom truly considering having a second child? Huh? Who would dare to tempt fate in this day and age? Your mother was still in confinement after giving birth to you, and the Village Women's Federation came to our door that same night to deliver a pile of family planning supplies, which we have yet to finish. I suppose they will be passed down to you. With that, the call ended, and Chen Jianghe turned around to find the supervisor observing him with an unusual gaze. Slightly bewildered, he wondered if she had overheard something inappropriate. The supervisor scrutinized him for a moment before gently inquiring, Chen, how old are you? 20. I did not ask for your age. But I did not specify that it was my age. Chen Jianghe smiled subtly, saying, We are short one player for Tuala G in the dormitory. I must take my leave. Goodbye, auntie. With that, he turned and hurried back to his dormitory under the supervisor's watchful gaze. Upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpectedly subdued atmosphere. Lu Dongliang had returned to his computer, silently reviewing the stock market recap from prominent online figures. Ergo, Zhang Kai was soaking his feet, while Lu Sun Tian lay on the bed with headphones on, likely listening to music, occasionally pressing the MP3 buttons to switch tracks. In the brief moment, I stepped downstairs to take a call. How did the three become one? Chen Jianghe wore a look of surprise, and after speaking, plopped down onto Zhang Kai's bed. Second brother. In this sweltering weather of 37 or 8 degrees, even dogs are having their paws washed with cold water. Yet you are soaking your feet in hot water? Shift over a bit, so I can join you. Zhang Kai gazed at Chen Jianghe for a moment, and surprisingly, he indeed lifted his feet to make room. Beep, beep, beep. Sounds emanated from Lu Dongliang's computer as he turned to glance at Chen Jianghe. Third brother, you have a QQ message. Who sent it? Chen Jianghe inquired. It's from Teacher Su. Do you want me to help you reply? Lu Dongliang teased. Chapter 6. Let go of that senior sister. Wait, let me handle this. Chen Jianghe rushed over and opened the message. Xu Zhixi, my liquor stocks have risen again today, smile. Not wasting youth. Mine has risen too, laughing. Xu Zhixi, congratulations. Rose. Not wasting youth. Same to you. Fist bump. After sending that, the conversation seemed to stall, but Chen Jianghe glanced outside and had a sudden inspiration. Not wasting youth. Teacher Su, the moonlight is splendid tonight, and the breeze is gentle. Discussing stocks is truly a mood dampener. Let us converse about something else. Xu Zhixi, wait for me a moment. A few minutes later, I'm downstairs at the boys' dormitory. Come down. Let us speak face to face about what you wish to say. Huh. All right. Chen Jianghe was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the message, but quickly donned his clothes and hurried downstairs, where he indeed spotted Xu Zhixi waiting below. Walk with me. Xu Zhixi said calmly as she glanced at Chen Jianghe. Sure, he nodded in agreement. To walk side by side with Xu Zhixi on campus was a dream for countless boys. However, Chen Jianghe had keenly sensed an unusual glint in Xu Zhixi's eyes when she looked at him, making him feel like a prisoner awaiting sentencing, holding a bowl of chicken leg rice. At that moment, several beautiful senior sisters passed by, cheerfully greeting Chen Jianghe, calling him handsome. On the surface, he smiled, but inwardly he cursed. These beautiful senior sisters are so incredibly real. When I walked alone, they called me loser, and now that I have a beautiful counselor by my side, they call me handsome. Are they all trying to flatter me to death? Unexpectedly, Xu Zhixi glanced back at Chen Jianghe and said, "You seem to be quite popular around campus. It's all fleeting fame. One fears notoriety as a pig fears becoming fat. Honestly, I don't wish for this. It's just that the senior sisters are too enthusiastic," Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xu Zhixi scrutinized him seriously and suddenly remarked, "Student Chen doesn't seem very muscular, though." "Of course not. I exercise regularly and have an 8-pack, Chen Jianghe initially boasted but quickly sensed something amiss. "Wait a minute. Teacher Xu, I suspect you're implying something about me, and I have concrete evidence." Xu Zhixi burst into laughter, her smile radiant, and her eyes twinkling, which was quite charming. Seeing her laugh eased Chen Jianghe's heart. "There's a class meeting tomorrow to elect class officials. Do you have any thoughts?" Xu Zhixi casually asked. "No particular thoughts. I just want to be a law-abiding citizen and follow Teacher Xu's guidance," Chen Jianghe responded with a grin. "I do not believe it," Xu Zhixi said with a smile, shaking her head lightly. "With your playful nature, you should run for the position of labor committee member, engaging in more work to avoid daydreaming all the time." "Haha, I would never be a labor committee member. If I were to take on a role, it would have to be the class monitor. That way, I would have a legitimate reason to spend every day with the teacher," Chen Jianghe replied with a grin. "What are you thinking about?" Xu Zhixi playfully chided, quickening her pace and ignoring him. Their dialogue along the way was limited to this exchange. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the snack street behind the school, lined with various food stalls, beverages, and barbecue stands. Chen Jianghe instinctively patted his pockets, realizing he had no money, not even a pocket to hold it. However, he boldly caught up with Xu Zhixi and asked, "Teacher Xu, did you bring any money?" Xu Zhixi rummaged through her bag and produced a 20 yuan note. "I brought some, but not much, just 20. Chen Jianghe took the money from her hand with an air of generosity. "20 is sufficient. Come, I'll treat you to milk tea and fried skewers." He was well aware of which stalls offered delicious and reasonably priced food, which ones deceived customers, and which ones used substandard oil. In 2006, 20 yuan still held significant purchasing power in that snack street. Chen Jianghe bought 2 cups of double-skim milk, 2 orders of crispy chicken strips, and vegetable skewers, surprisingly left with 8 yuan to spare. He didn't hesitate to stop by a nearby convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. As he exited the store, he saw Teacher Xu sitting at a snack stall, holding her milk tea and chicken strips, waiting for him. With a smile, Chen Jianghe approached her. "Eating at the entrance lacks atmosphere. Let me take you to a better place." He then led Xu Zhixi back onto the campus, where they passed through a grove of banyan trees, eventually reaching the lakeside, settling on a patch of grass not far from the water. Chen Jianghe quickly finished his double-skin milk and chicken strips, feeling satisfied as he lay back on the grass, pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips. Just as he was about to light it, he asked Xu Zhixi, "Teacher Xu, do you mind if I smoke?" "I do mind a little," Xu Zhixi replied, nodding slightly. Chen Jianghe then removed the cigarette from his mouth, tucking it behind his ear, and turned his gaze to Xu Zhixi. "Have you been troubled by something tonight?" Xu Zhixi glanced at him, half-jokingly asking, "Can you read minds?" "No, but your worries are written all over your face. It's easy to see." Chen Jianghe replied with a faint smile, somewhat contemplative. "Typically, women only seek out men when they are feeling distressed or indecisive. You seem to understand women's thoughts quite well," Xu Zhixi said, biting her lip. She then added with utmost seriousness, "Actually, I've been thinking that there are too many blank spaces between us." Chen Jianghe, with a playful grin, continued, "Not that. What are you talking about?" Xu Zhixi, her thoughts disrupted by him, bit her lip again and said earnestly, "I mean between us." "You don't need to say it, Teacher Xu. I already know and understand you," Chen Jianghe smiled. "Really?" Xu Zhixi looked at him, initially concerned that voicing her thoughts might upset him, but was taken aback by his unexpectedly relaxed reaction. "Yes," he replied. Chen Jianghe nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "In truth, I have come to realize over the past few days that in matters of love, mutual affection is the most delightful experience. Thus, I have decided to give you some time to gradually accept me." With a shift in tone, Chen Jianghe continued. Xu Zhixi was momentarily taken aback. "It's getting late. I should return to my dormitory," she said, feeling a sudden wave of melancholy after what had initially been a joyous evening. Chen Jianghe stood up and, brushing off his pants, departed. Upon reaching the Moon Lake, he surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with the sight of couples embracing in the open. For heaven's sake, are they all so brazen as to display their affection in public? This is a university campus, not a zoo. Chen Jianghe's earlier gloom deepened at the sight, and he felt compelled to vent his frustration. Drawing closer, he shouted, "Senior, kindly release that senior's sister and allow me to take my turn. My tongue is quite nimble." Xu Zhixi, who was not far away, heard his shout and was momentarily stunned. However, upon witnessing him being chased, her furrowed brow relaxed, and she couldn't help but chuckle and scold him. What a fool. Chapter 7. Imparting romantic wisdom. Chen Jianghe was pursued relentlessly by the senior, but fortunately, his speed enabled him to escape and return to the dormitory unscathed. That was quite a close call. He was grateful for his swiftness. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, reflecting on the dual significance of his plight, being chased by the senior and narrowly avoiding a candid discussion with Xu Zhixi. In truth, Chen Jianghe was well aware of what Xu Zhixi intended to convey that evening, namely, that they were ill-suited for one another, that she had just entered university and should focus on her studies rather than be preoccupied with romance. In matters of love, only through experience can one discern compatibility. Without having engaged in a relationship, the depths and lengths of their connection remain unknown, rendering any discussion premature. Naturally, Chen Jianghe also understood that pursuing Xu Zhixi would be fraught with challenges. The disparity in their statuses represented the first chasm, while the multitude of competitors, including Bai Qidong, constituted the second. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found the lights extinguished, and his roommates were sprawled on their beds, engaged in risque conversations. As Chen Jianghe entered, he heard a comrade from the opposing dormitory exclaim, "Hey, for 14, could you keep it down? Your chatter has me embroiled in tumultuous thoughts. I might just come over there and put a stop to it." Without missing a beat, Chen Jianghe slammed the door shut behind him to protect the dignity of the single gentleman within. At that moment, Sun Tian, known as Old Six, emerged from his bed, shining a flashlight in Chen Jianghe's direction with a mischievous grin. "Third brother, you actually returned. Wasn't it exhilarating to have a private rendezvous with the counselor?" Chen Jianghe raised a hand to shield his eyes, a proud smile gracing his features. "Need I even say? Very good, a remarkable experience indeed." He then wiped his lips, having run so vigorously that he had inadvertently salivated. To Sun Tian, this scene took on a different connotation, and he stared wide-eyed, asking, "Third brother, did you kiss Xu Zhixi?" Taken aback by Sun Tian's bizarre question, Chen Jianghe paused, then responded with a grin, "Little Tian, you know far too much. Would you mind turning off the flashlight and getting some proper rest?" While the flashlight could be extinguished, slumber was not an option just yet. With a crisp click, Sun Tian turned off the flashlight and nimbly slipped off his bed, approaching Chen Jianghe with an earnest request. "Third brother, please share your insights and impart some wisdom. I yearn for a sweet romance." "There's not much to say," Chen Jianghe replied honestly. "From the moment I first laid eyes on our counselor, I had already envisioned names for the dragon and phoenix twins." "That's rather bold," Sun Tian marveled, utterly impressed, and continued to pester Chen Jianghe for his secrets on wooing women. Chen Jianghe merely smiled enigmatically, offering an inscrutable glance before shedding his damp clothes to take a shower. At that moment, Lu Dongliang spoke up. "Old Six, if you wish to step into the realm of singledom, allow me to bestow upon you a 20-character maxim for your contemplation. Face challenges head-on, feign indifference, maintain a delicate distance, approach with caution, and tease boldly." "Lu brother, you are single yourself. How can you claim to derive wisdom from experience?" "Huh. I was once a rogue, now merely absorbed in the stock market, indifferent to romance. If ever I find myself bankrupt in the market, I'll have no choice but to employ my ultimate strategy, targeting the wealthy beauties on campus." "You're incredible, Lu brother," Sun Tian exclaimed, filled with excitement, and couldn't help but thump his thigh, exclaiming, "I wish for Lu brother to go bankrupt soon. So when you unleash your grand strategy to woo the affluent beauties, remember to bring me along. I shall face challenges head-on and ride the waves." "What a spiteful blessing. Old Six, you harbor ill intentions." Lu Dongliang rolled his eyes in response. The usually taciturn Zhang Kai chuckled and said, "Xiao Tian, you claim to lack money, charm, height, and physique. You resemble a little chick curled up like a pencil sharpener. Why do you only think of good fortune?" "Bah," Sun Tian retorted indignantly. "Second brother, your narrow perspective is appalling. From your mouth, no ivory can emerge. While everyone believes you to be the most honest, you are, in fact, the most malicious." With that, he angrily crawled back to his bed, lying face down against the wall in silence. Such foolishness. Chen Jianghe, fresh from his shower, grinned at the familiar bickering among the roommates. It was a common occurrence, but thankfully, the 414 dormitory bore no grudges, and after a good night's sleep, they would be as close as ever. The next morning, Chen Jianghe was roused by the incessant ring of Lu Dongliang's phone, a cheerful jingle that seemed to echo endlessly. After washing up, he glanced at the class schedule, another day devoid of morning classes. At 9:30, Lu Dongliang sprang from his bed, rubbed his eyes, and looked over at Chen Jianghe, who was already seated at the computer, analyzing the stock market. Without pausing to brush his teeth, he excitedly approached. Today seems promising. The market is set to soar. Lu Dongliang raised an eyebrow, his excitement tempered by caution as he reminded Chen Jianghe, Jianghe, you must sell your Tianrun shares quickly, or you'll find yourself trapped. There's no rush, Chen Jianghe replied, his mind clear after a refreshing sleep. He recalled how, years ago, Tianrun shares had experienced a staggering 16 consecutive price increases, luring a multitude of retail investors before undergoing a slight adjustment and then plummeting to a dismal exit from the market. Old Lu, lend me the 10,000 on your account. I wish to make a move. If I incur losses, they are mine. If I profit, we shall split it 70-30. Make a move? You can't possibly be considering using that 10,000 to increase your stake in Tianrun shares? Indeed, Chen Jianghe nodded earnestly. The saying goes that one must seek fortune amidst danger. Knowing full well that Tian Holdings has the potential to surge, yet hesitating to act, is the mark of a coward unworthy of the stock market. Are you out of your mind? Lu Dongliang's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Chen Jianghe, whose expression was resolutely steadfast. With a slight easing of tone, he remarked, I can lend you money, but I truly advise against increasing your stake in Tian. I cannot stand by and watch you fall into the trap, becoming mere fodder for the market manipulators. Thank you, Chen Jianghe replied, promptly investing the entirety of the 10,000 yuan from Lu Dongliang's account into Tian Holdings. Lu Dongliang was left speechless, not because he was surprised by Chen Jianghe's audacity, but rather because Tian Holdings had plummeted by 6.2%, teetering on the brink of a halt in trading. In such circumstances, the majority of retail investors, having already reaped profits, would be looking to cash out and flee. How could Chen Jianghe dare to operate contrarily and make such a bold move? It seemed my father was right. The stock market is indeed a grand casino, a meat grinder where retail investors are destined to be slaughtered, and one misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Lu Dongliang sighed internally before switching accounts to check his own holdings. At last, my Jinda development has begun to rise. Lu Dongliang's spirits lifted as he observed that all 6 of his stocks were in the green, with Jinda development showing the most significant gain of 4.2%. And it appeared to be on an upward trajectory. Chen Jianghe cast a glance at Lu Dongliang, contemplating advising him to liquidate his position in Jinda development while the market was favorable. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, ultimately unspoken. After all, Lu was currently enveloped in the euphoria of soaring stock prices, and nothing could persuade him to sell at such a moment. It seemed that the stock market was indeed suited for someone of my prudent disposition. Stocks with wild fluctuations, chasing peaks, and making reckless trades are not for the faint-hearted. One is bound to suffer a severe shock to the heart eventually. Lu Dongliang wore a look of pride, then observed Chen Jianghe's tranquil demeanor, as if unaffected by the chaos around them. Damn it, I have ultimately miscalculated. My friend is gambling with my money, and he shows no sign of concern whatsoever. Lu Dongliang's mind was a tempest of thoughts. However, the subsequent market movement struck a blow to his heart. Lu Dongliang gazed in disbelief as Jinda development, which had been on an upward trend just 5 minutes prior, suddenly nosedived without resistance, shifting from a gain of 42% to a loss of 21%. And the decline was accelerating. How could this happen? Lu Dongliang was left dumbfounded while Tian Holdings, which had been down 6 points earlier, experienced a violent V-shaped recovery, seemingly on the verge of reaching its upper limit. What in the world is happening? Chapter 8. University class officer elections. The trajectory of Jinda development clearly indicated that the main force was pushing the price up to offload shares. Chen Jianghe remarked nonchalantly. Glancing at the now limit-up Tian Holdings, he withdrew his hands from the keyboard, exhaling a sigh of relief. I placed my bet wisely. Ding ding ding. The sound of a QQ message chimed. Chen Jianghe looked down to find a message from his childhood friend, Qin Shaohe. Jianghe, are you free this Saturday? Let us get together. Chen Jianghe had always been a bit of a simpleton, his academic performance slightly superior to Chen Jianghe's, having enrolled in Guangdong Eastern Industrial University. I'm available. Shall we meet? The casino remains closed on weekends, making it an opportune time to venture out and seek swift opportunities for part-time work, thereby accelerating one's financial progress. Perfect. Furthermore, there are familiar faces from our senior class, including Jiang Yishu, Zhang Mingjia, Shen Songrong, Tang Fan, Li Lei, Han Qiya, and Zhang Xiaoming. Should you find yourself free, come to the university town this Saturday. We will await your arrival at the east gate of Zhongda. Understood, Chen Jianghe replied nonchalantly. Yet a tempest brewed within him. Jiang Yishu, listed among the invitees, had been an unresolved affection from his high school days. She was a true academic prodigy, having secured a place at the prestigious Zhongda University, the finest in Guangdong province. During his high school years, Chen Jianghe, in the throes of youthful infatuation, foolishly penned several love letters to her, only for them to be delivered to the homeroom teacher by his overly inquisitive deskmate, Han Qiya, who then dramatically read them aloud to the entire class. Fortunately, Chen Jianghe had the foresight to remain anonymous. What was there to be proud about? Merely being beautiful and academically gifted? He muttered to himself, resolving to style his hair maturely and don a handsome suit to make an impression on her. As a freshman, his academic load was relatively light. After chatting with a childhood friend on QQ, he checked his schedule. He had no classes in the morning, and only a probability and statistics lecture in the afternoon. At 4:50 p.m., following the conclusion of his class, the students of Class 1 in Industrial Management received notification from their advisor about a class meeting in Room 3. The classmates promptly made their way to the lecture hall. The theme of the meeting was the election of class officers. Once everyone settled, Xu Zhixi, holding a list, surveyed the room. Freshmen typically sat by their dormitory units, with a clear divide between the genders. Today, Xu Zhixi was dressed in a professional outfit, complemented by a pristine white shirt, her long legs encased in sheer stockings, and black high heels that accentuated her elegance. With a light touch of makeup, her already exquisite features appeared even more flawless, causing hearts to race. After scanning the list, she casually set it down and smiled, addressing the assembly. Everyone is present. Let us commence the meeting. The topic today is the election of class officers. First up is the position of class president. Which student would like to self-nominate and take the stage to speak? As soon as Xu Zhixi finished, the previously quiet classroom erupted into murmurs, students whispering among themselves. Third brother, your moment has arrived, teased Sun Tian from dormitory 414, winking at Chen Jianghe. Lu Dongliang chimed in, Jianghe, becoming class president will give you a better chance to win over the advisor. I'm rooting for you. Despite his roommate's encouragement, Chen Jianghe shook his head. He had never considered running for class president and had made no preparations for such an endeavor. Additionally, he recalled that the class president of industrial management was a female named Lin Siki. Sorry, third brother, suddenly announced Wang Yuanpeng from the back row, standing up to pat Chen Jianghe on the shoulder before confidently striding towards the podium. Greetings, fellow students. My name is Wang Yuanpeng, hailing from the renowned coal city of Datong. As I took the stage to introduce myself, I noticed the lackluster response from my peers. With a slight smirk, I began to embellish my persona. I must admit, I possess few commendable traits, aside from my striking looks, affluent background, selfless nature, and eagerness to assist my classmates. Thus, I aspire to run for class monitor primarily to hone my abilities and contribute to our collective welfare. Was this truly a display of modesty? My classmates, who were neither particularly handsome nor financially privileged, could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. I pride myself on being pragmatic and eschewing idle chatter. Should I be elected as class monitor, I pledge to manage all financial matters pertaining to our class, be it funds for the 4 years, miscellaneous expenses, or activity budgets. With this declaration, I confidently patted my chest, exuding assurance. Applause erupted from my peers, seemingly impressed by my bravado. In the 414 dormitory, Lu Dongliang initially joined the applause but then shook his head, remarking, Old 4 is ostentatious and adept at winning hearts, but alas, he may have overstepped. The others fell silent, contemplating his words. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes, sensing that Wang Yuanpeng's maneuver was not solely aimed at the position of class monitor. His true objective likely lay with our counselor, Xu Zhixi. Is there another student who wishes to address the assembly? Xu Zhixi inquired, smiling after Wang Yuanpeng concluded his speech. At that moment, A girl from the front row stood up, drawing the attention of the audience. While her beauty was not extraordinary, it possessed a sweet charm that was undeniably memorable. She was Lin Siki, the only girl in our class whose figure catapulted her into the ranks of the exceptionally attractive, as noted in Wang Yuanping's observations. With her enviable height, slender waist, and ample bosom, she embodied a perfect physique that captivated both her female peers and male admirers alike. Unlike many girls with attractive figures who exuded overt sensuality, Lin Siki radiated a pure and sweet allure, effortlessly drawing attention wherever she went. Since the beginning of the semester, she had shown remarkable enthusiasm, coupled with a friendly and generous disposition, seamlessly connecting with both girls and boys. To many, she was the ideal candidate for class monitor. "Hello, fellow classmates. I am Lin Siki," she began as she took the stage, instantly met with applause from a chorus of male students. Amidst the applause, she flashed a charming smile and continued, "As for my height, weight, and measurements, I had already shared those during our military training, so I shall refrain from repeating them. For those interested in a more in-depth discussion, feel free to approach me privately." With her words, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Sun Tian, seated beside Chen Jianghe, blushed profusely, as if intoxicated. "Stay composed," shouted on. Chen Jianghe nudged him. "I can't help it. Lin Siki is simply intoxicating. I feel a bit lightheaded," Sun Tian confessed, rubbing his forehead. Observing this, Chen Jianghe also placed a hand on his forehead and quipped, "I've heard of being dizzy from a 3D model, but never from a 3060 reality. You should strive for more composure." Chapter 9. Willing to brave all for the role of class monitor. On stage, Lin Siki, having set the mood, shifted to a more serious tone. Her gaze swept across the room, and with unwavering determination, she spoke. "If I am elected as class monitor, I shall diligently collaborate with Teacher Xu to manage the various affairs of our class, harmonizing relationships across the board, and wholeheartedly serving my fellow students, ensuring we all share a relaxed, enjoyable, and unforgettable 4 years of university life." Compared to Wang Yuanping's flamboyance, Lin Siki's words appeared understated and pragmatic. The audience erupted in applause, and Xu Zhixi, smiling, regarded her with evident favor. "Thank you, everyone." Lin Siki's smile was sweet as she bowed in gratitude, returning to her seat amidst the enthusiastic applause. Inadvertently, she caught a glimpse of Wang Yuanping, only to notice another boy standing before him, Chen Jianghe. Tall and handsome, with striking features, he presented as a clean-cut young man. Previously, he had given off an impression of being low-key, shy, and somewhat introverted, until the class gathering following military training, where he, under the influence of alcohol, boldly confessed his feelings to their instructor, Xu Zhixi, demonstrating what it means to go from silence to sudden brilliance. "Hello everyone, I am Chen Jianghe." His self-introduction was brief, consisting solely of his name, before he swiftly delved into the matter at hand. "First, I want to say that I can fulfill the promises made by both Wang Yuanping and Lin Siki." This statement, while advantageous in its timing, also bore the hint of plagiarism, and Chen Jianghe was well aware that this alone would not sway his classmates. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Xu Zhixi, contemplating, "You teach me, and I shall nurture your aspirations. Sounds reasonable, right?" The moment Xu Zhixi met his gaze, an inexplicable flutter surged within her. However, Chen Jianghe shifted his focus back to the entire class, cleared his throat, and declared, "As you all know, I have feelings for Teacher Xu. I am running for class monitor not only out of a sincere desire to contribute to our class, but also to alleviate some of Teacher Xu's burdens. If you are willing to cast your vote for me, I promise to provide each of you with 10 pounds of wedding candy. This is a promise I will keep." Chen Jianghe impressive. As soon as his words fell, Lu Dongliang was the first to rise, exclaiming in admiration while leading the applause. "Impressive, truly remarkable." Chen Jianghe's boldness was undeniable. 10 pounds of wedding candy. That's a compelling incentive. I'm voting for him. Encouraged by his enthusiasm, the boys stood up, shouting in approval, while the girls joined in, rising to applaud as well. At that moment, in Class 1 of the Industrial Management Department, everyone stood in unison, applauding Chen Jianghe. The applause reverberated throughout the room. Xu Zhixi found herself momentarily stunned. Amidst the thunderous applause of her classmates, she gazed at Chen Jianghe, pondering whether she should exercise her veto power to quash this chaotic notion before it could flourish. "Are there any other students wishing to run for election?" Xu Zhixi took a deep breath, striving to appear calm and composed as she returned to the podium, and smiled as she posed her question. As her words hung in the air, silence ensued. Since there are none, we shall proceed to the voting segment. The results emerged swiftly. Out of 51 students in the class, Wang Yuanpeng received 2 votes, Lin Siki garnered 9 votes, while Chen Jianghe overwhelmingly claimed 40 votes, securing a decisive victory. Such a stark disparity in the voting results left Xu Zhixi, despite her earlier intentions to wield her veto power, at a loss for words. However, Chen Jianghe ultimately succeeded in being elected as the class leader of Class 1 in Business Administration. Chen Jianghe and Wang Yuanpeng were subsequently elected as the Youth League Secretary and Sports Committee member, respectively. Thank you. Class leader Chen took to the stage, bowing at a 90-degree angle to express his gratitude to teacher Xu and all his classmates before returning to his seat. Xu Zhixi felt a slight headache but realized that the die had been cast. They could only take it one step at a time. If his future behavior became excessive, he would be removed. Just as Chen Jianghe settled into his seat, Wang Yuanpeng patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Third brother, when I announced that I'd cover the class expenses and activity funds, it was quite genuine. Don't let it turn into an empty promise on your part, all right?" Chen Jianghe smiled but remained silent. Lu Dongliang beside him glared at Wang Yuanpeng and scolded, "Fourth, stop being so sarcastic and stepping on your own brother to show off. Is that amusing? If the fourth lacks funds, I can assist him. Clearly, it's third brother showing off at my expense." Wang Yuanpeng pouted, his tone softening. "Third brother, honestly, I just expressed my dissatisfaction verbally. In my heart, I truly admire you. It takes courage to say such things on stage. You're destined for greatness." Sun Tian leaned in, grinning as he sought to take credit. "Third brother, I lost my voice cheering for you just now, given how hard I cheered. Isn't it fair that I get a free roast goose meal from you at noon?" "Agreed." Chen Jianghe nodded graciously in acceptance. "I want one too." "Me too." Several roommates clamored eagerly. Just as the excitement reached a peak, they all fell silent abruptly. Chen Jianghe instinctively turned his head to see a stunning beauty had appeared behind them. "Can I join you?" spoke Lin Siki, the newly elected Youth League Secretary of Class 1 in Business Administration, blessed with an enviable figure. At noon in the Nanyuan cafeteria, this meal was initially intended to be treated by Chen Jianghe. However, Lin Siki took the initiative and paid before he could. Chen Jianghe felt somewhat embarrassed. Not only had he taken her position as class leader, but now she was also footing the bill, leaving all the benefits to her. Yet, when Chen Jianghe casually glimpsed the balance on her card, his sense of guilt dissipated instantly. Lin Siki's card balance far exceeded the savings of over 95% of her peers. "I promised to treat you, yet you ended up paying. I feel quite guilty about that," Chen Jianghe said, feigning regret while relishing his meal. Lin Siki blinked and flashed a sweet smile. "You are the class leader, and I am the Youth League Secretary. We are on the same front and should support each other and work in harmony. Thus, it's quite reasonable for you to treat and for me to pay." Lin Siki's awareness was truly commendable. Chen Jianghe gave her a thumbs up, then raised his orange soda to clink with hers, saying, "Truthfully, you know I hold a nominal title to get closer to Teacher Xu for class affairs. I will still rely heavily on you. Not a problem. I truly admire your courage. I am willing to follow you into fire and water. Cheers." Lin Siki giggled as she raised her soda to clink with Chen Jianghe's, her playful words resonating with mischief. As the two conversed animatedly, their former roommates from room 414 sat at a distance, quietly enjoying their roast goose rice while engaging in hushed discussions. "What are your thoughts on Lin Siki?" Sun Tian inquired softly. Lu Dongliang pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "She possesses an allure that grows more captivating with each glance. I wish to pursue her." Sun Tian unabashedly declared. "Save your breath." Lu Dongliang shook his head, bluntly retorting, "A girl like her is beyond your reach. We are all equally endowed with a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. How could I possibly be incapable?" Sun Tian countered defiantly, though a twinge of discouragement lingered in his heart. Nearby, Wang Yuanpeng chuckled, interjecting, "Lu Ge, what about me? Do you think I stand a chance?" "You do not," Lu Dongliang responded with an impassive expression. "If I cannot succeed, then who can?" Wang Yuanpeng responded with unwavering confidence. "As men, we must strive for greatness. I have dated girls of various types, but never one with a 36D. Lu Dongliang, perceptive and astute, remarked, "To be frank, the girls you attract are of a certain caliber. Do you not recognize that? Can they truly compare to Lin Siki?" Aside from being momentarily distracted during stock trading, Lu Dongliang was otherwise remarkably clear-headed, possessing a keen ability to see through all, among our dormitory. Only the third roommate has a chance with a girl like Lin Siki. However, given his lofty standards, he may not even be interested in her, which means I am the one with the best prospects. Upon hearing Lu Dongliang's words, the brothers from room 414 were left astonished. Wang Yuanpeng, however, silently resolved to compete. If the third brother can win over a girl, why can't I? What a ridiculous notion. In truth, I have no intention of pursuing Lin Siki. My ultimate goal is to impress our counselor, Xu Zhixi. After lunch, with a full afternoon schedule ahead, the members of room 414 obediently attended their classes, while others returned to the dormitory to monitor stock prices, each pursuing their interests without hindrance. By Friday, Chen Jianghe's recent stock purchase, Tianrun shares, had reached a new peak, closing perfectly. Lu Dongliang, who had been obsessively tracking the market, felt increasingly despondent as his investment in Jinda development continued to plummet, nearly shattering his resolve. He contemplated that if it fell further on Monday, he would cut his losses and abandon it entirely. On Saturday morning, Chen Jianghe arose early, freshened up, and stood before the dormitory mirror, arranging his hair. He initially intended to style himself in a mature fashion and don a sharp suit for the class reunion at Zhongda, only to regretfully discover he owned no such attire. Reluctantly, he settled for a flamboyant hairstyle. Third brother, it's Saturday, and you're already preening in front of the mirror. Is there a date in the cards? Sun Tian, groggy from his slumber, caught sight of Chen Jianghe and casually asked. Chen Jianghe shook his head. No date. I'm heading to Zhongda to seek wisdom from the top student. Seeking wisdom from a top student at Zhongda? Sun Tian blinked in surprise, playfully waving his recently changed underwear in front of Chen Jianghe. Third brother, with that hairstyle, the top student is bound to be smitten. Will you be back tonight? It depends, came the reply. Chen Jianghe spoke ambiguously, then wrinkled his brow in distaste. Xiaodian, your flavor is too pungent. It feels spoiled. Ha ha ha, really? I don't find it pungent at all. It smells delightful to me, Sun Tian replied, showing no signs of disgust as he lifted the item to his nose. You fool. I'm leaving. Chen Jianghe waved his hand in farewell, speechless. After exiting the school gate, he took a bus towards the Guangdong East University town. The gathering was scheduled at the new campus of Zhongda University. Chen Jianghe rode the bus until he alighted at the east gate of Zhongda. Upon raising his eyes, he spotted several familiar figures not far away. Jianghe, over here. As soon as he appeared, Qin Shaohai spotted him and waved enthusiastically. To be honest, upon first seeing his childhood friend beckoning from a distance, Chen Jianghe felt a bit dazed, as if the scene before him were a dream, familiar yet somewhat surreal. What are you standing there for? Qin Shaohai rushed over and embraced Chen Jianghe's shoulders. As old friends reunited, he jovially exclaimed, Dude, I thought you were dead. The two laughed heartily as they approached the crowd, only to realize that not just Chen Jianghe had a flamboyant hairstyle today. The other boys were similarly styled. Especially Zhang Mingjie, who appeared as if he were the groom at a wedding, dressed in a suit, coiffed with hair gel, and sporting men's cologne, exuding an air of flamboyance. However, Chen Jianghe paid him little mind, his gaze more often drawn to Jiang Yishu. This girl was indeed beautiful, possessing the distinctive grace of southern women, with delicate features, long eyelashes, and an overall gentle appearance that was pleasing to the eye. Chen Jianghe gazed at her for a long time, feeling that the Jiang Yishu before him seemed somewhat different from the proud and accomplished girl he remembered. Could I have misremembered? Chen Jianghe mused silently. In his past life, after Jiang Yishu was admitted to Zhongda, they lost contact. He had only heard she worked in the capital after graduation and remained unmarried in her 30s. While Chen Jianghe scrutinized Jiang Yishu, she initially met his gaze with warmth before pretending to look elsewhere, only to steal glances at him a moment later. Does this little lady have an interest in me? A thought flashed through Chen Jianghe's mind, and his gaze became somewhat audacious, causing her cheeks to flush as she turned away. Chen Jianghe stepped forward, resting a hand on Jiang Yishu's shoulder, and with a familiar smile said, Classmate Jiang Yishu, we are all old acquaintances. I've always considered you a brother. It's been a while since I've seen you, so why are you hiding from me with a flushed face? Good gracious. Qin Shaohai, not far off, was taken aback, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Such audacity was something only Chen Jianghe would dare. The rest could only envy. Chen Jianghe, you can talk all you want. But why are you hugging Yishu? Unlike Qin Shaohai's astonishment, Jiang Yishu's steadfast deskmate, Han Qiuya, appeared furious as she marched forward to rescue Jiang Yishu from his grasp. "You scoundrel, you frightened Yishu so much she's trembling." Han Qiya pulled her away, casting a reproachful glance back at Chen Jianghe, calling him a scoundrel. Chen Jianghe, grinning, bore no psychological burden and chose not to engage with Han Qiya. However, upon witnessing Han Qiya standing up for Jiang Yishu, Chen Jianghe finally cleared his thoughts. Jiang Yishu, possessing both beauty and academic excellence, is truly a paragon of grace, while her seatmate Han Qiya exhibits a more haughty demeanor. Han Qiya is quite attractive as well, though her personality is more flamboyant, exuding confidence and pride. Chen Jianghe recalls that she, like Qin Shaohai, had been accepted into Guangdong. The university's celebration banner had been conspicuously transported from the town to the city, leading some uninformed individuals to mistakenly believe they had gained admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. As classmates, Han Qiya and Jiang Yishu share an exceptionally close bond. Having navigated their high school years almost inseparably, Han Qiya single-handedly fended off the majority of relentless suitors pursuing Jiang Yishu. Chen Jianghe, under the guise of camaraderie, attempted to draw closer to Yishu, prompting Zhang Mingjie to criticize Chen Jianghe's earlier flamboyant behavior. "Do not slander the good," Zhang Mingjie cautioned. Chen Jianghe chuckled nonchalantly, remarking that a simple shoulder touch would not lead to any complications, contrasting it with those who superficially treat girls as friends while secretly wishing to maintain a deeper relationship. Zhang Mingjie glanced at him before turning to Jiang Yishu, saying, "Yishu, do not be upset." Chen Jianghe was merely caught up in the moment and did not mean any harm. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe gave Zhang Mingjie a thumbs up, praising his apt explanation. "Well articulated, but next time, spare us the elaboration. It feels rather unnecessary." With that, he grew disinterested in further conversation and turned his gaze toward the grand entrance of the university, reflecting, indeed, it lives up to its reputation as the most formidable institution in the province. Even the entrance exudes an imposing grandeur, and the guard dogs here are far more spirited than the ones at our school. "Jiang Yishu, as our host, why don't you lead us around?" Chen Jianghe directed his attention back to Jiang Yishu. Chapter 11. Navigating Opportunities, Entrepreneurial Projects. Sure, Jiang Yishu replied with a gentle nod. She stepped forward, guiding everyone through the gates of Zhongda University. As they strolled within, the distinction of a 985 university became evident. The expansive grounds, majestic architecture, and pervasive cultural ambience were indeed remarkable. Such depth of heritage was something the ordinary Yudong Financial Institute could not boast, nor could Guangdong, where Qin Shaohai studied, compare. Fortunately, fairness prevailed. The female students on Zhongda's campus were generally of modest beauty, with a notable number appearing rather unremarkable. Occasionally, a few girls displayed genuine beauty, yet they carried an air of aloofness and grace that rendered them less approachable. Chen Jianghe felt a tinge of disappointment and glanced at Jiang Yishu. A girl of her caliber would undoubtedly stand out even in a sea of beauties at Yuejin Academy, and at Zhongda, she would undoubtedly be crowned the campus belle. As the weather grew sweltering, the group was soon perspiring from their walk, prompting them to seek refuge in a nearby pavilion, where they began to share experiences from their first month at university. Initially, the conversation was light-hearted and enthusiastic, but as it progressed, the tone shifted, and grievances began to surface. Chen Jianghe refrained from joining the chorus of complaints about the school, nor did he, like others, inadvertently redirect attention toward Jiang Yishu. Instead, he focused his gaze on the pillar to the right of the pavilion, which was plastered with numerous flyers, predominantly advertising various campus job opportunities. This encapsulates the allure of the prestigious 985 universities, standing in stark contrast to the somewhat desolate Guangdong East Financial College. For students within the latter, securing a tutoring position is akin to scaling a mountain, as the institution is often perceived by many locals as mired in the quagmire of vocational education. The thought of hiring a college student to tutor their children raises the unsettling question: will their offspring also attend a junior college? Chen Jianghe harbored little interest in tutoring, his gaze momentarily flitting past before he stumbled upon something that truly piqued his interest. Jiaowu Air Chi Network Technology Company, Limited, is seeking university students for part-time roles in market expansion, with remuneration to be discussed, and interested applicants may contact 1348-829-9527. This is an internet startup primarily engaged in delivery services, a precursor to the meteoric rise of O2O. In his previous life, Chen Jianghe had a brief encounter with this company after graduation. At that time, the firm had just secured investment from a prominent venture capital firm in Shenzhen and was ambitiously expanding in the Guangdong East region, enjoying a period of considerable success. Alas, it soon fell victim to the fierce competition from giants such as Meituan, Ele, Mi, Baidu Nuomi, and Koubei, ultimately succumbing to the unforgiving capital market. This represents a golden opportunity. Chen Jianghe's mind raced with possibilities. Profiting in the stock market is a precarious endeavor. Unless one can achieve a level of resilience akin to that of a stock market oracle, substantial earnings remain an illusion, reminiscent of gambling. There today, gone tomorrow. To gain genuine respect and stability, one must embark on the entrepreneurial path. However, the time for such pursuits is not yet ripe. He lacks capital, connections, and resources, a trifecta of voids. Even with lucrative ideas swirling in his mind, execution remains a formidable challenge. Thus, Chen Jianghe's most authentic strategy involves a dual approach, leveraging the advantage of his rebirth to continue profiting from the stock market and generating a steady cash flow, while simultaneously scouting for promising projects. By familiarizing himself with these ventures, he can eventually carve out his own niche, expanding and strengthening his endeavors. In this manner, the funds acquired from the stock market will have a legitimate and lawful channel for circulation, allowing him to deftly navigate any future media scrutiny or official investigations. Moreover, in addition to his dual strategy of stock trading and entrepreneurship, Chen Jianghe possesses a third avenue. Though the timing for this opportunity is not yet auspicious, it requires waiting until 2008 to seize the right moment. He resolved to take the time to establish a presence. After contemplating his plans, he redirected his focus to the grievances voiced by his former classmates regarding their respective institutions. Had I known the mathematics department at Guangdong was so dismal, I would have opted to take a gap year instead of applying, lamented Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe's eyes gleamed. He understood all too well the challenges faced by students in Guangdong's mathematics program, which demands an extraordinary degree of perseverance to withstand its monotony. However, it would be remiss to assert that Guangdong is without merit. As a renowned engineering university within the province, it boasts formidable comprehensive strength and an exceptionally robust faculty. In the current climate, which heavily favors STEM education, graduates from Guangdong generally experience little difficulty in securing employment, making them highly sought after. Just when he thought Chen Jianghe's experience in the mathematics department was unfortunate, he discovered that others, like Shun Songrong attending Guangdong East Technical Normal College, were faring even worse. The institution known as Guangdong Eastern Technician College is rather diminutive in size, allowing one to traverse from the front gate to the rear within a mere 5 minutes. The campus lacks distinctive features, yet one cannot help but notice the ubiquitous presence of individuals of African descent. Shun Songrong found himself in a state of despondency, contemplating the possibility of withdrawing from his studies. However, reflecting on his limited abilities, he realized that merely gaining admission to a technician college was an exceptional achievement. The prospect of starting anew and potentially failing to qualify for a diploma program was even more disheartening. As the collective grievances echoed around him, Zhang Mingjie interjected with a shift in tone. Enough, enough. We all chose this path ourselves. We must study diligently and strive for improvement, even if it brings tears. Our school has a multitude of female students, but that does not deter my ambition. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Zhang Mingjie, thinking to himself that the lad was blissfully ignorant of the struggles of others, speaking so nonchalantly. Has anyone joined a school club? Zhang Mingjie inquired once more. In response, everyone shook their heads. Although Zhang Mingjie initiated the conversation, he received no replies, leading to a hint of awkwardness as he forced a smile and remarked, "College life is so delightful. Why is everyone so unenthusiastic? I have already joined the student union." That sounded quite impressive. Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes and said, "Zhang Mingjie, next time, just boast directly without asking the rest of us first. It comes off as rather clumsy." Zhang Mingjie twitched at the corners of his mouth, choosing not to engage with Chen Jianghe. Similarly, Chen Jianghe opted to ignore him, wrapping an arm around Chen Jianghe's shoulder and cheerfully inquiring, "Jianghe, how are you faring at Guangdong University? Did you immediately become a leader in some club upon entering?" The attention of the group shifted towards Chen Jianghe, drawn by Chen Jianghe's loud voice. Chapter 12. The Art of Deception. I have no interest in student clubs. My sole focus is on earning money. Chen Jianghe replied with a faint smile. The purpose of student organizations is primarily to enrich the extracurricular lives of college students, catering to individualistic pursuits. However, for Chen Jianghe, this was merely a waste of time. He had considered joining the student union too, but since Zhang Mingjie had already boasted about it, he decided it was unnecessary to reiterate his interest. Chen Jianghe must be working his way through school, Zhang Mingjie remarked. There are a few girls from remote mountain areas in our class who, upon arriving, immediately took up part-time jobs in the cafeteria and library. As long as it doesn't interfere with their studies, earning a bit of pocket money is entirely reasonable. This fellow relished in displaying his superiority at the expense of others. Normally, Chen Jianghe would not stoop to his level, but today was different. He pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and with a smile directed at Zhang Mingjie, said, "Zhang, I've fallen to the point of working my way through school. And life is tough. How about you treat us to lunch today? Let's indulge a bit." "Absolutely. I've heard wonderful things about the cafeteria at Zhongda. Since I'm here, I'll treat everyone to a taste." Zhang Mingjie, unaware of the trap, responded generously with a smile. "Dining at the cafeteria is rather bland," Chen Jianghe countered, shaking his head. Then, with a grin, he added, "I know of a private kitchen near the north gate of Zhongda, run by people from our hometown in Guangqing. They prepare splendid home-cooked meals, though they can be somewhat pricey. I wonder if you, dear Zhang, would be willing to splurge a little for us." Zhang Mingjie raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing that the price was somewhat steep. Nevertheless, having already put on a facade of nonchalance, he felt it imperative to maintain his composure. It's rare for old classmates to gather. Treating everyone to a little luxury is only fitting. The boss is generous." Chen Jianghe swiftly altered his title, denying any chance of withdrawal, patted his belly, and stood up. "Today's lunch is on Boss Zhang. Let's go, everyone." "All right." Chen Jianghe's exuberance sparked a response from Qin Shaohai, followed by the infectious enthusiasm of their classmates. It had been around 20 days since the semester began, and they had been subsisting on the cafeteria's bland fare, pining for the flavors of home. Upon hearing Chen Jianghe's suggestion of a hometown cuisine private kitchen, their eyes sparkled with excitement, especially with Zhang Mingjie graciously offering to foot the bill, further heightening their eagerness. Without hesitation, Chen Jianghe led the group towards the private kitchen of Cantonese cuisine at the back gate of Zhongda. Upon entering the establishment, he confidently requested a private room and proceeded to order a sumptuous array of dishes, yet he excused himself after just a few bites. "Jianghe, the dishes haven't even arrived yet," Qin Shaohai remarked, following him out of the room. "Where are you going? Should I accompany you?" "No need. I have some personal matters to attend to," Chen Jianghe declined with a smile, striding away. His interest in the gathering was minimal. Having successfully orchestrated a generous meal for their classmates at Zhang Mingjie's expense was sufficient for him. Now, it was time to attend to his own affairs. At that moment, Zhang Mingjie emerged and pulled Qin Shaohai back into the room. "Forget him. Let us enjoy our meal." He spoke lightly, but inside, he was disheartened. The cost of the lavish meal he had just ordered could easily cover a month's living expenses. Chen Jianghe was clearly playing a game of poker. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and swiftly returned to Zhongda, making his way to the pavilion. He tore down the recruitment flyer for Company 9527, found a small shop to call and inquire about the company's address, and promptly headed there. This company was situated approximately 2 kilometers from the east gate of Zhongda, nestled within a logistics park. After a bit of searching, Chen Jianghe finally located the precise location of Company 9527. "Hello, are you here for an interview? Please register at the front desk," said a plump woman at the reception, her smile revealing 2 dimples, reminiscent of the later popular comedian Jia Ling. Chen Jianghe completed the registration process at the desk and waited for about 5 minutes. A middle-aged woman emerged and asked directly, "Are you a student at Zhongda?" "No." Chen Jianghe shook his head, but noticed her expression turn cold, prompting him to ask in surprise, "Do you only hire students from Zhongda?" "Not necessarily. However, our current business focus is on developing the Zhongda market. If you are not a Zhongda student, then I'm afraid it won't work," the woman replied succinctly. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow. "So only Zhongda students can help develop the Zhongda market? Is this a company policy?" "There is no formal policy, but we prefer to hire from Zhongda students from a standpoint of capability. Of course, if you are exceptionally talented, we may consider lowering the threshold." A middle-aged woman presents an official narrative, initially adopting a lofty stance before subsequently lowering expectations, thereby effortlessly manipulating the job candidates. To put it plainly, You are merely seeking free labor, hoping to exploit individuals for a period of time, retaining those who can secure contracts while dismissing the rest, correct? Chen Jianghe succinctly articulates this reality. The so-called tactic of empty-handedly capturing a wolf is a familiar ploy among many companies today, recruiting free labor under the guise of a probationary period. The term free labor is rather crude. Regardless of whether it is full-time or part-time, a probationary period exists. The middle-aged woman chuckles awkwardly, indirectly acknowledging this, while adding, "There is no base salary during the probation, but there are commissions." Chen Jianghe remains silent for a moment before casually inquiring, "Do you have any students from Zhongda working part-time here?" There is a particularly capable intern from Zhongda who secured 3 contracts within just 7 days of employment. The middle-aged woman responds, "As long as one is sufficiently outstanding. Obtaining contracts is quite easy. 7 contracts in 7 days." Chen Jianghe smiles, then asks, "How is the compensation structured here?" "There is no base salary for part-time work. For each signed merchant, there is a commission of 100. Is this 100 earned upon signing the contract, or are there additional performance metrics involved? As long as the merchant is legitimate and there is no deceit, the commission can be claimed. Besides the commission, are there any other rewards? Regarding incentives, once you have signed enough contracts, you can negotiate directly with the boss. The same applies to future promotions and permanent positions." At this juncture, Chen Jianghe finds little reason to continue questioning and straightforwardly states, "Please bring me 20 company brochures and 3 contracts. I will report for duty tomorrow. By the way, does the company operate on weekends?" The middle-aged woman smiles slightly and nods. "Indeed, business is always on the move, while others rest. That is precisely when we are busiest." Chen Jianghe chuckles. The rhetoric of capitalists is perpetually refreshingly unconventional, with phrases like "business is on the road" having deceived countless grassroots employees who endure the elements, remaining on call 24 hours a day, year-round. In contrast, departmental managers spend their days seated in offices analyzing data, boasting over drinks, and engaging in closed-door meetings to berate others. The middle-aged woman returns to her office, shortly emerging with a stack of brochures and several standardized contracts, which she hands to Chen Jianghe. He takes the materials and promptly departs. The middle-aged woman watches him walk away, then glances at the interview registration form at the front desk. Chen Jianghe, a rather grand name. Observing the elegant signature, she mutters to herself before returning to her office. Upon exiting the logistics park, Chen Jianghe makes his way back to Zhongda, gazing at the rows of street-side shops, feeling akin to a newly enthroned emperor surveying his harem of 3,000 beauties. "Within a month, I shall endeavor to conquer them all." Filled with ambition, Chen Jianghe strides confidently towards the first food stall on the left side of the street, armed with promotional materials. Chapter 13, Love Across Mountains and Seas. Yet mountains and seas can be flattened. "Boss, how about a group purchase for takeout?" "No, thank you." "Beautiful lady, would you be interested in a group purchase for takeout? I can help you increase your orders by 100 daily, making it both profitable and hassle-free." "Not interested." "Boss, leave." The initial attempts to connect falter. Yet this outcome is entirely anticipated. Chen Jianghe maintained a steady mindset, undeterred by challenges. The beginning of any endeavor is fraught with difficulty, and business is no exception. Even with the halo of rebirth, success cannot be achieved in a single stroke. The notion that one can effortlessly secure contracts with mere words is a fantasy reserved for the realm of internet fiction and seldom reflects reality. Under the scorching sun, Chen Jianghe spent an entire afternoon visiting every merchant along the street, finding only one with a promising interest. After a half-hour discussion within the shop, the owner still harbored numerous concerns, making it impossible to finalize a contract at that moment. The difficulties of expanding the delivery business in 2006 were considerably greater than those faced in his previous life, a decade post-graduation. Most individuals instinctively harbor skepticism and resistance toward new ideas, especially those engaged in small-scale dining enterprises. After purchasing a bottle of mineral water and gulping down a few swigs, Chen Jianghe took a brief respite in the shade before continuing his inquiries. As evening approached, he passed by a Decoggio milk tea shop and thought he recognized a familiar figure, though he paid it little mind, the heat causing sweat to blur his vision. By 8 o'clock, the weather turned ominous, and a torrential downpour began. Unprepared without an umbrella, Chen Jianghe narrowly escaped becoming drenched, finding refuge under the awning of a nearby stall. The rain was so heavy that even the awning leaked. As he grumbled and contemplated moving a few meters forward to seek shelter inside a shop, he noticed the intensity of the rain above him had lessened. Is that you? Chen Jianghe turned to see the person shielding him with an umbrella, Jiang Yishu. I work part-time at that shop and saw you, she said, gesturing towards the nearby Deco Ju milk tea shop. However, under Chen Jianghe's direct gaze, her cheeks flushed and she averted her eyes. The umbrella she held was rather small, focusing solely on protecting Chen Jianghe while neglecting to shield her own side, which was now getting wet. Why are you avoiding my gaze? Are you afraid to look at me? Chen Jianghe inquired, observing her. Did my actions this morning frighten you? No, Jiang Yishu replied softly, shaking her head. I just get nervous when I see you. I thought we were old classmates and I consider you a brother. There's no need to feel anxious. Chen Jianghe sighed. Do you truly regard me as a brother? Jiang Yishu blinked, turning to face him, her eyes flickering. Chen Jianghe smiled, but did not respond, instead gazing at her intently. The apron she wore, a style that would typically overwhelm most, seemed to accentuate her delicate charm, evoking a youthful grace that was uniquely captivating. In such proximity, Chen Jianghe found his eyes wandering uncontrollably, taking in her sparkling almond-shaped eyes, her finely sculpted nose, and her slender lips, which held an innocent shyness when lowered. The rain had rendered her skin dewy and luminous, akin to a siren's call for the masculine spirit within. Jiang Yishu felt a bit flustered under his scrutiny, her gaze faltering. It was only after a lengthy moment of observation that Chen Jianghe averted his gaze, casually asking, Your part-time job at the milk tea shop is mainly for life experience, I assent it? He recalled that Jiang Yishu came from a well-to-do family. Her parents were both employed in secure government positions, ensuring a steady livelihood. Yes, she affirmed. Jiang Yishu nodded, her heart racing from his prolonged gaze. After responding, she bit her lip and diverted her eyes. Alas, we are both lost souls adrift in this vast world. Chen Jianghe, with a hint of sentimentality, casually remarked as he took the umbrella from Jiang Yishu's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Life is arduous. Let us huddle together for warmth. Jiang Yishu stiffened, akin to a startled rabbit, her expression tense, and her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet she remained still. In her previous life, she had been overly timid. How could she have let such a splendid girl slip away? Chen Jianghe, enveloping her in his arms, felt his heart galloping wildly. At that moment, a group of boys passing by with umbrellas paused, their gazes filled with hostility directed at Chen Jianghe. Feeling irritated, he lifted his eyelids, his eyes flashing with fierceness. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a couple in love? The boys, taken aback by his demeanor, hastily departed. You're holding too tightly, Jiang Yishu finally murmured, gently pushing him away. Chen Jianghe stepped back, only to realize that the rain had lessened. I'll give you the umbrella. I'm heading back to the dormitory. With that, Jiang Yishu uttered a brief farewell and turned to flee. Chen Jianghe attempted to pursue her, but to his surprise, this seemingly delicate girl dashed away with the agility of a rabbit, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping night. Deciding against the chase, he raised the small floral umbrella she had given him and continued to engage with the stall owners. Due to the rain, business was slow that evening. Chen Jianghe purchased 2 packs of cigarettes, offering them to the proprietors as he engaged in idle chatter. As the conversation flowed, the owners shed their earlier aloofness and became quite talkative, occasionally inquiring about the delivery business. Some even extended a helping hand, prompting Chen Jianghe to climb the ladder of opportunity. By around 9 o'clock, he successfully secured his first order. Half an hour later, introduced by the owner of the first establishment, he went on to sign his second and third orders. With a sense of achievement, Chen Jianghe made his way back to campus after finalizing 3 contracts. On his return to the dormitory, he inhaled deeply, relishing the unusually fresh air of the night. The senior girls passing by appeared exceptionally lovely, and college life felt so enchanting. The only regret was that the hands of those beautiful seniors were held by someone else, leaving him solitary. As he passed a small grove, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of someone inside, sheltered from the drumming rain, engaged in some clandestine escapades, their muffled sounds nearly luring his very soul. Shameless scoundrels, Chen Jianghe muttered to himself, envisioning the day he would win over either teacher Xu or Jiang Yishu, and how he would relish that experience. Yet, thoughts of Xu Zhixi brought a twinge of pain. He had believed that becoming the class monitor would grant him easy access to her, only to find that she maintained a deliberate distance, opting to send notifications via QQ instead. Despite several fruitless attempts to find her in her office, he resolved to concoct a plan, determined to entice her out. Chen Jianghe pondered deeply. Pursuing a girl was akin to scaling a mountain, one summit conquered only to discover another looming ahead. For a freshman like him, trying to win over the goddess-like instructor Xu Zhixi was a challenge as formidable as traversing the Himalayas. Though love may be separated by mountains and seas, those barriers can indeed be surmounted. Chen Jianghe muttered to himself, adding, "If you do not agree, I shall seek another." The forced rhyme was quite delightful. Teacher Su was commendable, and Jiang Yishu was not bad either. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and meandered back to the dormitory. Upon entering, he found it eerily silent. Stepping back, he glanced at the door plate, ensuring he had not strayed to the wrong place. "Lao Lu, why are you the only one lying on the bed? Where is everyone else?" Chen Jianghe inquired as he walked into the dormitory, directing his question at Lu Dongliang. Chapter 14. Why aren't you applauding? I signed 3 contracts yesterday. Lao Si is on a date. Lao Wu is setting up a stall, and Kai Zi and Xiao Tian have gone to the internet cafe for an all-nighter. If you do not return tonight, I will become the dormitory's left-behind child. Lu Dongliang responded with a blank expression and then asked Chen Jianghe, "What did you do today?" "I attended a reunion with old classmates and also found a part-time job to earn some living expenses," Chen Jianghe replied casually, walking over to Lu Dongliang's bedside, where he jested, "You call yourself a left-behind child. Why not say you are a baby instead?" "I would love to call myself a baby, but I am far too old for that," Lu Dongliang chuckled, turning over and sitting up, mumbling, "With stock trading yielding such quick returns, why bother with a part-time job? The unrealized gains from stocks are nothing until they are secured. Earning a bit of cash from a part-time job feels far more reassuring," Chen Jianghe remarked. "That is true." Lu Dongliang nodded, showing interest as he said, "Next time, take me along. Let me see the world." "Not a chance. It is better for you to focus on your studies. After graduation, returning home to inherit millions is a more prudent path," Chen Jianghe laughed. "Haha, who do you look down upon?" Lu Dongliang laughed heartily, clenching his fist with determination. "Inheriting family wealth is a sign of unambition. I aim to carve out my own path in the stock market and become a legend." Hearing this, Chen Jianghe smiled silently and approached the computer, idly logging into a legendary game and starting to play. Lu Dongliang, upon hearing the commotion, humorously scolded, "Chen Jianghe, you rascal, are you still my brother? I just declared my intention to become a legend, and you start playing? Haha, only a brother would do this to you. To prevent you from sinking deeper into the stock market," Chen Jianghe said with a knowing smile. "Fine, I'll concede you have a conscience." Lu Dongliang leaned closer to observe Chen Jianghe play, casually asking, "What is the extent of your relationship with Teacher Su?" To put it in terms of romantic strategy, "It is a delicate dance of desire and distance," Chen Jianghe replied. "Isn't that my wisdom? You've grasped it so quickly?" Lu Dongliang exclaimed, wide-eyed. "If you and Teacher Su end up together, you owe me 10 pounds of wedding candy as tuition." "Not a problem, if it comes to that. I'll deliver a truckload of wedding candy to you." Chen Jianghe laughed in response. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongliang patted Chen Jianghe's shoulder, encouraging him, "Good luck. There are at least a battalion of suitors for Teacher Su. Be prepared, and it might be wise to have a backup plan." "Are you advising me to be a scoundrel?" Chen Jianghe turned to give Lu Dongliang a sidelong glance. In matters of love, the devoted often meet with disappointment, while the scoundrels frequently emerge victorious. Many may disdain the scoundrel, yet many aspire to be one, Lu Dongliang stated. "Lao Lu, have you been hurt by a woman in the past?" Chen Jianghe suddenly realized something. Previously, Lu had boasted loudly in front of Xiao Tian, seemingly nothing more than a master of empty bravado. When it came to actual performance, he was likely nothing more than a pawn who was easily taken down. The past is best left unremembered. Lu Dongliang pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and after taking a few deep drags, remarked, "In high school, I was in a relationship that left me feeling as lowly as a dog, and in the end, I was left with nothing." "Your rhymes are quite natural," Chen Jianghe said, giving Lu Dongliang a pat on the shoulder. "Get some sleep. In your dreams, defeat that little vixen." Lu Dongliang choked on the smoke, tears welling up in his eyes as he fought to lay back down, yet his mind was tumultuous, filled with memories of accompanying the goddess to the hospital for an abortion during the summer break. The following day was Sunday, a day free from classes. Nevertheless, Chen Jianghe woke early and took a bus to the university town. At the entrepreneurial company 9527, the business department had a habit of holding morning meetings. The usual routine involved reporting on the previous day's sales, followed by the top seller sharing insights, and concluding with the supervisor or manager setting goals for the day. Chen Jianghe thought he had arrived early, only to find many others had already beaten him to it. Shortly thereafter, a short, portly middle-aged man emerged, sternly announcing, "Meeting in the conference room." As soon as he spoke, about a dozen people rushed toward the conference room on the west side. One young man, wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing quite refined, accidentally bumped into Chen Jianghe without offering an apology, rolling his eyes as if annoyed by his presence. At that moment, the middle-aged woman who had interviewed Chen Jianghe the day before approached with a young woman sporting short hair. She said, "Oh, Xiao Chen, follow Supervisor Yi into the conference room to get a feel for the department's atmosphere." "All right," Chen Jianghe nodded. The supervisor, Yi Xiaorong, looked somewhat familiar. A glance at her name tag confirmed it. He suddenly recalled that in his past life at this company, he had crossed paths with Yi Xiaorong. Although back then she was not a supervisor, but rather the vice general manager of the Guangdong East branch. As for the middle-aged man who had just called for the meeting, Chen Jianghe recognized him too, Manager Huang Shixian. Manager Huang was known for his dual nature. When performance was good, he would smile and treat everyone to a sauna, but when the numbers were down, he would turn ruthless, vocally berating everyone until they could hardly hold their heads up. A classic case of a slap followed by a candy. This kind of manager typically reached their peak at the managerial level. "Come with me," Yi Xiaorong said, sizing up Chen Jianghe as she led him toward the conference room. Just as they reached the door, a deep male voice erupted within, laced with profanity. "I have no idea what you inept fools do all day. You all rely on commissions, yet your performance is abysmal. Are you genuinely visiting clients or putting in the effort? Let me reiterate. The company does not support idlers or keep useless individuals. If you're not committed to your work and wish to leave for other opportunities, submit your resignation immediately, and I will approve it on the spot." As the conversation reached its crescendo, Huang Shixian was nearly bellowing with thunderous rage. "Do not be afraid. Manager Huang is actually quite amiable, albeit with a somewhat volatile temperament," Yi Xiaorong remarked to Chen Jianghe. "Indeed," Chen Jianghe nodded, his eyes conveying a message of trust. Once the cacophony of insults subsided, Yi Xiaorong led Chen Jianghe into the conference room. Huang Shixian, noticing the arrival of newcomers, unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of water to soothe his throat, and fixed his gaze on a young man with black-framed glasses seated on the left. "You all ought to learn from Li Tianhai. As a distinguished student from Zhongda University, he could easily rely on his talents. Yet he humbly engages in business with us common folk, working diligently and earnestly. Today marked the 8th day of his internship, and he had already secured 4 contracts. Let us offer him our applause." After concluding his statement, Manager Huang initiated a round of applause, which was promptly echoed by the others. Li Tianhai adjusted his glasses, exhibiting an air of pride as he savored the moment. While everyone applauded, Huang Shixian noticed a newcomer in the conference room, nonchalantly crossing his legs and appearing somewhat out of place. Unable to restrain his frown, he inquired, "What is your name, newcomer in the back?" "Chen Jianghe," came the reply. "Why are you not applauding?" Huang Shixian asked flatly, his displeasure evident. "Stand up and answer me." Chen Jianghe promptly rose, retrieving 3 contracts from his bag, and calmly stated, "I signed 3 contracts yesterday." Chapter 15, A Kiss from Brother, just on the cheek what? Huang Shixian's eyebrows shot up as he strode purposefully towards Chen Jianghe, thinking to himself that if this newcomer dared to jest on his first day, he would be thrown out without hesitation. However, upon reaching him, Chen Jianghe laid the 3 contracts in a neat row. "Did you really secure 3 contracts?" Huang Shixian examined the documents repeatedly, astonished that this young man possessed such prowess. "Excellent. To sign 3 contracts on your very first day? Well done." Huang Shixian erupted into hearty laughter, his demeanor transforming dramatically, radiating warmth as he placed a hand on Chen Jianghe's shoulder and guided him to the front. "Jianghe, please share with everyone how you managed to secure these 3 contracts." "Honestly, it was merely a stroke of luck," Chen Jianghe replied with a cheeky grin while standing at the front. The sales staff present nodded in agreement. After all, this young man appeared quite inexperienced, and it seemed implausible that he could sign 3 contracts on his first day without fortuitous circumstances. Observing their reactions, Chen Jianghe continued, "The first stall I approached was a new shop, and the proprietress was rather accommodating. Through persistence, I secured the contract, and afterwards, she introduced me to the owner of the adjacent stall, which I also successfully clinched. The third stall, noticing that the two nearby had signed contracts for delivery services, proactively sought me out for collaboration, leading to yet another successful agreement. Upon hearing this, the sales staff were taken aback. This newcomer was indeed remarkable, skillfully targeting new establishments, employing persistence, and navigating referrals. What seemed like a simple account concealed a wealth of strategic insight. Huang Shixian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Did you hear that? What defines professionalism? This is professionalism, 3 shots in one go. Let us all applaud. After the morning meeting concluded, Huang Shixian approached a sales representative named Wu with a contract signed by Chen Jianghe. Ahua, does this merchant look familiar to you? Huang Shixian inquired, extending the contract. Wu Zhonghua took the document, glanced at it, and nodded, saying, I've visited this mighty man fried rice numerous times. The owner's temper is foul, utterly unyielding, making communication impossible. Is this college student a dog in the zodiac? How could he possibly manage to tackle such a tough nut? Don't underestimate him. This newcomer is remarkable. Today, accompany him and observe how he negotiates and secures deals. Huang Shixian advised. All right, Wu Zhonghua nodded, exiting the conference room and calling out to Chen Jianghe. Hey, newcomer, wait for me a moment. Manager Huang has assigned me to accompany you on a visit. You called for me. Chen Jianghe turned around, immediately producing a cigarette from his pack and offering it to Wu Zhonghua, casually glancing at the name tag around Wu Zhonghua's neck, introducing himself. Brother Wu. I am Chen Jianghe. Wu Zhonghua accepted the cigarette, nodding slightly. He had already memorized Chen Jianghe's name, but feigned indifference. The two then walked together towards the dining street at the rear of Zhongda University. Wu Zhonghua intended to observe how Chen Jianghe approached merchants and negotiated. However, upon their arrival, Chen Jianghe chose to sit at a milk tea shop and ordered 2 cups of milk tea. He settled into a shaded spot, sipping his beverage while curiously eyeing the bar counter of the shop. This guy is clearly a slacker, merely lucky to have signed a deal, Wu Zhonghua thought to himself. Taking a couple of sips from the milk tea that Chen Jianghe had handed him, he found it excessively sweet, with an assortment of unidentifiable ingredients that neither quenched his thirst nor satisfied his hunger. He couldn't fathom why today's youth found pleasure in such concoctions. Nevertheless, Wu Zhonghua noticed a girl in a green apron behind the counter who was exceptionally attractive. No wonder Chen Jianghe seemed reluctant to leave once seated. Nearby, several young men evidently shared Chen Jianghe's sentiments, ordering their milk teas and finding spots to sit, their gazes frequently drifting toward the bar counter, eager for another glimpse of the charming milk tea girl. I need to take a stroll up front, Wu Zhonghua muttered restlessly before standing up and departing. Sure, Chen Jianghe replied politely, surveying the surroundings. The street was bustling with university students purchasing breakfast, while the vendors were overwhelmed with customers. For Wu, approaching them for business at this moment would be akin to recklessly butting heads against a wall, practicing a futile endeavor. Isn't it more agreeable to savor life a bit this early in the morning? Chen Jianghe mused, shaking his head as he watched Wu Zhonghua briskly stride away without a backward glance. Moments later, his gaze flickered as he suddenly sensed a fierce glare directed at him from the front. Chen Jianghe paused, inwardly lamenting, truly inseparable, wherever Yishu is. There too is Chioya. Chen Jianghe, what brings you here? Han Qiuya approached Chen Jianghe directly, patting her green apron, identical to Jiang Yishu's. With her hands on her hips as she inquired, what brings me here? Must I report to you in advance? Is your ego larger than your backside? This was Chen Jianghe's genuine internal reaction. However, given their long-standing friendship, there was no need for immediate confrontation. He smiled and retorted, classmate Qiuya, did you not notice the milk tea on my desk? With a slight chuckle, Han Qiuya lifted her chin and asserted, don't think I don't know. You specifically came to see me, did you not? Chen Jianghe's eyes widened in disbelief. I heard from Zhang Mingjie yesterday that you've harbored a crush on me since high school, and even in university, your affections remain unabated. I intended to spare your pride. But here you are, chasing me down this early in the day, Han Qiuya continued. Chen Jianghe, caught off guard, sprayed milk tea onto the floor. His gaze fixed incredulously on Han Qiuya. Feeling somewhat annoyed by his stare, she decided to be straightforward. Stop looking at me like that. I tell you, I'm not interested in dating right now, and if I were, it certainly wouldn't be with you. Are you out of your mind? Overwhelmed, Chen Jianghe cursed under his breath and abruptly stood up, calling out to the bar counter, Jiang Yishu. Jiang Yishu looked up, her gentle smile illuminating her face. She had harbored feelings for Chen Jianghe since high school, and while she thought their paths would diverge in university, she was pleasantly surprised by his continued presence. Chen Jianghe beckoned her closer with a playful gesture. "Come here for a moment." "Coming." Jiang Yishu nodded lightly and approached. As she reached him, Chen Jianghe, unable to resist, said, "Come closer so I can give you a kiss." Jiang Yishu froze momentarily, then glanced around, suddenly aware of the dozens of eyes fixed upon her. She was momentarily flustered. "Chen Jianghe, you have no shame, teasing an old classmate in public," Han Qiya scolded. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Yishu regained her composure, stepped toward Chen Jianghe, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and softly murmured, "Just a kiss on the cheek." Chapter 16. I've shared a bed with her since childhood. Upon hearing her words, Han Qiya was left speechless, and Chen Jianghe was equally dumbfounded. After a brief moment of shock, Han Qiya reached out to touch Jiang Yishu's forehead, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. "Yishu, your forehead is quite warm. Do you feel unwell? Should we head to the infirmary?" "No need." Jiang Yishu waved her hand dismissively, her cheeks flushed, clearly surprised at her own boldness. Perhaps she had never considered refusing Chen Jianghe, realizing that his earlier jest might have gone too far, especially under the scrutiny of numerous hostile gazes. Chen Jianghe casually retrieved the small floral umbrella from last night, feigning dissatisfaction. "A kiss on the cheek is no fun. Never mind, I'll return the umbrella. You should get back to work." "Okay." Jiang Yishu accepted the umbrella and responded softly before turning to leave. "Chen Jianghe, are you out of your mind? Just because Yishu is beautiful and gentle, does that give you the right to bully her? Why not try bullying me instead?" Han Qiya's eyes widened as she spoke fiercely. "Bullying you?" Chen Jianghe raised his hand to shield his eyes, thinking to himself that with her fierce disposition, even the formidable Cheng Yaojin would hesitate to provoke her. What a death wish. Han Qiya kicked Chen Jianghe lightly and stormed off in a huff. "Damn it. Give you a bit of leeway, and you think you can strut around. Nearly kick me where it hurts." Chen Jianghe cursed under his breath. Yet his mind lingered on Jiang Yishu's reaction moments ago. It must have been the love letters he wrote her back in high school that had been uncovered. After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation. In his previous life, she had toiled alone in the capital until her 30s without marrying, and at many classmates' reunions. People would ask if she was waiting for someone. She would reply that she was waiting for a person, but sadly, he never had the courage to speak up. How tragic. Chen Jianghe finally grasped the situation. A prestigious 985 university graduate and the belle of Zhongda. Jiang Yishu had let a lifetime slip by because of his love letters, and he had remained oblivious until his dying day. If blame were to be placed, it would fall upon their high school homeroom teacher, Xu Zhixi, who had recited his love letters with great emotion in front of the class, so moving that even he had been touched. Chen Jianghe picked up the milk tea on the table and took several hearty sips, finding the flavor too bland. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and gradually. His swirling thoughts calmed. Just as he was enveloped in clouds of smoke, a tall figure approached him with a few companions, inquiring, "Excuse me, which college are you from?" Chen Jianghe looked up and retorted bluntly, "What does my college matter to you? Who are you?" Taken aback by the fiery response, the newcomer quickly regained his composure and introduced himself. "I am Li Hongwen, the vice president of the student union from the law school, class of 2005. "Sorry, I haven't heard of you," Chen Jianghe replied, shaking his head. "What do you want from me?" "I am pursuing Jiang Yishu," Li Hongwen stated directly, without any preamble, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Jianghe, suddenly turning sharp. "I heard you were harassing her?" "Oh, and what of it? Do you know who I am?" Chen Jianghe suddenly laughed, and under Li Hongwen's penetrating gaze, he declared, "I'm her brother, the one who shared a bed with her as a child, her biological brother." "Jiangde, what?" Li Hongwen's eyes narrowed, momentarily taken aback, staring at Chen Jianghe in disbelief. Chen Jianghe chuckled, "Don't believe me? Go ask her yourself." "I don't think that's necessary." Li Hongwen remained rooted, clearly skeptical of Chen Jianghe's claims. "It's not that it's unnecessary, but rather that you lack the courage to ask, isn't it?" Chen Jianghe scrutinized Li Hongwen, then continued, "It seems you harbor some insecurities. If you wish to court my sister, you should resemble Wu Yanzu and hold a degree from at least a 985 university, or better yet, from Tsinghua or Peking University. You fall short. Are you deliberately humiliating me?" Li Hongwen's expression turned cold. Despite his good upbringing, he couldn't withstand such mockery, especially from someone who could very well be his rival. I am merely stating facts. Chen Jianghe stood up, gesturing for Jiang Yishu. Yishu, come over here for a moment. Coming, Jiang Yishu obediently approached. As they approached, Chen Jianghe pointed at Li Hongwen and inquired, "He is pursuing you, isn't he?" "Indeed," Jiang Yishu nodded. "He appears to be a scoundrel. It would be wise to keep your distance and not grant him any opportunities," Chen Jianghe asserted candidly, before adding, "Are you aware of this?" "Yes." Jiang Yishu responded affirmatively with another nod. "Very well. If there is nothing else, you may return to your tasks." Chen Jianghe gestured for her to leave, then turned his gaze to the bewildered Li Hongwen. "You may also take your leave." "I." Li Hongwen hesitated, clenching his teeth. "Were you not told to leave? Why do you linger?" Chen Jianghe asked, sipping his milk tea with a smirk. "I will not give up," Li Hongwen declared after a lengthy pause, gloomily stating his resolve before turning away. "Should I provide you with a fitting BGM of Yi Jianmei?" Chen Jianghe chuckled, recognizing the familiarity in Li Hongwen's parting words. Moments later, to Chen Jianghe's surprise, Li Hongwen returned, placing 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table before him. "Brother, I was rash earlier. I apologize sincerely. Moreover, I wish to express my genuine affection for Yishu. I will not relent," he proclaimed, then departed without looking back. This lad certainly knows how to navigate social dynamics. Does he truly regard me as Jiang Yishu's brother? A brother is a brother. I am not averse to having such a compliant younger sister. Chen Jianghe couldn't help but smile, casually opening a pack of cigarettes, crossing his legs, and lighting one with a sense of calm indifference. Though the flavor of these cigarettes was milder than that of Hong Shuangxi or Hongtashan, they possessed a certain charm. Half an hour later, Wu Zhonghua returned, his gaze somewhat dimmed, and his brow furrowed in evident frustration. "Brother Wu, what troubles you?" Chen Jianghe asked, observing him with curiosity. "Nothing much, just getting used to it," Wu Zhonghua replied, his tone heavy. "Do you have any cigarettes left?" Chen Jianghe retrieved a Zhonghua and handed it to him. Wu Zhonghua took it, glancing at it, thinking, "Are you perhaps the son of a landlord experiencing life away from home, enjoying Zhonghua while on business?" Surprisingly, this cigarette was quite invigorating. Wu Zhonghua ignited it and took a few puffs. Despite his name suggesting a penchant for Zhonghua, he rarely indulged in them. Today, however, he relished the pleasure of smoking his own brand. "It's getting late. We should attend to some serious business." After finishing his cigarette, Chen Jianghe stood and stretched. Wu Zhonghua assumed Chen Jianghe was preparing to meet clients and followed, only to find him turning towards a nearby internet cafe. Chapter 17. Searching for Huaxia shipping. "You had no intention of pursuing business today. You merely sought entertainment, did you?" Wu Zhonghua observed, astonished, as he watched Chen Jianghe at the internet cafe entrance. "Business and leisure can coexist. One must simply strike a balance," Chen Jianghe replied nonchalantly, then asked Wu Zhonghua, "Brother Wu, would you care to join?" "My treat. I shall not partake. I still have merchants to visit," Wu Zhonghua remarked. Feeling as though their roles had reversed, he was the seasoned veteran while Chen Jianghe seemed the eager novice. "Very well, you go ahead. I shall play a game for a while," Chen Jianghe concluded. Chen Jianghe did not hesitate at all. He approached the front desk, paid, and received a card. Upon turning around, he noticed Wu Zhonghua had not left. He stood by, engrossed in watching others play the game Legend. Without uttering a word, Chen handed him the card and returned to acquire a second one. They resolved their lunch and dinner at the internet cafe, continuing their gaming until past 8 in the evening. Chen stood up and nudged Wu's elbow, reminding him it was time to log off. As they exited the cafe, Wu draped an arm over Chen's shoulder, grinning like brothers, and said, "To be honest, I've been in this industry for over 2 years, and it's the first time I've seen someone so brazenly slacking off like you. You've even corrupted me. Come on, Wu. You can't slander a good person. You were even more enthusiastic about playing Legend than I was, and your battle cries echoed throughout the cafe," Chen retorted with a laugh. "Haha," Wu chuckled in return. Looking up at the sky, "It's getting late. I should head back. Another day of 0 achievements. It can't happen again tomorrow. I must strive hard, or I'll be eating dirt next month. With such poor performance, why rush home? Why not join me in meeting clients?" Chen proposed. "No way. If we didn't talk business during the day, what is the point of doing it at night? I'd rather get home early, wash up, and sleep," Wu replied as he walked away. Chen did not stop him. Instead, he lit a cigarette and ambled toward a nearby street vendor. He had already become a familiar face there, so tonight he engaged in casual conversation with the owners, chatting and joking. only occasionally glancing at the promotional flyers in his hands without mentioning any business matters. The more Chen behaved this way, the more the owners inclined the conversation toward delivery services, even taking a flyer from him to examine closely while posing several pertinent questions. Chen addressed each inquiry, seizing the opportunity to discuss potential collaboration. The entire exchange was under his control, and Chen resembled a seasoned angler, patiently setting the bait and waiting for the right moment. Once the time was ripe, he would reel in one big catch after another. The next morning, Chen Jianghe visited the company with 5 contracts in hand, collected his commission from the previous day, and returned to school feeling light and carefree. If signing 3 contracts on the first day could be attributed to mere luck, securing 5 contracts on the second day certainly indicated that Chen, as a newcomer, possessed some talent. Huang Shixian was in particularly high spirits today, holding the 5 contracts submitted by Chen Jianghe, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Ahua, you spent the day out with Jianghe. Did you learn any signing techniques?" Huang asked Wu Zhonghua, a smile illuminating his face. "Huh." Wu was taken aback, looking up to see Huang's eager expression, and quickly nodded. "Yes, I learned a lot." "That's good to hear. Make sure to put in the effort today. You mustn't have another 0 performance, understood?" Huang patted Wu on the shoulder, his tone serious. "Understood," Wu replied, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. He couldn't fathom how the carefree Chen Jianghe managed to secure 5 contracts after a day of leisure. Was it possible that the vendor owners were his relatives, allowing him to effortlessly sign contracts with a few casual words? Wu Zhonghua could only speculate at this point. In any case, someone as seasoned as Chen Jianghe would never reveal his insights, even if asked directly. Every experienced salesperson possesses their own tricks and secrets, which they guard jealously. At this moment, Chen Jianghe had returned to his dormitory. The class schedule for Monday morning was packed with a session of business English followed by macroeconomics. While diligent students attended their classes, the 2 habitual truants, Chen Jianghe and Lu Dongliang, remained glued to their computers, scrutinizing the market. After the weekend's market closure, the stock market appeared exuberant at first glance, with both the Shanghai and Shenzhen exchanges opening significantly higher. At 9:40 a.m., the Tianrun shares, which Chen Jianghe had previously searched and purchased, surged once more. At 4, 5, and then 5, 2, Chen Jianghe kept a close eye on the screen, and when the increase reached 5, 5, he promptly sold all his shares. Given the current trajectory of Tianrun shares, it was evident that the stock was poised for a limit up. So why the haste to sell? Lu Dongliang squinted in confusion, unable to comprehend Chen Jianghe's actions. With a smile, Chen Jianghe remarked, "The stock market is ever-changing. One should never strive to capture the very last cent." Although Chen Jianghe possessed the advantage of foresight, knowing that Tianrun shares would likely reach a limit up again, he remained uncertain whether his presence might trigger a butterfly effect. In the rapidly shifting landscape of the stock market, there are no perpetual victors or invulnerable champions. The true art lies in realizing timely profits and losses at the appropriate junctures, a principle that eludes many. During bull markets, they often fall prey to blind confidence, while in bear markets, the majority succumb just before dawn. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Jianghe had invested 10,000 yuan in Tianrun shares, executing a short-term sell that yielded a remarkable 35% return, resulting in a net profit exceeding 3,000 yuan after expenses. Additionally, in another private account, he had acquired Wang Fujing shares, which were currently demonstrating a steady performance with a 12% return. Chen Jianghe intended to hold on to these for a while longer, not rushing to sell. In the domestic stock market, the withdrawal rule is T1, meaning that shares sold on Monday can only be transferred to a bank account on Tuesday. However, once sold, the funds in the account can be utilized the same day to purchase more stocks. Thus, Chen Jianghe took the 700 yuan profit belonging to him and bought Honda shares. This stock had also risen during the bull market of 2006, but after a strong first half of the year, it had entered a corrective phase in September, declining steadily. Many retail investors fled at the first sign of trouble, yet Chen Jianghe resolutely plunged in. Engaging in ultra-short-term trading can significantly enhance capital efficiency. Small investments can yield substantial returns, albeit with high risks. One must be as calm and decisive as a swordsman, seizing the right moment for a swift and lethal strike before withdrawing quickly. After purchasing Honda shares, Chen Jianghe fished out 300 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Dongliang. "What are you doing? Why are you giving me money?" Lu Dongliang asked, bewildered. staring blankly at Chen Jianghe. I'm exchanging 300 yuan in cash for the 300 in your account. I plan to buy some Huaxia shipping as a ballast, Chen Jianghe explained. Lu Dongliang pushed it away, saying, don't try to bait me. What good is 300 yuan? With my 10,000 in the account, feel free to play around. But according to our old agreement, any losses are on me, and profits will be split 50-50. I distinctly expressed my stance last time. If there are losses, they shall be mine, Chen Jianghe retorted with a smile. I don't recall you saying that at any point, brother. What's yours is mine among friends. Hurry and invest in Huaxia shipbuilding. I am eager to witness your high-stakes gamble, Lu Dongliang urged. Haha, as you wish, Chen Jianghe chuckled heartily. With the conversation reaching this juncture, he felt no need for further courtesy. With over 10,000 remaining in his account, he promptly searched for Huaxia shipbuilding. Chapter 18. No rabbit, no hawk. You're truly gambling now, Lu Dongliang remarked, once again astonished by Chen Jianghe's audacious maneuver. Huaxia shipbuilding had been the champion of growth since 2006, having soared to great heights in the first half of the year. By the latter half, most retail investors had retreated, yet the stock persisted in its ascent, leaving everyone in uncertainty as to when it might suddenly plummet, ruthlessly cleaving through naive investors. The stock market is most perilous with the pursuit of rising prices. Many seasoned and novice investors have met their demise chasing after spikes, only to find themselves ensnared, suffering catastrophic losses. To Lu Dongliang, Chen Jianghe's actions today epitomized the very folly of chasing gains. Though he felt a pang of regret for the dwindling funds, he was more intrigued by the prospect of witnessing his friends stumble and fall, bruised and battered by the venture. Damn it, Jianghe is my brother. How could I harbor such thoughts? Truly despicable, Lu Dongliang silently chastised himself, contemplating a self-inflicted slap, but ultimately refraining, fearing the pain. All right, I've sold what needed selling, and bought what I wished to buy. The stock market has lost its allure. Let us head to class, Chen Jianghe declared, casually shutting down his computer and gathering his textbooks. He resolved to make an appearance in the classroom, for as the class monitor, leading truancy was hardly commendable. Let us go, Lu Dongliang replied, walking alongside Chen Jianghe. The two lit cigarettes, exchanging laughter as they strolled towards the East District Teaching Building. At this hour, they had already missed the first session of business English and would head directly to macroeconomics. Economics could be rather dull, especially with the lecturer being an elderly adjunct professor whose raspy voice made the lecture sound like a cryptic tome. In truth, only a handful of diligent students in the front row remained focused, jotting down notes, while those in the back either dozed off, admired their reflections, or engaged with their phones, each absorbed in their own affairs, causing no disruption to one another. Chen Jianghe occupied the last row, initially devoid of any sleepiness. However, as time passed, he found himself lulled into a slumber, propped up by his hands on the desk. Such was university life. Sleepless nights in the dormitory turned into overwhelming drowsiness upon entering the classroom or library. Absent any interruptions, one could easily sleep until mealtime. Class monitor. Chen Jianghe, deep in a peaceful slumber, was suddenly roused by a melodious call. Is class over? He murmured, rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, causing his neck to crack. He glanced at the person who had called him. It was Lin Siki, the class's youth league secretary. Not yet. We're on a break. Lin Siki replied with a gentle smile, her fingers playfully twirling a strand of hair as she leaned closer to Chen Jianghe, whispering, other classes are organizing team-building activities. Should we follow suit? Team building? Chen Jianghe pondered for a moment before asking, do we have any good plans? It all revolves around dining, singing, or watching a movie. Choose one. Lin Siki suggested with a smile. Lacking novelty, it was unlikely to ignite enthusiasm among the classmates. Chen Jianghe shook his head. How about organizing an outing to Dafu Mountain for a group cycling adventure? Lin Siki proposed again. That idea is quite appealing, but regrettably, the weather is not conducive at the moment. After a round of cycling, one would end up with damp trousers. Chen Jianghe continued to shake his head. Despite it being late September, the lingering heat of summer was as potent as during the peak of the season. Having barely endured the grueling military training, the students would likely resist the idea of an outing now. Lin Siki pondered this and nodded, tapping her chin with her finger, apart from her earlier suggestions. She had no particularly brilliant ideas and decided to wait for Chen Jianghe to take the lead. Let us apply for a venue at the University Activity Center and host a dance, Pairing up the boys and girls for a lively gathering, Chen Jianghe suggested. A dance? Lin Siqi's eyes sparkled, yet she felt a tinge of concern. Could it be too avant-garde? Some classmates might resist due to their lack of dancing skills. While most may harbor inner reluctance, their bodies would reveal the truth. However, there would inevitably be those who feign aloofness and refuse to mingle. Like old Lou from my dorm, who shows no interest beyond the stock market and remains unmoved by even the most engaging films, Chen Jianghe stated solemnly. Huh. Lin Siqi stifled a laugh, turning to see where Lu Dongliang was seated. Don't bother looking. He has gone to the restroom. And he is certainly not interested in you, Chen Jianghe teased, then pulled out 300 yuan from his pocket. With this money, we can order a batch of masks for a masquerade ball, where partners will be drawn at random. When the music starts and the lights go out, regardless of their dancing abilities, everyone will join in a wild celebration, igniting the entire venue. Lin Siqi's eyes sparkled as images began to materialize in her mind. After the dance, once the masks are removed, the classmates would surely have a deeper impression of one another. Chen Jianghe persuasively added, the key is for us to create the right atmosphere. In short, you'll bring the flair, and I'll bring the fun, ensuring we captivate the crowd effortlessly. It sounds thrilling, Lin Siqi exclaimed, her expression bright with excitement, then added, but with 25 girls and 26 boys in our class. What do we do about the extra boy? It's simple. I'll just bring our advisor along, Chen Jianghe replied with confidence. I'll handle the advisor and all the boys, while you manage the girls. For our first team-building event, it's crucial that everyone attends. No one can be left out. No problem. Lin Siqi playfully gestured, then took the 300 yuan from Chen Jianghe and turned to leave. At that moment, all 5 brothers from dorm 414 returned. Their hands visibly damp, clearly having just gone to the restroom together. Hey, what secret did Lin, the class representative, whisper to you? Sun Tian queried, leaning close to Chen Jianghe as soon as he entered the classroom. Oh, nothing much, just discussing plans for our class team-building event, Chen Jianghe smiled. I'm creating opportunities for you to engage more deeply with the girls in our class. Really? Sun Tian raised an eyebrow, thinking how fortuitous it was that he was seeking an opportunity to approach Lin Siqi. He hurriedly inquired, could you possibly divulge what the event is? So I can prepare in advance. It's a secret, Chen Jianghe replied with a playful grin. Sun Tian, feeling impatient, retorted, third brother. We are brothers who share the same undergarments. Why keep secrets from me? You must be joking. How could I dare wear the same undergarments you've worn? Chen Jianghe chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder as he said, some matters are more thrilling when shrouded in mystery. Oh, Sun Tian nodded, yet his mind began to wander in other directions. At that moment, Wang Yuanpeng sauntered over, wearing an expression of understanding and confidence, stating, the other classes have been organizing team-building activities these past few days, which mainly consist of dining, singing, picnicking, and collective engagement. There's hardly any room for private interaction. Is that all? Sun Tian rolled his eyes, losing interest as he relocated to the back row. While Wang Yuanpeng dissuaded Sun Tian, he cheerfully edged closer to Chen Jianghe, discreetly slipping a pack of cigarettes into his pocket and whispering, third brother, please assist in arranging an encounter for me with Lin Siqi. Sure, no problem, Chen Jianghe replied, embodying the adage of not letting the rabbit go until the eagle is released. Once he received a benefit, he would take action. Lin Siqi will be going to buy props shortly. You should accompany her. All right. Wang Yuanpeng understood immediately and returned to his seat with a smile. A moment later, Lu Dongliang approached, speaking softly to Chen Jianghe. Old 4 and Old 6 have their designs on Lin Siqi. Don't go making connections haphazardly. I am a straightforward person. Give me the opportunity. You fancy Lin Siqi too? Chen Jianghe scrutinized Lu Dongliang, who, with his thick brows and round, dark face, typically kept a low profile. It's not so much about liking her. I merely desire to be intimate with her, Lu Dongliang whispered in Chen Jianghe's ear. I've been dreaming about her lately. I must be craving her physique. You are quite the rascal, Chen Jianghe remarked, playfully slapping Lu's waist. You should accompany her to buy props as well. What a brother, Lu Dongliang chuckled, satisfied as he returned to his seat. Chapter 19, The Class Dance After Class. Chen Jianghe set his plans in motion, while Lu Dongliang and Wang Yuanpeng eagerly followed Lin Siqi to purchase props, resembling 2 devoted guardians. The boys required little persuasion. A loud call was sufficient to rally them all. Thus, upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Jianghe sent a message to Xu Zhixi on QQ. hoping she would join the class team-building event. He anticipated a reserved refusal from the counselor, yet to his surprise, she readily agreed upon logging in. This spared Chen Jianghe the trouble of spinning elaborate tales to coax her. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as the stock market closed, the preliminary preparations for the team-building event were fully arranged through the collaboration of Chen Jianghe and Lin Siki. By 7 in the evening, at the University Activity Center, all 51 classmates from the business administration class had gathered. Counselor Xu Zhixi also arrived punctually, clad in a white chiffon blouse paired with a light blue, cinched long skirt. The ensemble was elegantly simple, yet it accentuated her impressive figure exquisitely. With a touch of light makeup, she stood at the back of the crowd, radiating a warm smile that resembled the gentle caress of spring rain, bringing joy to all who beheld her, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. Such a beautiful counselor. It is no surprise that not only the boys in the class are enamored with her, but even the girls are captivated, their eyes sparkling. A true beauty appeals to both genders. Chen Jianghe couldn't resist stealing a few glances at Xu Zhixi before taking the microphone and stepping forward, intending to say a few words to warm up the atmosphere. However, before he could utter a sound, someone shouted, "Class monitor, sing one." This prompted a chorus of voices urging him, "Sing one. Sing one." Chen Jianghe positioned himself in the center of the crowd, gripping the microphone in his right hand while playfully adjusting his belt with his left. He cheerfully proclaimed, "Whoever shouted the loudest, step forward. Either join me in a duet or face the consequences. My whip dipped in cold water will show no mercy." A wave of boos erupted from the audience, as if they were witnessing a comedic performance featuring the likes of Guoboss and Uncle Yu. In the midst of the commotion, another voice called out, "Class monitor. I report Lin Siki, the group leader." She shouted the loudest. "Well reported." Chen Jianghe grinned, fixing his gaze on the giggling Lin Siki. "Let a few brave souls hold her down while we give her a good scare." This unexpected jest nearly caught Lin Siki off guard, prompting her to stifle a laugh and seek refuge behind Xu Zhixi. "Chen Jianghe, stop fooling around and sing a proper song." Xu Zhixi interjected. "All right then." Chen Jianghe responded with enthusiasm, turning to adjust the projector. Clearing his throat, he announced, "I will now perform Haunted by the Ghost of Love by Li Zongxing for everyone." A fresh wave of laughter rippled through the audience. The students sensed that the class monitor was being intentionally humorous, and the depth of the song's meaning piqued their interest. As the prelude began, Chen Jianghe closed his eyes to gather his emotions, softly uttering the word once. Those two brief syllables, spoken with a low, magnetic tone, captured the audience's attention. Initially, they thought he was merely joking with his rendition of Haunted by the Ghost of Love, but now it seemed he was genuinely pouring his heart into it. "Once, I truly believed life would remain as it is." With a calm heart refusing to stir the waves, Chen Jianghe officially began to sing. His voice was pure, resonating with a deep, magnetic timbre that was both infectious and penetrating, truly the stuff of legends. Though severed 1,000 times, the threads of love remain unbroken. Twists and turns, they encircle me. Some may question what makes you so unforgettable after all these years. Wow, that is beautiful. Did he really just sing it like that? Our class monitor is amazing. My ears are in awe. In just a few lines, the entire Class 1 of Industrial Management, regardless of gender, was enchanted by Chen Jianghe's unique singing style. His interpretation diverged significantly from the original by Li Zongxing. Rather than a hoarse voice marred by years of smoking, his tone was tender and gentle, narrating a story with a clean sound. The beauty of spring cannot compare to your smile. How could one who has never seen you understand? Chen Jianghe opened his eyes and gazed at Xu Zhixi in the crowd, his expression filled with affection and laughter. Whether it be the ghost of love or the ties of a past life, none of that matters now. All that matters is that you return to my embrace. As he reached this line, the emotions began to surge. Whether it is the arrangement of fate or the playful mischief of your pure heart, Chen Jianghe's emotions are fully charged, his magnetic voice striking a chord deep within the soul. Oh my, how exquisite it sounds. I feel tears welling up. Class monitor, look at me. Quickly, gaze upon me, for I am your destined partner from a past life. Thank you. As the song concluded, Chen Jianghe bowed to the audience. Upon lifting his head, he was taken aback to find numerous girls discreetly wiping away tears. A touch of embarrassment crept over him as he remarked, "Tonight was meant to uplift everyone's spirits, yet it seems my opening song has moved you to tears. However, you cannot blame me. That is entirely Su Lauscher's doing." With a swift change in topic, Chen Jianghe playfully shifted the blame onto Xu Zhixi. We do not hold you accountable, class monitor. Your singing is simply too splendid. Another song. Another song. Chen Jianghe waved his hand, knowing when to stop. Let us call it a night, shall we? The first song is complimentary, but for the second, I shall require payment. Following this, he declared, now, it is your turn to shine. As his voice faded, he turned and initiated a new track. The disco anthem The Little Girl Under the Streetlight by Zhang Chong, poised to ignite the atmosphere. Lin Siki. After cueing the song, Chen Jianghe called out, present. Lin Siki responded loudly, reminiscent of a military training session when the instructor calls names. Distribute the masks. Chen Jianghe commanded. Understood. Lin Siki replied with a radiant smile, clapping her hands twice, and immediately, two masked boys wheeled a cart into the venue, handing out masks one by one. Wow, what is this all about? The girls flushed with curiosity and shyness as they received the masks. It seemed the upcoming activities were going to be quite thrilling. The boys, like wildcats, howled with excitement. Xu Zhixi gazed at Chen Jianghe in astonishment, pondering what kind of event he had organized. Surely, it wouldn't be too outrageous since he had invited her. She reassured herself internally. However, once all the students donned their masks and paired off with their dance partners, suddenly, a click echoed as the lights went out. In an instant, vibrant disco music erupted, and the atmosphere was electrified. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Jianghe had already appeared before Xu Zhixi, guided by the moonlight. Su Laosher, be my dance partner. He extended his hand to her, showing no intention of seeking her consent. I am not very good at dancing. Xu Zhixi began to decline. But suddenly, she felt a firm grip around her slender waist, causing her to lean toward Chen Jianghe's chest. You. Xu Zhixi gasped in surprise, attempting to push him away. Do not be anxious. Dancing is easily learned. I will guide you step by step. Though his earlier actions were somewhat abrupt, his voice was gentle. This blend of firmness and tenderness eased Xu Zhixi's resistance, allowing her tense body to relax slightly. We are too close. Xu Zhixi still wished to maintain a reasonable distance from Chen Jianghe, but in the next moment, his hand had already enveloped hers. Consequently, Xu Zhixi found herself nearly pressed against Chen Jianghe, with no room left to resist. The male hormones enveloped the air, intertwining with the warm breaths that were barely perceptible. The bodies brushed against one another uncontrollably, creating an unusual sensation due to the contrasting identities of counselor and student. Xu Zhixi felt a flicker of embarrassment. Had it not been for the remarkably effective soundproofing of the human body, Chen Jianghe would surely have heard the rapid beating of Xu Zhixi's heart at that moment. Swaying left and right, they melded into the rhythm, unafraid of appearing foolish. Chapter 20. Particularly fond of you, Chen Jianghe guided Xu Zhixi step by step while humming an off-key Cantonese tune. Although he was not particularly adept at dancing, the atmosphere at that moment required no such skill. All that was needed was to sway, collide, and move in time with the beat, embracing the thrill of the moment. The masquerade continued until 10 o'clock in the evening, and many students were reluctant to remove their masks. Blushing, Xu Zhixi left the scene early, followed closely by Chen Jianghe. At this hour, a little past 10, the sweltering heat of the day had been swept away by a rare cool breeze. The moon hung lazily in the sky, casting a soft, silvery glow over the campus. During this time, the singles of the school were already in their dorms preparing for sleep, while the couple's nocturnal escapades were just beginning. Many couples passed by, either nestled against one another, holding hands, or lost in passionate kisses beneath the streetlights. Normally, Chen Jianghe would internally critique such scenes, yearning for the day he could hold Xu Zhixi's hand and join their ranks. However, tonight was different. He needed no such daydreams. Before him, the elegant silhouette of Xu Zhixi was the very object of his affections. As they approached the faculty dormitories, Xu Zhixi suddenly turned to face Chen Jianghe, locking her gaze onto him. Her unexpected glance caught him off guard. She was strikingly beautiful, as if even the moon favored her, standing gracefully in the silvery light. An embodiment of exquisite beauty. Noticing Chen Jianghe in a daze, Xu Zhixi bit her lip and stepped closer, her tone a blend of irritation, reproach, and earnest admonishment. Chen Jianghe, you were quite excessive tonight. We cannot behave like this. With each word, her confidence waned. When she met Chen Jianghe's tender gaze, she felt deflated. This guy, when unruly, was like a rogue, but when serious, he was exceedingly handsome. Xu Zhixi found herself at a loss. At times, she wondered why. In the past, she had been so resolute in rejecting suitors, yet with Chen Jianghe, she softened. Did you even listen to me? Xu Zhixi stamped her foot, trying to project an air of authority. Yes, I did. Chen Jianghe nodded, his striking looks making even his moments of anger seem endearing, particularly enhanced by the charm stemming from their contrasting roles. When Xu Zhixi had said they could not continue like this, Chen Jianghe had brushed it aside, feeling an impulse to lean in and steal a kiss. We're too close. If word gets out, people will talk. Xu Zhixi sighed, her gaze fixed upon him. Aren't you afraid? This indeed posed a question. Chen Jianghe nodded, yet expressed indifference. I disregard what others say, viewing it merely as jealousy. If it concerns you, I shall be more discreet henceforth. When one meets the right person at the right age, one must make the right choice. It is not merely a matter of discretion. Why must you pursue me when there are countless others? Xu Zhixi lamented. The last time I mentioned seeking other girls, you forbade it. Chen Jianghe shrugged, his expression reflecting a greater sense of helplessness than hers. I did not. Xu Zhixi's cheeks flushed as she retorted. In truth, you are quite charming to girls. Should you wish to pursue others, I cannot and will not interfere. But I specifically like you, and I want you to care about me. What shall I do? Chen Jianghe inquired with earnestness. Xu Zhixi suddenly felt vulnerable, her fair face burning with a blush. His words were undeniably flirtatious. Chen Jianghe regarded her. The sight of Su Laoshi blushing resembling the blooming of peach blossoms, and he yearned to kiss her cheek. Xu Zhixi, acutely aware of Chen Jianghe's intentions, turned her face away to avoid his gaze, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Su Laoshi. At that moment, a voice from a distance shattered the delicate atmosphere. Old love-struck fool. Ruining my moment at a crucial time. Chen Jianghe silently cursed upon recognizing the voice. Love-struck fools may arrive late, but they never fail to make an entrance. Teacher Bai? Xu Zhixi's eyes sparkled as she observed Bai Qidong striding over with evident pride. She instinctively retreated a few steps and politely inquired. Didn't you attend a financial conference in Shenzhen? Have you returned so soon? The conference concluded successfully, Bai Qidong replied, beaming, his gaze conveniently filtering out the unwelcome Chen Jianghe. With a smile, he addressed Xu Zhixi. I have splendid news to share. The P2P financial project, which has gained tremendous popularity in developed Western nations, is soon to enter our domestic market. It is anticipated to become the next trend in internet finance as early as next year. P2P? Xu Zhixi raised an eyebrow, having encountered the term in foreign financial publications. Yes, I have engaged in in-depth discussions about this project with several colleagues from financial institutions and prominent figures from investment banks. We unanimously believe that it will undoubtedly spark a wave of wealth creation in our country once it arrives, Bai Qidong articulated enthusiastically, his voice resonating with infectious vigor. Oh, the familiar deception returns. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes, having witnessed and participated in the entire developmental cycle of P2P in the country. The P2P Internet Finance Project began its domestic journey in 2007, primarily utilizing online platforms for microlending. The years 2007 to 2012 represented an initial phase of development that hardly made a splash. Following 2012, with the rise of the internet finance concept, its scale rapidly expanded, reaching a fleeting peak, only to be followed by a series of catastrophic failures and stringent regulations. The ultimate outcome was widespread collapse, executives fleeing, and countless investors facing ruin, an utterly tragic scenario. In his past life, Chen Jianghe had been lured into this venture by Bai Qidong and another partner. Initially savoring the sweetness of success, he soon found himself ensnared, ultimately receiving a fatal blow. Memories of the past surfaced in his mind, yet he remained remarkably composed. He resembled a courteous bystander, extracting a cigarette and lighting it, quietly listening as Bai Qidong animatedly painted a vivid picture of the future of P2P to Xu Zhixi, akin to an untapped super gold mine awaiting the first wave of fortune seekers. Oh, naive romantic, P2P is no gold mine. Rather, it is your guillotine. Chen Jianghe flicked the ash from his cigarette, his eyes glimmering. Bai Qidong, brimming with enthusiasm, spoke at length in front of Xu Zhixi, only to realize that he was indulging in self-amusement. Aside from a few token nods and murmurs of acknowledgement, Xu offered little in response. What was even more infuriating was that Bai Qidong was subjected to Chen Jianghe's secondhand smoke throughout this exchange. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, and Xu Zhixi glanced at her watch. It's getting late, Professor Bai. I must return to my dormitory to rest. Let us talk again another time. Chen Jianghe. You should head back early as well. Tonight's team-building event was quite enjoyable, but please don't repeat this next time. Sure thing, Chen Jianghe replied readily. Watching Xu Zhixi turn and enter the staff building, he turned to Bai Qidong, who was also gazing at Su's retreating figure, and inquired with a smile, Professor Bai, would you like to know why Su is in such high spirits tonight? Not really. No, you do want to know? I shall enlighten you. Xu Zhixi is cheerful because of me. Chen Jianghe's voice trailed off, and he resorted to lip reading. Bai Qidong, intrigued yet perplexed, stared at him for a while without grasping his meaning. Chen Jianghe, with a playful grin, asked, Professor Bai, do you understand now? Understand? Not at all. Bai Qidong rolled his eyes, seemingly dismissing the notion. Chen Jianghe laughed heartily, then said, Professor Bai, I find your earlier mention of P2P quite intriguing. Do find the time to explore it with me. Of course, whenever you wish to learn, feel free to seek me out. Bai Qidong replied, his expression impassive, inwardly contemplating the trouble he had unwittingly invited upon himself. Thank you, Professor Bai. You are truly a good person. Chen Jianghe cheerfully issued a goodwill card, disregarding the shadow lurking in Bai Qidong's gaze, and then turned to leave. Bai Qidong watched Chen Jianghe depart. Recalling the moment earlier when he and Xu Zhixi were nearly face to face, their lips almost touching, a diabolical thought in the depths of his mind solidifying further. Chapter 21. I won't sleep. I want to stay up and have fun. Class monitor. After Chen Jianghe and Bai Qidong had finished their conversation, he sprinted towards the dormitory. Suddenly, a voice called out from the bushes, and a figure sprang forth. Damn, you scare me to death, Chen Jianghe exclaimed, taken aback and stepping aside, half expecting a muscular warrior wielding a great sword to emerge, only to find Lin Siki, delicate and holding flowers. Class monitor, have you been up to no good, feeling guilty? Lin Siki teased, grinning at him. Guilty? Not in the slightest. Next time, don't ambush me like that, or I'll have to find a few strong men to hold you down and strip you. Chen Jianghe threatened with a fierce expression. Lin Siki showed no fear, even winking as she replied, if you want to hold me down, why bother with strong men? Can't you handle it yourself? You're still young. There are many things you don't understand, Chen Jianghe replied earnestly. I'm not that young. Lin Siki immediately grasped the underlying meaning of Chen Jianghe's words and playfully inquired, would you care to give it a try? Sure, Chen Jianghe replied, raising his hand theatrically to pretend to grasp something in the air, his eyes narrowing in pleasure as memories of a whimsical poem he penned in high school flashed through his mind. With my head held high, burdened and heavy, my toes barely touch the ground. When I run, waves rise and crash, spilling over the edge of my bed. One hand cannot grasp it all, 2 hands are required. Lin Siki, exuberant and self-assured, teased him further. Oh, are you suggesting that girls often measure their dimensions while bathing? Occasionally, Lin Siki chuckled lightly, continuing. Mostly because my roommates enjoy scaling new heights. Chen Jianghe cleared his throat, reflecting on the common notion that girls are more lecherous than boys. It seemed the revelry in the girls' dormitory surpassed that of the boys. I'm just joking, don't take it seriously, Lin Siki laughed, quickly presenting the bouquet of flowers in her hand. You sang so beautifully tonight that I couldn't help but want to gift you these flowers. Please accept them as a token of appreciation. Chen Jianghe, recognizing the significance of the gesture, accepted the flowers with a light-hearted reminder. But let's not have you swooning over me now. With a playful tilt of her chin, Lin Siki retorted, who's swooning? This bouquet symbolizes the admiration of the entire class, and also congratulates you on securing priority in choosing a partner for the next 4 years. Chen Jianghe waved his hand dismissively. Let us keep it low-key. Priority in choosing a partner isn't an open invitation. There's nothing to celebrate. Open invitation? Lin Siki blinked. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Chen Jianghe's waist, searching for signs of his prowess. Girls should exhibit some decorum and not gaze indiscriminately. Chen Jianghe evaded her gaze, tossing his head coolly, synchronizing with the rhythm of his thoughts. I'm heading back to the dorm to wash up and sleep. You should return as well. Don't dream of me tonight, or I won't be responsible. Oh, Lin Siki giggled, finding his boldness amusing. To her, Chen Jianghe's character was undeniably appealing, a stark contrast to Wang Yuanpeng and Lu Dongliang, who had accompanied her earlier to shop for supplies. Auntie, you look stunning tonight. Upon entering the dormitory building, Chen Jianghe promptly handed the bouquet to the dormitory supervisor, leaving her astonished as he dashed up the stairs to the 4th floor. Upon entering the dorm, He was greeted by Lu Dongliang's exuberant voice, "Welcome, our esteemed guest," followed by his 5 roommates in unison, "Welcome to the Red Romance." Lastly, Sun Tian approached with a playful swagger, casting flirtatious glances while adopting a teasing tone. "Good evening, esteemed guest. Would you prefer a massage or a foot soak?" Chen Jianghe cleared his throat, amused by their antics, suspecting that they must have indulged in a lively masquerade ball that opened the doors to a new world of revelry. Yet, this was the very essence of the college dormitory atmosphere, filled with humor and joy, a congregation of lively spirits. The previous quietness of everyone minding their own business felt so out of place. "No massages or foot soaks tonight. Let us head straight to the showers. We'll be up all night, all 5 of you." Chen Jianghe, hailing from Guangqing, joined his roommates in their playful antics before shedding his clothes and preparing for the bathroom. "Hey, you're not being fair. How have I been unkind? Is it not acceptable for all 5 of us to share equally? That is not my concern. Rather, I wish to request Lin Siki's QQ number. I have hesitated for quite some time and lack the courage to speak up. Yet you, in front of the entire class and our advisor, jest with her." And she responds with a playful smile. "Am I to be envious merely for making a jest at her expense?" Chen Jianghe, with a smile, remarked, "It's just a QQ number. It's not a monumental affair. Treat me to a meal tomorrow, and I shall provide it." "No, I wish to rely on my own efforts." Sun Tian resolutely declined, though in truth, his meal card balance was insufficient. Having survived the past few days on the meager provisions from Zhang Kai, "You have a bright future ahead. Keep striving." Chen Jianghe understood but said nothing, giving Sun Tian a reassuring pat on the shoulder before heading to the shower. Sun Tian watched Chen Jianghe depart with an air of nonchalance. But his gaze flickered as he noticed Wang Yuanpeng engrossed in an animated conversation on his phone, grinning broadly. Unable to resist his curiosity, he inquired, "Fourth brother, which girl has you so captivated?" "Who else could it be?" "Lin Siki, of course," Wang Yuanpeng casually replied. Despite the chat window clearly displaying the name of a beauty marked as number 164, fond of sweets, with the moniker Goddess of Mercy 2023, Sun Tian was taken aback. His thoughts stifled, staring at Wang Yuanpeng for a moment before storming back to his bed, collapsing into sleep. "Fourth brother, you truly are something." Knowing sixth brother harbors feelings for Lin Siki, why provoke him? Zhang Kai, the peacemaker of the dorm, intervened to ease tensions, offering a few comforting words to Sun Tian. "Do not be upset, little Tian. One day, let Lu Ge show you some films featuring heroines resembling Lin Siki. They should be enjoyable." Afterward, he retrieved a few bags of shrimp chips from his bedside and tucked them into Sun Tian's blanket. There is no problem that a bag of shrimp chips cannot solve. If there is, then 2 bags will suffice. "I want some too," Wang Yuanpeng chimed in cheerfully. "You are far too mischievous. You shan't have any." Zhang Kai rolled his eyes, tossing a bag toward him and distributing another to Lu Dongliang, Li Jun, and Chen Jianghe. Following his shower, Chen Jianghe sensed an unusual atmosphere. Just as he intended to inquire about the situation, Lu Dongliang, seated before the computer, beckoned him. "QQ message. Chen Jianghe, are you asleep? Report to the teacher. Chen Jianghe is already asleep." "Oh, you must be Lu Dongliang?" "No, I am Chen Jianghe's elder brother, Chen Jianghe." "You rascal," Xu Zhixi cursed inwardly. Yet her fingers delicately typed 2 characters, "Good night." Upon seeing those words, Chen Jianghe instantly lost his drowsiness, eagerly replying, "Teacher Su, I am not sleeping. I am getting up to have fun." Xu Zhixi sent a playful hammer emoji, "Go to sleep," and then logged off. A laugh escaped Chen Jianghe as he found the hammer emoji adorably amusing, grinning at his computer for a moment before earnestly typing and sending 2 lines, "Good night. Teacher Su." Chapter 22. The bolder the person, the greater the harvest. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Chen Jianghe lay sprawled across his bed, dreaming of sweet entanglements with Xu Zhixi, murmuring softly in his sleep. The fervor surrounding the stock market is palpable as Chen Jianghe remains blissfully unaware of the tumult. With Tianrun Company experiencing a significant drop at the opening bell, while Hongda Company and Huaxia Shipping soar with remarkable gains, Lu Dongliang is practically bursting with excitement. He glances at Chen Jianghe, still lost in slumber, and strides over, playfully smacking his thigh. "Jianghe, it's nearly 10. How can you still be asleep? Hurry up and get up." As Chen Jianghe opens his eyes, Lu Dongliang has already retreated to his computer, feigning nonchalance. "Stop pretending. I know it's you who disrupted my dreams. Get me a cigarette, Chen Jianghe says with mild irritation. With a chuckle, Lu Dongliang produces a cigarette and tosses one to him, lighting his own in the process. Chen Jianghe takes a few puffs before approaching Lu Dongliang's computer. His expression calm as he surveys the market. Lu Dongliang, curious, probes. Jianghe, with your prowess, why not leverage funds for a bold move? I've considered it. But the timing isn't right. Chen Jianghe replies, shaking his head. Everyone desires wealth overnight, yet profit hinges on timing. A well-timed move can lead to soaring success, while a misstep could plunge one into despair. Caution is paramount. Leveraging, which involves borrowing funds against securities or through financing, allows for amplifying investments, yet it carries substantial risk. A single miscalculation can lead to total loss and significant debt, a fate that has befallen many who have recklessly pursued leverage in the stock market. However, every strategy has its duality. Higher risks can indeed yield higher rewards. A notable conglomerate in later years leveraged billions to unlock trillions, emerging as a leader in its field and exemplifying the adage that fortune favors the bold. If you're short on cash, just say so. I can call my dad for help, Lu Dongliang offers. It's not merely a matter of money. Leveraging in stock trading is a poor strategy. If I were to speculate, there are far superior avenues, Chen Jianghe replies with a serene smile. In his view, even with an advantageous position, certainty is elusive in the stock market, where urgency amidst insufficient funds can lead to folly. When the time is ripe and capital is abundant, he envisions exploring bolder speculative ventures, such as domestic real estate, stock options, or international cryptocurrencies. One day, take me along for the ride. I have a feeling that associating with you will lead to riches, Lu Dongliang beams at Chen Jianghe. Just make sure you're not left with nothing to your name. Chen Jianghe responds with a grin. After finishing his cigarette, he stretches leisurely before heading out, not to attend class, but to pursue business ventures in the bustling Zhongda commercial district. Engaging in business is akin to romance. The initial encounters pave the way for familiarity, and one must seize the moment to avoid being outmaneuvered. Chen Jianghe's affable demeanor allows him to connect effortlessly and in a matter of days. He has ingratiated himself with the restaurant owners along the bustling street behind Zhongda, who greet him warmly and readily engage in conversation. This mutual rapport, a coveted goal for many salespeople, makes closing deals feel inevitable and devoid of difficulty. Chen Jianghe, inherently kind-hearted, now finds himself troubled by the thought of signing 3 or 5 deals daily, fearing it may adversely affect his colleagues who often struggle to secure contracts. The nature of the business is intensely competitive. Yesterday, due to a team-building activity, he lost a day of work, only to discover upon returning that 2 merchants he was on the verge of closing deals with had already been snatched up by Li Tianhai from Zhongda University. Infuriated by this encroachment on his territory, Chen Jianghe resolved not to remain passive. He took out his pen and noted down Li Tianhai's name. Through several days of interaction, Chen Jianghe had come to understand Li Tianhai, who, beyond the illustrious label of being a university student, possessed few redeeming qualities. He had a penchant for opportunism, particularly in exploiting his colleagues, deftly snatching deals and taking advantage of any oversight. While such behavior garnered disdain from co-workers, Li Tianhai's academic credentials and impressive performance won him favor with the management, ensuring a comfortable existence and a swift path to potential promotion should he seek to formalize his position. Chen Jianghe's aspirations, however, diverged from those of Li Tianhai. His immediate goal was to become the top dealmaker at the Guangdong East Branch. For the startup 9527, performance was the bedrock of survival, and the sales champion was deemed a vital asset, akin to a golden goose. Chen Jianghe was convinced that if he could secure the title of sales champion with a commanding lead, the upper management, even the owner, would soon seek him out for discussions. The pursuit of business was fraught with challenges, yet the joy of closing deals made it worthwhile. Over the next few days, Chen Jianghe experienced this bittersweet blend of pain and pleasure. By September 29th, he had achieved a total of 20 signed deals, outpacing Li Tianhai by a significant 12, placing him far ahead. As a result, he was granted early confirmation of his position, securing a base salary of 1,200 yuan, along with the privilege of flexible working hours akin to those during his probationary period, contingent upon maintaining consistent performance. Chen Jianghe, Li Tianhai, the general manager wishes to speak with you, came the announcement. After the morning meeting, both were summoned to the office of Sun Haolin, the head of 9527, South Guangdong East Branch, who rarely made appearances at the company. As they knocked and entered the office, they found Sun preparing tea. "Please, take a seat," he beckoned. Sun Haolin appeared to be in his early 30s, embodying the vigor of a man in his prime, with a resonant voice that suggested a military background. Once seated, he poured each of them a cup of tea. "With the National Day holiday approaching, what are your plans?" he inquired with a smile. In response, Li Tianhai sat up straight, earnestly declaring, "Business is always on the horizon. I would like to request to work overtime during the holiday, if possible." Sun Haolin, arms crossed and smiling, nodded in approval. "Certainly. Signing deals during the holiday will earn you a commission of 200 yuan per deal." "And you, Chen Jianghe?" Chen Jianghe gently sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly, "I have no special arrangements. I plan to simply return home for the 7-day holiday and catch up with family and friends. Balancing work and relaxation. That's surely the secret to your success as a sales champion, isn't it?" Sun Haolin remarked, his smile unwavering. Indeed, the general manager possessed keen insight, prompting Chen Jianghe to subtly flatter him. Sun Haolin smiled lightly, raised his teacup, took a sip, and then promptly addressed the main topic. The company intends to divide the eastern Guangdong market into 6 divisions: Yuexiu, Haizhu, Tianhe, Panyu, Baiyun, and Liwan, each to be managed by an independent manager who will lead their respective teams to expand business. Do you have any thoughts on this? This development model is rather common in entrepreneurial companies. In fact, later giants like Meituan and Me adopted a similar approach. Taking eastern Guangdong as an example. Once this model proves successful, it can be directly replicated in neighboring cities of the Pearl River Delta, subsequently using the delta as a foundation for external expansion and swiftly capturing the market. It resembles the feudal system of the Zhou dynasty, where the emperor granted vast territories to feudal lords who enjoyed a degree of autonomy in their regions while still being subject to the emperor's control. "Mr. Sun, my preference is to remain in Panyu," Li Tianhai stated after a moment of contemplation. Sun Haolin did not comment, casting a glance at Chen Jianghe. "What about you, Jianghe?" "I'm adaptable to any location," Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. "I am but a revolutionary cog. Wherever I am needed, I shall fit." Sun Haolin chuckled heartily, finding Chen Jianghe quite amusing. Each division will have performance assessments. Initially, they must achieve at least 10 orders per week, with specific targets determined based on developmental circumstances. Be prepared for this. Sun Haolin stated seriously. "Rest assured, I will meet the targets," Li Tianhai responded decisively. Chen Jianghe lowered his head to sip his tea, remaining silent. He was acutely aware that before knowing which area he would be assigned to, it was wise not to make any rash promises. Sun Haolin noted their reactions and calmly remarked, "Let us leave it at that for today. You may return to your duties." Understood, the two stood up to leave. Just as they reached the door, Sun Haolin called Chen Jianghe back. "Jianghe, stay for a moment." Chen Jianghe turned back. Sun Haolin took an envelope from his drawer and placed it on the table. "This is a personal reward for you. Enjoy your holiday and return ready to work hard. I have high hopes for you, my young friend." "Thank you, brother Sun," Chen Jianghe replied as he accepted the envelope, subtly altering his address for Sun Haolin. A satisfied smile spread across Sun Haolin's face. It was evident that this young man had become the company's sales champion in less than 10 days for good reason. His emotional intelligence far surpassed that of the distinguished student from Zhongda. He was a talent worth nurturing. Chapter 23. Do you have spicy hot pot at Zhongda? The kind for 6 yuan. As Chen Jianghe exited the general manager's office, he noticed Li Tianhai waiting for him outside. "Care for a smoke?" Chen Jianghe pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and casually offered him one. "I don't smoke." Li Tianhai declined, gesturing with his hand. "Let us step outside for a chat." Chen Jianghe remained silent, placing the cigarette between his lips, retrieving a lighter, and nonchalantly igniting it, exhaling a plume of smoke. "The way you light your cigarette resembles Leslie Chung," Li Tianhai commented with a smile as he began walking down the corridor. Chen Jianghe exhaled smoke leisurely, following along. As he had already surmised what Li Tianhai wanted to discuss, yet he decided to patiently listen to his musings. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Li Tianhai waved his hand to disperse the smoke, his gaze fixed upon Chen Jianghe. "If there is something to say, feel free to speak candidly," Chen Jianghe remarked, flicking the ash from his cigarette. "A person of integrity does not engage in subtle insinuations." Li Tianhai smiled faintly, cutting straight to the chase. "In terms of business, you may surpass me, but in management, you might not even catch a glimpse of my taillights." Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider your approach and work under my guidance. What do you think? Taken aback by the proposition, Chen Jianghe glanced at Li Tianhai with a hint of surprise, chuckling without uttering a word. There is no need for astonishment. I am looking out for your best interests. Once you leave this company, you might find yourself at a loss, unlike me, who will always be valued in any organization. Li Tianhai exuded confidence, his tone laced with a touch of condescension. Should you choose to follow me, whether here or in future job transitions, I will have your back. Moreover, I will overlook your appropriation of 6 of my clients. Haha. Chen Jianghe could not help but chuckle. Li Tianhai, you may be small-minded, yet you insist on portraying a generous facade. However, he chose not to expose this pretense, instead placing a hand on Li Tianhai's shoulder. I hope you can maintain this confidence. Keep pushing forward. What do you mean by that? Li Tianhai frowned slightly, patiently continuing to persuade him. I have made myself quite clear. There is no need for you to feign ignorance. It is imperative to recognize the reality that the disparity between individuals will only widen. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe's smile grew ever brighter. Indeed, the gap between individuals can expand significantly. Just like in business, with minimal effort on my part, you would not even be able to see my taillights. As for management, do not be too quick to inflate your ego. Time will reveal the truth. With that, Chen Jianghe patted Li Tianhai's shoulder and calmly turned to leave. Do not rush off, Li Tianhai called after him. Mr. Sun confided in me a few days ago that he intends for me to take charge of Panyu, while you will go to Tianhe. With your confidence, are you willing to take a gamble with me? A gamble on what? Chen Jianghe countered. On a month's performance. Li Tianhai declared, raising his index finger with conviction. If you can best me, I will relinquish Panyu to you and resign. If you lose, you shall remain by my side. Sound good? Not at all. Chen Jianghe shrugged nonchalantly. I have no interest in such a lackluster wager. Li Tianhai was momentarily taken aback. Your aspirations lie within the company's management, but I am not on the same path as you. Our philosophies do not align, Chen Jianghe replied calmly. In truth, Chen Jianghe had only expressed half of his thoughts. The unvoiced remainder was, once I have amassed sufficient wealth to acquire 9527. I hope you will still possess this confidence and naivety. Without further ado, he left, cigarette in mouth. Li Tianhai watched his retreating figure, cracking his knuckles with a series of resounding pops. How audacious. You take pride in your performance, yet fail to acknowledge the pedigree of this company's founding team. After departing from the company, Chen Jianghe made his way to the back entrance of Sun Yat-sen University, instinctively heading to the milk tea shop, where Jiang Yishu worked part-time. Ordering a cup of burnt grass jelly. Are you returning home for the National Day holiday? As Jiang Yishu handed the freshly prepared milk tea to Chen Jianghe, she softly inquired, Are you heading back? Chen Jianghe nodded and casually replied, Are you returning too? Yes, Jiang Yishu affirmed with a smile. Would you like to accompany me? Chen Jianghe asked again. Of course, Jiang Yishu responded, though a hint of shyness crept in. I have quite a bit of stuff. Having a lot of things is no problem. Just call Qin Shaohai and Zhang Mingjie to join us later. Chen Jianghe chuckled. The prospect of returning home with Jiang Yishu was appealing, yet he decided it was best to leave the role of a free laborer to someone else. Oh, Jiang Yishu exclaimed, hesitating as if she had more to say. Is there something else? Chen Jianghe noticed her uncertainty. I received my salary today, Jiang Yishu disclosed. You felt the need to tell me about your salary? Chen Jianghe felt a flicker of amusement and boldly asked, Are you hoping to treat me to a meal? Yes, Jiang Yishu admitted, glancing at him. Just wanting is not enough. You either want to or you don't. What does a little bit mean? Chen Jianghe feigned annoyance and shot her a look, feigning dissatisfaction with her ambiguous response. Jiang Yishu bit her lip and clarified firmly. I want to treat you to a meal. Now that sounds better, Chen Jianghe thought, considering that after the holiday, they would likely be dividing into departments. And he might not have many opportunities to visit Zhongdao again. Thus, he inquired, Does your cafeteria serve spicy hot pot? Yes, it's 6 yuan a portion. The kind that can really pack a punch afterward, he added with a grin. They do, Jiang Yishu blinked, realizing the cafeteria indeed offered 6 yuan spicy hot pot. But she pondered what he meant by pack a punch. Then I must give it a try, Chen Jianghe said cheerfully. There's still time. I'll take a stroll around and come find you around 11:30. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang Yishu smiled in agreement. Seeing her so agreeable, Chen Jianghe couldn't resist teasing her. Call me brother. Brother, Jiang Yishu blushed, complying with his request. Ah, Chen Jianghe beamed brightly. Her calling him brother melted his heart, and he turned away with satisfaction. At 11:30, Chen Jianghe arrived as promised, and Jiang Yishu was waiting for him. I'm hungry. Lead the way, he stated without any small talk. Jiang Yishu had already taken out her meal card, clutching it in her hand. As she guided him through the Zhongda campus towards the cafeteria. Not only did Zhongda's campus boast a rich heritage, but its cafeteria was also impressively spacious, bustling with students, yet remarkably orderly, far superior to the South Courtyard cafeteria at the Guangdong Eastern Financial Institute. Jiang Yishu queued up to buy 2 servings of spicy hot pot. Mindful that Chen Jianghe might not be full, she kindly added noodles and luncheon meat for him, along with a bottle of Vita soy. They settled at a table by the window, and as Chen Jianghe surveyed the room, he noticed numerous pairs of eyes glancing in their direction. Surprised, are you? Your campus beauty has chosen to treat me to spicy hot pot, he mused, feeling no pressure but rather a sense of amusement. He picked up a small piece of pickled radish, savoring its tangy flavor, which was quite appetizing. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a group of boys suddenly arrived from behind, and Chen Jianghe turned to glance at them. The leader looked familiar. He seemed to be Li Hongwen, the vice president of a certain student association, who had previously gifted him 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes. Is this seat taken? Li Hongwen inquired politely as he approached the table by the window where Chen Jianghe and Jiang Yishu were seated, gesturing to the adjacent spot. Feel free to sit. Chen Jianghe, recalling the 2 packs of cigarettes from their previous encounter, did not reject Li Hongwen's presence. In fact, he found a certain amusement in having an affluent and handsome companion nearby, believing it would add a different flavor to his private exchanges with Jiang Yishu. Thank you, Li Hongwen replied courteously, and soon after, another male student brought 2 plates of stir-fried dishes to the table. I hope this suits your palate. Let us enjoy it together, he said with evident eagerness, then picked up his chopsticks to serve Chen Jianghe. There's no need to be so formal. Chen Jianghe waved his hand in refusal, opting instead to serve himself and indulging heartily in the meal. Li Hongwen chuckled and turned to Jiang Yishu, asking, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed previously? I haven't decided yet. Jiang Yishu shook her head. Oh, that's perfectly fine. I can wait until you've made up your mind, Li Hongwen replied patiently, then focused on his meal. His presence subtly altered the atmosphere of the gathering. Nevertheless, this did not detract from Chen Jianghe's appetite. His carefree nature allowed him to ignore such nuances, and he relished his food even more. I'm full, he declared a few moments later, wiping his mouth before pulling out a pack of napkins from his pocket. Smiling, he asked Jiang Yishu, have you had enough to eat? Yes, I'm satisfied, she nodded in agreement. Chen Jianghe then took a napkin, gently wiping the corner of her mouth. His gesture was both natural and tender, causing a pink hue to rise on Jiang Yishu's cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Li Hongwen observed from the side, captivated by her beauty. At that moment, Jiang Yishu appeared exquisite, her delicate demeanor enchanting and pure, evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. When will I ever have the chance to wipe her lips like Brother Jiang? Li Hongwen mused silently. All right, let's go, Chen Jianghe said after finishing his task, tossing the napkin into a nearby trash bin. Jiang Yishu stood up as well, and they exited the cafeteria in tandem. Li Hongwen remained seated, staring vacantly at Jiang Yishu's retreating figure, sensing something amiss yet reluctant to delve deeper into his thoughts. Senior Li wants me to join the student council as the deputy head of the publicity department, Jiang Yishu informed Chen Jianghe outside the cafeteria, taking the initiative to share her situation with him. That's a good opportunity. It ultimately depends on how you feel about it, Chen Jianghe responded nonchalantly. With connections, one can ascend, and given that Li Hongwen was the vice president of the student council, it would be relatively easy for Jiang Yishu to secure the position. I'm not interested in the student council, Jiang Yishu murmured softly. Do you solely wish to focus on making money? Chen Jianghe chuckled lightly. Not at all. Jiang Yishu shook her head, recalling Chen Jianghe's previous remark with clarity. Finding her adorably naive, Chen Jianghe couldn't help but smile inwardly. Almost entirely convinced of one thing. This girl had clearly harbored feelings for him since high school. Surrounded by a crowd, most of whom were focused on the two of them, Chen Jianghe felt a mix of bemusement and discontent as he furrowed his brow and inquired, is it true that many boys at your school are pursuing you? Indeed, Jiang Yishu replied, displaying a hint of distress. Observing her expression, Chen Jianghe asked, why the long face? Do you not wish to enter into a romantic relationship? I have no desire to date them, Jiang Yishu responded. Not interested in them? Chen Jianghe replied, somewhat taken aback, before playfully probing further. Then who do you wish to date? I. Jiang Yishu hesitated, glancing at Chen Jianghe, and confessed, I have yet to decide. Well, you ought to contemplate this matter earnestly. Exceptional boys are quite sought after, Chen Jianghe teased, boasting a bit. For instance, many lovely senior girls gaze at me like famished wolves, eager to pounce whenever I meander through campus. Really? Jiang Yishu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, fully aware that Chen Jianghe might be exaggerating. Absolutely, he asserted with a serious demeanor. If being handsome were a crime, I would undoubtedly face life imprisonment. At this, Jiang Yishu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then, with a serious tone, cautioned him, you must exercise caution at school and take care of yourself. Girls can be quite formidable when roused. Coughing lightly to mask his swelling confidence, Chen Jianghe casually asked, how are the girls in your dormitory? They're all right, I suppose. Jiang Yishu replied somewhat unconvincingly. With your innocent disposition, you may find it challenging to navigate the complexities of a girl's dormitory, Chen Jianghe remarked, feeling a pang of empathy for her. The intricate dynamics of a university girl's dormitory could resemble a miniature harem, and a girl of Jiang Yishu's beauty, coupled with her soft nature, was likely to face exclusion. I managed just fine, Jiang Yishu noted, catching Chen Jianghe's concern and offering a faint smile as she inquired. Are the boys in your dorm easy to get along with? Quite so. They are a bunch of goofballs, and we can joke freely without harboring grudges. Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. That sounds delightful. Jiang Yishu's eyes twinkled with warmth, her expressive gaze revealing a trace of envy for such camaraderie. I'll make sure to introduce you to them someday. Chen Jianghe mused aloud, though Jiang Yishu overheard, her gaze sharpening as she looked up at him. Why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face? Chen Jianghe asked, a touch bewildered, as he touched his mouth, finding no remnants of food. May I ask you something? Jiang Yishu whispered gently. Go ahead. How can I more effectively decline someone's advances? She inquired. Quite simply. Chen Jianghe raised his arm and advised. Link your arm with mine. Walk with your head held high and confidently through this stretch, and you shall encounter fewer troubles henceforth. Jiang Yishu bit her lip, torn with indecision. Forget it, forget it. As a girl, one must maintain a certain reserve. I'll make a sacrifice, Chen Jianghe sighed and gently urged, extend your hand. Jiang Yishu glanced at him before extending her hand. Chen Jianghe casually grasped her hand, then solemnly declared, let it be known that I am only shielding you from harm due to your generous treat of spicy hot pot. This is a one-time occurrence, and I shall not repeat it, understood? Understood, Jiang Yishu replied, her voice trembling slightly. In that fleeting moment when Chen Jianghe held her hand, she felt a current surge through her fingers to her heart, leaving her entire being tingling with sensation. In truth, Chen Jianghe experienced a similar reaction, though he maintained an unflinching facade despite his racing heart and surging hormones. Yet, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. If holding hands with a girl elicited such a response, how would he fare sharing a bed with teacher Su in the future? He escorted Jiang Yishu to her dormitory, reluctantly letting go as they bid farewell. Jiang Yishu dashed inside, only to re-emerge moments later, handing him a small piece of paper. Chen Jianghe glanced at it, and, taking the opportunity, grasped her hand once more, inquiring, is this the dormitory office's phone number? Not at all. Jiang Yishu shook her head. It's my dormitory's phone number. Oh, Chen Jianghe tucked the note into his pocket, pondering the quality of education at Guangdong Eastern Financial College, where the boys' dormitory had only one phone for the entire building. He contrasted it with Zhongda University, where each dorm had its own telephone, making romance much more convenient. The heat is unbearable. You should return to your dorm for a nap. I must take my leave as well. Though he urged Jiang Yishu to head back, he forgot that he still held her delicate hand. Then I shall take my leave. Jiang Yishu gently tugged her hand, realizing Chen Jianghe's grip was firm and unwavering, prompting her to remain still. Chen Jianghe regarded her with a playful smile. Previously, he had never realized how effortlessly he could win her over. A top academic and exceptionally beautiful, she embodied the saying that the heavens open countless doors while quietly closing a window. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Jiang Yishu asked softly. Nothing of consequence, merely that one should complete a performance in its entirety, and a good deed should be pursued to its conclusion. Chen Jianghe rambled on before earnestly requesting, kiss me before you go. Kiss. Jiang Yishu hesitated, then questioned, where? What do you think? Chen Jianghe responded with keen interest. Jiang Yishu's gaze met his, quickly turning crimson as she averted her eyes. My heart races so quickly. Can we skip the kiss? Her breath quickened, cheeks flushed. You can kiss anywhere, but we cannot forego it. Feigning seriousness, Chen Jianghe asserted. Earlier, we deterred a group of suitors with our hand-holding. Now, many boys are observing us. If you initiate a kiss, your admirers will diminish significantly. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yishu unexpectedly pressed her lips against his cheek in a fleeting, butterfly-like kiss. Oh, you truly did it. The exquisite sensation was ephemeral. Chen Jianghe felt a bit taken aback, wishing for a longer experience. Meanwhile, the surrounding boys were left in stunned silence, their hearts shattered by the school beauty's bold gesture. I am heading back now. Jiang Yishu had just summoned all her courage, and now felt quite embarrassed to remain in Chen Jianghe's company. With a small movement of her hand, she slipped from his grasp and hurriedly dashed into the dormitory building. Take your time, don't fall, Chen Jianghe called after her, regaining his composure. I know, Jiang Yishu replied, quickening her pace until she vanished from sight. Running so fast. Was she perhaps fearful of me barging into the girl's dormitory to catch her and kiss her on the ground? Chen Jianghe chuckled to himself before lighting a cigarette and sauntering away. As he exited the university gates, he took a few deep puffs, calming the fluttering in his heart. What kind of body wash did Jiang Yishu use? Even after holding her hand, it lingered with a fragrant softness. Chen Jianghe inhaled the scent lingering on his palm, and images of their earlier stroll from the cafeteria to the dormitory flashed through his mind. Her hand was remarkably soft, with long, fair fingers and a palm as tender as cotton candy, providing a delightful sensation when held. Then there was that gentle kiss at the foot of the dormitory, which had come so unexpectedly that he hadn't even had the chance to savor the beauty of the moment before she had run away. With a gentle demeanor, Teacher Su embodied the tenderness of Jiang Yishu. Could this be heaven's compensation for my past emotional tribulations? Perhaps in this lifetime, after living so carelessly before, I should take the time to cultivate a few sincere relationships, thereby making this life worthwhile. In the realm of romance, a triangle is the most stable configuration. Chen Jianghe flicked the ash off his cigarette, not lingering too long in thought, before taking the bus back to school. After enduring the excruciating lecture times leading up to the long holiday, the National Day finally arrived. On October 1st, an inner-city bus crawled along the highway from eastern Guangdong to Guangqing. On this day of national celebration, traffic jams had become the norm. What should have been just over an hour's journey had turned into half an hour of standstill as soon as they hit the highway, with vehicles stretching endlessly ahead. Stop touching and get some sleep, Jiang Yishu softly reminded from the penultimate row of the bus. Chen Jianghe turned to glance at her, then looked down at his left hand, which was resting on Jiang Yishu's fair, delicate leg, seemingly disobediently caressing it. Perhaps his touch was too rough. Or perhaps he had lingered too long, for her alabaster skin had turned slightly red. Noticing this, Chen Jianghe reluctantly withdrew his hand, grinning as he offered an apology. My apologies, I must have touched the wrong place. I was wondering why my stomach felt so unexpectedly smooth and soft, as if my abs had vanished. Terrifying. Jiang Yishu didn't question the validity of his explanation and nodded gently. Then she watched as Chen Jianghe pointed at his left hand with his right, sternly admonishing it. Next time, without permission, do not reach out randomly. Is that understood? With that, he raised his right hand and playfully smacked his left hand, answering himself, Understood, understood. Big brother. I was wrong. I won't dare again. If I do, I'll chop myself up. Huffed. Jiang Yishu couldn't contain her laughter. Yet fearing the curious gazes of fellow passengers, she covered her mouth and leaned against the window, her shoulders trembling with suppressed mirth. Just laugh if you want to. Chen Jianghe, with a cheerful smile, remarked, The window is rather hard. Leaning against it is uncomfortable. Would you like to use my shoulder? No. Jiang Yishu waved her hand. With many people in the vehicle and old classmates such as Qin Xiaohai, Zhang Mingjia, Shin Songrong, and Han Kia seated not far ahead, she felt too shy to be as audacious as Chen Jianghe. All right, if you prefer not to, Chen Jianghe responded amicably. After being declined, he did not press the matter further. He stood up to survey the situation ahead, shaking his head as he said, Given the circumstances, we may very well miss lunch at home. With that, he returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed unmeasured, and when he opened his eyes again, the bus was already speeding along the highway. The scenery outside was both familiar and strange, resembling a dream, until a large billboard proclaiming welcome to Guangqing rushed past, causing his heart to race. At that moment, His feelings echoed the time when Lu Dongliang had awakened him from his dormitory slumber, yet they were distinctly different. With his parents still alive, life held promise. Without them, only the journey home remained. "Father, Mother, I have returned," Chen Jianghe murmured to himself. The bus's final destination was the Nanqing bus station. Upon arrival, everyone disembarked. Zhang Mingjie, Jiang Yishu, and Han Qiya lived nearby and could easily walk home. Chen Jianghe and Qin Shaohai, however, needed to take another 12-route bus from the Nanqing bus station to Jiangsuan. During that ride, Chen Jianghe wished fervently for wings to take him home swiftly. Fortunately, the bus driver was equally accommodating, speeding along the bumpy road and reducing the half-hour journey to just a few minutes. Upon disembarking, Qin Shaohai leaned against a nearby banyan tree, retching violently, cursing, "Damn it, that driver must be out of his mind. The bus was flying like a rocket." Chen Jianghe approached, patting him on the back and chuckling. All right, ease up on the curses. The driver was just trying to understand our eagerness to return home." After a while, Qin Shaohai recovered and turned to Chen Jianghe, sensing a change in him. Previously, he had been the one to vociferously chastise the drivers. But now the roles seemed reversed. "Why are you looking at me like that? Even if I am handsome, it's not something for you to covet." Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Qin Shaohai couldn't help but laugh. This was the Chen Jianghe he knew, a stark contrast to the earlier persona, which must have been overtaken by some foolish spirit. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Qin Shaohai glanced at his home not far away and said, "Jianghe, why don't you come over to my place for a bit? I still haven't finished reading that book Mad God you borrowed over the summer. How about we read together tonight?" "No, I'm eager to get home," Chen Jianghe declined. With the 7-day National Day holiday upon them, it seemed unnecessary to rush home. But Qin Shaohai insisted, "If you're not interested in Mad God, I have another treasured book, The Story of the Young Cowherd and the Landlady. I'm sure you'll adore." Qin Shaohai persistently hinted. In the past, Chen Jianghe often visited his house, enjoying meals and staying over. Their bond akin to that of brothers. "I can't, I miss home too much. I want to see my parents first." Chen Jianghe grinned, turning to leave. "Wait." Qin Shaohai resolved to employ a bold strategy to retain him. "I have concealed a rather peculiar female-oriented novel." After the female protagonist's demise, the male lead carries her ashes with him, adding a pinch to his tea each time he brews a cup. But that is nothing. I've encountered an even more bizarre tale where the male and female leads find themselves stranded on a deserted island, deliberating on the ghastly prospect of resorting to cannibalism to survive. The female character, tilting her head, admonishes the male lead. "You mustn't cheat and eat my excrement without pulling your weight." Chen Jianghe chuckled heartily. Chapter 26. The Small Pleasures of Life. The charming maiden by the field ridge Qin Shaohai, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. "Haha, are you envisioning that scene in your mind?" Chen Jianghe laughed heartily and irresponsibly patted his rear, leaving Qin Shaohai in a state of bewilderment, staring vacantly into space. Chen Jianghe's hometown, Zhang Village, is regarded as a relatively underdeveloped area within Guangxing. Upon entering the archway, one is surrounded by humble dwellings, with the land in front and behind being cultivated into vegetable gardens, flourishing with verdant greens and scallions. These houses, mostly hastily augmented by 2 or 3 stories, appear somewhat jarring. However, Chen Jianghe is aware that in a decade, this place will undergo a significant transformation. Large-scale renovations of the shanty towns will render many of the original inhabitants, who hastily extended their homes, overnight affluent through substantial compensation for their expanded properties. Chen Jianghe's home remains unchanged, a modest single-story dwelling, an unremarkable 2-bedroom apartment, with a makeshift kitchen at the back, and a temporary latrine that requires periodic emptying with a scoop for fertilizing the fields. "Jianghe?" Just as Chen Jianghe reached his doorstep, a voice filled with surprise called out from the rooftop of his home. Looking up, he saw his mother, Zheng Lihua, joyfully gazing at him while holding a rake. "Mom." Chen Jianghe's throat tightened, and tears nearly welled in his eyes. The mother before him resembled the countless visions he had of her in dreams, with her long, lustrous black hair, large expressive eyes, and a slightly plump figure, appearing so youthful at under 40 years of age. Upon hearing her son's call, Zheng Lihua immediately set aside her task and hurried down the stairs to open the door for him. As soon as the door swung open, she grasped Chen Jianghe's hand, a mixture of joy and concern in her voice. "Why did you arrive home so late? Surely there was traffic on the way?" It's only been a month since you started university, and you've lost quite a bit of weight. Chen Jianghe embraced his mother, suppressing his tears, and grinned sheepishly. Mom, I'm hungry. Come in, come in. I made your favorite dishes for lunch. They just need to be warmed up, Zheng Lihua urged as she ushered him inside, swiftly heading towards the kitchen to reheat the food. However, Chen Jianghe gently pulled her back, smiling. Mom, there's no need to fuss. On such a hot day, some cold dishes would be far more refreshing. He then went to fetch a bowl and chopsticks, filling a large bowl with rice. Lifting the lid from the dishes on the dining table, he discovered a feast of his favorite meals: pan-fried loach, spicy stir-fried pork, sautéed cabbage drizzled with oil, and a generous bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. Why hasn't any of this been touched? Did you and Dad not have lunch? Chen Jianghe inquired, puzzled. Your father went to help someone with the rice harvest. He.s. eating there. I didn't have much of an appetite today, so I just had a few bites, she replied. Zheng Lihua smiled in response, leaning forward to gauge the warmth of the dishes. Fortunately, they still retained some heat. Chen Jianghe, the only son in the family, had been the recipient of his parents' utmost care, despite their modest means. For instance, the pan-fried loach on the table was a special catch from the wild, procured by Chen Jianghe the previous day, and its flavor far surpassed that of the farm varieties available in the market. It was Chen Jianghe's favorite. He picked up a piece of loach and took a few bites, relishing the crispy exterior and tender interior, his eyes squinting with delight. Mom, this loach is truly fragrant and delicious. You must have a bite too, he urged, offering a piece to his mother. Zheng Lihua took a bite, her eyes crinkling with satisfaction as she remarked, silly boy, you've grown up and learned to care for your mother. My mom isn't old at all. She's youthful and beautiful, Chen Jianghe replied, lifting his bowl and cheerfully saying, here, open wide. Zheng Lihua, charmed by her son's antics, smiled as she savored the mouthful of rice he had fed her, feeling her appetite blossom anew. Is it true that you're in a romantic relationship at school? Zheng Lihua inquired playfully. Yes and no. Chen Jianghe thought of Xu Zhixi, though they had yet to formalize anything. Nevertheless, he confidently stated, next time, I'll bring her home for you to see. She's as pretty as you. All right. Zheng Lihua nodded with a cheerful smile, her heart lightened. You eat well. I'll head upstairs to tend to the grains. In their hometown, it was customary to plant rice for a single season, sowing around May and harvesting in October, which meant that many National Day holidays coincided with the autumn harvest. You rest a bit. I'll come up once I finish my meal, Chen Jianghe said, rapidly consuming his rice and, feeling satisfied, let out a contented burp before striding upstairs to work. Zheng Lihua, reluctant to see her son toil, hurried after him, only to find him already engaged with a rake, working skillfully with vigorous motions, as if filled with boundless energy. In that moment, Zheng Lihua realized that her son had truly grown up. As evening fell, Chen Jianghe returned home, dirt-covered and laughing with their neighbor, Liao Yoji, against the backdrop of a setting sun. Following them was a young girl of 17 or 18, adorned with a straw hat and clad in old clothes, equally dusted with soil. Dad, Chen Jianghe, perched at the door while enjoying a watermelon, perked up at his father's voice, quickly setting the fruit aside to greet him joyfully. Ah, old Chen, your son is back from university, Liao Yoji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Before Chen Jianghe could fully process the comment, Chen Jianghe smiled and greeted Liao Yoji, noticing his neighbor Liao Wanlan winking at him from behind. Playfully, he remarked, it's been a while since we last met. You look even more radiant, Wanlan. Liao Wanlan bit her lip, silent, yet her eyes sparkled as she observed Chen Jianghe. If you fancy her, just bring her home as your bride. I have no objections, Liao Yoji chuckled. Dad, don't say such things. I could never be worthy of brother Jianghe, Liao Wanlan retorted playfully, shyly kicking at a nearby stone before walking away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Liao Yoji, somewhat helpless, turned to Chen Jianghe and called out, Jianghe, come over to my house for dinner with your dad tonight. Bring your mom along. The more, the merrier. Thank you, Uncle Liao. My mom is busy cooking in the kitchen. How about we have dinner at my place tonight? Chen Jianghe warmly invited. Liao Yoji was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand politely, saying, No, you three should enjoy your family time together. Another day, I'll bring a nice bottle of wine over to share. All right then, responded Chen Jianghe and Chen Jianghe in unison, both smiling as they returned to their respective homes. With his son home for a rare holiday, the family of three enjoyed a harmonious dinner. Chen Jianghe specially went to the small shop to buy 2 bottles of chilled beer, one for himself and one for his son, as they chatted and drank together. Zhang Lihua had finished her meal early and sat at the table, resting her chin on her hands, listening to her husband and son engage in lively conversation. Occasionally, she would chime in with a few words, her face beaming with happiness. Though life had been modest during the 20 years of marriage to Chen Jianghe, Zhang Lihua felt content, believing that as long as her husband was healthy and her son was thoughtful, their future would surely improve. Indeed, Chen Jianghe was quite considerate. For the next few days, he assisted with the farm work at home, just as he thought the 7-day National Day holiday would pass in a flurry of chores. On the afternoon of October 4th, while he was busy operating the threshing machine in the fields, a familiar voice called out from the edge of the field. Chen Jianghe? Hey! Chen Jianghe wiped the sweat off his face and answered, spotting Jiang Yishu standing by the field. Chen Jianghe, who was cutting rice, straightened up and glanced over. Taken aback by the sight of such a lovely girl dressed in a light yellow long dress, her figure graceful and her delicate features captivating. Her large, expressive eyes exuded innocence, and her cheeks, kissed by the sunlight, flushed with a youthful glow. However, the girl appeared a bit shy upon making eye contact. She bit her lip and looked away, her cheeks reddening further. Chapter 27. Has Chen Jianghe started dating the university flower? Is she your classmate? Chen Jianghe asked Chen Jianghe with a smile. Yes, a high school classmate, Chen Jianghe replied with a grin. Setting aside his work and walking over to a nearby puddle to wash his hands before making his way to Jiang Yishu. What brings you here? Chen Jianghe asked as he approached her. Jiang Yishu held a book in her left hand, gripping it tightly with her right, and softly replied. I came to borrow some study materials from Qin Shaohai and thought I'd stop by to say hello. Oh, Chen Jianghe noted, glancing at the book titled 5 Years of Simulation, 3 Years of College Entrance Examination, stifling a laugh while maintaining a calm demeanor, showing no suspicion. This place is quite remote. You must have asked around to find me, right? Chen Jianghe inquired. Yes, Jiang Yishu nodded, and, surprising him, she initiated a conversation, asking, have you seen Jackie Chan's new movie Baby Plan released during the National Day holiday? I haven't seen it. Chen Jianghe shook his head. Having spent the past few days with his back to the earth, focused solely on work, oblivious to any films. You didn't come here to invite me to watch a movie, did you? Chen Jianghe asked, glancing at Jiang Yishu instinctively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishu opened her right palm, revealing 2 crumpled movie tickets. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired, do you have time for the 8 o'clock show? Is it true that you are inviting me to the cinema? Chen Jianghe paused for a moment, reaching for the tickets in her hand to examine them. They were for the 8 o'clock screening of Baby Plan, and they were for seats side by side. Such an extravagant treatment was unparalleled. Were it in a later era, Chen Jianghe would undoubtedly have snapped a photo to share on social media, inciting envy among the high school classmates who had harbored secret crushes on Jiang Yishu. Alas, the circumstances were not conducive. WeChat had yet to be invented, and the concept of social media was non-existent. To make matters worse, Chen Jianghe had not yet acquired a mobile phone. It was not due to financial constraints, but rather the absence of necessity. His meager earnings needed to be allocated judiciously. Chen Jianghe had seldom attended the cinema before, primarily because it was often filled with couples, leaving solitary individuals feeling out of place and bored. It was far more enjoyable to stay home and watch films. However, the situation was different now. Jiang Yishu had taken the initiative to purchase tickets and invite him, leaving him with no reason to decline. After scrutinizing the ticket, he returned it to Jiang Yishu, saying, I have no pockets. You keep the tickets for now, and I'll meet you later. Oh, Jiang Yishu nodded gently, turning to leave. Chen Jianghe glanced at the fading sunlight and cheerfully suggested, it's getting late. Why not come to my house for dinner? Afterward, we can head to the cinema together. Jiang Yishu felt a flicker of temptation. Yet the thought of dining with Chen Jianghe's parents made her heart race, and she nervously shook her head. Chen Jianghe, perceiving her unease, smiled and said, then you should head home. I'll meet you at the cinema entrance later. All right. Jiang Yishu nodded, waving goodbye to him. As Chen Jianghe watched her walk away, he turned and returned to his work in the fields. You let a rare visit from a female classmate slip away, just like that? Chen Jianghe's tone was clearly one of reproach towards his son for not inviting Jiang Yishu to dinner, for such a charming girl was hard to find within 10 miles. Father, she invited me to the movies, not specifically to share a meal. Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. I need to go out tonight. I might return late. Or perhaps not at all. Well, I didn't realize you possessed such charm, Chen Jianghe assumed his son was boasting. A beautiful girl had taken the initiative to invite him to the cinema. Surely, he'd be dreaming of it all night. Huh, a true hero's son, if I recall correctly. Your mother pursued me back in the day, didn't she? Chen Jianghe laughed. Indeed, Chen Jianghe grinned proudly, reminiscing about his youthful days as the most handsome lad in the village, and curiously asked, "Are you really going to the movies tonight?" "Yes. The tickets are for 8 o'clock, and it should conclude around 10, Chen Jianghe confirmed with a nod. Seeing his son affirm, Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of joy and concern. He was pleased that his son seemed to be experiencing romance with a lovely girl, yet worried that at such a young age, just starting college, he might not know how to navigate the complexities of relationships. Chen Jianghe, sensing his father's apprehension, flashed a reassuring smile. "Dad, there's no need to worry. It's just a movie, nothing as complicated as you think." Oh, Chen Jianghe's expression remained neutral, pondering to himself how adept his son was at persuading him, believing that a movie was not so simple, implying that only renting a room would signify a serious relationship. At 7 in the evening, Chen Jianghe took a refreshing shower and donned a clean outfit, with a hint of mosquito repellent applied to his hands and feet. He stepped out with a buoyant stride. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Nanxing Times Cinema on a convenient motorcycle, where he immediately spotted Jiang Yishu standing not far away. Chen Jianghe approached her quietly, even before he arrived. The evening breeze carried a delicate fragrance that brushed past his nose. Jiang Yishu had also just bathed, her long hair still slightly damp. She had changed from the light yellow dress she wore in the afternoon to an elegant blue one, complemented by a pair of petite white shoes, standing gracefully with an aura of youthful charm. "Have you been waiting long?" Chen Jianghe inquired as he reached her. Jiang Yishu looked up, smiled, and shook her head gently. "No, I just arrived. You go in first, I'll grab a few things." Chen Jianghe gestured for Jiang Yishu to enter the cinema while he prepared to head to the nearby convenience store for snacks and drinks. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted. "Chen Jianghe, are you blind? I've been standing behind Yishu for ages, and you didn't even greet me." Startled, Chen Jianghe focused his gaze and realized that Han Qiuya was also present. Bringing a bodyguard to the movies? Chen Jianghe mused inwardly, though he maintained a cheerful demeanor. "My apologies, I recently visited an ophthalmologist who diagnosed me with selective blindness." "What kind of nonsense is that? I really want to wash your eyes out," Han Qiuya retorted, clearly unamused. "Had I known you were coming to the movies too, I wouldn't have bothered." Chen Jianghe shrugged. Watching a film with Jiang Yishu should have been a joyous occasion, but Han Qiuya's presence dampened his spirits significantly. "You think I wanted to see you? I just happened to be out shopping and was curious about who Yishu was waiting for. I never expected it would be you." "You rascal," Han Qiuya shot back defiantly. "Oh, so you're not with us?" Chen Jianghe grinned widely, and, before Han Qiuya could react, took Jiang Yishu's hand, striding confidently into the cinema. "Hey!" Han Qiuya called out. Chen Jianghe and Jiang Yishu, in perfect unison, pretended not to hear and continued on their way. "This is infuriating," Han Qiuya seethed, watching the pair walk away hand in hand, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot in exasperation, yet feeling utterly powerless. Earlier, she had contemplated the possibility of giving Chen Jianghe a chance if he truly had harbored feelings for her over the years, as Zhang Mingjie suggested. But to her astonishment, he had quietly begun a relationship with Jiang Yishu, one a campus beauty from a prestigious university, the other an ordinary student from a second-tier institution. It seemed that two parallel lines had inexplicably intertwined. Was this truly appropriate? I shall not accept this. Chapter 28. What is your relationship with Chen Jianghe now? The film The Baby Plan, starring Jackie Chan and Louis Koo, is an action comedy that offers thrilling and exciting action scenes while interspersing humor and wit. It cleverly weaves in a charming little child who serves as a thread connecting the entire narrative, providing both laughter and a touch of warmth. In summary, during an era when cinematic offerings are relatively scarce, this film undoubtedly stands as a sincere work deserving of attention. This marks the first occasion for Chen Jianghe to earnestly accompany a young lady to the cinema. Thus, despite having a clear understanding of the plot of Baby Plan, he remained thoroughly engrossed. Jiang Yishu displayed even greater focus than he did, holding her breath during thrilling moments, her rapt gaze unwavering when the film evoked laughter. Her face blossomed with joy, covering her mouth to stifle her giggles, and during poignant scenes, she sniffled softly, her eyes glistening with tears. Chen Jianghe mused that she could easily take on the role of a professional audience member on Happy Camp, as she exhibited a more authentic emotional response than the actors on stage, crying and laughing at all the right moments, sometimes entranced, sometimes wide-eyed with astonishment. However, this girl was genuinely kind-hearted. By the film's conclusion, she could no longer contain her tears and leaned against Chen Jianghe's shoulder, quietly sobbing. He embraced her and, as the credits rolled and the lights brightened, he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, reassuring her, "Don't cry. The ending is quite lovely, isn't it?" "Yes," Jiang Yishu replied, sniffing. "Let's go outside." Upon exiting the cinema, they found Han Qiya still waiting. Noticing Jiang Yishu's reddened eyes, as if she had just wept, she immediately approached with urgency, exclaiming, "Chen Jianghe, what have you done to Yishu? Why haven't you left yet?" Chen Jianghe looked taken aback. "I was waiting for Yishu," he replied. Han Qiya, appearing somewhat perturbed, seemed to be worried that Jiang Yishu might be led astray by Chen Jianghe after the film. "Can you please mind your own business?" Chen Jianghe inquired. "If you're idle, why not go out with Qin Xiaoai? He's at home reading novels every day and is on the verge of going stir-crazy." "No, I must intervene," Han Qiya retorted decisively, then stepped forward to grasp Jiang Yishu's hand, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Jianghe, her gaze sharp and unyielding. "If you're going to intervene, then escort Yishu home. I should be heading back to rest." Chen Jianghe, disinterested in engaging in a verbal sparring match with Han Qiya, simply turned and departed without uttering another word. Once he was gone, Han Qiya asked Jiang Yishu, "What is your relationship now? Has he confessed his feelings to you?" "No." Jiang Yishu shook her head. "Is it not something that many boys yearn for, to watch a movie with you? How did he manage to achieve it so easily?" Han Qiya sighed and remarked, "You are wonderful in many ways, but your innocence makes you susceptible to the charms of roguish boys. You must learn to protect yourself. While Chen Jianghe may be somewhat handsome, he lacks wealth and a solid foundation, and the university he attends is worlds apart from yours, making it difficult for him to offer you happiness." "I think he is quite good," Jiang Yishu replied softly, assertive in her opinion. "It's getting late. We should head home." "Oh," Han Qiya pondered for a moment, then reminded her, "Remember to invite me for late-night movies in the future, so you won't be taken advantage of." Jiang Yishu nodded gently, saying nothing further. As Chen Jianghe rode his motorcycle home, he sneezed several times in succession. By the time Chen Jianghe and Zheng Lihua returned home, it was already 10:30. Typically, they would retire for the night around 9, yet they were still engrossed in the television. The lights in the small courtyard illuminated the night, and upon hearing the sound of a motorcycle engine from outside, Chen Jianghe stepped out to investigate. "Dad, you're still awake?" Chen Jianghe spotted his father peering out. "Yes," Chen Jianghe nodded, inquiring softly, "The girl from this afternoon, is her name Jiang Yishu?" "Indeed." Chen Jianghe replied candidly, "Mom must have informed you. She has attended a few parent-teacher meetings and should be aware of her standing. I've heard from your mother that the girl is quite exceptional, ranking in the top 5 of her class and securing admission to Zhongda University. Her family is well off. Both parents are working. Our family is rather distant from that." Chen Jianghe remarked. "I'm not in a relationship with her, so there is no need to consider all that." Chen Jianghe chuckled nonchalantly. "Is it typical for someone not in a romantic relationship to be invited to the movies?" Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes, silently thinking that he, as a seasoned individual, could not be easily deceived by his son. With that, he pulled out a small bundle of cash from his pocket and handed it to his son. "You haven't been to the construction site lately, so take this. When you go out with the girl, save where you can, spend where you must, and don't always let her pay." "Dad, I'm not short on money right now." Chen Jianghe declined, running to his bedroom instead. He retrieved an envelope from beneath his pillow and presented it to his father. "This is my earnings from working in my spare time. Please accept it. The construction site is too perilous. It's better if you stay home, tend to the fields, and keep Mom company." Chen Jianghe took the envelope and glanced at it, his eyelids twitching. "I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm off to bed." Chen Jianghe yawned, preparing to return to his room. "Wait," Chen Jianghe called out, his expression turning serious. "You need to be honest with me. Have you been skipping classes frequently to work and earn money?" "Dad, don't misunderstand. I mentioned that I earned this during my spare time," Chen Jianghe explained. But upon seeing his father's stern demeanor, he added, "I'm currently the class monitor. To hold that position in college, one must excel both academically and in character. Those who frequently skip classes would have no chance. You can verify this with my advisor." Chen Jianghe's statement was a blend of truth and embellishment. Yet it held a considerable degree of credibility, especially since his father had never attended university. As long as his reasoning was plausible, he was confident he could evade suspicion. I may not be well educated, but don't try to deceive me, Chen Jianghe responded, somewhat skeptical. Why would I dare? Chen Jianghe smiled. Chen Jianghe nodded. All right. I believe you. Give me your advisor's phone number, and I will call tomorrow to inquire. The following day, Chen Jianghe indeed took the number his son provided and went to the convenience store to make a call. Chen Jianghe had not played any tricks. The number was indeed for the advisor's office. However, he harbored no concerns about being caught, as it was the National Day holiday, and typically, no one would be answering the phone at the advisor's office. Moreover, even if Xu Zhixi were to answer the call, Chen Jianghe was not worried about her reporting him. He had already prepared to leave, with the assistance of his mother, Zheng Lihua, carrying several boxes of local specialties. He was applying a lesson learned from the stock market. When circumstances appeared unfavorable, retreat immediately. When the tide turns, exit swiftly. After Chen Jianghe made his escape, he took a bus to the Nanjing passenger station, initially intending to bid farewell to Jiang Yishu. He arrived at the entrance of her quaint villa only to find the door firmly shut. Despite calling out several times, there was no response, and he reluctantly decided to abandon his plans, turning back to the passenger station to book a ticket home. When Chen Jianghe returned home after finishing a phone call, he searched the house but could not find Chen Jianghe. Puzzled, he inquired of his wife, Zheng Lihua, "Where is that rascal?" "He has gone to a classmate's house." Zheng Lihua fibbed casually, then asked, "What did the teacher say on the phone?" The caller was a female teacher who introduced herself as his academic advisor. Chen Jianghe chuckled, saying, "That little rascal wasn't he exaggerating? He really has become the class monitor, and his advisor holds him in high regard. Isn't that wonderful? I told you our son is sensible, but you didn't believe me," Zheng Lihua remarked, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. "Of course I believe him. I just worry since he has just started university. I fear he might stray down the wrong path. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, and he might never find his way back," Chen Jianghe replied. "You are overly concerned. Before he left, he mentioned he would surprise you when he returns for winter break." Zheng Lihua replied with a smile. "I hope it is a surprise and not a shock." Chen Jianghe shook his head. Zheng Lihua shot him a playful glare. "Are you afraid he might bring home a daughter-in-law? If he brings home a girlfriend, that would be quite an achievement. I would be thrilled," Chen Jianghe laughed. Though he could not help but sigh, "What I fear is that our home conditions might embarrass him and drive him away." "Do not worry about that. Our son will not seek out a girl who is materialistic." Zheng Lihua expressed confidence in their son's judgment. "Indeed," Chen Jianghe nodded, his mind involuntarily drifting to the girl he had seen calling out Chen Jianghe's name by the field. She was truly stunning. Chen Jianghe left home at 8 o'clock, arriving at school around 11. During the National Day holiday, most students had returned home, rendering the usually vibrant campus somewhat desolate. With several gift boxes in hand, he ambled along, and as he passed the faculty building, he suddenly spotted a graceful figure descending the stairs. "Teacher Su," Chen Jianghe called out. Xu Zhixi turned around abruptly, seeing Chen Jianghe approaching with his belongings. "You're back to school so early?" "I couldn't resist returning early after dreaming about a beautiful female teacher for the past few days," Chen Jianghe grinned, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over Xu Zhixi. After a few days apart, he felt she appeared even more radiant, perhaps due to the absence of students during the holiday. Her attire was less conservative than usual, with her hair cascading freely over her shoulders and wearing a fresh, pleated skirt that accentuated her slender waist and graceful figure, her long, alluring legs captivating him. Previously, Chen Jianghe had primarily focused on her beauty. This time, he took note of her figure and suddenly comprehended why Wang Yuanpeng had singled her out as a 7-star beauty. For Xu Zhixi was not only the pinnacle of beauty at the Guangdong East Financial Institute, but her physique was equally remarkable. Even Lin Siki, with her 30-60 figure, could not compare. "No inappropriate remarks, and no wandering eyes," she admonished him. Xu Zhixi felt a sudden spark from Chen Jianghe's earlier remark. Yet upon noticing his brazen gaze, she couldn't help but admonish him. "Have you been so unruly at home that your parents sent you back to school?" Chen Jianghe, suppressing his smile, decided to play the victim since his facade had been unveiled. "I was indeed sent back by my father. Early this morning, he went mad and dragged me out of bed to hit me. Just look at my hands and feet. They're in terrible shape." As he spoke, He revealed the scars from harvesting rice over the past few days. Xu Zhixi gazed closely, discovering that his arms and legs bore genuine wounds, varying in depth and appearing as if marked by a bamboo whip. The sight was heart-wrenching, prompting her to inquire, "Did your father truly hit you?" "Yes," he replied. "He struck me so hard that I could barely walk, but I'm used to it. It's nothing." Chen Jianghe nodded, sensing the moment was right, and casually handed her a local specialty. "This is a gift I brought for you." Xu Zhixi found herself at a loss for words, feeling a mix of sympathy, guilt, and a touch of gratitude, her emotions swirling within her. The item was a fragrant herb from his family's forest, known to emit a soothing aroma that calms the mind and improves sleep when placed in the bedroom. Chen Jianghe pressed the gift into her hands and turned to leave. "Chen Jianghe," Xu Zhixi called after him. He pretended not to hear, waddling away like a duck. Xu Zhixi hurried to catch up. "You can hardly walk. Why are you in such a rush? Slow down, let me walk you back." Chen Jianghe halted, turned to face her, and though he said nothing, his eyes seemed to convey, "I have been waiting for you to say that. Were you trying to test me just now?" Xu Zhixi perceived his underlying thoughts. "What do you think?" He retorted. "Do you need me to take you to the infirmary for some ointment?" She asked with concern. "Not necessary," he shook his head. "I have some wound ointment in my dorm, but there are a few places that might be difficult to apply. Could I ask for your assistance, Miss Xu?" Sure," she replied without much thought, nodding in agreement, and the two proceeded towards the boys' dormitory. Upon reaching the door of room 414, Chen Jianghe had assumed that returning early would mean the dormitory was empty. However, as he opened the door, he was met with an awkward surprise. Near the balcony, Wang Yuanpeng was entangled with a disheveled girl, engaged in an intimate embrace. Seeing this scene, Chen Jianghe realized that had he arrived a few minutes later, it could have been an unsightly spectacle. He inwardly cursed Wang Yuanpeng for bringing a girl to the dormitory without even locking the door. It was one thing to stumble upon this alone, but to have Xu Zhixi beside him made it all the more mortifying. Wang Yuanpeng and his companion were equally startled by the sudden intrusion. As he attempted to explain himself, his partner playfully thumped his chest and shyly remarked, "Apong. I agreed to come to the dorm to hang out, but I didn't agree to a sports event." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanpeng turned pale and quickly raised his hand to cover her mouth. Unfortunately, even with her mouth covered, they could still hear her stammering. "If you truly want to play so wildly, you'll have to pay more." "Damn, how toxic." Chen Jianghe couldn't bear to listen any longer and swiftly pulled the astonished Xu Zhixi away from the scene. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xu Zhixi took a deep breath to compose herself and inquired of Chen Jianghe, "Does Wang Yuanpeng frequently bring girls back to the dormitory?" "No," Chen Jianghe replied decisively, shaking his head. "It is not my place to comment on such matters. It could hurt his pride. You, as the class monitor and his dormitory mate, ought to advise him not to indulge excessively, lest he jeopardize his future." Xu Zhixi replied with a serious expression, "Indeed, you must not emulate him, otherwise I will have no choice but to call your father to the school." Chapter 30. If you can't defeat me, join me, Mr. Xu. "May I discuss something with you?" "Speak," she beckoned. "My injuries are still quite painful. Could we refrain from adding salt to the wound?" "That depends on your performance," Xu said with a light huff, turning to leave. Yet, after a few steps, she turned back. "Come to my dormitory. I shall apply some ointment and share a few matters with you." "Oh." Chen Jianghe was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and readily agreed with a grin. Xu Zhixi's dormitory was a standard faculty suite provided by the school, modest in size, consisting of a living room and a bedroom. The living area was both simple and clean, decorated warmly, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air. "Lie on the sofa. I will fetch the medicine for you," Xu Zhixi instructed before stepping into the bedroom. When she emerged, Chen Jianghe had already removed his trousers and was sprawled on the sofa, awaiting her. "You exhibitionist," Xu Zhixi scolded playfully, grabbing a small blanket and draping it over him, then carefully applying red ointment to his wounds. Chen Jianghe felt a wave of comfort wash over him, yet he exaggerated his discomfort, grimacing and mumbling in English, "Slow down, slow down." Xu Zhixi, indulging him, complied, going slower and gentler, then attempted to shift the conversation to distract him. "Haven't you joined the student council yet?" "Uh-huh," Chen Jianghe nodded, puzzled by Xu's sudden inquiry. "I spoke with teacher Zhao from the college's youth league committee and plan to have you and Lin Siki gain some experience there after the holidays. You should report to them," Xu Zhixi continued. "The youth league committee?" Chen Jianghe's eyes sparkled with interest. "Yes, You've been working part-time lately, and joining the committee would be beneficial for your future, Xu Zhixi said softly. How does Teacher Su know about my part-time job? Chen Jianghe's heart raced. Are you wondering how I am so well informed about your affairs? Xu Zhixi's eyes sparkled with cleverness, instantly piercing through Chen Jianghe's thoughts. In response, Chen Jianghe recalled the insufferable Lao Lu, who was practically Su's informant. Actually, I am quite interested in the Youth League Committee. I just prefer to pursue things honestly rather than through backdoor means, Chen Jianghe joked, hoping to deflect Xu Zhixi's inquiry about his job. Then let us pretend I never mentioned it. Xu Zhixi sensed a deeper meaning in his words, rolling her eyes in response. Originally, I intended for only Lin Siki to go, but your antics have made it troublesome. The committee's oversight department tracks attendance, and class monitor Chen Jianghe has been absent every time. Huh? Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, muttering in Hakka with frustration. The Youth League's inspection department is utterly ridiculous. The teachers rarely call names, yet they scrutinize every triviality. It must be that old sycophant by Qidong, stabbing me in the back again, targeting my vulnerabilities. The thought alone ignited his anger, and he yearned for a dark, windy night to gather his roommates and drag by Qidong into an alley for a good thrashing. What are you mumbling about? Xu Zhixi, unable to comprehend Hakka, anticipated that Chen Jianghe was venting his ire but chose not to comment. His voice was muffled. One must be strong to withstand the blows. You should be more careful. The inspection department's roll call deducts behavior points, which directly affects your final exam scores. Xu Zhixi advised. Indeed, Teacher Su, you are correct. I have come to a realization, Chen Jianghe replied, his eyes flickering with determination. What have you realized? Xu Zhixi casually inquired. The Youth League's inspection department is an excellent department that encourages progress. I aspire to join them, Chen Jianghe declared with conviction. Xu Zhixi couldn't suppress a chuckle, causing her hand to tremble and inadvertently jab a cotton swab in an unintended spot. Ouch! Chen Jianghe instinctively jumped up and embraced Xu Zhixi, his body trembling inexplicably. Startled by his sudden embrace, she instinctively attempted to push him away. Yet seeing his furrowed brow and trembling form, which suggested he was in pain, guilt washed over her. I apologize. It's all right. Just take your time, Chen Jianghe replied, holding her tightly, his breath brushing against her fair, delicate collarbone. He sensed her slight tremor as well. Are you feeling better? Xu Zhixi gently nudged him. Much improved. Chen Jianghe inhaled deeply, releasing her and returning to the couch obediently. You should rest. I will go to the cafeteria to get us some food, Xu Zhixi instructed, tossing her long hair back and asking before leaving, what would you like to eat? Eggs, Chen Jianghe responded without hesitation. Will just eggs be enough to fill you? 2 boiled eggs and a slice of ham, he elaborated, to reinforce one's form. You rascal, Xu Zhixi playfully chastised before turning to leave. Upon her return, she indeed brought Chen Jianghe eggs and ham. However, the eggs were fried, and the ham was sliced, laden with implications. In the afternoon, Chen Jianghe, reeking of antiseptic, swaggered back to the dormitory. As he entered, a more pungent aroma assaulted his senses. He frowned, thinking, Wang Yuanpeng certainly lives up to his reputation as a seasoned player. Even when engaged, he fights through tears. At that moment, both Wang Yuanpeng and his companion were absent, so Chen Jianghe opened the doors and windows, as well as the electric fan, to disperse the odor. Bored and restless in the dorm, Chen Jianghe opened Lu Dongliang's computer and indulged in the trending online game, Conquest. As the clock approached 4, Wang Yuanpeng returned. Third brother, are you hungry? I brought you some Hong Kong-style afternoon tea, he said cheerfully, carrying a bag filled with treats, snacks, and drinks. Still engrossed in his game, Chen Jianghe glanced at the elegantly packaged food on the table, smiling. Is this your way of testing my resolve? Of course not. Wang Yuanpeng chuckled and retrieved a cigarette from the depths of a convenience bag, bending down to place it on Chen Jianghe's thigh. To his surprise, Chen Jianghe paused his game, picked up the cigarette, and glanced at Wang Yuanpeng, puzzled by the gesture. What's the meaning behind this? It's nothing significant, just a small favor. This morning, I kindly ask you to speak a few good words for me in front of Teacher Su, Wang Yuanpeng replied. He assumed Chen Jianghe was about to decline his offer, and was prepared to reclaim the remaining cigarette. However, before he could reach out, Chen Jianghe cheerfully remarked, just give me cash for it. Brother San, you're being quite bold. Wang Yuanpeng scratched his head, realizing that Chen Jianghe's audacity surpassed his own. I was merely jesting. Chen Jianghe laughed, returning the cigarette, and then inexplicably sighed deeply. Startled by this exhalation, Wang Yuanpeng inquired, "Brother San, do you have any troubles?" "You understand me well," Chen Jianghe replied, patting Wang Yuanpeng on the shoulder and subtly hinting at his predicament without explicitly stating it. Wang Yuanpeng grasped the implication immediately and boldly declared, "Brother San, just name your amount." Chen Jianghe raised his hand, displaying 5 fingers. 500, right? "No problem. I can withdraw it from the ATM shortly," Wang Yuanpeng nonchalantly stated. As 500 was a trifling sum for him. "Loan me 50,000, Chen Jianghe stated plainly, no longer playing coy. "I'll repay you in half a month." Wang Yuanpeng was taken aback, staring at Chen Jianghe for a while, muttering, "Brother San, you must be joking." "I'm not joking," Chen Jianghe replied earnestly. "Come on. 5,000 would be more reasonable. I only have just over 30,000 in my account, and I still have to stretch it to the winter break." Wang Yuanpeng felt conflicted. Although his family was well off, his living expenses were not inexhaustible. "Then lend me 30,000, and I will return you 32,000, principal and interest." "In half a month," Chen Jianghe stated resolutely. Wang Yuanpeng fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. "This is the first time I've asked to borrow money from you, and it may also be the last. Moreover, my request is ultimately for your benefit," Chen Jianghe emphasized, appealing to their camaraderie while hinting at deeper implications. "Very well, I shall lend it." Wang Yuanpeng gritted his teeth in agreement. "But let us keep things clear. You must write me an IOU." "Not a problem," Chen Jianghe nodded. "Give me your account number, and I will transfer the funds at the bank." Due to the substantial sum involved, Wang Yuanpeng was cautious but did not hesitate. Once Chen Jianghe provided his account number, he promptly left. The saying goes, one relies on parents at home and friends outside. If Chen Jianghe wished to accumulate capital swiftly, the mere 10,000 in Lu Dongliang stock account alongside his few thousand was insufficient. He needed to exploit Wang Yuanpeng's resources. Chen Jianghe's decision to borrow money served 2 primary purposes: to increase his investment in the stock market and to deplete Wang Yuanpeng's small savings. A man with wealth often revels, and with empty pockets, he naturally becomes more focused. With this maneuver, Chen Jianghe secured a substantial gambling fund while fulfilling his advisor's request, achieving dual objectives. Upon returning home for the holiday, his desire for wealth intensified once more. Chen Jianghe aspired to seize the opportunity while his parents were still young, eager to earn money to allow them to enjoy life sooner. The prospect of becoming a billionaire or the wealthiest person in eastern Guangdong felt distant. Thus, he set a modest goal: to purchase a plot of land in his village during the winter holiday and build a new home for his parents. "Apologies, third brother. I've indulged a bit too much during the holiday, leaving only 29,000 in my account. I'm sending you 28,000. 28,000 is acceptable. I shall return you 30,000 later." Chen Jianghe seemed to have anticipated this situation, as he had prepared a loan agreement, leaving only the amounts for borrowing and repayment blank, intending to fill them in once Wang Yuanpeng returned to confirm. Wang Yuanpeng, a man of foresight, produced a box of ink and, smiling, said to Chen Jianghe, "It's not that I don't trust you." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Jianghe had already dipped his finger into the ink and pressed his print on the loan agreement, grinning as he declared, "A clear account between brothers, I understand." Seeing this, Wang Yuanpeng let out a sigh of relief. To be frank, 28,000 was not a trifling sum for him. Had it not been for the leverage he found himself under with Chen Jianghe, he would never have easily lent such a considerable amount, even to a dormitory brother. Of course, Wang Yuanpeng had also safeguarded himself. Even if Chen Jianghe were to delay repayment, it would not hinder his leisurely bicycle rides to bars, maintaining a balance between saving and spending. With the casinos closed during the holidays, Chen Jianghe found the extended break increasingly tedious, especially during a bull market cycle, where most investors wished for the stock market to operate year-round, engaging in constant trading. This was, in fact, the psychology of a gambler at work. Those who had lost were reluctant to leave the table in hopes of recouping their losses, while those who had profited were unwilling to depart, seeking even greater gains. Many investors leveraged their assets, borrowing to invest, only to find themselves in disarray when risks materialized. Currently, Chen Jianghe was both a gambler and a seer. He was acutely aware of when this bull market cycle would conclude and when the true risks would emerge. His current strategy was to act decisively before the impending crisis struck, with a long holiday stretching from October 30th to November 8th. Followed by a return to work on the 9th, he relished the abundance of time and minimal responsibilities, truly a delight in the financial sector. Finally, on October 9th, the stock market reopened. This day held historical significance, as the market announced a major reform affecting 1014 listed companies. However, for Chen Jianghe, this was not news, but rather old information. He quickly bypassed it, clicking through to explore other financial discussions. Amidst the discourse on market imbalances and unmet expectations, he stumbled upon a post regarding warrants, questioning whether they had deteriorated into mere scraps of paper in the market. Upon reading this, Chen Jianghe felt a sudden surge of excitement. Warrants, indeed, were valuable instruments. Chen Jianghe's eyes narrowed in contemplation. He recalled a particularly frenzied surge of a warrant in mid-November 2006, which left an indelible impression. The Wu Steel put warrant, once deemed worthless, had unexpectedly transformed into the market's dark horse, achieving a staggering rise before vanishing from the historical stage. Chen Jianghe vividly remembered that this warrant had reached an astonishing peak increase of 542% during trading, a phenomenon bordering on the magical. The speculators involved in this venture have nearly profited immensely, primarily due to the absence of price fluctuation limits on warrants, coupled with the T0 trading rule. This has rendered them a product deemed both reasonable and legitimate by investors, categorizing them as pure speculative instruments. Unfortunately, Chen Jianghe could only recall a vague timeline around mid-November. Failing to remember the precise date, there was no need to rush. He took a deep breath to quell his excitement. First logging into his account to invest the borrowed 28,000 yuan into industrial and commercial bank and Panhai construction. Following over 6 months of market rotations, the surge in the banking and real estate sectors beginning in October would serve as two driving forces for the market's future. After executing his purchases, Chen Jianghe removed his hands from the keyboard, turned away from his desk, and picked up a book before leaving the dormitory to attend class. Third brother, I've already answered for you. Why do you still personally come to class? Chen Jianghe stealthily entered the classroom through the back door, unnoticed by the teacher, but spotted by Sun Tian seated in the rear. Isn't it simply my passion for learning? Chen Jianghe replied, taking a seat beside Sun Tian, meticulously arranging his textbook, pen, and notebook. Sun Tian glanced at his desk, stifling a laugh as he remarked, "Third brother, you've brought the wrong book. How can you claim to love studying?" "Oh, isn't this the English class?" Chen Jianghe responded, only to realize, "Oh, this is advanced mathematics." He rubbed his forehead and, with a forced smile, said, "No worries. I've always excelled in math since childhood. Bringing the wrong book won't hinder my ability to follow the lesson." After speaking, he lifted his gaze to the blackboard, squinting at the teacher's notes, then covered his eyes. Damn it, who on earth had the leisure to devise such advanced mathematics? It's utterly perplexing, even more so than the stock market's candlestick charts. Unable to comprehend the material, and compounded by the wrong book, Chen Jianghe found himself lost in the advanced math class, propping his head up with one hand, his gaze wandering aimlessly. The advanced math lecture felt interminable, with the sunlight streaming through the window, adding to his restlessness. The only flicker of excitement came from Lin Siki, seated by the window, whose adorable Pikachu eyes peered out from beneath her low-collared t-shirt, barely lifting his spirits. Mathematics, after all, revolves around the study of 2D and 3D, which pales in comparison to the allure of naked eye, 36D. Chapter 32. I can't breathe. I'm suffocating finally, when the bell rang to signal the end of class. Chen Jianghe had no desire to linger in the classroom and made a swift exit. At that moment, Lin Siki, who had been observing him throughout the lecture, approached him briskly, calling out, "Class leader, wait a moment." Chen Jianghe hesitated, feeling a tad embarrassed as he turned to face her, wondering if Lin Siki would truly be so petty. Although his gaze had not been entirely innocent, his intentions were pure, and he felt the heavens could attest to that. Lin Siki approached gracefully, a fragrant breeze accompanying her as she smiled and inquired, "Has Teacher Su discussed the matters regarding the Youth League Committee with you?" "Yes." Chen Jianghe nodded. "Yesterday, Teacher Zhao from the committee reached out to me, asking us to find time to visit his office for a brief interview within the next few days," Lin Siki continued. Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow and suggested, "Check the class schedule. If we have no classes this afternoon, let us go see him together at 3 o'clock. Lin Siki, an enthusiastic student, had already committed her class schedule to memory. With confidence, she remarked, "We have a computer class this afternoon, which concludes at 3 o'clock. I shall remind you then." Chen Jianghe gestured and turned to leave. Lin Siki, playfully tossing her long hair, partially obstructed his path and, with a radiant smile, inquired, "Class monitor. My aspiration is to join the organization department of the Youth League. What about you?" "Ah, I aspire to the supervisory department," Chen Jianghe replied, raising his hand to measure the nearby semicircle with a smile. "Oh, I guessed correctly," Lin Siki said, feeling a slight pride. However, Chen Jianghe's gesture stirred her curiosity, prompting her to gently bite her red lip and lean closer to his ear, asking, "I've heard that you dabble in stocks in the dormitory and are quite skilled. Would you mind teaching me?" "I merely play for enjoyment," Chen Jianghe replied, sensing that her intentions were not solely about learning to invest. It seemed she wished to accompany him to the boys' dormitory. There's excitement and risk. "What stocks do you currently hold?" "I wish to invest a little," Lin Siki expressed, seemingly undeterred by the risks involved, determined to join Chen Jianghe in this venture. "The stock market carries risks. One must invest with caution," Chen Jianghe remarked, studying her intently before continuing to reject her request. "You are still young and may find it difficult to withstand the market's turbulence. Perhaps another time." Had Lin Siki's interest been purely in trading stocks, he would have gladly guided her, but sensing ulterior motives, he hesitated. A rabbit does not consume the grass near its nest, unless the prairie faces famine, Chen Jianghe pondered cautiously. Oh, Lin Siki feigned annoyance, aware that she was not as immature as he suggested. Despite his repeated assertions of her youth, which were clearly aimed at dissuading her, she chose not to press further. With a playful toss of her hair, she gracefully returned to her seat. Chen Jianghe swiftly departed to check the stock market in the dormitory. That afternoon consisted solely of a computer class, and Chen Jianghe invited the notorious truant Lu Dongliang to attend with him. After class, Lu intended to return to the dormitory with Chen, but discovered that Lin Siki had already left. "Damn, this is too real," Lu Dongliang thought as he watched Chen Jianghe and Lin Siki depart side by side. He pulled out a cigarette, only to find he had no lighter, and thus, he was left in solitude. A few minutes later, Chen Jianghe and Lin Siki arrived at the Youth League office. Lin Siki politely knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response from within, she entered, only to find that the office was occupied not by Youth League teachers, but by two senior students wearing identification tags of the Youth League. "Hello, seniors. May I ask if Teacher Zhao is present?" Lin Siki's voice was sweet, and both seniors turned to look at her, their gazes fixed in fascination. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, one of them smiled and replied, "Teacher Zhao is in a meeting. Which class are you from, and what brings you here?" "I am Lin Siki, the Youth League representative from Class 1 of Business Administration." She introduced herself, gesturing towards Chen Jianghe. "This is our class monitor, Chen Jianghe. We are here for an interview." "Interview?" The senior raised an eyebrow and said, "The recruitment for all departments of the Youth League has concluded. You have arrived late. We were recommended by our advisor," Lin Siki explained. "Oh, I see. There is no need for you to seek out Teacher Zhao for an interview. Simply proceed with the approval process here. I am Yan Zihong, the Deputy Minister of the Youth League's Supervisory Department and the class representative of the 2005 International Trade Class 2. This is Geng Shigang, the Deputy Minister of the Organizational Department of the Youth League and a member of the 2005 Accounting Class 1. Yan Zihong, the senior, rose to introduce himself before inquiring, "Which of you will interview first?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe and Lin Siki exchanged glances, thinking that it was fortuitous timing for their arrival. In a gesture of chivalry, Chen Jianghe signaled Lin Siki to go ahead, stepping back himself. Before long, Lin Siki emerged with an angry expression, her lips pouting in frustration, exclaiming, "What kind of interview is this? It's utterly disgusting. Class monitor, let us go back." "What happened?" Chen Jianghe approached her, frowning. "Did those two fools bully you?" "The Deputy Minister of the Organizational Department asked me about my measurements, whether I had a boyfriend, and when my first time was. Then he leered and suggested I perform a dance to pass the interview. As if I would." Lin Siki's anger escalated as she recounted her experience. And that Deputy Minister of the Supervisory Department was no better. He didn't say a word the entire time. Just stared at my chest, and even stuck out his tongue. Such despicable behavior is truly repugnant. I can't fathom how people like this are selected for leadership positions in the Youth League. Lin Siki, typically outgoing and sociable, wasn't he easily offended by bold glances or comments from the opposite sex. However, the brazen teasing and leering from these two unfamiliar seniors during an interview made her feel particularly revolted. "Damn it," Chen Jianghe exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. "Wait here for me. I'll have a word with them." Class monitor, don't act impulsively. Lin Siki grasped his arm, fearful of a confrontation with the two fools. Don't worry. I'm a reasonable person. I'll teach them how to show respect. Chen Jianghe brushed aside Lin Siki's hand, striding confidently toward the door before pushing it open and closing it behind him. Concerned for his safety, Lin Siki took out her phone to contact their advisor, Xu Zhixi. Just as she finished informing Teacher Su of the situation, she heard a commotion from inside the office, causing her alarm. She quickly pushed the door open. Lin Siki paused, initially thinking that in a 2-on-1 scenario, her class monitor might be at a disadvantage. To her astonishment, she found both seniors pinned to the ground by Chen Jianghe, as helpless as chickens awaiting slaughter. What do you two think you are? After harassing my class representative, you dare to act tough in front of me? You look like two bean sprouts, with a combined fighting strength of less than 5. What gives you the right to act superior? Chen Jianghe's expression was icy, akin to a father chastising his son, combining physical intimidation with psychological warfare. Coming from a rural background, Chen Jianghe's height and strength far exceeded that of Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang, the two feeble seniors. In simpler terms, the hard work he had put into his physique was not in vain. It truly paid off when it mattered. Lin Siki gazed at Chen Jianghe in that moment, her eyes wide with admiration, her mind echoing two words, so handsome. Let go, I can't breathe. I'm suffocating. Chapter 33, Life is a Play. All depends on performance, I apologize. Chen Jianghe declared emphatically. Yes, I am sorry, Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang timidly managed to utter. Damn it, cowards. Chen Jianghe spat after hearing their apologies, yet he chose not to press further, releasing his grip. In truth, he had not struck them. He had merely used brute force to pin them to the ground, preventing these two from turning to their teacher and escalating the situation. Once he let go, Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang awkwardly rose, brushing off the dust from their clothes. Chen Jianghe glanced at Lin Siki, lit a cigarette, and gestured, let us go back. All right. Lin Siki nodded and trotted a few steps to his side, following him like an adoring fan. Just as they reached the door, Yan Zihong abruptly turned, seizing a chair, and swung it menacingly at Chen Jianghe's back. Meanwhile, Geng Shigang grabbed a broom from the corner, aiming for Chen Jianghe's legs. Class monitor, watch out. Lin Siki, quick on her feet, pushed Chen Jianghe aside, exposing herself to Yan Zihong's assault. Yan Zihong, however, was no fool. Noticing Lin Siki's selfless act, he halted the chair mid-swing, narrowly avoiding her. Stop! A stern voice echoed from outside. Yan Zihong, Geng Shigang, what are you doing? Startled by the reprimand, Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang dropped the chair and broom immediately. Not far from the door stood two teachers, Zhao Yingjie from the Youth League and Xu Zhixi. Teacher Zhao? It was him who started it. Yan Zihong rushed towards the teachers, pointing at Chen Jianghe, eager to shift the blame. I saw you swinging that chair to hit someone, and now you accuse him? Do you take me for a fool? Teacher Zhao's expression was grave, his demeanor icy. Xu Zhixi approached Chen Jianghe and Lin Siki with concern, asking, are you all right? Are you hurt? I feel dizzy. Chen Jianghe, sensing Xu Zhixi's presence, theatrically slurred his words. In a fleeting moment, he rolled his eyes back and collapsed into Xu Zhixi's arms. Chen Jianghe, class monitor. Xu Zhixi cried out, urgently calling his name, while Lin Siki stood in shock beside her. Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang were utterly bewildered. They had barely touched Chen Jianghe, so how did he suddenly faint? Quick! To the infirmary. Teacher Zhao remained the calmest in the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down and hoisted Chen Jianghe onto his back. Before departing for the infirmary, he shot a glance at Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang, commanding, you two wait for me in my office. Teacher Zhao, let me explain. Yan Zihong attempted to protest, but was silenced by Zhao's intense glare. Then Lin Siki, gritting her teeth, retorted, shut up. If anything happens to my class monitor, you'll be explaining at the police station. Yan Zihong was rendered speechless. Chen Jianghe was swiftly taken to the infirmary. Under the school nurse's careful attention, the master of performance, class monitor Chen, promptly fell asleep, only to awaken much later, groggily opening his eyes like a wounded soldier. By this time, the day had grown dim. Teacher Zhao and Lin Siki had already departed, while Xu Zhixi was quietly consulting the school doctor, inquiring about Chen Jianghe's health condition and subsequent treatment recommendations. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in a timely manner. The school doctor adjusted his glasses, his inner monologue revealing that otherwise, Chen would have soon regained consciousness on his own, yet he habitually remarked, otherwise. The consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Xu Zhixi's eyelids fluttered. My suggestion is for him to stay here for 3 to 5 days for observation. Oh, thank you, Dr. Feng, Xu Zhixi replied politely, turning to see Chen Jianghe gazing at her intently, struggling to rise from the hospital bed but lacking the strength, despite several attempts. He could not manage to get up. Xu Zhixi hurried over to support him, advising, "You should lie down properly and avoid moving around." Oh, Chen Jianghe nodded slightly, then covered his forehead with his hand. "Is your head still spinning?" Xu Zhixi asked with concern. Chen Jianghe peered at her through his fingers. At that moment, Teacher Xu radiated a warmth and tenderness that was more pronounced than usual, akin to the gentle sunlight of early spring, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. "It's a little better." Chen Jianghe inhaled deeply and said, "The pillow is too hard. It's uncomfortable." "Then, lean on me." Xu Zhixi adjusted her shoulder to provide him with a cushion for his head. "Thank you, teacher," Chen Jianghe replied without hesitation, resting his head against her fragrant shoulder. Feeling significantly more at ease. "How are you feeling now?" Xu Zhixi inquired again. "Much better, though it's still a tad firm," Chen Jianghe responded. Xu Zhixi bit her lip, glanced outside, and upon noticing the absence of others, whispered, "Then, lean down a bit." "Oh," Chen Jianghe replied softly, then shifted his head downward, resting it against Xu Zhixi's chest, finding the most comfortable position. The softness was instantly maximized. Very good. Xu Zhixi had always indulged him. And even though she was aware of his slightly brazen behavior, she allowed him this moment. "Are you hungry?" After a long pause, Xu Zhixi asked. "Not hungry." Chen Jianghe merely wished to enjoy this moment of tenderness. Such comfort was rare and should be savored. Xu Zhixi, sensing his intentions, gently repositioned his head, saying, "You need to move up a bit. My arm is going numb." "Numb?" Chen Jianghe blinked, awkwardly shifting upward, then hesitantly asked, "Will this incident be reported to my parents?" "If you're fine, there's no need to inform your parents. We wouldn't want to cause them worry," Xu Zhixi replied. "You truly consider everything, Teacher Xu." Chen Jianghe felt reassured. "Did you often get into fights before, prompting teachers to contact your parents?" Xu Zhixi looked at Chen Jianghe and suddenly asked. "No. I was very well behaved and received the 3 Good Student Award every year," Chen Jianghe boasted without a hint of modesty. "I don't believe it," Xu Zhixi smiled faintly, saying, "You must have been quite mischievous and frequently gotten into fights, often leading teachers to call your parents." Reflecting on the matter of parental notifications, Chen Jianghe glanced at Xu Zhixi, recalling, "I remember in the 1st grade, I got into a fight with other children, and the teacher called my dad to the school. I told the teacher that there was no need for my dad to come. I could win on my own." "Ahem." Xu Zhixi lightly coughed twice. "You simpleton. Do you think the teacher called your father to school to assist you in fighting? If my father doesn't help me, is he supposed to aid other children in beating me?" Chen Jianghe wore a look of obviousness. "I am his biological son, not a complimentary gift with phone top-ups." It did have a semblance of logic, considering that when you were born, there likely wasn't a promotion for free children with phone top-ups in the country. Xu Zhixi lightly tapped her exquisite chin with her index finger, responding earnestly. "Xu teacher," Chen Jianghe suddenly called out to her. Xu Zhixi lowered her gaze to him. "I feel as though you are implying something about me." Chen Jianghe looked directly at her, and the evidence is irrefutable. "Is it?" Xu Zhixi felt the distance between them was too close, slightly turning her head, yet leaving behind a flawless profile. "I protest against this." Chen Jianghe inhaled deeply, leaning closer to her cheek, mere centimeters away. The protest was futile. Xu Zhixi raised her hand to block him. "Knock, knock, knock." A knock echoed from outside, followed by Lin Siki's voice. "Xu teacher, may I come in?" "Yes, please do." Xu Zhixi raised an eyebrow, gently pushing away the advancing Chen Jianghe, smoothing her hair, and responding with calm composure. Soon after, Lin Siki pushed the door open, entering with items in hand. "Class monitor, you're awake," Lin Siki exclaimed upon seeing Chen Jianghe, her face lighting up with surprise. Chen Jianghe nodded. "I brought you both lunch." Lin Siki opened the bag, revealing 2 food containers. Even unsealed, the aroma wafted towards Chen Jianghe, a genuine Dingguan-style roasted goose set. "Xu teacher, the roasted goose should be eaten while it's hot. It loses its flavor when cold." Lin Siki handed one portion to Xu Zhixi and then brought another to Chen Jianghe, asking thoughtfully, "Class monitor, is your head still dizzy? Do you need assistance with your meal?" Cough. Chen Jianghe coughed lightly, reaching out to accept the food container, mumbling, "We can't take a beating for nothing. What did Teacher Zhao say?" Teacher Zhao stated that a serious handling of Yin Zihong and Geng Shigang is to be expected. With the specific results likely announced in a couple of days, Lin Siki replied. Is that all? Chen Jianghe expressed some disappointment. Lin Siki blinked, slightly puzzled by Chen Jianghe's reaction. Xu Zhixi, however, keenly observed and smiled, awakening Lin Siki's understanding. Compared to the outcomes for Yin Zihong and Geng Shigang, he is likely more concerned about whether he can unconditionally join the Youth League Committee after being beaten. Lin Siki's eyes flickered. Chen Jianghe smirked inwardly, thinking, no one understands me better than Su teacher. Rest assured, I have negotiated with Teacher Zhao. You are arranged to serve as student assistants in the Youth League Committee, helping with minor tasks and student affairs, Xu Zhixi decisively affirmed. Chapter 34, One day, with a knife in hand. Slaughtering the pretentious dogs of the Youth League Committee. The student assistants of the Youth League Committee primarily aid teachers with minor tasks, assist in organizing documents, and occasionally engage in ideological work with students, helping teachers manage the student council among other duties. This position may seem insignificant, and the title of assistant might not sound impressive. However, it holds a higher status than that of department heads in the organization, inspection, or publicity divisions of the Youth League Committee. Due to the fact that the teachers in the Youth League Committee often merely play a nominal role and do not engage deeply in affairs, the deputy secretary and the secretary at the top predominantly focus on significant matters, leaving minor issues to be delegated. Ironically, the individuals who truly wield influence within the committee are the student assistants at the grassroots level. Chen Jianghe's recent feigned injury was executed with remarkable finesse. Not only did he successfully shift the blame onto Yin Zihong and Geng Shigang, but he also adeptly maneuvered himself and Lin Siki into the ranks of the Youth League Committee, achieving a dual benefit. Furthermore, upon learning of his supposed injury, his roommates and classmates flocked to visit him, showering him with snacks and fruits that piled high on his bedside table, creating an overwhelmingly pleasant experience. Were it not for his preoccupation with the stock market and his part-time job, Chen Jianghe would have relished the opportunity to recline in the infirmary for a few days and fully indulge in the moment. The actions from the college's Youth League Committee were swift. The following day, they announced the handling of the bullying incident involving Yin Zihong and Geng Shigang against a freshman, stripping both of their positions as deputy ministers of the committee and issuing disciplinary warnings. In a university setting, such warnings are considered serious penalties, as they are more consequential than a mere verbal reprimand. The revocation of one's position and a disciplinary record typically become part of one's academic file and may even affect the issuance of a degree certificate. Should they demonstrate improved behavior thereafter, they might appeal to a teacher for leniency to rescind the punishment. However, repeated infractions would lead to dire consequences. Simultaneously, the committee released another announcement, appointing Chen Jianghe and Lin Siki from Class 1 of the Industrial Management Department as student assistants in the committee office. Chen Jianghe, you wretched scoundrel. Upon seeing the announcement, Yin Zihong and Geng Shigang could barely contain their fury, cursing Chen Jianghe to the depths of his ancestry. It was they who had been humiliated and belittled by Chen Jianghe, yet they were the ones facing disciplinary action and losing their positions. Meanwhile, the perpetrator, Chen Jianghe, had ascended to the role of student assistant in the committee office, holding a status superior to that of the ministers in various departments of the committee. Is there any semblance of justice or legality in this? What is most infuriating is that regardless of the explanations from Yin Zihong and Geng Shigang, Teacher Zhao only believed the facts as she perceived them, dismissing all else as mere rationalizations. This is akin to yellow mud sticking to one's trousers. It may not be excrement, but it is treated as such. Damn it, this matter is far from over. I will ensure that Chen Jianghe pays dearly for his transgressions. Yin Zihong and Geng Shigang exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with fury. At this moment, Chen Jianghe had already convened discussions with the heads of the monitoring and organization departments of the Youth League Committee, instructing them to draft a list to expel those committee members who maintained close ties with Yin Zihong and Geng Shigang. Additionally, he selected a group of reliable and commendable committee officials from the publicity, organization, and monitoring departments to commend and promote. With the fervor of a new official, Chen Jianghe ignited two flames upon his arrival. The first was a personal vendetta. One day, with a knife in hand, he would eradicate the pretentious nuisances of the Youth League Committee. The second was a self-serving initiative disguised as public interest. Chen Jianghe actively sought to ally with outstanding committee officials, intending to cultivate a cadre of elites to lay the groundwork for his future endeavors in the takeaway business in Tianhe district. He could not remain forever in the employ of 9,527. He aimed either to branch out independently or to acquire 9,527, contingent upon amassing a substantial fortune and cultivating a formidable team adept in business expansion, ready to engage in battle at any moment. As for the third fire, Chen Jianghe is currently in no rush to ignite it. He intends to wait for certain individuals to make their move first. Having completed these tasks, Chen Jianghe lay in his dormitory for an entire day, anticipating others would come seeking him, yet the day passed without a ripple, devoid of any noteworthy events, prompting him to return to his daily routine. Moving forward, he resolved to dedicate himself to studying diligently, engaging earnestly in stock trading, and striving to advance in his business endeavors, all three aspects in harmonious progression. He also felt the need to exert more effort in his romantic pursuits. Xu Zhixi, Xu Zhixi, Xu Zhixi. In his advanced mathematics class, Chen Jianghe jotted down his forthcoming plans in a notebook, but as he wrote, his thoughts wandered, and the page became filled with Ms. Su's name, as though he were deliberately practicing her signature. Early that morning, he attended a company meeting where General Manager Sun formally announced the division of the 6 major business departments in eastern Guangdong and confirmed the appointments of their respective managers. Unsurprisingly, Chen Jianghe was appointed as the manager of the Tianhe District Department. Li Tianhai, on the other hand, remained in Panyu, fulfilling his wish to become the district manager there, walking with an air of confidence. Third brother, what are you up to? Chen Jianghe was engrossed in his writing when Sun Tian suddenly leaned over, grinning mischievously. Nothing much. Chen Jianghe quickly closed his notebook and retorted, have you taken any notes? Who takes notes seriously? Sun Tian rolled his eyes and muttered, today, Fantasy Westward Journey is launching a new server. Shall we head to the internet cafe for a round? Chen Jianghe shook his head. Turn-based games are rather dull. Why not explore Legend, Journey, Magic Domain, or Perfect World together instead? They are much more enticing. Indeed. But those games are financially draining and challenging to manage. Fantasy is different. You can play without spending much and even earn money. The more you play, the more engrossed you become. Sun Tian pouted, then turned to second brother Zhang Kai, impolitely asking, Kai, do you want to join me at the internet cafe for the new server? Sure. Zhang Kai nodded. Sun Tian then inquired of Li Jun, who sat beside Kai. Fifth brother, are you in? Absolutely. Just clicking a mouse can earn you money. Much more comfortable than street vending, Li Jun replied with a smile. Lu Gu, Peng Gu, are you going? Sun Tian continued questioning Lu Dongliang and Wang Yuanpeng. Both nodded in agreement. Sun Tian's lips curled into a smirk, exclaiming, it's quite a feat. The 5 tigers of 414 have finally gathered, perfectly aligned for a quintet at the internet cafe, ready to conquer the new server. Xiao Tian, why not ask me again? Chen Jianghe subtly signaled to Sun Tian. Third brother, are you going? Sun Tian asked cheerfully. Chen Jianghe shook his head, then replied earnestly, I cannot. As the class leader, I must set a good example and focus on my studies, striving for improvement every day. Third brother, you've changed. You once said that a class leader's duty was to lead in showing off, while the academic representative should handle the studying, Sun Tian retorted, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, he reached over and snatched Chen Jianghe's notebook from the desk, playfully threatening. Third brother, I'll ask one last time. Are you going or not? Fine, fine, fine. Studying is utterly uninteresting. Gaming is far more delightful. Just give me back my notebook. Chen Jianghe finally relented. Now, that's the third brother I know. Sun Tian returned the notebook, and the 6 of them quietly crouched down, sneaking out of the classroom like mice. This marked the first collective truancy of the 414 dormitory since the beginning of the semester, led by the class leader Chen Jianghe, and they appeared utterly fearless. After striding out of the school's back door and walking 300 meters north, one encounters a large internet cafe. Sharing its name with a well-known pirated novel website from the future, Dingdian Internet Cafe. In this era, internet cafes flourish, particularly those situated near schools, where full occupancy is a common occurrence. Fortunately, Chen Jianghe and his companions had skipped class, arriving during a relatively less crowded period, and promptly secured a 6-person booth. In Fantasy Westward Journey, only 5 players are required to form a team, and since Chen Jianghe does not partake in this game, he logged into his legendary account and engaged in an idle monster hunting session in the Centipede Cave, while simultaneously accessing QQ and activating his invisible status. As Chen Jianghe scrolled through his QQ contacts, he noticed that several newly added members of the Youth League Committee were online. He opened the chat window of the Minister of Supervision, Tang Yuding, and sent a message, "Minister Tang, have you compiled the list of outstanding committee members you were responsible for?" "Yes, it's ready. Should I send you the document directly? Or would you prefer to convene a meeting?" "Let us hold a meeting. I'm available this afternoon." "All right. I will notify them to gather at 1 p.m. in Lecture Hall 2 of the East Teaching Building." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." As the conversation concluded, Chen Jianghe glanced at the time. It was precisely 10 o'clock, leaving him 3 hours to prepare before the afternoon meeting. Chapter 35. I have spoken. Who is in favor? And who is against? "Brothers, I have to step out for a moment." "Enjoy yourselves," Chen Jianghe announced as he stood up to leave. While the 5 members of the 414 squad were engrossed in their game and hardly paid him any mind. After exiting the internet cafe, he took a bus to the company and returned with a tote bag filled with promotional brochures, signed contracts, and his own crafted manual on business visit techniques, colloquially known as talking points. Next, he intended to unleash his full potential and embark on a vigorous endeavor. Weighing the tote bag in his hand, he lit a cigarette before entering the school, offering one to the elderly guard at the entrance and exchanging a few casual remarks before striding purposefully into the campus. At 12:50 p.m. in Lecture Hall 2 of the East Teaching Building, 25 outstanding committee members from the 3 major departments had arrived early. Minister of Supervision, Tang Yuding, and Deputy Minister of Organization, Xu Zhixi, stood at the door awaiting Chen Jianghe, while the Publicity Department had not sent either their deputy or minister. Originally, the Committee's Supervision Department was comprised of 1 minister and 2 deputy ministers. However, following the dismissal of Xu Zhixi, 1 deputy minister position had remained vacant. At 1 p.m., Chen Jianghe arrived punctually. "Is everyone here?" he inquired with a smile, glancing at Tang Yuding by the door. "All the outstanding committee members are present. Just awaiting the arrival of Assistant Chen," Tang Yuding replied with a smile, handing him a list of attendees. Meanwhile, Xu Zhixi, the Minister of Organization, cast a cold glance at Chen Jianghe, seemingly unimpressed with this new assistant to the committee. Receiving the list, Chen Jianghe perused it briefly before stepping into the classroom, with Tang Yuding and Xu Zhixi following closely behind and shutting the door. As he entered the venue, standing at the podium, Chen Jianghe surveyed the room. Most of the outstanding committee members regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. It is not surprising that they harbor such sentiments. For Chen Jianghe ascended to the position of assistant within the Youth League Committee by leveraging the authority of the 2 vice ministers, and he is merely an inconspicuous freshman. Naturally, the upperclassmen present, being sophomores and juniors, would not extend him any cordiality. This was anticipated by Chen Jianghe, and thus he remained unfazed. He placed the bag he was carrying upon the podium and supported himself with both hands on its surface. "I do not favor verbosity. I shall succinctly address 3 matters," Chen Jianghe stated forthrightly. "Firstly, there are vacancies for 1 vice minister each in the supervision and organization departments. The Youth League Committee has resolved to select suitable candidates from the outstanding officials present today to be reported by Minister Tang Yuding and Minister Xu Zhixi for my approval." Chen Jianghe's first announcement was indeed a bombshell, particularly the latter part regarding Minister Tang Yuding and Minister Xu Zixi's report for his approval, which exuded an air of authority. However, the distinguished officials in attendance were well aware that the student assistants within the Youth League Committee indeed possessed such authority. Secondly, the school will be organizing an autumn sports meeting at the end of the month, which requires sponsorship funds. This task was originally the responsibility of the Student Union's External Liaison Department, but due to changes in plans this year, all present must contribute. After concluding the first matter, Chen Jianghe seamlessly transitioned to the second, without any superfluous delays, compelling the audience to pay attention. Thirdly, the faculty of the Youth League Committee has assigned a project that not only addresses the sponsorship funds, but also offers a chance to earn a modest income while enhancing one's personal skills through a student part-time job. Chen Jianghe once again dropped a significant announcement and then surveyed the audience with composure, stating, "I have finished my discourse. If anyone has any opinions, please voice them now." "Assistant Chen, could you elaborate on that student part-time job?" "Certainly. This initiative is spearheaded by the college's Youth League Committee in collaboration with a renowned internet unicorn company affiliated with Sun Yat-sen University, among the 985 institutions. which is launching a group purchasing project for delivery services aimed at university students. Chen Jianghe never hesitated in his assertions, articulating with confidence and grandeur. I possess the promotional materials from that unicorn company. If you are interested, feel free to come and collect them. I am quite curious about what this esteemed internet unicorn company is like, Minister Tang Yuding interjected, being the first to rise and approach the podium. She picked up a promotional brochure, skimmed through it, and nodded with a smile. It indeed appears impressive. May I try this part-time job? Tang Yuding inquired. Having previously served in the student union's external liaison department before deciding that it was unworthy of her efforts and transferring to the college's youth league committee, where she diligently worked her way up to the position of Minister of Supervision. Of course, Chen Jianghe affirmed, then half-jokingly added, however, you are already a minister, so you must not usurp the vice minister positions from others. Not at all. I am not that greedy, Tang Yuding replied with a radiant smile. I merely wish to garner support for the autumn sports meeting while simultaneously enriching my own coffers, a win-win situation. Chen Jianghe nodded in agreement, then loudly addressed those present. Minister Tang has already taken the lead. Is there anyone else who wishes to join in? Please raise your hand if you are interested in the part-time opportunity. I will. Gradually, hands began to rise, and ultimately, aside from Minister Xu Zhixi of the organization department, all others had expressed their interest. Xu Zhixi pondered to himself. This is clearly the laborious task that should fall under the purview of the student council. Why should we, the youth league committee, be dragged into it? However, his thoughts were not shared by the distinguished colleagues present, as no one wished to turn down a monetary opportunity. Though this task was a temporary arrangement, it was, as Minister Tang had just articulated, a dual benefit, an opportunity to hone one's skills while simultaneously enriching one's personal finances, an advantageous situation indeed. After all, attending university, joining the youth league committee, and assuming leadership roles are all in pursuit of skill development, are they not? Furthermore, this task was tied to the allocation of 2 deputy minister positions, and each outstanding member present was eager to vie for them. Assistant Chen, does this part-time role entail that we take promotional brochures to negotiate partnerships with local businesses? How will the expenses be settled? At this juncture, Tang Yuding interjected with her query. Minister Tang had hit the nail on the head. Chen Jianghe smiled and praised her, acknowledging that every word from Minister Tang was precisely articulated, a testament to her high emotional intelligence as a leader of the Youth League Committee. The commission for signing a business partnership was 100 yuan, with the committee's decree stating that half would be allocated to the autumn sports games, while the other half would serve as personal remuneration for the part-time work. After delivering this information, Chen Jianghe produced a contract and handed it to Tang Yuding. Signing a single business contract yields 100 yuan commission? Tang Yuding widened her eyes in disbelief. Is Minister Tang dissatisfied with this amount? Chen Jianghe retorted with a smile. No. Tang Yuding waved her hand dismissively. I once held a part-time job distributing flyers beneath a bridge, where I handed out 500 flyers in a day and earned merely 30 yuan. I found it quite exhilarating at the time. Haha. Chen Jianghe chuckled heartily. In 2006, the prevailing wage levels in the country were generally below 2,000 yuan, and even in the first-tier city of eastern Guangdong, it was not significantly higher. University students' part-time jobs were particularly low-paying, with 30 yuan for a day's work distributing flyers being considered decent. The price Chen Jianghe offered was exceedingly fair, devoid of any markup. However, having been promoted to manager, he now received an additional 500 yuan performance bonus for every 10 contracts signed. I will take on this part-time job, Tang Yuding declared without hesitation, then inquired, could I possibly have a few more promotional brochures and contracts? Not a problem. Chen Jianghe replied with a grin, adding, but you mustn't monopolize the opportunities, allow others a chance as well. Other matters may be negotiable. But when it comes to earning money, I will not concede. Each person must rely on their own abilities. And I firmly believe that none of the distinguished colleagues present will fall short of my efforts, Tang Yuding responded with a smile. Excellent. Chen Jianghe commended her, then fanned the flames of competition by stating, I will join you in this part-time endeavor. If any of you sign fewer contracts than I do, these 2 deputy minister positions will remain vacant, reserved for those with true capability. Assistant Chen had issued a challenge. Everyone must rise to the occasion. Tang Yuding tossed her short hair, turning to the assembly of distinguished colleagues. Come, let us chant our slogan. As her words echoed, the group stood in unison, raising their fists and shouting, defeat Assistant Chen. Defeat Assistant Chen. Chapter 36. Don't wait for the next time, act now. That slogan was somewhat intimidating, Chen Jianghe thought, his face darkening. The fervent energy of this gathering might lead one to believe they were preparing for a card game instead. The crux of the matter lies in the synchronized shouts of the crowd, clearly indicating prior rehearsals. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from outside, followed by the forceful entrance of someone kicking the door open. Chen Jianghe turned to look, and the attendees also shifted their gazes to see Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang storming in with a group of boys, exuding an air of aggression. Chen Jianghe, I had thought you were thriving as an assistant in the Youth League Committee, only to realize you are nothing but a worthless trinket. Yan Zihong, short like a winter melon yet vociferous as a trumpet, bellowed upon entry. Is it too much to expect a bit of decorum from a university student? Chen Jianghe, maintaining an air of calm, regarded the seniors with a bemused expression. One should not speak of trivialities. Civility is for everyone. Why bother with civility with someone like you? Yan Zihong scoffed. Just as his words fell, another voice chimed in from behind. Exactly. Let's disregard civility altogether. Chen Jianghe chuckled lightly and queried Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang. Did you gentlemen bring this entourage to entertain us, or are you here for a comedy show? Quite the contrary. I am here to witness your disgrace, Yan Zihong replied, hands on his hips, a sneer on his lips. What makes you think you can witness anything? Chen Jianghe's laughter faded, and his demeanor hardened. Do you dare to act superior? I'll make you leave on your back. I believe you, Chen Jianghe nodded, unfazed. Bringing this many people simply means you seek a fight. I stand here, so go ahead, make a move. Let us see if you can back that up. With that, a robust fellow clad in athletic gear stepped forward from behind Yan Zihong, fists clenched and eyes fixed on Chen Jianghe. You think you're brave, huh? Chen Jianghe glanced at him, then turned back to the podium, seizing a chair and hurling it to the ground. Here, take this chair. Taking a few steps forward, he pointed to his head and challenged, lift the chair and smash it on my head. The burly boy cursed under his breath, yet seemed momentarily subdued by Chen Jianghe's audacity. Fighting follows this logic. The weak fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear nothing. Chen Jianghe's current demeanor radiated an air of reckless abandon, standing defiantly with a multitude surrounding him, tossing a chair at their feet and inviting confrontation. Who among them would dare take that step? After all, they were all university students, not characters from a drama like Lu Huaqiang, who would charge in recklessly without a second thought. Each one of them appeared cowardly, yet still lingered. At this moment, Xu Zhixi, the head of the organization department, stepped forward with a sardonic tone. Let us disperse, don't block the doorway. The burly boy, provoked, cursed loudly and bent to pick up the chair, intent on throwing it at Chen Jianghe. Stop! Tang Yuding stepped forward, blocking him while glaring at Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang. You two were just reprimanded by the Youth League Committee and received disciplinary action days ago. Now you come here to stir trouble again? Have you lost your minds? Or do you need to escalate this to expulsion before you relent? Minister Tang, we, Geng Shigang, wish to express something. The reason they barged in was that they had heard the crowd collectively chanting slogans to overthrow Assistant Chen, believing that Chen Jianghe had incurred public wrath, and thus they entered to exacerbate the situation. However, they were forcefully interrupted by Tang Yuding, having erred and facing punishment, yet failing to repent while attempting retaliation. Do you still resemble a university student or a senior? After reprimanding Geng Shigang and Yan Zihong, Tang Yuding turned her gaze to the group of boys they had brought. And you, storming into the lecture hall to encircle the student union assistants. Who do you think you are, thugs? Why not spend your time in the library reading or attend a few more classes? Isn't that more fulfilling? Her scolding left the boys with their heads hung low. As expected of the minister of the supervision department, her words struck to the core. Chen Jianghe silently applauded Tang Yuding. This minister was indeed capable, stepping up when needed. Everyone disperse, go about your business, and do not disrupt our efforts to earn some part-time income. Tang Yuding, sensing the moment was ripe, turned to the outstanding members of the supervision department. Those without afternoon classes, follow me. She then glanced back at Chen Jianghe. Assistant Chen, you spearheaded this part-time opportunity. Will you join us? Chen Jianghe nodded in agreement, finding peace in this resolution. University life is not about conflict. It is fundamentally about human connections and social interactions. Let us move, let us go. The members of the supervision department without classes displayed notable enthusiasm. Yet, Yan Zihong stepped back, blocking the doorway, and said to Chen Jianghe, If you wish to exit, you must apologize. Say 100 times, I'm sorry until we are satisfied. Do you think I'm giving you face? Chen Jianghe slammed his palm on the podium and strode forward, but several boys immediately stepped in to obstruct him. Concurrently, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor, indicating that at least a dozen individuals were approaching. Third brother, Jianghe, class leader. In the blink of an eye, dozens of students from Class 1 of Business Administration surged into the lecture hall, and Yin Zihong, blocking the door, was knocked to the ground by an unseen kick. Why are you here? Chen Jianghe asked in astonishment, as his classmates, both male and female, had arrived, including his roommates who had been playing the game Fantasy Westward Journey together at the internet cafe. We heard someone was causing you trouble. How could we not come? Lu Dongliang, known for his loyalty, stepped forward to shield Chen Jianghe, glaring fiercely at the group of seniors looking for trouble. If there's an issue, come at me. If it's a fight, I'm ready. What kind of heroes are blocking my brother with so many of you? Lao Lu, don't make it worse. Chen Jianghe patted Lu Dongliang's shoulder and took a few steps toward Xu Zhixi, who had just gotten back up from the floor. What do you intend to do? Xu Zhixi glared at Chen Jianghe, a hint of fear evident in his eyes, having previously experienced Chen Jianghe's prowess, easily taking on two opponents. A one-on-one confrontation was utterly hopeless. Only children brawl. University students should uphold civility and courtesy. Chen Jianghe raised his hand and gently touched Yin Zihong's face, politely stating, if you insist on opposing me without recognizing your own shortcomings, do you believe I won't call upon my friends from Guangdong to bring dozens of gentlemen your way? Shattering your little daisy? Yin Zihong was taken aback. This was indeed terrifying. No need to wait for the next time. Let's proceed now. I have grown somewhat weary of women and am eager to explore new tastes. The notorious playboy of 414 appeared quite thrilled, rubbing his hands together and eyeing the fair-skinned senior, Yin Zihong, with a mischievous glint. This batch of freshmen must be quite something, thought Yin Zihong, feeling his composure shatter. His companion, Xu Zhixi, had already retreated to the back of the crowd, too frightened to speak. All right, enough of this. It won't end well when the teacher arrives. At that moment, Tang Yuding stepped forward once more, grasping Yin Zihong's arm and pulling Xu Zhixi along, ensuring these two clowns wouldn't disrupt everyone else's efforts to earn some money. Chapter 37. To immediately desire hugs and embraces is nothing short of lewd. At 2 in the afternoon, having dealt with the troublesome situation, Chen Jianghe and Tang Yuding led 13 diligent members of the student council, who had no classes that afternoon, to venture into the business world. Initially, everyone was quite enthusiastic. They believed that having served as student council members for so long endowed them with both capability and eloquence, naively thinking that a few smooth words would compel the bosses to willingly part with their money, especially when presenting such a mutually beneficial project. With such optimism, they anticipated sealing deals in mere moments. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far less accommodating than their lofty ideals. Delivery? No, we won't do that. We lack the manpower to manage it. You have a dedicated delivery team? We won't engage in that. It's too much trouble for a small venture. They spoke so charmingly, with support from the student council and associations with established companies. Yet who could ascertain if this was merely a facade for a scam, including Minister Tang Yuding? They all faced rejection from the outset. This shouldn't be happening. Are these restaurant owners out of their minds? Such a great collaboration opportunity. And they dismiss it without a second thought? Tang Yuding entered 3 stalls in succession, conversing for less than 5 minutes each time, and was invariably met with polite refusals from the owners. Standing under the sun, she wiped the sweat from her brow, utterly perplexed. The experiences of the others were similarly disheartening. Some were even advised to leave before they could utter a word. The only exception was Chen Jianghe. He seemed entirely disinterested in the prospect of negotiating with the owners, casually offering cigarettes, engaging in light-hearted banter, and laughing without a care. In a moment of distraction, he entered a newly opened restaurant specializing in Huangmin chicken rice, lingering for over 10 minutes before emerging with a broad grin. Assistant Chen, seeing you so cheerful. Could it be that you secured a deal? Tang Yuding approached him, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Chen Jianghe nodded and then inquired, how fared your endeavors? Not very promising. Tang Yuding replied with a hint of frustration. To her, such results were not merely disappointing. They were downright dismal. Let me see the contract you signed. I wish to learn from it. What is there to learn? Chen Jianghe casually handed her the freshly signed contract. Tang Yuding took the document, and scrutinized it thoroughly several times. Though her lips remained sealed, internally she was fiercely competing against herself. Do not be disheartened, continue to strive. After the deal, I shall treat you to milk tea, Chen Jianghe encouraged with a smile. All right, I shall give it my all for the sake of milk tea. Tang Yuding clenched her fist, invigorated as if she had been injected with enthusiasm, and resumed her pursuit of collaboration with the familiar stall owners. Seeing the minister's determination, the others steeled themselves to follow suit. Yet, the outcome was still disheartening. A group of individuals toiled under the scorching sun for nearly 2 hours, yet returned empty-handed. In contrast, Chen Jianghe silently managed to secure another deal. This time, it was with a milk tea shop. Prior to finalizing the contract, he ordered 15 cups of milk tea, and the owner, impressed by his earnestness, promptly sealed the agreement. After signing the contract, Chen Jianghe called everyone over, pushed together a few tables, and they gathered around, each receiving a cup of milk tea. You all have worked hard. Let us quench our thirst and cool off, he said with a smile. Normally, being treated to milk tea would be a cause for celebration, yet the group's spirits were low. The disparity between their expectations and reality was too great to accept. Assistant Chen, have you secured another deal? Tang Yuding noticed the signed contract on Chen Jianghe's table. Indeed, he replied with a smile. If I do not secure more deals, how can I afford to treat you all to milk tea? Tang Yuding touched her forehead, exclaiming, so? It turns out that our group of over 10 cannot compete with you alone, and you are merely a freshman. I cannot bear to drink milk tea anymore. I must continue the battle and secure a deal, even if it means grinding away, she insisted. Minister Tang, please hold on, Chen Jianghe interjected. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. The gathering is not solely for milk tea. I wish to understand the specific challenges you have encountered. Tang Yuding paused, her gaze fixed on Chen Jianghe. She realized he spoke and acted with considerable acumen, presenting himself more like a seasoned veteran than a mere freshman. However, upon reflection, it was clear that a newcomer who had caught the attention of teacher Zhao and been directly appointed as a student assistant in the youth league must possess some remarkable skills. Minister Tang, please share the challenges you faced while visiting merchants or negotiating, he prompted. I did not encounter significant issues. Initially, I was unfamiliar with the project, and during discussions, I faltered. However, after practicing a few times, I gradually found my rhythm and spoke so eloquently that I was moved myself, yet the owner remained unmoved. Tang Yuding concluded, raising her hands in despair. The flowers have feelings, yet the flowing water remains indifferent. I feel utterly hopeless. No problem is indeed the greatest problem, Chen Jianghe noted, framing her earlier remarks. However, you touched upon the crux of the matter. The flowers have feelings, yet the flowing water remains indifferent. I shall jot that down and provide solutions shortly. Let us give Minister Tang a round of applause. Chen Jianghe then turned his gaze to a young man seated beside Tang Yuding. Su Wenbin. Tang Yuding gently nudged the boy who was sipping his milk tea, quietly prompting him, It's your turn. Please share the challenges you have faced. All right, he replied. Su Wenbin set down his milk tea, sprang to his feet, and exclaimed with a grin, The dilemma I face is that no matter how I paint a rosy picture for the bosses, they remain unmoved. To summarize, it's akin to pressing a warm cheek against a cold backside, leaving my heart feeling quite desolate. Laughter erupted among the crowd at Su Wenbin's words. Chen Jianghe, unable to contain his amusement, gestured for him to sit down and signaled to proceed with the next speaker. I find myself in a more unfortunate position. The bosses usually only listen to my opening remarks before waving me off. Perhaps my communication style is too mechanical. You've identified the issue yourself. Your approach to communication can certainly be adjusted, Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. Subsequently, everyone present shared the challenges they encountered. Ultimately, it echoed the initial sentiment expressed by Tang Yuding. The fallen flower has intentions, while the flowing water remains heartless. The proprietors of these food stalls were rather shrewd. While they might not be overly reluctant to contribute a small sum for school events, they became exceedingly cautious when it came to discussing business collaborations. The committee members, driven by their objectives, employed rather crude negotiation tactics, and it was only natural that they faced setbacks. In truth, conducting business is akin to pursuing a romantic relationship. Progressing through 5 stages: initial impression, mutual understanding, smooth communication, developing affection, and finally, a natural progression toward success. Once everyone had spoken, Chen Jianghe began to impart valuable insights. Addressing queries along the way, the occurrence of warm cheeks meeting cold backs is often rooted in impatience. When a young man pursues a young woman, he must exercise patience. Attempting to embrace her right away is nothing short of lewdness. I understand now, Tang Yuding exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. Assistant Chun's analogy of romance is indeed applicable to business dealings. We have yet to establish a foundation of trust with these merchants. If we rush to recommend a project, any sensible boss's first instinct will be to refuse. Tang Yuding had grasped the crux of the problem. Precisely, Chen Jianghe nodded, rising to continue on Tang Yuding's thread. Once someone develops a resistance to a matter, it is exceedingly difficult to alter their mindset in a short span of time. Just as a girl may reject your confession, to change her mind and win her over, one must invest time and effort. Haste will not yield results. As Chen Jianghe elaborated, his gaze shifted back to Tang Yuding. Assistant Chen is absolutely correct, she acknowledged with a smile, then added, however, while there are similarities between business negotiations and romantic pursuits, there are also distinctions. In romance, commitment is essential, otherwise, one risks being labeled a cad. The group readily agreed with her assessment. Chen Jianghe continued to guide the discussion. Business negotiations differ, however, if one opportunity fails, there's always another to pursue. Casting a wide net increases the chances of success, and learning from experiences will ultimately lead to triumph. As he concluded, Su Wenbin, who had been seated beside Tang Yuding, leapt up once more, applauding vigorously. That was brilliant. I feel as though enlightenment has struck me. The applause resonated throughout the room as everyone joined in. Chen Jianghe. At that moment, outside the milk tea shop, someone called out to Chen Jianghe. Huh. Chen Jianghe turned his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice, and beheld an exquisitely beautiful woman standing at the entrance of the shop. It was none other than his advisor, Xu Zhixi. Su teacher, what brings you here? He asked, a hint of surprise in his tone as he regarded Xu Zhixi. Chen assistant, we were just about to get to work. Tang Yuding, being quite astute, immediately led everyone to retreat when the situation turned unfavorable. It was stifling in the office, so I stepped out to buy a cup of milk tea. Xu Zhixi replied with a light smile, then inquired, aren't you supposed to be in class? I don't have classes in the afternoon, Chen Jianghe casually replied. No classes? Xu Zhixi scrutinized him with suspicion. Are you certain? Absolutely, Chen Jianghe asserted without blinking. In truth, he was uncertain about his afternoon schedule. Yet he felt confident in his response to Xu Zhixi. In his experience, university advisors tended to be rather disengaged, rarely keeping track of class schedules. Xu Zhixi was no exception. I glanced at the schedule before I left. There is indeed a calculus class this afternoon. Oh, perhaps I mistook it due to the frequency of calculus classes, Chen Jianghe replied nonchalantly, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Su teacher, what would you like to drink? It's on me. Red bean double skim milk, Xu Zhixi responded without hesitation. Chen Jianghe ordered a cup of red bean double skim milk. Leaning on the bar with one hand, his gaze fixed intently on Xu Zhixi until he made her feel somewhat uneasy. He then smiled and asked, Su teacher, how did you fare in calculus during your university days? Quite well, actually. I was awarded the title of 3 good student every year, Xu Zhixi replied with an air of nonchalance. Is that so remarkable? Chen Jianghe expressed his surprise, though upon reflection, it made sense. Xu Zhixi was young yet served as an advisor at an undergraduate institution. A role surely not attained solely through beauty, but rather by talent. You, on the other hand, frequently skip classes. I imagine you didn't excel in calculus. Xu Zhixi remarked. Indeed, Chen Jianghe admitted candidly, shrugging. I find it hard to grasp during lectures, and I wanted to seek extra help afterward, but unfortunately, there are no academic overachievers in my class, making it difficult to improve. Oh, Xu Zhixi gazed at him, accepting the red bean double skim milk prepared by the shop owner with a smile. If you find some time this weekend, bring your textbooks to my dorm. No, let us meet at the library. I can help you with your studies. Sounds good. Let us meet tomorrow at 10 in the library. Chen Jianghe confirmed the time for their study session, then continued, Su teacher, I have a small request. Go ahead. Could you wear professional attire when tutoring me? Chen Jianghe proposed, a rather peculiar request. Professional attire? Xu Zhixi blinked, looking at him curiously. What is your intention? Nothing much. Chen Jianghe shook his head earnestly. I just feel it would create a more formal atmosphere, which could enhance learning efficiency. Is that so? Xu Zhixi found it somewhat odd. But considering they would be in the library, Chen Jianghe likely wouldn't overstep. Thus, she gave a vague response. I'll think about it and decide based on my mood. All right. Chen Jianghe flashed a grin, asserting that at this juncture, success was nearly assured. The owner behind the bar raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself how adept the youth was at playing the game, even enlisting the teacher's assistance. And all while donning a uniform in the library. What a thrill that must be. I took my leave. Xu Zhixi noticed the mischievous glint in Chen Jianghe's smile and turned to depart. He watched her retreating figure before inquiring of the milk tea shop owner. Do you have any red envelopes? The owner, slightly taken aback, turned to open a drawer, nodding in affirmation. About 10. May I borrow some? And could you also exchange these for small change? Ideally, new bills with that fresh ink scent. Chen Jianghe produced 500 yuan notes, grinning as he handed them over. Sure. No problem. The owner, not one to dawdle, promptly provided both the red envelopes and the change, though curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask, but why do you need these? It's neither a holiday nor a festival. It's useful, Chen Jianghe replied with a smile, stuffing the envelopes with cash before thanking the owner and stepping outside. Assistant Chen. Just as he exited the milk tea shop, he heard someone calling his name. He looked up to see Tang Yuding, drenched in sweat and brimming with excitement, rushing towards him. Assistant Chen, I landed a deal. She approached him, clutching a freshly signed contract, her expression radiant, reminiscent of a student who had just scored full marks and was eager to share the good news with her parents. Congratulations. Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked, how does it feel? Happy and thrilled. Tang Yuding beamed, her delight mingled with a hint of reflection. Securing a deal is no small feat, but the sense of achievement is exhilarating. To be honest, when the boss signed, my heart was racing so fast it felt like it might leap out of my throat. Haha, I felt much the same on my first deal, Chen Jianghe chuckled, pulling out a red envelope and handing it to her. Open it and see. Tang Yuding accepted the envelope, unsealing it to reveal 5 fresh 10-yuan bills, exuding the invigorating scent of ink, refreshing and delightful. Isn't receiving your salary on the spot even more exhilarating? Chen Jianghe asked with a smile. Absolutely. Tang Yuding nodded vigorously, clenching her fist. I must keep striving. Let's rally everyone to push for a deal each before sunset. Chen Jianghe encouraged. You bet. Tang Yuding responded cheerfully, her spirits high as she walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Jianghe was suddenly reminded of his own first venture into the world of business. He wasn't idle either, turning to head towards the dining street in the southern district. As the sun began to set, more university students flocked to the street in search of food, and the vendors and their staff busied themselves. Chen Jianghe's workday was drawing to a close as well. In just a few hours, he had made commendable progress, securing 2 contracts and garnering interest from several potential partners. A follow-up later that evening or the next day would likely yield further success. As dusk settled, he strode confidently towards the rear gate of the school. Assistant Chen. The moment he appeared, he was met with another familiar shout. Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, spotting none other than Tang Yuding. The outstanding committee members who had ventured out for business were also present, seemingly waiting specifically for his return. Chapter 39: The Prototype of an Excellent Team. The diverse lives of Dormitory 414. Minister Tang's joyous laughter suggested that another contract had been signed. Chen Jianghe approached Tang Yuding and inquired with a smile, Is that so? Indeed. Not only I, but 6 other officers have successfully signed contracts as well. Su Wenbin managed to secure 2 contracts within half an hour, Tang Yuding exclaimed, her face radiant with delight. As she spoke, she handed Chen Jianghe a stack of contracts, saying, Here, these are all the newly signed contracts. Please take a look. Assistant Chen. Chen Jianghe accepted the contracts and perused them carefully, nodding in satisfaction. He then retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and cheerfully announced, Those who have signed contracts, please step forward. At his words, Tang Yuding was the first to advance, followed closely by the other signatories. Chen Jianghe distributed the red envelopes one by one and explained, The money within is your part-time salary and the sponsorship fee for the autumn sports meeting, which will be publicly announced by the student council. Assistant Chen, is it possible to continue this part-time job long-term? I feel like I've already found my rhythm. Tang Yuding suddenly asked, You wish to continue? Chen Jianghe responded with a question. Absolutely. Tang Yuding affirmed without hesitation, stating, It not only hones my eloquence, but also allows me to earn money. Such an opportunity is rare. Besides, our daily tasks in the supervision department are not demanding, so I can definitely find time for a part-time job. Very well, then follow me, Chen Jianghe replied with a smile, adding, If anyone else is interested in pursuing this part-time opportunity long-term, feel free to discuss it with me in private. While this job may not lead to immense wealth, with dedication and hard work, earning enough for tuition and dating expenses is easily achievable. Everyone has worked hard today, regardless of whether you signed contracts or not. Dinner is on me. Let's eat well and rest up for tomorrow's endeavors. Chen Jianghe's words resonated like those of a modern-day success coach, effortlessly igniting the enthusiasm of the team with simple yet impactful phrases. His generosity, having previously treated everyone to milk tea and now a meal, though modest in expense, fostered camaraderie through these small acts of kindness. By the end of the dinner, Chen Jianghe, once perceived merely as a freshman who had leveraged connections to enter the student council, had transformed into the de facto leader of this part-time team. This metamorphosis was undoubtedly aided by Minister Tang, who adeptly supported Chen Jianghe, her enthusiasm effectively motivating others. After the meal, Tang Yuding, still brimming with energy, led the officers back to work while Chen Jianghe returned to the dormitory. "Brother San, you're back." Upon Chen Jianghe's entrance, Sun Tian spread his arms wide, attempting to embrace him. "Xiao Tian, what are you doing?" "I'm not into male affection," Chen Jianghe said with a look of alarm as he pushed him away, glancing around at their 5 roommates. "I have wonderful news to share." Sun Tian grinned at Chen Jianghe, saying, "I added Lin Siki on QQ." "And then?" Chen Jianghe inquired. "Then I sent her a little article, and she replied with a smiley face. She then told me she was going to take a shower. I'm so happy. Is that enough to be so elated?" Chen Jianghe gazed at Sun Tian in astonishment, pondering that this lad might as well change his name to King of the Simps. Sun Tian. Naturally, he was delighted. Sun Tian, disregarding Chen Jianghe's surprise, eagerly remarked, "Third brother, you are the only one in the dormitory genuinely pursuing a romantic relationship. Frequently chatting with teacher Su on QQ. Can you help me analyze this? Lin Siki confided in me about something as private as going to take a shower. Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? Perhaps she hasn't thought much of it. Maybe it's just the sweltering heat, and she simply wishes to freshen up." Chen Jianghe patted Sun Tian on the shoulder, advising, "Don't overthink it." Sun Tian scratched his head, sensing that third brother's words carried deeper meaning, though he was reluctant to articulate it directly. At that moment, the usually inconspicuously June, known as Old Five in the dormitory, leaned closer to Chen Jianghe and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, I heard you're involved in a side gig that pays quite well. Could you possibly bring me along?" "Of course," Chen Jianghe nodded and then inquired, "Aren't you making decent money with your stall at school?" "It started off well, but now the security and inspection departments have tightened regulations, making it difficult. When I tried to venture off campus, I encountered extortion for protection fees. All my modest earnings were taken away. It's utterly infuriating," Li Jun replied with a grimace. "Running a stall isn't easy either." Chen Jianghe placed a hand on Li Jun's shoulder and said, "If you're truly interested in a side job, join me tomorrow." "All right." Li Jun had anticipated needing to persuade Brother Chen, but was pleasantly surprised by his prompt agreement. The reason for Chen Jianghe's willingness was rooted in the past. Li Jun had thrived in their dormitory, and after graduation, he had plunged into the depths of Shenzhen's business world, starting as an entry-level foreign trade salesman and progressively building a conglomerate with revenues reaching billions. During Chen Jianghe's own downfall, he had received Li Jun's loyal assistance. Regrettably, Li Jun later fell victim to betrayal from his wife and brother-in-law, leading his company into crisis, and he had tragically jumped to his death before Chen Jianghe. In Chen Jianghe's eyes, Li Jun was a talented businessman, and bringing him along could potentially expedite the acquisition of Company 9527. Though not a particularly formidable enterprise, Company 9527 possessed a remarkable vision for development. Chen Jianghe's objective was to amass a substantial sum of money and, seizing the opportunity while the company's foundation was still unsteady, acquire it at an agreeable price, thereby expanding rapidly to challenge Meituan and Ele. "Me. Third brother, why don't you take me along as well?" Wang Yuanpeng perched on Chen Jianghe's bed, lounging with his legs crossed like a lord. "Put your legs down and sit properly," Chen Jianghe admonished, smacking his thigh playfully. "You must be short on funds for casual encounters, right?" Wang Yuanpeng expressed his frustration. "Honestly, I've never endured such a miserable existence. Had I known that life without money would be so arduous, I wouldn't have been so selfless when borrowing." "Stop pretending. Just a couple of days ago, you were sneaking off to a bar to dance." Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes, pulling 2 red envelopes from his pocket and handing them to him. "Here, Consider this a bit of interest to tide you over. Wow. Wang Yuanpeng accepted the envelopes and, upon opening them, discovered there was indeed some money inside, though not much. It was enough to alleviate his immediate needs. A smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "Third brother, you truly come through in critical moments." After speaking, he rose from Chen Jianghe's bed and hurriedly returned to his own, lifting the cooling mat to gather his phone, wallet, keys, ID, and a pack of Okamoto 003 condoms. Before hastily departing, what a surprise. Hadn't he previously claimed to be somewhat weary of women, yearning for a change of pace? Now his thirst seemed insatiable. Chen Jianghe observed Wang Yuanpeng's retreating figure, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Yet, to be fair, Chen Jianghe himself felt a bit pent up at 19. He was in the prime of his youth, brimming with vigor and desire, naturally eager to experience the pleasures of life. Unfortunately, the timing was not opportune, and he was not as indiscriminate as Wang Yuanpeng, who never seemed to have any qualms. Old Lu, given the recent surge in stock prices, with profits exceeding 30%, why do you remain glued to the computer? Aren't you concerned about straining your eyes? Chen Jianghe redirected his thoughts, approaching Lu Dongliang, whom he had assumed was engrossed in market analyses and expert reviews. To his surprise, however, Lu was donning headphones, thoroughly absorbed in a particular genre of films. "Damn it, you glutton," Chen Jianghe muttered as he scorned Lu's solitary indulgence, reaching over to remove his headphones, admonishing him, "Good things should not be hoarded, one must learn to share. Remove the headphones and turn on the external sound. Haha, you'd better not watch. I'm afraid you might rush to Teacher Su's dormitory afterward and cause a scene." Lu Dongliang feigned concern. How could such a considerate man like me be labeled as barbaric? Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes, then, with newfound enthusiasm, sat down to watch for a while. "Never mind, you enjoy it. I'm off to take a shower." Chen Jianghe couldn't help but admire Lu Dongliang's stamina as he turned to head to the bathroom. The days of being single were indeed somewhat challenging. As he showered, Chen Jianghe muttered to himself, "It seems unlikely that I could win over Teacher Su anytime soon. Perhaps I should reach out to Jiang Yishu first?" Having returned to campus for several days, he had been too preoccupied to contact her and was uncertain of her current circumstances. With that thought in mind, he hastily rinsed off, dried himself with a towel, and exited the bathroom. He lifted his pillow and retrieved a small note tucked beneath it before descending the stairs. "Hello. I'm looking for Jiang Yishu," Chen Jianghe said, dialing her dormitory number from the dormitory office phone. "How annoying. Do you have to call Jiang Yishu dozens of times a day? Morning, noon, and night. Do you not allow anyone to rest?" The girl who answered the phone was in a foul mood and unleashed her irritation upon Chen Jianghe before hanging up abruptly. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Jianghe frowned at the busy tone and patiently redialed. After 5 unsuccessful attempts, either going unanswered or being cut off, he finally managed to connect on the 6th try. In a strained voice, he declared, "I am Jiang Yishu's father, Jiang De. I have urgent matters to discuss with my daughter. Please have her answer the phone. When did you become my father?" To his astonishment, it was Jiang Yishu's voice on the other end, soft and gentle, tinged with surprise. Cough, cough. Chen Jianghe cleared his throat and explained earnestly, "I'm not impersonating your father, but they hung up on me." "Is that so?" Jiang Yishu gently inquired. Though she was acutely aware of the unfair advantage he held over her, she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she felt a quiet joy upon hearing his voice over the phone. "Indeed, you silly fool," Chen Jianghe chuckled mischievously. "You just mentioned that if there's something important, I should reach out to you?" Jiang Yishu asked. "Is it the case that without something significant, I cannot contact you?" Chen Jianghe retorted. "Of course you can," Jiang Yishu affirmed. "Do you have time this evening?" Chen Jianghe queried. Now, Jiang Yishu turned to glance at the electronic clock mounted on the wall of her dormitory, which read precisely 7 o'clock. This was typically the hour she would head out for her part-time job at Dakujio. "Yes, right now, including the next few hours," Chen Jianghe candidly revealed. "I'm feeling a bit restless tonight and would like some company to stroll and converse." Jiang Yishu bit her lip and replied softly, "Our dormitory closes at midnight. There is still ample time until then. Wait for me downstairs, and I shall come to find you," Chen Jianghe suggested. "I will arrive in about an hour and a half, so don't rush down, lest you attract mosquitoes." "All right, I will wait for you," Jiang Yishu nodded in agreement. Once Chen Jianghe ended the call, she too hung up and returned to her bedside. Removing the dress she had worn during their movie outing and changing into it once more, carefully adjusting her appearance in front of the mirror. Jiang Yishu resided in dormitory 302, which housed 4 individuals. Among them, she was the youngest and the most beautiful, while the other 3 girls were rather plain. Even unremarkably so. They both envied Jiang Yizhu's natural beauty and resented her multitude of admirers. Had Jiang Yizhu possessed a stronger personality, her roommates might have looked up to her with awe. However, her gentle nature and reticence led the trio to unite against her, deliberately excluding her. As a result, Jiang Yizhu often preferred to extend her shifts at the milk tea shop, returning to the dormitory late to avoid their snide remarks about her. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Thus, upon receiving a call, Yizhu donned a lovely dress, presumably for a rendezvous with her beloved. Would she even return to the dormitory tonight? Should she notify the dormitory matron to ensure the door is left open for her? Yizhu, didn't you previously express a desire to avoid romantic entanglements? Have you changed your mind so swiftly? As she adjusted her attire, her roommates chimed in with their inquiries. Their tones seemingly innocuous, yet laced with the sourness reminiscent of pickled vegetables. Did none of you have crushes in high school? Jiang Yizhu turned to face her 3 roommates, her gaze meeting theirs for an unusual moment, her voice remaining gentle yet startling them into silence. High school? Shouldn't one be singularly focused on studies? Striving diligently for admission into a prestigious university? Isn't high school romance reserved for those who struggle academically? Jiang Yizhu merely posed the question, then turned and departed. Heading downstairs, the 3 roommates exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Truth be told, any normal person would wish to experience love during their university years, but alas, their lack of beauty rendered them unlovable, and even the best academic performance seemed futile in the absence of affection. Why not go downstairs and see what Jiang Yizhu's beloved looks like? The dormitory's elder sister, Zhou Tonglan, raised an eyebrow, encouraging the 2nd and 3rd girls. Wang Shufan and Feng Qin. I'm hungry. Let him treat us to a late-night snack. Wang Shufan grinned, revealing her prominent buck teeth. Let us go, let us go. Follow her. Feng Qin was the quickest to act. Before she finished speaking, she had already leapt from her bed, slipped on her slippers, and hurried out. Hey, slow down. Wait for us. Zhou Tonglan and Wang Shufan rushed to catch up. At the entrance of the first-floor dormitory, Jiang Yizhu stood with her hands clasped over her abdomen, patiently awaiting his arrival. Even though Chen Jianghe had informed her over the phone that he would arrive in an hour and a half, she still preferred to descend early to wait for him. Just like last time at the movies, when the show was set to start at 8, she arrived at 6. In truth, Jiang Yizhu herself could not fathom why she willingly waited for him, as if it were a habit ingrained within her, akin to waiting at a train station. She knew the departure time of her train, yet instinctively arrived hours in advance to await boarding. Chapter 41. The night is truly beautiful. It was now mid-October. While some northern regions had already seen snow, the weather in eastern Guangdong remained hot and humid. The night was windless, and mosquitoes danced and buzzed under the lights. It's been half an hour. So many boys have come, yet she remains still. Jiang Yizhu's 3 roommates grew increasingly impatient. They had intended to follow her to glimpse her beloved and snag a late-night snack, but found themselves waiting for half an hour without any sign of him or the promised food. Their blood nourishing the surrounding mosquitoes instead. There are too many mosquitoes. I feel like my aunt's blood is being drained. It's not worth it for a late-night snack. Let us head back upstairs. After a brief discussion, the 3 turned to retreat to their dormitory. Yizhu, good evening. At that moment, a boy who had just walked past the convenience store raised his hand to greet Jiang Yizhu. He then produced several boxes of mosquito coils, skillfully arranging them on the ground into a heart shape before lighting them one by one with satisfaction. Wow, is this really happening? The other boys, witnessing this, hurried back to the convenience store, imitating him and arranging coils in various shapes to express their affections. At 8:15, Chen Jianghe finally arrived with a bag of snacks. Upon surveying the crowd and the smoke-filled scene, he thought to himself, are you all so well-fed that you're resorting to this elaborate display of mosquito coils? It was baffling. After all, he had previously helped Jiang Yizhu fend off a wave of single men from Zhongda. Why were there still more? Jiang Yizhu. Chen Jianghe's gaze cut through the crowd and smoke, landing on Jiang Yizhu, who stood dazed at the entrance. He called her name loudly. Huh. Jiang Yizhu suddenly looked up, following the sound, and saw Chen Jianghe striding towards her. A joyful expression spread across her face, her sparkling almond-shaped eyes twinkling with life, and a gentle smile graced her lips, radiating an indescribable brightness and purity. The surrounding boys were left speechless. Did I not tell you not to come down so early? Why did you not listen? Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow as he approached Jiang Yishu. I just came down. Jiang Yishu bit her lip and softly uttered a fib. Yet she was not adept at lying. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a pang of guilt and could not meet Chen Jianghe's gaze. Show me your hands, Chen Jianghe said. Jiang Yishu instinctively drew her hands back, concealing them from his view. If you won't show me, that's fine. Just come with me. Standing here under the scrutiny of so many people feels more uncomfortable than being bitten by mosquitoes. Chen Jianghe turned and walked away, with Jiang Yishu cautiously following behind. In this scene, the surrounding boys were filled with envy and frustration, their hearts screaming, "Don't go with him. He is so fierce and unattractive." As they walked, Chen Jianghe heard Jiang Yishu emit a soft gasp. He turned to see her wobbling and quickly rushed over, extending his hand to steady her. Are you okay? Did you twist your ankle? Chen Jianghe asked. No, I've just been standing too long. My legs are numb, Jiang Yishu murmured softly. Ah, Chen Jianghe sighed. What a silly girl. Jiang Yishu sniffled, feeling a sense of grievance, biting her lip in silence. Chen Jianghe, with the snack bag clamped in his mouth, freed a hand to support Jiang Yishu. Turning his back to her, he said in an unyielding tone, Get on, I will carry you. Huh. Jiang Yishu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks involuntarily flushing as she gazed at Chen Jianghe crouched before her. She felt a mixture of shyness, nervousness, and lingering grievance. However, she obediently placed her hand on his shoulder, yet hesitated to move further. Has no boy carried you before? Chen Jianghe, with the snack bag still in his mouth, nearly broke his teeth as he removed it, turning to give her an annoyed look. Stop daydreaming, hurry up. Oh, okay. Jiang Yishu hastened her movements, bending down to obediently settle onto Chen Jianghe's back. Keep your legs tight, don't slide down. You're so clumsy, Chen Jianghe instructed, and then, with a swift motion, he securely grasped her delicate yet firm legs and lifted her up, striding forth amidst the envious and resentful gazes of onlookers, as if it were nothing. Oh no, my goddess, such a good catch wasted. Chairman Li from the law school must be in tears. Within moments, the boys watching in disbelief saw their goddess being carried away by Chen Jianghe, their hearts filled with despair. You, girl, you look so slender and soft. Yet you're so heavy? Chen Jianghe, who had previously carried nearly 200 pounds of rice with ease, found it somewhat challenging to walk while carrying Jiang Yishu. It wasn't that she was excessively heavy. Rather, her natural physique was remarkable. When she was carried, her front pressed against his back and his hands clasped around her thighs. The astonishing sensation overwhelmed him. I can walk by myself, Jiang Yishu said bashfully. Why would you do that? I'm only saying you're heavy. Not that I can't carry you. Chen Jianghe refused to set her down, steadying himself as he continued to walk forward. I'll help you with your things, Jiang Yishu suggested. Don't, just guide me to a secluded place for a chat, Chen Jianghe remarked. The playground to the north, came the response. All right, Chen Jianghe nodded, refraining from further conversation, and quickened his pace towards the playground. Upon arrival, he surveyed the area, noting that the steps beside the flag-raising platform were relatively empty. So he proceeded there, carefully setting Jiang Yishu down. With a rustle, Chen Jianghe retrieved a can of beer from his snack bag, popped the tab, and extended it towards Jiang Yishu with a smile, asking, Would you care for a drink? Just a little, Jiang Yishu replied, extending her index finger. A small amount is fine, as long as you can drink. Chen Jianghe handed her the freshly opened beer, then opened another can for himself, tilting his head back to gulp down a few sips. The taste was off, and Chen Jianghe frowned. What's wrong? Is the beer bad? Jiang Yishu inquired. The beer is fine, it just lacks flavor, he responded, pouting slightly. Then, I'll have yours, and you can have mine, she suggested softly. You wish to drink mine? Chen Jianghe sat down, instinctively wrapping his arm around her. Jiang Yishu shivered slightly, unconsciously turning her face away. Face me, look at me, Chen Jianghe said in a low voice. Oh, Jiang Yishu inhaled softly and turned to face him. The night is truly beautiful, and you are quite handsome. I wish to taste your essence. Chen Jianghe seemed to be speaking to himself, then took a swig of beer, suddenly closing the distance, embracing Jiang Yishu, and kissing her. Jiang Yishu froze, her eyes wide at first, then closed. Gulp, gulp. First bitter, then sweet. Chapter 42. This is my bottom line. Indeed, alcohol can lead one to a euphoric state, and in a daze, he had given away his first kiss. As Chen Jianghe sat on the night bus returning to school, images of Jiang Yishu's shy, innocent demeanor frequently flickered through his mind. However, He had not previously noticed that Jiang Yizhu concealed two small canine teeth. In the fervor of their kiss, Chen Jianghe, eager to deepen their connection, inadvertently received a gentle reprimand. As the bus reached its stop and he walked through the school gate, Chen Jianghe's tongue still tingled, reminiscent of having two Sichuan peppercorns in his mouth. She is so gentle and careful. The slightest furrow of my brow makes her still, truly an earthly ideal. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and strolled leisurely towards the dormitory. No longer envious of the wild mandarin ducks in the small grove, Chen Jianghe, just as he arrived at the base of the dormitory, two figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, startling him with their raucous shouts. Damn it, not you two again. Chen Jianghe focused, recognizing Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang, and glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. No need to look around. We aren't here to fight you, Yan Zihong said, observing Chen Jianghe's wary demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he continued, I can't win in a one-on-one, and with fewer people in a group fight, it's futile. Besides, you seem to act like a master thespian. I concede. If you concede, you should do so with grace. Why the hostility? Chen Jianghe smiled slightly, believing that one must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall when facing consequences. In the academic realm, if one lacks sufficient strength, they should refrain from posturing. What brings you to wait for me by the dormitory at such a late hour? He casually inquired. Yuan Zihong nodded, his expression stoic as he replied. Could you do me a favor and speak to Teacher Zhao on our behalf to revoke our disciplinary action? Are you asking me to assist you? Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes and remarked, with that kind of attitude, why would I extend a helping hand? Yuan Zihong raised an eyebrow, indignantly stating, You've achieved your goals, and we suffered enough because of you. Can't we meet halfway? If you agree to help us lift the sanction, we won't trouble you again. Weren't you quite assertive this afternoon? How quickly you've softened, Chen Jianghe chuckled. If you want me to relent, perhaps you should return and ponder how to more effectively seek assistance. After all, you were once a student leader in the youth league. Surely your intellect is not entirely lacking. Chen Jianghe, Yuan Zihong was clearly exasperated. Enough of this idle chatter. I'm heading back to my dorm to sleep, Chen Jianghe declared, uninterested in further debate. He strode into the dormitory, ascending the stairs without looking back. I told you this fellow wouldn't help. Why subject ourselves to humiliation? After Chen Jianghe departed, Geng Shigang, who had remained silent, rolled his eyes. He's the only one who can facilitate the revocation. Who else could we turn to? Yuan Zihong took a deep breath to calm his simmering anger, then continued. Although he didn't agree just now, I still hold some hope. Regardless, we must have the sanction lifted. Otherwise, we won't graduate with our degrees, rendering our university years meaningless. Damn it, the more I think about this, the angrier I become. We are the victims here. Why are we the ones facing punishment? Geng Shigang fumed, contemplating throwing a punch at the wall. I even suspect that he instigated the conflict with us intentionally. It's also our own carelessness. Let it be. We can't fight, insult, or outmaneuver him. We simply lack the skill and must accept the reality, Yuan Zihong concluded decisively. Let us return and strategize on how to deal with this fellow. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Jianghe stood at the entrance, hearing the unbearable sounds of Japanese dialogue. He thought to himself how impressive old Liu was, managing to watch movies for hours on end. To avoid the awkward encounter he had previously experienced with Wang Yuanpeng and his companion, Chen Jianghe knocked a few times before hearing footsteps approach, prompting him to push the door open. Inside, he raised an eyebrow at the sight. In their modest six-person room, 15 or 16 individuals had crowded around Liu Dongliang's small desk. Class monitor. Class monitor. As soon as he entered, everyone greeted him cheerfully. Some of the more bashful boys already trying to discreetly slip away. Go about your business, do not worry, as long as you can handle it. Watching educational films can be quite beneficial. Chen Jianghe, a reasonable individual, understood clearly what matters required his oversight and what did not. Jianghe, come over and take a look at the exhilarating films I just downloaded, Liu Dongliang called out to Chen Jianghe. I'm feeling a bit irritable tonight. I think I'll pass for now, Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. His gaze flickered and landed on Wang Yuanpeng, who lay on the bed, staring blankly at the upper bunk, exuding an air of despondency. Weren't you supposed to be out for a rendezvous? Why are you back so soon? Chen Jianghe approached Wang Yuanpeng's bedside, offering him a cigarette. Wang Yuanpeng did not accept it. He merely sat up, looking as dejected as a defeated rooster. After a moment, he murmured, Third brother, let us step outside for a chat. All right, Chen Jianghe nodded. The two exited the dormitory, and upon reaching the end of the corridor, Wang Yuanpeng turned to Chen Jianghe and confessed, "I was toyed with by Lin Siki." "What do you mean by toyed with?" Chen Jianghe asked, his eyelids twitching. "We were having a heated conversation on QQ, and in just a few days, our feelings escalated rapidly. Tonight, I asked her out for a hotel rendezvous, and she readily agreed, even going ahead to book the room for me. And then, upon entering the room, I discovered that the person I was supposed to meet was not Lin Siki at all, but the infamous Li Runin from the girls' dormitory," Wang Yuanpeng said, slapping his cheek in frustration. "Li Runin?" Chen Jianghe was taken aback. He was somewhat familiar with the name, having heard it frequently discussed in the campus forums as the most notorious, unattractive girl from the 2005 class of Guangdong Eastern Financial Institute. Lin Siki's actions are truly excessive. Wang Yuanpeng continued, his disgust evident. Not only is she ugly, has facial hair, and smelly feet, but she also has a penchant for passing gas. Within just 20 seconds of entering the room, she let out a cacophony of flatulence. "That's quite enough. Please stop," Chen Jianghe interjected, barely able to endure the vivid imagery. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Lin Siki appears sweet, but is truly malicious. Third brother, you ought to be cautious, don't fall into her trap. Despite his own misfortune, Wang Yuanpeng offered a kind warning to Chen Jianghe. "I know my limits," Chen Jianghe replied, giving Wang Yuanpeng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Just be careful. When you walk by the river, you're bound to get wet." Wang Yuanpeng nodded. "After this experience, I have completely seen through Lin Siki. It's one thing for her to toy with my feelings, but to find a hideous girl to toy with my body is simply unacceptable." Toy with your body?" Chen Jianghe exclaimed, incredulously. "You were with that Li Runin?" "Yes." At that moment, my mind was a blank slate. It felt like I had swallowed a fly. Wang Yuanpeng sighed deeply. "Once you arrange a hookup, you must see it through, tears and all. That's my moral threshold." Chapter 43. The moral threshold is, in fact, non-existent. Chen Jianghe understood Wang Yuanpeng well. His moral threshold was essentially non-existent, particularly when it came to casual encounters. Even engaging with the school's ugliest girl, Li Runin, was a testament to his lack of standards. Thus, the title of King of Casual Encounters was indeed fitting. With Saturday approaching, everyone chose to indulge in late nights, often staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning. Some played cards, others immersed themselves in video games, and some lost themselves in novels. There was always a suitable nocturnal pastime for contemporary university students. Chen Jianghe was, surprisingly, the earliest to retire for the night in the dormitory, as he had to attend a morning meeting at the company the next day and could not afford to be late. The following morning, he awoke shortly after 6. "Good morning, third brother. I brought you breakfast," said Li Jun, who had risen even earlier, clutching a bag of steamed buns. "You remember you promised to take me for a part-time job, right?" "Of course I remember. I'm not suffering from dementia, after all. I got up early today just to take you out for a little excursion," Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. "Third brother, you are truly loyal." "My purchase of these buns was not in vain," Li Jun grinned widely. "Small investment, large returns. Let me freshen up, and then we can head out to earn some money." Chen Jianghe chuckled, swiftly brushing his teeth and washing his face. After devouring a few buns and preparing the promotional materials and contracts, he set off with Li Jun for their part-time endeavor. Li Jun had grown up navigating the bustling stalls in Yiwu, possessing exceptional eloquence and insight. After visiting 3 stalls with Chen Jianghe, he quickly grasped the essentials. The 4th stall was one Chen Jianghe had visited the previous day, where the merchant had shown promising interest. Chen Jianghe instructed Li Jun to enter alone while he waited outside, smoking a cigarette. After a full 20 minutes, Li Jun emerged, brimming with joy and holding a contract. "Third brother, I signed a deal." "Impressive." Chen Jianghe beamed, pulling 100 yuan from his pocket and handing it to him. "Do well. And one day I'll start my own company and bring you on as a shareholder." "Absolutely." Li Jun nodded emphatically, envisioning the ease of earning money. 100 yuan for a single deal, 1,000 for 10, and 10,000 for 100. There were at least 400 to 500 food stalls around Longdong University town. If he could sign them all, he would surely prosper. "I have some matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you any longer. Feel free to pursue as many deals as you can." Chen Jianghe clapped Li Jun on the shoulder and turned to leave. At 8:50, Chen Jianghe stepped through the doors of Company 9527, startled by the eerie silence within. Had the company closed down in the 2 days since his last visit? Just then, the middle-aged woman who had recruited him emerged. watering the plants. Noticing Chen Jianghe standing bewildered at the entrance, she curiously inquired, "Manager Chen, why are you standing there?" "Mr. Sun is hosting the morning meeting today. Everyone has already entered the meeting room 15 minutes early." It was a tad embarrassing, despite nearly a month of employment. Chen Jianghe still did not know the name of this middle-aged HR representative. However, their paths had rarely crossed, so it was inconsequential. "Oh," Chen Jianghe exclaimed, suddenly realizing, and he strode purposefully towards the meeting room. In the center of the meeting room, Mr. Sun cast a sidelong glance at the tardy entry of Chen Jianghe before his gaze settled on Li Tianhai, the manager of the Panyu District Division. "I consistently emphasize that performance is the foundation of the company's survival. If the business department cannot deliver results, the distribution team cannot operate, and the entire company will lose its momentum for growth. In this meeting, I would like to particularly commend Manager Li Tianhai of the Panyu District Division. The company has delineated its regions and established various business divisions, a pivotal phase that necessitates the division managers to spearhead and aggressively pursue performance targets. Manager Li has taken the lead, and within a mere 2 days, he has secured 8 contracts with his team. Truly remarkable." As General Manager Sun concluded his remarks, a thunderous applause erupted in the meeting room. Li Tianhai wore a beaming smile, basking in the success, and cast a somewhat provocative glance at the recently seated Chen Jianghe. Besides the Panyu division, both the Haizhu and Baiyun divisions performed commendably, each securing 3 contracts, while Yueshio and Liwan managed 2 each. However, I was somewhat taken aback by the Tianhe division, which had failed to secure any contracts for 2 consecutive days. "Manager Chen, what challenges are you facing in your expansion efforts?" Sun Haolin's gaze shifted to Chen Jianghe, fully aware of the current situation in Tianhe. The area is undergoing extensive development, with many regions still immature, making business difficult to initiate. Moreover, Chen Jianghe is currently a lone wolf, lacking any seasoned sales personnel beneath him, rendering the lack of contracts somewhat understandable. "I have no difficulties here," Chen Jianghe replied, shaking his head. "Cut it out. A dead duck won't admit its faults. You relied on luck to emerge as the sales champion in the Zhongda business circle, but now your true colors are revealed." Li Tianhai scoffed from a distance, his voice not loud yet distinct enough for Chen Jianghe to hear. "Good to know there are no difficulties. I trust that with Manager Chen's business acumen, he will soon deliver results," Sun Haolin remarked nonchalantly, before continuing, "Our company is currently in an expansion phase, and securing contracts is of utmost importance. The headquarters has established an incentive policy, awarding 600 yuan to the division with the highest contract volume within a week. At present, the Panyu division leads in contract acquisitions, and I invite Manager Li Tianhai to come forward to receive the award." As soon as Sun Haolin's words concluded, Li Tianhai stood up, meticulously adjusting his attire in preparation for the stage. "Wait." Just as Li Tianhai began to step forward, Chen Jianghe suddenly rose to his feet. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to him. With a composed smile, Chen Jianghe addressed Sun, "General Manager, I didn't catch the exact number. May I ask how many contracts Panyu Division has secured?" "The Panyu Division's performance stands at 8 contracts," Sun Haolin replied calmly, holding a favorable view of the former sales champion and displaying considerable patience. "Oh," Chen Jianghe nodded, yet he did not sit down obediently. Instead, he leaned forward to retrieve a large envelope, extracting the contracts within and methodically laying them out on the table, reminiscent of his initial reporting day, simple and straightforward. "Report to General Manager Sun. The Tianhe Division has secured 13 contracts." Chen Jianghe's voice was steady, yet it resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the meeting room. Chapter 44, Mr. Su's Supplementary Lessons. Pain and joy applause erupted in the meeting room, as nearly everyone celebrated the Tianhe Division's impressive achievement of 13 contracts. The only exception was Li Tianhai, the manager of the Panyu Division, who stood bewildered, his expression darkening as he felt the applause sting like a slap to his face. It is crucial to note that the Panyu Division is the main stronghold of the 9527 Eastern Guangdong branch, benefiting from the university town business circle and a wealth of seasoned sales personnel, making it relatively easy to achieve impressive results. Reflecting on the Tianhe District's division, there isn't a single veteran salesperson present. The only one registered is Chen Jianghe, a lone soldier embarking on a journey from scratch. Despite his promotion to division manager under the glow of being the top seller, only Mr. Sun believes in him. while others deem it impossible for Tianhe to generate results in the short term. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Jianghe, when taking action, secured 13 contracts. Truly formidable. After stepping onto the stage, presenting the contracts, and receiving his bonus, he merely greeted Mr. Sun before departing, embodying a nonchalant demeanor reminiscent of a hero leaving the stage, shunning fame and accolades. At this moment, outside the library of the Guangdong East Financial College, the class counselor, Xu Zhixi, stood gracefully beneath a banyan tree not far from the entrance. The autumn sunlight filtered through the banyan leaves, casting dappled shadows that highlighted her radiant and flawless visage. Today, Xu Zhixi wore subtle makeup, pairing a white shirt with a light gray professional skirt, exuding an ineffable charm amidst her simplicity, akin to the most striking landscape. Almost every student passing by the library couldn't help but pause, stealing glances before reluctantly moving on. Some bolder boys even lingered under the nearby shade, ostensibly engrossed in their library books, while secretly stealing glances at Xu Zhixi. Xu Zhixi, accustomed to this attention, occasionally raised her hand to check the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Where could that guy be? At 9:58, a boy sprinted into view at the library entrance, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Xu Zhixi beneath the banyan tree. With a playful grin, he approached her, noticing her pursed lips and pensive expression, and clumsily greeted, "Hello, Teacher Xu." "Hello," Xu Zhixi replied, casting a glance at him. "I have a question to ask." "Go ahead. Do you have a boyfriend?" "What are you getting at?" "I want to introduce you to my brother. He is a trainer at Beida Qingyao and looks just as handsome as I do." "Oh, I'm not looking for someone who resembles you." "No worries, I could just die." Coughing lightly, Xu Zhixi covered her lips, suppressing a laugh. Chen Jianghe was always so amusingly unpredictable. In contrast to her restrained laughter, the reactions of the surrounding boys were far more pronounced. This approach to flirting was refreshingly novel. Why hadn't I thought of it before? I have a friend who wanted to flirt with Teacher Xu in a similar manner, but alas, he is unattractive and rather timid. I just want to quietly remain under the tree as an adoring little follower. Why did a humorous handsome guy suddenly emerge and make Teacher Xu laugh? Hearing the murmurs around her, Xu Zhixi composed herself and said to Chen Jianghe, "Let us go into the library." "All right." Chen Jianghe grinned, then reached for Xu Zhixi's waist. "What are you doing?" Xu Zhixi asked, slightly taken aback. "You've been standing under the tree for quite a while. I was worried your legs might go numb." Chen Jianghe provided an irrefutable reason. "Nonsense. They're not numb at all." Xu Zhixi's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Then she took a few steps forward briskly. Chen Jianghe strode forward, closely following Xu Zhixi as they entered the library, seeking a relatively secluded spot to settle down. However, wherever Xu Zhixi was present, solitude proved to be ephemeral. Soon enough, a throng of boys gathered around, and even some seemingly demure girls craned their necks to join the commotion. If glances could kill, Chen Jianghe would have perished dozens, if not hundreds, of times by now. Initially, he had intended to engage Xu Zhixi in a serious discussion about advanced mathematics, yet upon sitting down, his gaze became rather unruly. "Xu teacher, did you perhaps forget something before you left?" Chen Jianghe fixed his piercing gaze upon Xu Zhixi and eventually inquired after a prolonged silence. "Xu Zhixi blinked, pondering, and concluded that she had seemingly forgotten nothing. Chen Jianghe took a deep breath, opened his textbook, and inscribed a line on the title page. "You forgot to wear stockings." Xu Zhixi glanced down, her eyes widening in realization. No wonder Chen Jianghe had been so brazenly stealing glances beneath the table. His audacity was quite striking. Biting her lip, she regretted her choice to wear such professional attire for this tutoring session. The so-called enhancement of learning efficiency was, evidently, a mere fabrication. At that moment, Chen Jianghe proceeded to write another line. "Xu teacher, why not be my girlfriend? It would spare you from the unwanted attention of so many admirers, which I find rather vexing." Upon reading this, Xu Zhixi snatched the pen from his hand and swiftly wrote beneath, "No." Chen Jianghe nonchalantly retrieved a spare pen from his pocket. "I will ask just once more, and I shan't inquire again. I sense you harbor feelings for me. Do not deny it, for the body does not deceive." He wrote 2 more lines, then his hand descended, attempting to rest upon Xu Zhixi's smooth, porcelain-like thigh. Xu Zhixi, sensing his movement, felt her heart race. Her upper body instinctively leaned forward, shielding them from prying eyes, and her legs involuntarily shifted. Ultimately, as Chen Jianghe's hand was about to make contact with her skin, it abruptly halted, making a circuitous motion to scratch his own leg instead. Realizing her overreaction, Xu Zhixi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze fixated on Chen Jianghe. After a prolonged moment, she picked up the pen and wrote, "Chen Jianghe, you are truly a scoundrel." Just as Xu Zhixi completed this line, she suddenly felt a tightening sensation on her thigh. Almost instantaneously, Chen Jianghe felt a similar constriction around his waist. Pain, yet also a peculiar delight. Chapter 45, must read. He truly gains no disadvantage. I shall be attending an exchange meeting for university lecturers at Panyu University Town this afternoon. You may study in the library. At 11:30, when Xu Zhixi exited the library, the rosy glow on her face had yet to fade, leaving the multitude of boys inside utterly captivated. Chen Jianghe raised his hand to inhale the lingering fragrance on his palm, then rested his head on the desk, opening his advanced mathematics textbook to shield his face, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Studying was a notion that did not exist for him. The serene atmosphere of the library was particularly conducive to sleep. Chen Jianghe had intended to take a brief nap before heading to the cafeteria, yet he ended up sleeping until evening, waking to find his feet and arms numb, his stomach growling with hunger, and an overall sense of discomfort enveloping him. In broad daylight, what a strange dream to have, to simultaneously envision both teachers Su and Jianghe. Chen Jianghe raised a hand to massage his temples, recalling a pivotal moment from his dream. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he found himself frantically searching for a restroom. Fortunately, after an extensive search, he awoke before the situation could become truly embarrassing. Rising to his feet, Chen Jianghe hurriedly made his way to the bathroom, eventually emerging with a look of relief after quite some time. With Xu Zhixi no longer by his side in the library, Chen Jianghe lost interest in lingering there. He gathered his advanced mathematics textbook and departed, first heading to the cafeteria for a meal before returning to the dormitory to boast with Lu Dongliang, the remaining child left behind. "Jianghe, have you noticed? In recent trading days, Vank's shares have exhibited unusual activity in the market, and many speculators are growing restless, eager to ride the wave of Vank's put warrants. It's highly probable a significant surge is on the horizon next Monday." As soon as Chen Jianghe returned to his dormitory, Lu Dongliang eagerly pulled him to the computer desk, excitedly pointing at the market trends of Vank's put warrants. Chen Jianghe focused intently and observed that the trajectory of Vank's put warrants was indeed intriguing. Essentially, put warrants function as bearish options, and Vank had unexpectedly fallen behind during this market surge, making it reasonable for speculators and institutions to exploit this opportunity for short-term profit. However, Chen Jianghe distinctly remembered that Vank's stock began to stabilize in mid to late October, with prices steadily rising. The theoretical value of its put warrants would ultimately diminish to zero without any resistance, burying substantial amounts of capital in the process. "Jianghe, I plan to invest some money and take a chance. What do you think?" Lu Dongliang inquired earnestly, seeking Chen Jianghe's opinion. "The risks are considerable. It's best not to get involved." Chen Jianghe decisively doused Lu Dongliang's enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality, then clicked the mouse and entered a code on the keyboard, checking the stock performance of Wugong. "Why are you looking at steel stocks? They've taken quite a hit in recent trading days. The main players are trapped," Lu Dongliang remarked with a grimace. Chen Jianghe remained silent, observing for a few minutes as he contemplated. In his previous life, a wild reversal had brewed in mid-November, but now it appeared to be accelerating prematurely. He even sensed that Wugong's put warrants might unleash a storm of volatility by next Tuesday or Wednesday. This was a rare opportunity that needed to be seized. Chen Jianghe resolved that if he timed it right, the 35,000 yuan he had could potentially triple or even quintuple. Lost in thought while gazing at the market, Lu Dongliang, feeling somewhat dejected, leaned closer and sniffed the air, curiously asking, "Where have you been today? You smell nice." "Huh." Chen Jianghe snapped back to reality, just about to engage in casual conversation with Lu Dongliang when his QQ avatar suddenly pinged. "Chen Jianghe, are you there?" A message from Xu Zhixi appeared. "I'm here," he replied. "Could you come to pick me up at the entrance of the Jinbi Hotel?" Xu Zhixi quickly followed up with another message. "All right, I'll head over now. I should arrive in about an hour." Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Jianghe swiftly replied to the message. Earlier, Xu Zhixi had informed him before leaving the library that she would be attending a faculty exchange meeting that afternoon. Now, as darkness enveloped the city, she sent a message asking him to pick her up at a restaurant, most likely having indulged a bit too much. "I'll wait for you," Xu Zhixi responded. "Old Lu, I'm stepping out for a while. Enjoy yourself, Chen Jianghe announced as he exited the QQ chat and rose to leave. Will you be back tonight? Lu Dongliang inquired. It depends. I might return or I might not, Chen Jianghe replied ambiguously, hurrying out the door. Upon reaching the school gate, he hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the Jinbi restaurant located in the university town. The journey from the Guangdong East Financial College to the university town typically takes around an hour without traffic. Fortunately, luck was on Chen Jianghe's side today. The roads were clear, and even the traffic lights cooperated, allowing him to arrive at the Jinbi restaurant in just over 40 minutes. Driver, please wait here. I will be returning to school shortly, Chen Jianghe said as he glanced around the restaurant's vicinity, noting the array of mid to high-end vehicles parked nearby. With not a taxi in sight, to be prudent, he decided to keep this taxi for his return. Of course, the driver replied amiably after receiving payment. Leaning against the back door of the car, Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette, patiently awaiting Xu Zixi's appearance. Approximately 10 minutes later, a group emerged from the restaurant, swaying unsteadily, with Xu Zhixi standing out among them, clearly under the influence. A female teacher supported her on one side, while a young, handsome man on the other persistently attempted to catch her arm, only to be rebuffed repeatedly. Chen Jianghe scrutinized the man, finding him oddly familiar. Upon closer reflection, he recognized him as Zhang Donglai, the deputy director of the International Trade Department at Huazhong University, who had previously harassed Xu Zhixi. Damn it. This scoundrel is even more repugnant than Bai Qidong. At least Bai wouldn't dare lay a hand on Xu. This guy, with his charming facade, is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing, Chen Jianghe spat, striding purposefully toward them. Xu Laosher, he called out as he approached, greeting her and wrapping an arm around her waist, securely holding her up. Who are you? Zhang Donglai glared at Chen Jianghe. His eyes filled with disdain as he firmly pressed a hand on Chen's shoulder. I am Chen Jianghe, class monitor of Class 1 in the Business Administration program at Guangdong East Financial College. Here to escort my instructor back to school, he declared, asserting his identity as he shrugged off Zhang's grip and pushed him aside, leading Xu Zhixi toward the taxi. Wait. Zhang Donglai stumbled but steadied himself, attempting to intervene. At that moment, Zhao Yingjie, a teacher from the student council at Guangdong East Financial College, intervened. Director Zhang, Xu Laosher can't handle her liquor. Let her return to rest. I'll keep you company for the second half, he assured. Chen Jianghe is our student assistant. He will ensure Xu Laosher is safely returned to school. While Zhao Yingjie spoke, Chen Jianghe had already helped Xu Zhixi into the taxi, and the driver pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing. Inside the car, Xu Zhixi rested her head against Chen Jianghe's shoulder, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. The taxi arrived at the dormitory of the faculty at Guangdong East Financial College. As Chen Jianghe parked, he attempted several times to rouse Xu Zhixi, but to no avail. Unable to support her, he ultimately decided to carry her upstairs. Having visited Xu Zhixi's dormitory before, Chen Jianghe brought her to room 502, retrieved the key from his handbag, unlocked the door, and gently closed it behind them, placing her on the large bed in the bedroom. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jianghe leaned against the edge of the bed. Carrying Xu Zhixi up 5 flights of stairs was not overly taxing, but the sensation of her breathing against his chest was both tantalizing and feverish, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Xu Zhixi lay sprawled on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion resembling that of a peach blossom. The top button of her white shirt had already been undone during the car ride. In the midst of her breaths, the delicate curve of her fair skin was subtly revealed, and her long, graceful legs were fully exposed before Chen Jianghe's gaze. Though he understood the moral implications of taking advantage of her vulnerable state, he felt an overwhelming urge. A simple kiss could suffice. As he contemplated this, he rose and stepped over the edge of the bed, positioning himself above Xu Zhixi. Just as he was about to press his lips against her heart, he heard her murmur softly, then turn onto her side, facing away from him. Was there still a glimmer of consciousness, deterring him from kissing her? Chen Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. Despite her apparent inebriation, her subconscious seemed to resist any intrusion. However, her new position accentuated her alluring figure, and as he gazed down, a pang of desire surged within him, igniting a yearning for water to quench his sudden thirst. The struggle was palpable. At that moment, Xu Zhixi emitted another sound, her delicate brows furrowing as a hint of discomfort crossed her enchanting face, her breathing becoming slightly erratic. Observing this, Chen Jianghe momentarily suppressed his yearning and carefully removed her crystal-heeled sandals, then unfastened another button of her shirt to alleviate any pressure on her chest, ensuring her breathing remained unobstructed. As he unbuttoned her shirt, he suddenly heard her softly call his name, causing his hand to tremble slightly as it brushed against her. This was overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, he leaned closer to her. Yet she stirred, opening her eyes a fraction and pushing against his chest, murmuring, "I feel unwell." It dawned on Chen Jianghe that she indeed retained a semblance of awareness. How could one drink so much without the capacity to hold their liquor and not feel ill? He muttered to himself, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. The drinking culture in China could be rather extreme. When a group of men dined with a beautiful woman present, they often devised ways to intoxicate her. If a woman remained sober, the men would find themselves deprived of opportunity. While a drinking table might not foster genuine affection, it could certainly lead to a night of passion. In Chen Jianghe's impression, Teacher Xu has always been discerning, discreet, and measured, adept at safeguarding her own dignity, whether in the school or social gatherings beyond its walls. She maintains a cautious distance from men. This is readily apparent in her interactions with Bai Qidong, who, as Xu Zhixi's most ardent admirer, shares an office with her yet has never had the opportunity to share a meal at the same table. The so-called academic exchange event today is likely just a facade, with the true purpose being to facilitate those so-called highbrow intellectuals in their pursuits of romantic conquests. Chen Jianghe pondered deeply, relieved that he had brought Teacher Xu back in time tonight. Otherwise, the second half of the evening could have unfolded in unforeseen ways. Xu Zhixi turned over, resting her head on the bed's edge, inadvertently pulling Chen Jianghe's arm as she sought a pillow, using it as her support. This unintentional act ignited a fervent irritation within him, but considering her drunken discomfort, he could not bear to exacerbate her plight. The essence of humanity lies in its capacity to balance emotions and desires. In simpler terms, it is crucial to act respectfully in matters concerning women, to pursue when appropriate, and to dismiss the insidious mantras of ill-advised gains. In a previous life, Chen Jianghe had a friend who disregarded a woman's will and suffered 5 years in confinement, emerging with injuries that compromised his mobility, a grim testament to the special treatment afforded to such offenders. Xu Zhixi, resting on Chen Jianghe's arm, soon drifted into a deep slumber. While she found comfort in her sleep, he felt numb, unable to rest or shift positions, ultimately lying on his side, one arm under her head and the other wrapped around her waist, careful not to disturb her. At that moment, Chen Jianghe felt akin to a cat perched on the edge of a fish tank, its paw stretched toward a delightful, glimmering red dragon fish that appeared delectable, yet hindered by the water's barrier, able only to indulge in the thrill of touch, never to savor the taste. This was deeply frustrating. However, he reassured himself that eventually, she would be his, sharing nights together, and he would soon relish the flavor of her affection. As he sought solace in this thought, reciting calming mantras, he found his desires only intensifying, leading him to mutter darkly, "Such torment." It is no wonder that the legendary monk Lu Zhishan famously remarked that beauty is as ferocious as a wolf or tiger. One should not even dare to think of approaching it. Realizing this was untenable, Chen Jianghe resolutely turned away from Xu Zhixi, distancing himself further, moving away. And then even more so. Suddenly, a thud echoed as he tumbled from the edge of the bed, nearly creating a significant dent in the floor, grimacing in pain. Now chastened, he reflected on his prowess, realizing that even the floor resounded from his fall. Had he harmed Teacher Xu, she might have been forced to take leave soon after. Enduring the discomfort, he lay flat on the cold floor, finding that its chill balanced the heat of his body, providing some relief. Nevertheless, the night remained sleepless for Chen Jianghe, his eyes fluttering open and shut, his mind racing with excitement, utterly devoid of the desire for sleep. Unable to sleep, Chen Jianghe resolved to stay awake until dawn. In the dead of night, Xu Zhixi, perhaps parched, quietly rose from bed in search of water. Chen Jianghe intended to assist her, but quickly realized her movements were quite nimble. Soon, he heard the sound of water being poured in the living room, followed by a soft thud as the bathroom light flickered on. Moments later, the sound of the shower filled the air. Approximately half an hour later, Xu Zhixi returned to the bedroom, enveloped in a fragrant aura, and without turning on the light, she noticed Chen Jianghe sprawled on the floor. With his eyes closed, he feigned sleep, yet he was keenly aware of the fresh scent emanating from her, reacting quite noticeably. Despite his usual unruliness, he proved to be reliable in critical moments. Xu Zhixi mused to herself, turning to retrieve a thin blanket from the sofa, which she draped over him before returning to bed, slipping into a deep slumber once more. The following morning, after finally drifting into slumber around 2 or 3 o'clock, Chen Jianghe was awakened by his internal clock. Rubbing his eyes and stretching, he discovered that Xu Zhixi was no longer at his side. Surprised she had risen earlier than him, he stepped out of the bedroom to find her busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing his footsteps, she turned her head, a smile gracing her lips as she greeted him. "Good morning. It's the weekend. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" "The floor was rather hard, and I woke up with a sore back," Chen Jianghe replied, awkwardly supporting his waist as he walked. "Is that my fault?" Xu Zhixi chuckled softly, recalling that he had fallen to the floor on his own accord. "Not due to any push from her. Who else could I blame?" Chen Jianghe quipped, glancing at her as he entered the kitchen, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting from the steaming clay pot. "That smells delightful. Is there enough for me? I'm making boat porridge. It will be ready shortly." "You should wash up first," Xu Zhixi instructed. "All right." Chen Jianghe gestured affirmatively and turned towards the bathroom, where he discovered that a new mouthwash cup and toothbrush awaited him, with even the toothpaste expertly squeezed out. Such thoughtfulness was truly remarkable. This was the first time in both of his lives that he had experienced such care. Thankfully, he had behaved himself the previous night. The dynamics between men and women hinge upon the subtleties that can determine success or failure. Having slept on the floor this time, perhaps next time he could sleep in a bed, and eventually, in the company of a person, progressing gradually to secure a position of unassailable advantage. Chapter 47. No matter what. "We must make it happen. I heard that Chen Jianghe and Xu Zhixi caused you some trouble a couple of days ago, during breakfast." Xu Zhixi took the initiative to inquire about Chen Jianghe's daily life. "They approached me once, but it was inconsequential. I doubt they will bother me again," Chen Jianghe shrugged, regarding his disputes with Chen Jianghe and Xu Zhixi as trivial skirmishes of little significance. "That's good to hear." Xu Zhixi nodded gently. "How are you adjusting to your work at the Youth League Committee?" "Quite well. I am like a seed that thrives wherever it lands, taking root and flourishing." Chen Jianghe smiled, realizing he owed a debt of gratitude to teacher Xu for the many benefits that the position of assistant at the Youth League Committee had bestowed upon him. To speak of nothing else, the swift rise of the food delivery group buying business in Tianhe District can be attributed significantly to the pivotal role played by the assistant to the Youth League Committee. Without this identity, how could Chen Jianghe command such respect to mobilize a substantial number of committee members to assist him in his endeavors? "It seems you have been navigating the committee quite adeptly." Xu Zhixi smiled gently and continued, "I am aware that you have been engaged in part-time work off campus recently, and you have even rallied excellent members from 3 major departments of the committee. Could you share with me what exactly you are involved in? Perhaps I could assist you in securing some resources." Chen Jianghe's eyes brightened at this, as he had contemplated seeking resources from the school for his entrepreneurial pursuits, but felt the timing was not yet ripe. He was pleasantly surprised that Xu was the one to bring it up. Though a university counselor does not hold a particularly high status within the institution, they do wield considerable influence when it comes to supporting student entrepreneurship. However, Chen Jianghe, upon reflection, suspected that Xu's offer might be a means of reciprocating for the favor he had done her the previous night, so he did not express excessive enthusiasm, merely responding in a calm voice. "The part-time job I am currently involved in does not require school resources just yet. I will reach out to you when the need arises." "Very well." Xu Zhixi nodded lightly, and then softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for last night." Chen Jianghe thought to himself, as expected, yet teased, "Why so formal? If you had merely nodded at the library yesterday, you would have been my girlfriend." Xu Zhixi bit her lip, lowering her head to sip her congee in silence. "Xu Laosher, it would be best to avoid such social gatherings in the future," Chen Jianghe advised. "Indeed, I have typically tried to decline, but yesterday was unavoidable. Director Zhang from Huashi is set to transfer to the education department, and the principal had to show him some courtesy," Xu Zhixi replied, her voice subdued. Deep down, she understood that Zhang Donglai from Huashi harbored ulterior motives towards her. His behavior yesterday suggested he felt emboldened by his imminent promotion to the education department, leading him to act indiscreetly. Fortunately, Chen Jianghe arrived just in time, or that man might have dared to overstep boundaries under the influence of alcohol. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes. Zhang Donglai appeared to be in his early 30s. Having gained entry into the education department at such a young age, which indicated considerable backing. In comparison, Chen Jianghe felt he was still insignificant. However, there was one aspect in which Chen Jianghe surpassed Zhang. The ambition that Zhang desperately sought yet could not attain was merely a step away for Chen Jianghe. Did he dare to compare himself to Zhang Donglai? Xu Zhixi had a faint inkling of Chen Jianghe's thoughts, but chose to remain silent and shifted the conversation. Your eyes are bloodshot. You must have slept poorly last night. How about you finish your kanji and take a nap in my room? No, your room is too fragrant. And the floor is too hard. I can't get accustomed to it. Chen Jianghe shook his head. You could sleep on the bed, Xu Zhixi suggested. Even sleeping on the bed might not be comfortable for me, but habits can be cultivated. If I could manage to sleep for 21 days straight, perhaps I would grow accustomed to it. Chen Jianghe grinned. Dream on. This is a one-time opportunity, and there will be no second chance. Xu Zhixi shot him a glance filled with exasperation before lowering her head to offer him the shrimp from her bowl, saying, Eat more shrimp and stop overthinking. Your method of showing concern is rather unique. Chen Jianghe graciously accepted all the shrimp she had handed him. After satisfying his hunger, he reclined on the sofa to watch a documentary about animals, lulled by the rich, resonant voice of Zhao Zhongxiang. Sleep soon overtook him, and he turned to enter Su's bedroom, lying down on her bed, and within moments, he drifted off into slumber. Upon awakening, he found it was already 11:30 in the morning. Su had left a note on the table, indicating she had stepped out for some errands. Chen Jianghe did not linger long. He took the trash downstairs before heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Class monitor. As he stood in line, a voice suddenly emerged beside him, playfully tapping him on the shoulder. Recognizing the sound, Chen Jianghe did not need to turn around to know it was Lin Siki. Didn't you go out on a date this weekend? He inquired with a smile. I would have liked to, but unfortunately, no one asked me. Lin Siki replied with a cheerful shake of her head. She then leaned closer to Chen Jianghe's ear and whispered, Class monitor. Don't tell me you have no one asking you either. How about we go on a date? You bring me along, and I'll take care of the expenses. We can go anywhere and do anything. I know you're somewhat affluent. If you have more money than you can spend, I could use some help, as I'm a bit tight on funds lately. Chen Jianghe chuckled, understanding that Lin Siki's earlier proposition was made in jest. Her flirtation was merely a means to foster a closer bond. Thus, he responded playfully, maintaining an appropriate distance. This was the customary manner in which Chen Jianghe and Lin Siki interacted. Joking and teasing were permissible, yet they never ventured into deeper emotional territory. Both aware of this unspoken understanding. How much do you need? Lin Siki inquired, her smile unwavering. Let us not discuss finances before meals. We can address that later. Chen Jianghe replied, catching her off guard. You didn't come all this way just to engage in idle chatter, did you? Someone asked me to pass you something. I've left it in my dorm. Are you free tonight? I'll be free after I finish eating, Chen Jianghe responded, his tone calm. Observing Lin Siki's hesitant demeanor, he added, I'm available tonight as well. Then let us meet in the evening. It will be more private, Lin Siki whispered, and just as she finished speaking, it was Chen Jianghe's turn to get his meal. She proactively handed her card to the cafeteria lady, cheerfully instructing, a meal for 80 cents, with stir-fried pork, sauerkraut fish, pepper salt shrimp, garlic greens, and a large chicken leg, please. After placing her order in one breath, she turned back to Chen Jianghe, flashing him a charming smile, and sauntered away with her hands behind her back. What a peculiar woman, Chen Jianghe mused, frowning as he watched her walk away. He then accepted the meal that the cafeteria lady had served him, his expression softening as he remarked, delightfully appetizing food. With no pressing matters at hand after lunch, Chen Jianghe did not rush back to his dormitory. Instead, he visited a nearby internet cafe. After booting up a computer and running several scans for malware to ensure the machine's safety, he logged into his personal account and glanced at his balance. 4035. 921 yuan. The funds in this account primarily comprised of his student loans, borrowings from Wang Yuanpeng, and the profits accrued from stocks since the account's inception. In recent days, Chen Jianghe had scarcely logged into his account, so when he finally did and discovered a profit rate exceeding 30%, he was quite astonished. Such is the nature of stock trading. During a bull market, whether one engages in long-term or short-term investments, selecting the right sector and stocks allows one to befriend time. Money invested grows effortlessly, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after a rain, without the need for constant monitoring and frequent transactions like those of the inexperienced, who often find themselves exhausted and at a loss, sometimes even incurring losses. On Monday, he decided to liquidate his holdings and seize the opportunity to purchase Wugong put warrants, taking a calculated risk. Although Chen Jianghe had become proficient at making money through trading, he remained unsatisfied. Presently, an opportunity to double his assets lay before him, and he was determined to seize it. Chapter 48. Lin Siki under the street lamp. Are you in your dormitory? At 7 o'clock in the evening, just as darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Siki sent a message to Chen Jianghe on QQ. Previously, Chen Jianghe had only 7 friends on QQ. But ever since becoming class monitor, his friend count had skyrocketed. Recently, he had added dozens from the student union, and while at the internet cafe, his QQ notifications rang incessantly, reminiscent of a bustling entrepreneur managing countless affairs. I'm at the top internet cafe. If it's convenient for you, bring your things and come find me, Lin Siki suggested. I'd rather not. The internet cafe is too crowded, and the smoke is overwhelming, Chen Jianghe replied promptly. In a rare show of refusal, Lin Siki countered, I just finished showering. How about you come to the entrance of my dormitory? All right, I'll head over now. I should be there in about 10 minutes. Chen Jianghe reluctantly agreed, shutting down his device and making his way back to campus. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the South District's female dormitory. Lin Siki stood beneath a nearby street lamp, waiting for him. Chen Jianghe spotted her from a distance. She wore a Lakers jersey emblazoned with the number 24, paired with minimal white shorts that left little to the imagination, her long legs on full display. Illuminated by the streetlight's glow, captivating and blindingly white. Striding confidently toward her, Chen Jianghe's gaze traveled from her head to her feet before he chuckled and asked, wearing something so brief, aren't you worried about the chill? Of course, Lin Siki nodded, playfully tossing her hair as it danced in the evening breeze. But a little wind feels quite refreshing. Really? Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, realizing this was not the first time he had flirted with a girl. Yet only Lin Siki seemed to engage with such playful banter. He raised a fist in jest, declaring, my dear lady, you truly are a heroine among women. With a light laugh, Lin Siki covered her mouth. Then, with earnestness, added, if you think these shorts are inappropriate, I want to wear them next time. If you don't wear them, then it's not just the wind that will be a concern, Chen Jianghe quipped, impressed by her wit. In the current dry weather of eastern Guangdong, neglecting to wear suitable clothing might lead to unintended consequences. Is that so? Lin Siki blinked curiously at Chen Jianghe. Did my previous remark lead your thoughts astray? I am a person of integrity. How could I possibly think otherwise? Chen Jianghe smiled, concealing his thoughts, before stating earnestly, back to the point, didn't you say there was something for me? Why are your hands empty? Being empty-handed does not imply one carries nothing on oneself. Lin Siki replied with a smile, as she lifted her collar and reached into her chest pocket to retrieve a small envelope. Inside the envelope were 2 red envelopes and a letter of apology. Lin Siki extended the envelope towards Chen Jianghe. What does this mean? Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow. Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang came to see me yesterday, offering their sincere apologies and asking me to pass these 2 envelopes to you, as an invitation to tea. Lin Siki explained. I see. Chen Jianghe nodded but did not reach for the envelope. Yan Zihong and Geng Shigang were rather astute, taking an indirect route to apologize to Lin Siki, showing some sincerity and asking her to mediate, allowing both sides to step back and save face. As for Chen Jianghe, it was only reasonable to accept payment for services rendered. Do you not accept their apology? Lin Siki inquired softly, observing Chen Jianghe's expression. I accept the apology, but I shall forego the tea, Chen Jianghe replied with a casual smile. I will not accept this red envelope. Either you keep it, or return it to them, and perhaps speak to Teacher Zhao on their behalf, hoping to lift their disciplinary records so that we may coexist peacefully henceforth. All right. Lin Siki nodded. I will return the envelopes tomorrow. If there is nothing else, I shall head back to my dorm. Chen Jianghe turned to leave. Class monitor. Lin Siki stepped forward, blocking his path with a smile. It's rare for us to meet privately. Accompany me for a stroll, please. I haven't had the chance to properly explore the campus in over a month since enrollment. There is nothing to see at night. You should return to your dorm and rest early. Chen Jianghe firmly declined. How about we sit at the basketball court and chat a bit? Lin Siki persisted with her invitation. All right. On account of your wearing number 24, I will accompany you to the basketball court for a brief conversation. Chen Jianghe relented this time. After all, he had nothing to do in the dorm, and chatting with Lin Siki was quite appealing, especially since he admired the jersey she wore. The Los Angeles Lakers number 24 was forever a symbol of greatness in Chen Jianghe's heart. The Mamba spirit inspired a generation. In the year 2020 of his past life, a tragic helicopter crash claimed the life of the superstar. Now, in the year 2006, it marked the beginning of Kobe's transition from number 8 to 24, and from this year onward, Chen Jianghe would be fortunate to witness the rise of a legendary figure. If the opportunity arose, he would certainly take his beloved companions to the Staples Center to watch his games. Ideally, he would bring both Xu Zhixi and Jianghe along, ensuring no one felt left out. As Chen Jianghe pondered these thoughts, he followed Lin Siki towards the nearby basketball court. The court was brightly lit at night, bustling with activity as numerous boys played. The rhythmic sound of basketballs echoed, intermingled with the sounds of layups, defense, and players' exclamations. Countless youthful sweats were passionately poured out in this vibrant space. During his high school years, Chen Jianghe had a profound passion for basketball. A day without playing would leave him feeling restless. However, upon entering university, his interest shifted, leading him to watch games more than he played. He and Lin Siki found a vacant space at the edge of the court, where they settled into a leisure chair. As he casually pulled out a cigarette, the wind was somewhat strong, causing the lighter to click several times without igniting. Observing this, Lin Siki leaned closer, proudly puffing out her chest to shield him from the bothersome evening breeze. With a soft click, the cigarette finally lit, taking a shallow puff. Chen Jianghe let the smoke escape, lingering in the air with a faint scent reminiscent of Lin Siki's delicate fragrance. The two sat in silence for a moment, until Lin Siki broke the stillness, inquiring, "Class monitor, what do you think of Wang Yuanpeng?" Chen Jianghe pondered briefly before nonchalantly responding. He is actually quite a righteous person, albeit a bit pretentious and somewhat lecherous. Oh, Lin Siki remained noncommittal and continued, "What about Lu Dongliang? You previously mentioned he had no interest in women. His lack of reaction to adult films feels like a deception." Chen Jianghe turned to glance at her, chuckling, "I misjudged him before. Old Lu is rather reserved yet flirtatious." "Did he say something to you?" "A few days ago, Lu Dongliang added me on QQ and confessed his feelings," Lin Siki replied, pursing her red lips. "He eloquently penned a 5,000-word love letter, summarizing his main point in 4 words. I want to sleep with you." Coughing slightly on the smoke, Chen Jianghe mused. Old Lu's approach is indeed audacious. It's 2006, and he still resorts to writing love letters. 5,000 words, no less. With such talent, why not write a book? "Are you sharing this with me in hopes of seeking advice?" Chen Jianghe asked. "Not at all. I don't like Wang Yuanpeng. He is too wild," Lin Siki stated, lost in her thoughts. "As for Lu Dongliang, he is a decent person, but I lack any feelings for him." After a moment, she turned to Chen Jianghe and asked, "Do you wish to know what type of boy I like?" "Not really." Chen Jianghe shook his head. "No, you do," Lin Siki replied with a sly smile, her eyes sparkling as she earnestly declared, "I like you." Chen Jianghe was taken aback, mentally questioning her unconventional approach. He thought to himself, "Well, I might as well throw down a bombshell and walk away." Lin Siki glanced at him, a hint of sadness in her eyes as she said, "If only I were as beautiful as Teacher Sue." "You are already very beautiful," Chen Jianghe responded softly. "But it's still not enough." Lin Siki shook her head. "Perfection is unattainable. Everyone has their regrets, and it is these very imperfections that render us complete." Chen Jianghe consoled her, rising to stretch. "I'm off now. I need a shower after spending the entire afternoon at the internet cafe. I feel sticky and uncomfortable." With that, he turned and walked away. "All right, I'll head back too." Lin Siki stood up and followed him for a short distance until he turned towards the boys' dormitory. She paused, gazing at his retreating figure, her eyes shimmering like water, and sighed softly to herself. What happened to the saying that a girl pursuing a boy is like a veil between them? Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Jianghe found Lu Dongliang, Zhang Kai, Wang Yuanpeng, and Sun Tian engrossed in a game of tractor around a small table, with Li Jun notably absent. "Where's the 5th one?" Chen Jianghe casually inquired as he surveyed the cards. "He hasn't returned," Lu Dongliang replied, glancing up at Chen Jianghe. "You two haven't gone off to a hotel together, have you?" "Li Jun didn't come back last night." Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, pondering the possibility that he might have encountered trouble while on business. At that moment, Zhang Kai chimed in, "Don't worry. I ran into him earlier this evening at the dining street, looking quite exhausted with dark circles under his eyes as he was negotiating business. When I approached him, he didn't even acknowledge me, as if he were in a trance. Hearing Zhang Kai's words, Chen Jianghe felt a wave of relief and attempted to defend Li Jun, suggesting perhaps he was deeply engaged in conversation with the client and simply didn't notice. Truth be told, Chen Jianghe was also impressed by Li Jun's dedication. Working through the night for business was undeniably a relentless pursuit of profit that would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. That won't do. I must find him, Chen Jianghe resolved, recognizing that he would need Li Jun's assistance for numerous tasks ahead. If he exhausts himself now, how will he manage later? Just as he decided to step out in search of Li Jun, he spotted him emerging from the stairwell, his steps light yet weary, as if he were walking on clouds, making his way toward dormitory 414. Third brother. Upon seeing Chen Jianghe, Li Jun lifted his eyelids, his face illuminating with excitement. Despite his evident exhaustion, he retained an exuberant spirit. Chen Jianghe rushed over, supportive yet reproachful. You rascal, it's just a part-time job. Why are you working yourself to the bone? I don't want to overexert myself, but if I don't, how will I earn any money? Li Jun replied, grinning. Third brother, can you guess how many contracts I've signed in the past 2 days? Your health is paramount. The number of contracts is secondary. Chen Jianghe stated with a serious demeanor. I understand. Honestly, you need not worry about my health. I can handle it. Don't let my current state fool you. I'll bounce back after a good sleep. Li Jun nonchalantly shook his head, smiling as he continued. If you're not going to guess, I'll just tell you. I signed 10 contracts. Huh? Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, astonished. You must be a business prodigy, signing 10 contracts in less than 48 hours? He had assumed that the diligent members of the student council excelled in business, yet he never anticipated that his roommate would be the most formidable of them all. Observing the astonishment on Chen Jianghe's face, Li Jun retrieved a stack of contracts from his bag and handed them to him. 3 contracts for daily dining, and 7 for late-night barbecues. The owners of these late-night stalls were all very welcoming, and the negotiations were smooth. Staying up all night with them was worth it. Chen Jianghe was taken aback by his enthusiasm, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Jun rubbed his eyes, quickening his pace toward the dormitory as he declared, Third brother. I'm so tired. I'm heading back to sleep. Let us discuss anything tomorrow after I wake up. Oh, and from now on, I won't be setting up stalls anymore. I'm fully committed to working with you. Before entering the dormitory, Li Jun turned back to Chen Jianghe and said, Sticking with Sangu, you may go hungry twice a day. Are you afraid? Chen Jianghe asked him with a smile. Not afraid. Li Jun replied with a grin. Good. I admire your tenacity. I will settle your 10 orders wages in full tomorrow, Chen Jianghe declared, patting him on the shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. All right. Li Jun nodded earnestly. Go to sleep now, Chen Jianghe urged. I'm going. If I don't sleep soon, I might ascend to immortality, Li Jun responded, hastening back to his bed, where he fell asleep almost instantly. Within 30 seconds, his thunderous snores echoed through the entire 414 dormitory like the croaking of frogs. Goodness, is this the travel frog returning to its nest? Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow at the resounding snores, then turned to join Lu Dongliang and the others in their card game. The 5 of them happily engaged in a game of Zhajinwan till around 2 or 3 in the morning, when they gradually took showers and went to bed. The next morning, as usual, Chen Jianghe was stirred awake by Lu Dongliang's phone alarm. It rained all night, and my love overflows like a stream. This classic and flamboyant tune 7-leaf fragrance by Jay Cho replaced the previous repetitive melody of Circle, Round, Circle by J.J. Lin. Every time Chen Jianghe heard this ringtone, he would rise. The other brothers in the dormitory were still sleeping soundly, especially Lu Dongliang, for whom the alarm was merely a decoration, having no effect on his slumber no matter how long it rang. The only thing that could disturb Lu's sleep quality was the stock market. His biological clock was always set for 9 o'clock, half an hour before the market opened. Today was Monday. After freshening up, Chen Jianghe went to the school gate to buy a bag of buns, eating as he made his way to the internet cafe. At 9:30, the market opened, and the 3 major indices collectively surged. Such a buoyant opening can easily excite many retail investors, yet it failed to stir Chen Jianghe's emotions. At this moment, his gaze remained fixed on the chart for the Wugong put warrants, his mind calculating, buy in batches of Wugong stock options when the price hits 0. 153 yuan 0. 150 yuan 0. 144 yuan. He watched the prices intently as time ticked by, the value of the Wugong warrants steadily declining. Due to the absence of price fluctuation limits in warrant trading, Conventional investors would likely assume that after such a continuous drop, the Wugong put warrants might soon be worthless, and most would refrain from entering the market at this point. However, the market is never short of adventurers and speculators. Many firmly believe that opportunities arise from declines. With the Wugong warrants plummeting, some had already rushed in to buy at the bottom. Yet, the current price was still not low enough. Chen Jianghe remained exceedingly patient. Having just liquidated his stocks, he calculated that with today's unrealized profits, he had 42,000 yuan in funds. In the capital market, this amount was but a drop in the bucket. However, it constituted Chen Jianghe's entire fortune at present. It required both boldness and meticulousness to enter the warrant market. Akin to speculation, one must patiently await the opportune moment to achieve unexpected results. Speculation is a double-edged sword. It can lead to immense wealth or total loss, with no middle ground. Chapter 50. To navigate life, one must first embrace a touch of green from the moment the stock market opened at 9:30 in the morning until it paused for lunch at 11:30. Chen Jianghe remained glued to his computer, his eyes unblinking. During the intermission, he sought out the network administrator to procure a cup of instant noodles. After consuming it, he rested his head on the desk until 1 o'clock, promptly awakening to resume his vigil. By 2:30 in the afternoon, the price of the Wugong put warrant had plummeted from its opening value of 0.153 yuan to a mere 0.082 yuan. Despite minor fluctuations, the overall trend was decidedly downward, a sight that was unsettlingly red. This price was still not low enough for Chen Jianghe. He continued to wait, remaining patient until 2:55, when the price fell to 0.06 yuan. Taking a deep breath, he invested all of his 42,000 yuan into the stock. At 3 o'clock, the market closed, and the Wugong put warrant settled at 0.057 yuan, leaving Chen Jianghe's account in the red. Although 0.06 yuan was not the lowest point, it represented a prime opportunity to enter the market. Chen Jianghe exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet his heart remained anxious. Barring unforeseen circumstances, tomorrow promised to be a thrilling day of market surges. He recalled how, in a critical moment, the Shanghai Stock Exchange had intervened by imposing a temporary halt on trading, causing the Wugong put warrant to retract from a staggering 500% peak to a more modest 90% increase. Chen Jianghe pondered the details of his past life with a sense of clarity. He could not recall the specific timing of the exchange's intervention, yet that detail had become inconsequential. All that mattered for tomorrow was to avoid greed and seize the right moment to sell decisively. At that moment, a young man with bleached hair, seated nearby, turned to Chen Jianghe and curiously queried, "Brother, instead of playing games, watching movies, or listening to music at the internet cafe, you're fixated on a stock that has lost all limits, and you haven't even blinked. What are you thinking? Are your eyes dry?" Chen Jianghe glanced at the young man and smiled, responding, "Green is a color that protects the eyes. To lead a life worth living, one must first embrace a touch of green." The young man, impressed, gave a thumbs up and remarked, "That is profound. You speak so poetically. You must be a university student." Indeed, Chen Jianghe nodded with a smile, preparing to log off. Green is a color that protects the eyes. The young man, now adjusting his hair, continued to speak to himself. "My wife has quite severe myopia. Sometimes she can't see clearly at night and ends up calling me by the wrong name, which is rather embarrassing. Maybe I should dye this thing green someday and have her look at it more. It might help improve her vision." Chen Jianghe found this amusing and, somewhat mischievously, encouraged, "You could give it a try. It might yield unexpected results." In 2006, society was relatively straightforward. Green was just green, devoid of deeper connotations. Unexpected results. The young man raised an eyebrow, not fully grasping the depth of Chen Jianghe's words, yet he surveyed him with interest and chuckled, "Brother, I think you're quite intriguing. Let us get acquainted. My name is Xu Zhixi. I dropped out of school at 13 to navigate the world. I'm 22 now, and I manage over 50 people. All the internet cafes in the Longdong University town area are under my supervision. What is your name, and which university do you attend?" Chen Jianghe, a student from East Guangdong Financial College, responded in a calm voice. He did not harbor any disdain for Xu Zhixi, a youth from society, as he himself had once entertained rebellious thoughts during his middle school years. However, witnessing a friend lose an arm in a brawl served as a bloody lesson that extinguished such inclinations. "Chen Jianghe?" Xu Zhixi repeated the name with a grin, exclaiming, "That is a grand name. All right, I'll remember it." If I encounter any trouble while online, I'll invoke your name to ensure my safety. Nodding slightly, Chen Jianghe thought to himself, I'm merely going online. How could there possibly be any trouble? After disembarking, he returned to campus. Armed with 10 contracts signed by Li Jun the previous day, and arranged to meet Tang Yuding, the head of the External Liaison Department, to collect the contracts signed on her end. Tang Yuding had been diligently pursuing business these past few days. Her previously fair complexion had notably tanned, but the sparkle in her eyes and her vibrant demeanor indicated her satisfaction with this part-time job, and her enthusiasm was palpable. WeVE secured a total of 22 contracts, all of which are here. I've compiled an Excel sheet detailing the specific number of contracts signed by each individual and sent it to your QQ. Tang Yuding informed him. Chen Jianghe took the contracts and scrutinized them carefully. Everything appeared to be in order, with no signs of deceit, making them ready for submission to the company for review and advance commission. The External Liaison Department indeed demonstrated formidable prowess. At the current pace, they would secure the 3,000 yuan sponsorship fee for the Autumn Games in just a few days. Your department's alignment with this part-time job is quite remarkable, Chen Jianghe praised with a smile. Moreover, your guidance the other day has helped everyone master the techniques, making many challenges easily surmountable. As long as one applies themselves, securing contracts is not a daunting task. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Once you're initiated, it becomes straightforward, Chen Jianghe remarked with a smile, reminding everyone to maintain a balance between work and rest. Additionally, the individual who signs the most contracts within a week will receive an extra reward. While he verbally encouraged everyone to avoid overexertion and to balance work with leisure, he was subtly inciting competition through rewards. However, observing the sparkle in Tang Yuding's eyes reassured him of the outcome. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. If anything arises, please message me on QQ, Chen Jianghe stated before turning to depart. Work hard, strive for success. Tang Yuding watched him exit the school gates, clenching her fist as if invigorated, her energy fully charged. After leaving the campus, Chen Jianghe boarded a bus heading to the company. Meanwhile, in the office of the regional manager, Huang Shixian was conversing with Li Tianhai. Following the division of the Guangdong East branch into 6 business units, Huang Shixian naturally ascended from business manager to regional manager, overseeing the districts of Panyu, Baiyun, and Liwan. The regional managers for the districts of Tianhe, Yuexiu, and Haizhu had yet to be determined. The company initially intended to appoint the former business supervisor, now the manager of the Haizhu district, Yi Xiaorong, for this role. However, due to Chen Jianghe's outstanding performance in the Tianhe district, this decision was temporarily shelved. Li Tianhai had been feeling quite despondent over the past couple of days, his work performance dwindling, and the morale among his subordinates was generally low, with the team's weekend performance likely to yield no results as well. However, this had become irrelevant. Li Tianhai had already entertained thoughts of resignation. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Prior to Chen Jianghe's arrival at the company, Li Tianhai had been the star newcomer, boasting both qualifications and capabilities, along with commendable performance. His career had been smooth sailing, a veritable delight. Yet, ever since Chen Jianghe had joined, his fortunes appeared to have waned. That individual had signed 3 contracts on his very first day, and within a mere 10 days, he had decisively claimed the title of sales champion, subsequently being promoted to manager in the Tianhe district. There, he single-handedly overshadowed the entire Panyu district division, seizing a lucrative opportunity that Li Tianhai had been poised to grasp. Is there a limit to endurance? Ironically, prior to the delineation of territories, Li Tianhai had made a concerted effort to showcase his superiority in front of Chen Jianghe, only for Chen to swiftly deflate his ego in a single exchange. Observing Li Tianhai's despondency, Huang Shixian took a sip of tea and cleared his throat, saying, "Xiao Hai, I personally interviewed and recruited you. I know you well. To be frank, after all these years of leading teams, you are the most promising among them. Your future is exceptionally bright. You should aim for a broader horizon and not obsess over immediate gains and losses." Listening to Huang Shixian's soothing yet persuasive words, Li Tianhai lifted his head and clenched his teeth, responding, "Brother Huang, I do not wish to engage in a rivalry with Chen Jianghe. However, his behavior is intolerable. I refrained from reporting him for having seized 6 of my contracts, but just the other day, he humiliated me in front of everyone at the meeting. I cannot endure that. True, he may have overstepped, but it was merely a standard report of performance. do not take it to heart. As the saying goes, let him be strong. And I shall endure. Just send a few thoughts of disdain his way in your mind. Huang Shixian consoled Li Tianhai with rather coarse words. I cannot engage in such sentiments, Li Tianhai retorted, though his anger was tempered by the basic civility of a university graduate. At this moment, I have but one desire. Either grant my resignation or dismiss Chen Jianghe. The company can either have him or me, but not both. Dismiss Chen Jianghe? Huang Shixian's eyes narrowed as he inquired. What would be the grounds for such action? The company has explicitly prohibited colleagues from poaching each other's contracts. He has already violated this rule by taking 6 of mine. Should he not be dismissed? Li Tianhai asserted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Huang Shixian thought to himself that Li Tianhai seemed to be speaking without thinking due to his frustration. Would the company really dismiss a key performer over such trivial matters? Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. Had Li Tianhai not engaged in minor transgressions himself? Huang Shixian's voice was low, lacking in emotional inflection. Realizing he was in the wrong, Li Tianhai paused before adding, the commercial district in Tianhe is still developing. Chen Jianghe went there alone and signed 13 contracts in just 2 days. It seems almost supernatural. I suspect he is likely engaging in deceit. The company should conduct a thorough investigation. However, this matter had already been delegated by General Manager Sun the previous afternoon, and the 13 contracts Chen signed were found to be entirely legitimate, with nearly all the businesses being of high quality. Huang Shixian stated, falsifying information on a contract entails legal consequences. As a distinguished graduate of Zhongda, you should be more cognizant of this than I am, wouldn't you agree? Li Tianhai, now devoid of words, nodded and stood up, retrieving a resignation letter from his pocket and placing it on Huang Shixian's desk. I am leaving. Please sign it for me. Brother Huang, do not act impulsively. Huang Shixian lightly tapped the desk, making a final appeal. The company's labor contract stipulates that management personnel must provide 1 month's notice before resigning. Let this resignation letter rest with me for now. Take the time to adjust your mindset and work diligently for another month. Proving your worth through performance and decisively surpassing Chen Jianghe would surely be more commendable than leaving in a disgraceful manner. Brother Huang, Li Tianhai hesitated. You surpass Chen Jianghe in many aspects. It is merely your fragile spirit that falters at the slightest setback. Which company would be willing to employ you in the future? Huang Shixian continued. Having said that, he shifted his tone. Do not overthink it. Tonight I shall take you to a club for a massage, perhaps find a charming companion, and let go of the frustrations weighing on your heart. I assure you, by tomorrow, you will be rejuvenated and brimming with vigor. Li Tianhai felt a spark of interest and nodded. All right, let us return to that Phoenix-based spa, room 18. Upon mentioning the spa, Huang Shixian's face brightened with a knowing smile, guiding him with confidence. When at the spa, one must savor new teas, no matter how fragrant the old. The novelty diminishes with repetition. I suggest you try room 88. Oh, Li Tianhai's eyes gleamed as he pondered, then declared, these past few days have been rather taxing. I shall indulge in both room 18 and room 88. Impressive. Huang Shixian beamed, giving Li Tianhai a thumbs up. A young man should possess such drive. All thanks to Brother Huang's teachings, Li Tianhai replied, scratching his head. I shall not disturb you further. Just give me a heads up when you head out tonight. Very well, go on with your tasks. Huang Shixian nodded, signaling that Li Tianhai could take his leave. Li Tianhai slightly bowed and turned to exit, only to encounter Chen Jianghe, who was engaged in jovial conversation with the manager of Haizhu District, Yi Xiaorong, appearing quite familiar with one another. What are you two chatting about so cheerfully? Would it be too much to ask for an audience? Li Tianhai approached, smiling to assert his presence. Upon hearing him, Yi Xiaorong glanced at him and replied with a smile, I was inquiring about signing techniques for Manager Chen. He is incredibly adept. Just a couple of days ago, he signed 13 contracts, and in the past few days, he has signed another 32. It is as if he single-handedly propels the entire business department forward. Truly admirable. What? Li Tianhai's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment as he pressed, Manager Yi, did you just say that Chen Jianghe has signed how many contracts in the past few days? 32 contracts, Yi Xiaorong confirmed. Isn't it hard to believe? To use a phrase often uttered by your male colleagues, it's akin to a little cow standing on its head, impressive beyond measure. 32. Li Tianhai was dumbfounded. The Panyu district's performance had been dismal, yet Tianhe district had signed 32 contracts. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? He had just been in Huang Shixin's office, attempting to pressure the company into dismissing Chen Jianghe by threatening resignation. Now, however, the matter seemed trivial, as the individual in question had sped away, leaving nothing but the fading glow of their taillights. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. At that moment, Sun Haolin emerged from the general manager's office and, with a smile, addressed Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, at this Saturday's company meeting, I would appreciate it if you could take some time to share with everyone instead of merely collecting your bonus and departing as you did last week. Furthermore, there will be an adjustment to your position, with the headquarters expected to issue directives no later than Friday. Understood, Chen Jianghe nodded in agreement. Sun Haolin approached him and patted his shoulder, saying, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Remain humble and diligent, and continue striving. After that, he turned to Li Tianhai, stating, Xiaohai, you must also step up. The performance in Panyu district has not been satisfactory lately. As the division manager, you cannot afford to slacken. You must continue to lead everyone forward. Li Tianhai murmured, his mood nearly reaching a breaking point. After Sun Haolin concluded his remarks, he returned to his office. Chen Jianghe cast a cheerful glance at Li Tianhai and said, the Panyu district is a treasure trove. Securing contracts should be as effortless as eating and drinking. Manager Li, you must put in the effort. This encouragement from Chen Jianghe left Li Tianhai feeling quite uncomfortable, as he instinctively sensed that the former was eyeing the lucrative Panyu district. Eager to compete with him, I'm feeling a bit hungry. I plan to stroll around Zhongda to find something delicious. Would Manager Li and Manager Yi care to join? Chen Jianghe casually inquired, attempting to shift the topic. Not going, Li Tianhai replied, his appetite extinguished by anger. I just had afternoon tea around 3. I'm not hungry. Yi Xiaorong waved her hand dismissively. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Chen Jianghe said succinctly before turning to depart. Rather than engage in idle chatter with Li Tianhai and Yi Xiaorong at the office, he preferred to seek out Jiang Yishu for a pleasant conversation at Zhongda. Chapter 52. The summer blown by the wind. As Chen Jianghe arrived at the dining street of Zhongda, the sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle glow across the sky, where pastel clouds danced with vibrant evening hues. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the street stalls, reminiscent of the blush on the cheeks of a 17 or 18-year-old girl, charming and playful. A Taiwanese braised meat shop played the duet The Summer Blown by the Wind, which had gained immense popularity in the previous year. The dining street was bustling with energy as clusters of university students ventured out in search of food. Some walked hand in hand as couples, while others strolled shoulder to shoulder with friends, engaged in lively conversation, their spirits soaring. Chen Jianghe navigated through the crowd and arrived at the large Kuojiu men's store where Jiang Yishu worked part-time. Approaching the bar counter, he looked around but did not spot the gentle figure he sought. Instead, he was met with a fierce glare from another part-time worker who scowled and asked, What do you want this time? It was rare to encounter a woman bold enough to confront Chen Jianghe with such disdain, but Han Qiya was one of them. She had a face reminiscent of a bitter melon. Although she was dressed quite lightly, her demeanor was anything but inviting. I traveled a long way to buy milk tea. And this is the attitude you give me? Chen Jianghe retorted, widening his eyes. Han Qiya raised her chin defiantly. Humph, last time at the cinema, you ignored me. And now you expect me to greet you warmly? Ah, women, he thought. Chen Jianghe curled his lips and remarked, setting aside our past as classmates. I am now a customer, and you are the tea shop girl. Do say welcome to me. Welcome my foot, Han Qiya retorted, rolling her eyes. Seeing you just makes me irritable. After being single for too long, irritability becomes a frequent visitor, and from my years of experience, finding a partner can diminish such irritability, for intimacy acts as an antidote. Chen Jianghe suggested. Pa, shameless, Han Qiya shot back. You are here seeking Yishu, aren't you? She has a full schedule today, and one TB out early for her part-time job. Buy your tea and leave. I have no time to entertain you. Am I someone who requires your hospitality? Chen Jianghe tapped the counter with his fingers and said, Bring me a cup of lemon tea. I suddenly feel like tasting something sour. Go away. I won't make it. Han Qiya felt Chen Jianghe was subtly mocking her, huffing disdainfully. Yet, despite her sharp tongue, she turned to prepare his lemon tea. At this rate, you may find it hard to attract a man in the future. While you are still young, consider Zhang Mingjie. You two are quite compatible. Chen Jianghe teased with a smile, appearing rather unrefined. Han Qiya ignored him, furiously squeezing 2 lemons into the cup. At that moment, Chen Jianghe's gaze flickered as he spotted a young man in a tailored suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, and he couldn't help but grin. Speak of the devil. Han Qiuya, your suitor has arrived. Upon hearing this, Han Qiuya paused her work and leaned out from behind the counter to glimpse Zhang Mingjie approaching the tea shop. Your suitor seems quite romantic. He brought you flowers, Chen Jianghe japed. Hearing this, Han Qiuya rolled her eyes, responding curtly, don't say such nonsense. He is delivering flowers to Yishu. Unlike you, who has nothing but a mouth and a thick skin. Nothing at all. I could pull out something that would shock you. Chen Jianghe shot back playfully, brushing off her remarks with a casual bravado that left her speechless. Chen Jianghe, what are you doing here? Zhang Mingjie asked, astonished, as he reached the entrance of the tea shop and caught sight of Chen Jianghe. I'm here to see my girlfriend, Chen Jianghe replied with a grin, then inquired, and you? Have you and Qiuya started dating? Zhang Mingjie raised an eyebrow, avoiding Chen Jianghe's question but smiling as he added, congratulations. I always thought you two were quite suited for one another. I didn't expect things to progress so quickly. A loud thud interrupted them as Han Qiuya, with an icy expression, slammed the freshly made lemon tea onto the counter, stating expressionlessly, your lemon tea is ready. Nonchalantly, Chen Jianghe picked up the cup of lemon tea and turned to Zhang Mingjie, saying, Zhang, it's rare for old classmates to meet. Why not treat us? Zhang Mingjie nearly let out a curse, but catching sight of Jiang Yishu jogging towards them, he quickly handed over 10 yuan with a generous smile, saying, no need for change. As Jiang Yishu approached, Zhang Mingjie greeted her with flowers in hand. Yishu, I brought you flowers again. This bouquet of red tulips symbolizes a declaration of love, joy, and passion. Jiang Yishu halted her steps, not even glancing at the scarlet tulips in Zhang Mingjie's hand, and directly declined. Thank you. I have mentioned several times that I do not like flowers. Please refrain from giving them to me in the future. Having said that, she paid no heed to Zhang Mingjie's reaction. Her gaze flickered and landed upon Chen Jianghe, who was leaning against the bar, surveying her with a playful grin. Come here. Chen Jianghe beckoned her with a crooked finger. Oh, I'm coming, Jiang Yishu softly replied, taking delicate steps toward him obediently. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Mingjie was left dumbfounded, pondering how a mere bouquet of tulips worth a few dozen yuan could hold less allure for Jiang Yishu than Chen Jianghe's mere gesture. Is this reasonable? Have you missed me in these few days? Chen Jianghe asked, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, smiling as he did so. This left Zhang Mingjie even more bewildered. Were it not for the consideration of their shared history and the realization that he might not stand a chance against Chen Jianghe, he would have been tempted to storm over and slap him, then trample his face while viciously asserting, Jiang Yishu is mine. Dare to tease her again, and I'll make you pay. Alas, fantasies often paint a beautiful picture, while reality is often starkly different. Under Zhang Mingjie's gaze, Jiang Yishu bit her lip, her cheeks flushing, and nodded softly, replying, a little. It is indeed curious how, in a classroom where a teacher's voice could nearly shatter the ceiling, students might struggle to hear, yet when it comes to someone they care for or admire, even the faintest whisper travels across great distances. Thus, Jiang Yishu's soft admission was heard by both Chen Jianghe and Zhang Mingjie. The flowers in Zhang Mingjie's hand fell to the ground, and his heart plummeted alongside them. Wanting a little is still wanting. What does it mean to want just a little? Chen Jianghe frowned slightly, dissatisfied with Jiang Yishu's answer. It had always been this way. They had held hands, touched, embraced, and even kissed. Was his affection not deep enough? I think of you. Jiang Yishu offered a response that would satisfy Chen Jianghe, though her face turned crimson to the roots of her ears. Just as Chen Jianghe felt a twinge of pride, he suddenly sensed a cold chill at the nape of his neck and inhaled sharply. Damn it, Han Qiuya. Are you a dog? How dare you sneak up on me with your icy paws? Chen Jianghe turned to glare at Han Qiuya, who had unexpectedly taken advantage of his moment of distraction to press her chilly hand against his neck. You're the dog, Han Qiuya responded, hands on her hips. Glaring at Chen Jianghe, Yishu is simply too gentle. That's why you can tease and bully her. If it were me, I'd beat you to a pulp. As for the dynamics between men and women, what did this single dog know? Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes and retorted, she is so gentle. How could I bear to bully her? I would rather break a few of my ribs to make her nourishing soup. I believe you not. Han Qiuya shot back, rolling her eyes. Believe it or not, Chen Jianghe dismissed her, turning back to Jiang Yishu. Do you believe me? I believe you, Jiang Yishu nodded. Are you touched? Chen Jianghe inquired further. I am touched, Jiang Yizhu affirmed again. Don't return to the dorm tonight. Come sleep outside with me, all right? Chen Jianghe continued. Not all right. Jiang Yizhu shook her head. Well, if you can effortlessly solve such challenging riddles, it is no wonder you have gained admission to a prestigious university. Chen Jianghe, with a hint of exasperation, pursed his lips and glanced at Zhang Mingjie, who stood dazed a short distance away, before taking a sip of lemon tea. Goodness, how sour. This concoction is hardly fit for even a dog. Chapter 53. I admit it's all the moon's fault at 9 in the evening. Chen Jianghe savored a few sips of Jiang Yizhu's sweetness beneath the girls' dormitory at Central University, counterbalancing the acidity of the lemon tea he had earlier. With a sense of accomplishment, he boarded a vehicle back to the Guangdong East Financial Institute. The bus halted approximately 30 meters from the school's main entrance. Upon alighting, he raised his eyes and spotted a familiar figure in the distance, hastily wiping his lips with his hand. Even after wiping, he felt it insufficient. So he stopped by a small shop at the street corner to purchase a pack of spicy strips, consuming it in one go, leaving his mouth smeared with red oil and chili seeds, inhaling sharply as he strode through the school gates. Just as he was walking, he suddenly heard someone call his name from behind. Recognizing the voice belonged to teacher Xu Zhixi, he turned around and flashed a smile at her. Xu Zhixi approached, carrying a bag of fruit, and upon noticing his oil-stained lips, she chuckled softly. You're already in college, yet you still enjoy spicy strips? They were my childhood favorite. I don't indulge often now, just occasionally savor a pack to satisfy the craving. Chen Jianghe replied with a smile before quickly changing the subject. Teacher Xu, I saw you walking ahead of me just now. How did you end up behind me? I had just entered the security office to deliver a few apples to the security guard and happened to see you eating spicy strips at the school gate. Xu Zhixi replied casually, then pulled out a handkerchief and offered it to him. I don't have any tissues. Use this to wipe your lips. Taking the handkerchief, Chen Jianghe inhaled its fragrance, which mirrored the delicate scent of Xu Zhixi, indicating it was clearly personal to her. He smiled and said, This handkerchief smells delightful. I hesitate to use it to wipe my mouth. If you hesitate, then don't use it. Return it to me, Xu Zhixi playfully chided. Chen Jianghe, ever the opportunist, knew he might not see the handkerchief again after giving it away. How about you help me wipe it then, Teacher Xu? He inquired. You rascal. Xu Zhixi shot him a glance, then surveyed their surroundings, seeing no one. She gingerly took the handkerchief and carefully wiped away the red oil and chili seeds from his lips. Teacher Xu. Yes, the moon tonight is magnificent and round. Is it? Xu Zhixi looked up, her exquisite profile illuminated by the radiant moonlight, appearing exceptionally vibrant. Unable to resist, Chen Jianghe suddenly leaned forward and kissed her cheek before swiftly retreating and running away. Chen Jianghe. Xu Zhixi regained her composure, realizing he had already run far. He did not respond, instead breaking into song. I admit it's all the moon's fault. The night is too beautiful, and you are too gentle. What a rascal. Xu Zhixi felt her cheeks warm as she kicked a pebble by the roadside, her mind wandering to the next line of the song. Only then do I wish to grow old with you in an instant. However, Chen Jianghe was already too far to sing that line. Upon returning to dormitory 414, Chen Jianghe was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Third brother, what happened? Were you being chased? Sun Tian, who was always attentive to Chen Jianghe, immediately handed him a damp towel as he entered the room, panting heavily. No, I just had a spicy snack and rushed back. The heat got to me, Chen Jianghe replied, his words somewhat disjointed. After wiping his face with the towel, he let out a sigh, feeling much more comfortable. Sun Tian leaned closer and caught a whiff of his scent, clicking his tongue in surprise. Third brother, you smell like a woman. Oh, your nose is quite discerning. Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. Can you tell who it is? Apart from the counselor, who else could it be? Sun Tian raised his chin, playfully pinching his fingers, and said, I predict that you must have done something scandalous with Teacher Xu tonight, which is why you were running away from her, right? Impressive, Xiao Tian, you can deduce that? Chen Jianghe gave him a thumbs up. Why don't you tell me when I can bring Teacher Xu home? The secrets of heaven are not to be revealed. Sun Tian feigned profundity, then cleared his throat and shrugged. Unless you pay me. Next time, I promise, Chen Jianghe laughed, swatting his hand away. He then pulled out a stack of crisp bills and tossed them onto Li Jun's bed, under Sun Tian's astonished gaze. He undressed and headed to the bathroom for a shower. The next morning, Chen Jianghe followed his routine. devouring a bag of meat buns before arriving at the internet cafe to log on. At 9:30, the casino opened its doors. Unlike the previous day's bullish surge in the Shanghai and Shenzhen indices, today's market showed a lack of momentum, opening slightly lower. Chen Jianghe, however, paid little heed to the indices. His focus was solely on the Jianghe put warrants. The closing price of the Jianghe put warrants yesterday was 0.057 yuan. Chen Jianghe bought in at 0.060 yuan, investing 42,000 yuan. If the warrants continued to decline today, their theoretical value would plummet to 0, resulting in a total loss for him. Here we go. Chen Jianghe felt a tightening in his chest. 0.063 yuan. 0.072 yuan. 0.079 yuan. He held his breath, his eyes fixed on the incessantly rising price. The sensation was akin to pumping water uphill. The higher the pressure, the stronger the momentum. 0.086. 0.093. 0.135. Prices surged ceaselessly. Chen Jianghe exhaled. Although still internally tense, he no longer felt the gnawing anxiety. The significant capital lurking within the warrants began to exert its influence, and the sudden spike was exhilarating. In the brief span of half an hour, the price of the Jianghe put warrants skyrocketed further, as if a dam had burst, unleashing a flood that was unstoppable. Simultaneously, Chen Jianghe's unrealized gains surged at an astonishing pace. Ultimately, he regretted not borrowing more money to fully capitalize on the opportunity. He patted his thigh, feeling a twinge of regret. However, he quickly reassured himself that being prudent was indeed wise. The stock market is a fickle entity. One moment it can be paradise, and the next, hell. Investment requires caution, and speculation demands a clear mind. Hey, what a coincidence. We've met again. Chen Jianghe was intently observing the screen when a young man with vibrant green hair approached, cheerfully greeting him. Chen Jianghe glanced up and felt a sense of familiarity. As if he recognized the fellow from the previous day, Xu Zhixi, the societal figure. This guy certainly acted quickly. Just yesterday, he mentioned wanting to dye his hair green. And today it was indeed a striking shade of green. Look at my hair, isn't it eye-catching? Xu Zhixi remarked, sidling up to Chen Jianghe with a grin. Very good. Chen Jianghe complimented, casually attempting to close his stock trading software to prevent Zhou from seeing it. True to his university education, Xu Zhixi even complimented in English. Xu Zhixi flashed a broad smile, but suddenly placed his hand on the mouse. Don't close it yet. Let me take a look at your wildly fluctuating stocks. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow. Xu Zhixi leaned in to glance at the stock options Chen Jianghe was monitoring, particularly the Jianghe put warrants. Despite his lack of formal education, amidst a bullish market where even custodians discuss stocks, Zhou had picked up some basic knowledge. Upon seeing the staggering 236 increase, his eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this? The rise is astonishing, Xu Zhixi exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth and glancing around before leaning closer to Chen Jianghe's ear, whispering, Brother, you must be using some tricks to trade stocks, right? Don't worry, I won't spill the beans. Our meeting is fate. Later on, you can guide me. And I'll stick with you. Chapter 54. Jianghe, I apologize to you stick with you? Chen Jianghe chuckled lightly, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette and offering one to Xu Zhixi while lighting his own. As he exhaled the smoke, he calmly remarked, I haven't been a big shot for many years. Haha, Xu Zhixi laughed heartily, holding his cigarette at an angle, and said, Big shot. The way you smoke is remarkably cool. After that, he pulled out a lighter, preparing to light his own cigarette. At that moment, a bespectacled youth in the corner stood up, pointing at Xu Zhixi and Chen Jianghe, exclaiming, Hey, do you have any manners? This is a no-smoking area. Take it outside. Manners? Xu Zhixi ruffled his tousled green hair, then unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a tattoo on his chest, lighting his cigarette and stepping toward the bespectacled youth, exhaling smoke directly into his face. If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses, glancing at Xu Zhixi's tattoo, his mouth moving as he struggled to muster a response, but ultimately fell silent. Xu Zhixi snatched the youth's glasses off his face and put them on himself, then caressed his fair skin, saying, Get lost, leave the machine to me. The bespectacled youth, feeling angered yet unable to retaliate, hesitated to vacate his seat. Observing this, Xu Zhixi flicked his cigarette, landing it on the youth's shoe, then stepped on it, twisting his foot, releasing a hissing sound. Don't test my patience. When I was out on the streets, Even the dogs would get a beating if they looked at me. I'll go, is that all right? The bespectacled youth grimaced as the burning cigarette but scorched him, promptly conceding. Zhou Jinfu lifted his foot, choosing not to further torment him. The bespectacled youth awkwardly limped away. And the others who had been online at the adjacent computers, witnessing Zhou Jinfu's domineering demeanor, promptly rose to leave. In the blink of an eye, this designated smoke-free area, which housed a total of 8 machines, was left with only Chen Jianghe and Zhou Jinfu still engaged in their online pursuits. Brother, thank you. Chen Jianghe expressed his gratitude to Zhou Jinfu, casually tossing him a cigarette. Zhou Jinfu caught it and responded with a smile, no need for thanks. I understand that you are a person of great ambition. The fewer individuals who are aware of your affairs, the better. Chen Jianghe smiled in non-committal acknowledgement, redirecting his attention back to the computer screen, continuing to monitor the market. You carry on with your work. I shall indulge in when Dao. Zhou Jinfu, perceptive to the situation, lit his cigarette and nonchalantly occupied the computer previously used by the bespectacled youth, immersing himself in the online game. At 11:30, as the midday trading session paused, Chen Jianghe intended to seek out the network administrator for a quick meal of instant noodles. At that moment, a tattooed young man entered the smoke-free area. Approaching Zhou Jinfu with his belongings, Jingu, lunch is here. Good, Zhou Jinfu nodded, retrieving a portion of bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat, a box of rice, and a bowl of soup. He instructed his subordinate to deliver a serving of sautéed beef to Chen Jianghe's table. Chen Jianghe did not decline the offer. After finishing his meal, he rested his head on the table until 1 o'clock. 0235 yuan. 0246 yuan. 0258 yuan. As the afternoon session commenced, the price of the Wugong put warrants surged like a wild stallion, accelerating uncontrollably. The substantial capital within the market seemed to have gone mad, with outrageous increases, fluctuations, and turnover rates. Such extreme fervor signifies the impending doom. The more fervently it rises, the swifter the regulatory measures will come, for what flourishes must ultimately decline, abruptly halting. Chen Jianghe remained utterly focused, fixating on the yield in his account, which surged from 360% to 430% in a mere 27 minutes. Not yet. I can wait a little longer. Chen Jianghe exhibited remarkable patience. From 127, he waited until 155, when the yield escalated to 526%, at which point Chen Jianghe decisively acted, maneuvering the mouse, and with a swift click, sold everything. 5 minutes later, at 2 o'clock, the system announced, the Shanghai Stock Exchange has declared a temporary suspension for 15 minutes and issued a risk warning. Indeed, what was destined to occur had finally arrived. Chen Jianghe squinted. The temporary suspension and risk warning from the Shanghai Stock Exchange would undoubtedly disrupt the frenzy of substantial capital. When trading resumed at 2:15, the price of the Wugong put warrants would inevitably plummet from its peak. Throughout the day, the Wugong put warrants reached a maximum increase of 542% just before the temporary suspension, with a highest price of 366 yuan. Chen Jianghe's purchase price was not the lowest, nor was his selling price the highest. However, at this moment, a substantial sum of 220,000 yuan lay comfortably within his account. He had placed the right bet. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette, taking a few deep inhales. His current mood was devoid of elation or excitement, resembling instead the contemplative calm post-fulfillment, tinged with a hint of weariness. At 2:15, as the stock market reopened, the price of the Wugong put warrants indeed began to decline. Ultimately, the closing price fell to 113 yuan, reflecting an impressive increase of 98.25. Nevertheless, such a rise proved to be an unexpected windfall for the majority of speculators who had entered the market at the opportune moment. Chen Jianghe recalled a newspaper from his previous life that had specifically reported on this event, where a retail investor had purchased 15 million shares at 0.86 yuan and sold them at 257 yuan, yielding a remarkable profit of 199, netting over 2.5 million yuan, which caused quite a stir in the market. In a bear market, returns are paramount, while in a bull market, the principle is what truly matters. Compared to those formidable investors, my capital remains rather meager. However, this also serves to keep me under the radar, allowing for quiet accumulation of wealth. After finishing a cigarette, Chen Jianghe logged out of his account and prepared to leave. Before departing, he glanced at the untouched lunchbox on the table and turned to Zhou Jinfu. who was busy assembling a team for grinding dungeons, and asked, "Hey, what's your QQ number? I'll add you." Huh. Xu Zhixi turned to Chen Jianghe, grinning as he recited a string of numbers, casually inquiring, "How did it go today, big shot?" "Not bad," Chen Jianghe replied softly, sending a friend request on QQ. He added, "Let's keep in touch on QQ. If you're interested in stocks, I'll send you a few codes to follow. Just keep it to yourself." "Sure thing," Xu Zhixi said, ruffling his hair and patting his chest. "I may not have many redeeming qualities, but I can keep a secret. I won't tell anyone about this. If you need anything, just give me a shout, and I'll bring the crew." Chen Jianghe smiled, not saying much more, before he exited the internet cafe. For him, knowing someone like Xu Zhixi could prove advantageous. As the old saying goes, where there are people, there's a world of intrigue. Whether at school or in his current part-time delivery job, troubles are inevitably bound to arise. When reason fails, one might have to resort to fists. So knowing a few rough characters in advance could be seen as prudent preparation. After leaving the internet cafe, Chen Jianghe returned directly to his dormitory. Upon entering room 414, he found only Lu Dongliang present. The other 4 roommates had likely gone to class. "Hey, Lu, what are you doing, staring blankly at the computer?" Chen Jianghe immediately sensed something was off with Lu Dongliang, who was fixated on the screen, occasionally shaking slightly, appearing rather peculiar. "Jianghe, I'm sorry." Lu Dongliang turned to Chen Jianghe with a mournful expression, a countenance devoid of hope, bluntly uttering an apology. "What?" Chen Jianghe was taken aback, wondering if Lu had gone rogue and stolen his girlfriend. "What happened?" he asked, maintaining his composure. "Just take a look for yourself." Lu Dongliang rose from his seat, vacating it for Chen Jianghe, looking as deflated as a cabbage wilting under the sun. Furrowing his brow, Chen Jianghe sat down at the computer desk and glanced at the stock account. Initially, he couldn't discern anything amiss. But then his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Where has the over 10,000 yuan in this account gone?" "It's all gone. Completely vanished." Lu Dongliang patted his thigh, expressing his frustration. "I did not heed your advice and rashly invested in the bank put warrants. I plunged in head first. And now this warrant has become worthless, leaving my funds completely squandered." "Oh," Chen Jianghe responded. Just a few days prior, Lu Dongliang had mentioned his intention to raise some money to invest in bank put warrants in front of Chen Jianghe, who had earnestly advised against such a risky endeavor. Regrettably, Lu Dongliang had plunged ahead without hesitation, executing his strategy with audacity. "Jianghe, am I foolish?" Lu Dongliang lamented despondently. "Don't be like that," Chen Jianghe said, turning to place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Warrants are utterly speculative instruments within the stock market. Incurring losses is commonplace. 10,000 yuan is not a substantial amount. Consider it a lesson learned, a hard-earned insight." "Indeed," Lu Dongliang nodded, casting a solemn gaze at Chen Jianghe, and lamented, "In terms of age, I am the elder brother of our dormitory, yet in your presence, I always feel rather juvenile." "Huh, stop pretending to be young," Chen Jianghe chuckled lightly. "Now that your funds are depleted, will you continue trading stocks?" "I won't. I'm done," Lu Dongliang replied defiantly, shaking his head. "There's your 285 yuan in my account, which I'll return to you when my father sends my living expenses. There's no need for such divisions among brothers. What is mine is yours. Losses are part of the game," Chen Jianghe said generously, casually taking Lu Dongliang's laptop. "Why are you taking my laptop?" Lu Dongliang asked, perplexed. Chen Jianghe smiled. "Since you're no longer trading stocks, the laptop will be of little use to you. I'll borrow it for now, starting tomorrow. Focus on your studies and strive for improvement." Lu Dongliang widened his eyes. "Even if I stop trading, there are still hundreds of gigabytes of movies I haven't watched." "No worries, I'll help you with that," Chen Jianghe responded with a grin. Lu Dongliang stared at Chen Jianghe, finally managing to utter, "Now I understand why you succeed in trading while I continuously fail." "Why is that?" Lu Dongliang covered his eyes and replied, "Because perhaps I am not human, while you are truly a dog." "Goodness," Chen Jianghe couldn't help but tease, bursting into laughter. Lu Dongliang's remark held a kernel of truth. Successful trading requires acute instincts to seize opportunities and mitigate risks, which indeed made Chen Jianghe somewhat canine in that respect. Lu Dongliang's self-deprecating comment about not being human reminded Chen Jianghe of Lin Siqi's previous assertion that he was a good person. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Dongliang inquired. "Nothing in particular, just an unexpected urge to laugh," Chen Jianghe replied, his laughter uncontrollable. Initially perplexed, Lu Dongliang gradually succumbed to the contagion of laughter. Joining in, the two shared a whimsical moment of mirth until the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, prompting them to stifle their laughter and exchange glances. That sound seems familiar, Lu Dongliang mumbled. It's teacher Xu, Chen Jianghe remarked, recalling the distinct sound of the crystal sandals worn by Xu Zhixi, which he vividly remembered. Sure enough, moments later, Xu Zhixi appeared at the door of dormitory 414. Lu Dongliang had already slipped into the restroom to hide. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe sat calmly on the bed, engrossed in his computer, even contemplating opening the D drive to find a uniform-themed film to set the mood. Xu Zhixi entered the dormitory, first glancing at the prominently displayed class schedule on the wall before her gaze fell upon Chen Jianghe, who was staring at her. You dare to skip Director Zhang Tao's ideological and political course? Xu Zhixi inquired. Chen Jianghe smiled faintly and remained silent, thinking to himself that he hadn't attended class recently. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Tao or Wang Tao, the department head or a mere lecturer, he was indiscriminately skipping classes. Is it just you in the dorm? Xu Zhixi looked around and asked. She was clearly not there to specifically reprimand Chen Jianghe for skipping class. Unlike high school homeroom teachers, university counselors often turned a blind eye as long as the students did not go overboard. Of course, Chen Jianghe was an exception. Yes, Chen Jianghe nodded. Although Lu Dongliang was also in the dormitory, he had retreated to the restroom, making it easy to disregard him. Seeing Chen Jianghe nod, Xu Zhixi turned and closed the door. At that moment, Chen Jianghe sensed something amiss, though he maintained an outward calm. Teacher Xu, please take a seat. Chen Jianghe shifted slightly, gesturing for her to sit on his bed. Xu Zhixi, unreserved, sat down and glanced at Chen Jianghe's bunk. She had expected a boy's bed to be a chaotic mess, but to her surprise, it was meticulously tidy, adorned with a few large photo stickers on the wall. Xu Zhixi leaned in for a closer look. Those photo stickers were left by the previous seniors. I found the girl in them quite charming and couldn't bring myself to remove them, Chen Jianghe explained at the right moment. Oh. Xu Zhixi nodded and turned to observe Chen Jianghe, noticing that he was staring at her profile with the same dazed expression as the previous night. Am I pretty? Xu Zhixi asked him. You are, Chen Jianghe replied, nodding. Some girls, at first glance, appear stunning yet lose their charm upon closer inspection, while Xu Zhixi was the type whose initial beauty only deepened with further scrutiny. It was no wonder she was regarded as the eternal campus belle of Guangdong Eastern Financial College. A subtle stir arose within Xu Zhixi. She bit her lip and said earnestly, I came today to establish 3 rules with you. 3 rules? Chen Jianghe asked, slightly taken aback. Yes, Xu Zhixi affirmed with seriousness, stating, before graduation, you are only allowed to look at me. No touching, no hugging, no kissing, and do your best not to disrupt your studies. Lest you discover after leaving school that I led you astray. What about after graduation? Chen Jianghe inquired. After graduation, it will depend on the circumstances, Xu Zhixi replied. I oppose, Chen Jianghe stated firmly. Oppose? Xu Zhixi began to say that opposition was futile, but before she could finish, Chen Jianghe reached out and embraced her, pinning her against the wall. Like a domineering CEO, he gazed directly into her eyes, saying, You close the door yourself. If you feel wronged, you cannot blame me. Chapter 56 Xu Zhixi. I practiced self-defense techniques before. What do you intend to do? Xu Zhixi stared intently at Chen Jianghe, an inexplicable sense of panic washing over her. At that moment, images of their earlier encounter in dormitory 414 flooded her mind, where she had stumbled upon Wang Yuanpeng and a girl sweetly nibbling on each other in bed. Could that scoundrel Chen Jianghe dare to behave in a similar manner? Xu Zhixi felt a whirlwind of emotions within her, attempting to push Chen Jianghe away, yet in moments of panic, one often finds themselves powerless. Chen Jianghe gazed at Xu Zhixi for an extended period, until her eyes instinctively darted away, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, he leaned forward, tilting his face to press his lips against hers. Only through action could everything be conveyed, he thought. I just declared my intent to tease you, and not even the mightiest deity could deter me now. Simultaneously, the muscles in Chen Jianghe's waist tightened as though caught in a small vice, his posture becoming rigid. The ability to twist one's adversary was undoubtedly a crucial skill for a young woman navigating her way through life. He had already experienced this once in the library. Today marked the second encounter. With his tough exterior and Xu Zhixi's reluctance to inflict pain, her light reprimand only rendered him more audacious. Scientific studies suggest that kissing can alleviate pain. Chen Jianghe resembled a diligent bee, seeking to delve into the flower's core to extract its hidden sweetness. Xu Zhixi felt numb. She had come to the dormitory specifically to establish ground rules, only to find that this fellow was utterly undisciplined. There is a saying that holds truth. The establishment of rules simultaneously creates opportunities for those who choose to disregard them. Xu Zhixi felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have simply sent a message on QQ. What was she doing in a boys' dormitory? With this thought, Xu Zhixi decided to switch from one hand to both, using her tiny pincers to grip Chen Jianghe's waist from either side. This gentle yet firm hold proved challenging for him, primarily due to the sharp pain in his waist igniting a surge of frustration. In resignation, he leaned closer, placing his hands against her chest, inhaling deeply to adjust his position, and whispered near her ear, "Su Laosher, that's enough. If you apply more force, I might just end up losing my pants." Xu Zhixi's body jolted in surprise. Her previously motionless legs suddenly lifted to push against Chen Jianghe's abdomen, forcefully propelling him away. With an unanticipated motion, Chen Jianghe found himself leaning back, his hands flailing in vain to regain his balance, ultimately falling with a thud onto his right shoulder. Sprawled on the ground, Xu Zhixi realized her reaction had been excessive, and seeing him in such a disheveled state, guilt washed over her. She rose to assist him, only to find Chen Jianghe lying on the floor, clutching his shoulder and grinning foolishly at her. Observing his smile, it was apparent he was not in pain. Reflecting on how he had cornered her against the wall moments ago, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Su Laosher, have you had training?" Chen Jianghe asked through gritted teeth, suppressing the pain. Previously practiced self-defense techniques, yet never had the opportunity to employ them. Xu Zhixi bit her lip and, with an intimidating demeanor, addressed him. "If you do this again, I will." She initially intended to threaten him with dire consequences, but upon reflection, she realized such a threat would hold no weight against Chen Jianghe, that scoundrel. "What will you do?" Chen Jianghe, knowing Xu Zhixi's intent to intimidate him, couldn't resist probing further. "I'll summon your parents to the school and have you face the wall at home." Xu Zhixi clenched her teeth, deploying a tactic that instilled fear in the majority of students. With that, she adjusted her attire, gathered her hair, and prepared to leave. "Hey, don't rush off. Help me up," Chen Jianghe called out. Xu Zhixi stomped her foot and quickened her pace, while Chen Jianghe lay back down, rubbing his shoulder. The fall had indeed stung, yet he deemed it a sweet price to pay. The dynamics between men and women often evolve through a series of tests of each other's limits. If one were to embrace immediately, it would be mere lewdness, while casually arranging a hotel rendezvous online would be akin to Wang Yuanpeng's antics. Tap, tap, tap. Xu Zhixi returned swiftly, noticing Chen Jianghe still on the ground, her expression somber as she bent down to assist him. "Have you learned your lesson? Will you dare to act this way again?" she queried. "I have learned, yet I would still dare," Chen Jianghe replied, epitomizing the adage of remembering the meals but forgetting the beatings. Initially, Xu Zhixi intended to express concern, but upon receiving such a response, she could only glare at him in irritation before departing without a backward glance. The 414 dormitory fell silent once more. After lying on the bed to rest for a moment, Chen Jianghe suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself, prompting him to remember that Lu Dongliang was still hiding in the bathroom. He approached the restroom door and knocked. "Lao Lu, Su Laosher has left. You may come out now." Oh, Lu Dongliang responded after a lengthy pause. As the sound of flushing echoed, Lu Dongliang emerged, his face flushed and neck taut. "What is wrong with you? Why is your face so red?" Chen Jianghe inquired, puzzled. "Nothing, it was too stuffy in there. I felt suffocated," Lu Dongliang mumbled, avoiding Chen Jianghe's gaze. As Chen Jianghe stepped into the restroom, he promptly retreated, patting Lu Dongliang on the shoulder. "Lao Lu, you really are something. I didn't want to. I just couldn't handle it. The dog food you and Su Laosher were dishing out was overwhelming. Even gods would struggle to withstand it," Lu Dongliang lamented, nearly in tears, haunted by his experiences in the bathroom. Observing Lu Dongliang's disheartened demeanor, Chen Jianghe shook his head and sternly remarked, "Let this remain our secret. If it leaks, I shall break all your legs. Rest assured, this will remain buried in my heart," Lu Dongliang promised, though he mused that if it weren't for his first-hand experience, no one would believe such a tale. The most beautiful counselor of Guangdong East Financial College, the eternal campus belle Xu Zhixi, entangled with freshman Chen Jianghe in their dormitory. Who would dare believe such a story? it would be deemed absurd. Having received Lu Dongliang's assurance, Chen Jianghe refrained from further discussion, retrieving a cigarette, offering one to Lu Dongliang, and lighting it for him before lighting his own. Lu Dongliang took a deep breath, composed himself, and gazed at Chen Jianghe, saying, "Jianghe, to be honest, I have never been truly convinced by anyone in my life until you. What do you think?" Chen Jianghe glanced at Lu Dongliang. Lu exhaled a cloud of smoke and continued, "I mentioned before that your boldness in confessing to Teacher Su while under the influence of alcohol was like a small dagger piercing my rear, truly opening my eyes. Today, I have come to realize that you are like a sparrow pecking at a bull's rear. Your audacity is commendable. Haha. Where did you learn such unconventional and risque expressions? Your taste is quite bold." Chen Jianghe couldn't help but chuckle. The urgency of his need to urinate dissipated by the humor of those two phrases. Before long, familiar laughter and footsteps echoed from outside. Both Chen Jianghe and Lu Dongliang turned to the door, recognizing the voices of Zhang Kai and Sun Tian, the few diligent students from their dormitory, returning from class. They had initially thought they were the only two attending lectures, but soon after, Wang Yuanpeng and Li Jun also returned with textbooks in hand. "Brother Lu, third brother." Sun Tian entered with his usual playful demeanor, but upon seeing Lu and Chen Jianghe, his expression turned serious. He walked over, somewhat hesitantly, and said, "I have some unfortunate news to share with you." "What news?" Lu Dongliang asked with genuine concern. Chen Jianghe silently smoked, already surmising the unfortunate tidings with little doubt. "The director has called roll, and you and third brother have been identified as typical truants. You're bound to fail the ideological and political theory course," Sun Tian reported. "Is that it?" Lu Dongliang replied nonchalantly, chuckling. "I thought Lin Siki had agreed to date you." Upon hearing Lin Siki's name, Sun Tian brightened. "Hey, you won't believe it, but today Lin Siki smiled at me. That feeling, oh, spring is on its way. Look at you getting ahead of yourself," Lu Dongliang smirked. At that moment, Wang Yuanpeng chimed in. "Xiao Tian, your mental fortitude is lacking. Just a smile from Lin Siki can get you this excited? If I were to share a bed with her at a hotel, wouldn't I be soaring high?" "Uffed, fourth brother, you're just boasting. I don't believe you could ever get a date with Lin Siki. She's definitely a serious person." Sun Tian rolled his eyes, ignoring Wang Yuanpeng and leaning towards Chen Jianghe, asking, "Third brother, why are you so quiet today? Are you feeling down?" "I feel quite well," Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. "Then tell me, among our dormitory 414, counting brother Lu, fourth brother, and myself, all three of us are interested in Lin Siki. Who do you think has the best chance?" Sun Tian inquired. Chen Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette and replied leisurely, "Of course. The one who secures her first has the greatest chance." In truth, he pondered whether Lin Siki was truly so desirable. Not only the three fools from dormitory 414 pursued her, but there were also numerous suitors from other male dormitories. "All right, your answer is too diplomatic," Sun Tian remarked, rubbing his nose, recognizing that third brother was skillfully avoiding offense. Since everyone was present, they decided to steer clear of these trivial romantic discussions and instead discuss where to dine that evening. "Where else could we go but the cafeteria?" Sun Tian shrugged his shoulders, having recently depleted a considerable portion of his living expenses through gaming, and it was not yet the end of the month. He had stooped to sharing steamed buns with Zhang Kai. "Third brother, have you made a fortune in stocks and wish to treat us all to a feast?" Wang Yuanpeng inquired with a grin, evidently grasping the subtext of Chen Jianghe's words. "I haven't profited from stocks. I've merely earned a bit from a side job recently, and I intend to indulge you all," Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. Naturally refraining from disclosing his substantial profit of nearly 200,000 from a recent investment in Wugong's put warrants. Lu Dongliang had just suffered significant losses, and such news might provoke him. Moreover, it is wise to keep one's financial successes discreet, even among close friends, for caution ensures longevity. Having said this, he turned his gaze towards Li Jun, who was tidying promotional flyers and seemingly preparing to run business errands. "Old Fifth, haven't you been frequenting the night markets and street stalls these days? Take us to a clean, hygienic, and reasonably priced restaurant," he suggested. "Huh." Li Jun looked up at Chen Jianghe, scratching his head. "Third brother, I was just about to head out to earn some money. There's no rush. An army marches on its stomach. One cannot run business on an empty stomach," Chen Jianghe replied with a smirk. "True enough," Li Jun nodded with a smile, then continued. "The Xinjia night market on Ximen is quite good. The other day, While signing the contract with the owner, she treated me to a late-night snack, and it was delicious. I specifically checked the menu, and the prices are very reasonable. Perfect, then that's where we'll go, Chen Jianghe decisively concluded, glancing at the electronic clock on the wall. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. The night market probably isn't open this early. How about we hit the internet cafe for a couple of hours of gaming before dinner? Third brother, you truly understand us, Sun Tian exclaimed, rushing forward to cling to his leg, his eyes gleaming. Could you possibly be even more in tune with the people's needs and cover the internet fees as well? Chen Jianghe smiled broadly. It's no trouble at all. Today, I shall cover the entire internet cafe expenses for our dormitory. Third brother is amazing. Third brother will have 10 sons in the future. Sun Tian was so elated that he nearly jumped for joy. All right, enough chatter, let us go? Chen Jianghe made an invigorating gesture, and the 6 members of dormitory 414 set off in unison, rushing out of the dormitory building towards the top-notch internet cafe. Class monitor. Just as they reached the girls' dormitory building number 8, a familiar voice suddenly called out from the right. The group turned to see Lin Siki and her 5 dormitory mates. The members of dormitory 414 were well acquainted with Lin Siki's details. In room 711 of building 8, her 5 roommates were Huang Ying, Xinyu, Lu Ziyu, Wu Haixin, and Li Mengjie, all notably attractive girls from the first class of industrial management. However, standing alongside Lin Siki, the 5 girls seemed somewhat overshadowed. Although Lin Siki's beauty was not extraordinary, she excelled in her ability to enhance her appearance, and coupled with her unforgettable figure, she undeniably commanded attention when walking alongside her roommates. Indeed, apart from Chen Jianghe, the gazes of the other 5 brothers from dormitory 414 were collectively drawn to Lin Siki. Regrettably, Lin Siki's gaze seemed to be solely fixated on Chen Jianghe, a sentiment palpable from her earlier call of monitor. Are you going to eat? Lin Siki approached Chen Jianghe, her face aglow with a smile. Chen Jianghe nodded and casually inquired, are you as well? Indeed. The rice in the cafeteria has been rather tough these past couple of days, so my friends and I decided to venture out to a restaurant for a better meal. Lin Siki replied with a smile. No sooner had Lin Siki finished speaking than Wang Yuanpeng chimed in with a grin. What a coincidence. Why not join us? I'll treat today. You can have whatever you desire. Lin Siki cast a brief glance at Wang Yuanpeng, remaining silent, while her 5 roommates merely laughed, evidently awaiting Lin Siki's decision. It was clear she was also waiting for Chen Jianghe to speak. In dormitory 414, Sun Tian and Lu Dongliang exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous. They thought to themselves, Wang Yuanpeng, you've been complaining about being short on cash lately. How is it that you suddenly become so generous in front of Lin Siki? Nevertheless, their dissatisfaction did not lead them to undermine Wang Yuanpeng openly, as they, too, were eager to dine with dormitory 711. The 12 of them would perfectly fill a large round table, a delightful mix of genders that promised double the joy, far more enticing than gaming at an internet cafe. However, everyone understood that such a fortuitous arrangement relied on Chen Jianghe's approval. It's still early. We were thinking of playing some games before dinner. Chen Jianghe's remark sparked simultaneous urges in Lu Dongliang, Sun Tian, and Wang Yuanpeng to throttle him. What a rare opportunity to dine with Lin Siki. And yet he was contemplating gaming? Truly, he was oblivious to the desires of the starving. Gaming? Lin Siki blinked, then smiled and asked, what game has the monitor been playing lately? Some of my roommates have never been to an internet cafe. Perhaps you could take us along? Stunned, Lu Dongliang, Wang Yuanpeng, and Sun Tian were momentarily speechless. They had presumed Chen Jianghe's previous remark was at a basic level, only to find he had ascended to the pinnacle of opportunity. All right. Let us consider it a mingling event between the male and female dormitories. I'll take you along for some fun. Chen Jianghe made a decisive statement. Both dormitories beamed with delight. Interdormitory mingling was a common occurrence in university life, though typically confined to dormitories, limiting the experience. Chen Jianghe's plan of first taking the girls to the internet cafe for a few hours, followed by a meal together, and possibly some activities afterward, seemed sure to foster a few budding romances. Unfortunately, in dormitory 414, Lu Dongliang, Wang Yuanpeng, and Sun Tian were solely focused on Lin Siki, while the other 5 lovely ladies from dormitory 711 initially felt somewhat overlooked. Fortunately, Chen Jianghe was astute enough to send the eloquent Li Jun to engage them, while the earnest Zhang Kai shared amusing anecdotes from his hometown in Jiangbe. After some conversation, the atmosphere lightened, and the girls were all smiles. Pengzi, did you just say you would treat us? As they stepped outside the campus, Chen Jianghe sauntered over to Wang Yuanpeng and quietly asked, Ahem. As Wang Yuanpeng casually smoked while observing Lin Siqi's silhouette, he unexpectedly choked on the smoke and awkwardly chuckled. Third brother, with you around. How could I dare to play the wolf? I was just confused earlier and pretended to be something I am not before Lin Siqi. Chen Jianghe, with a smile, inquired. Weren't you previously outraged by how Lin Siqi toyed with your feelings? And now you're back at it? Life is tough. Wang Yuanpeng murmured as he exhaled a puff of smoke. I'm only flattering her now to win her over in the future. You truly are a talent. Chen Jianghe remarked, impressed by Wang Yuanpeng's shameless adaptability, a trait often reserved for protagonists in novels. Wang Yuanpeng chuckled, saying, if others praise me, I might shamelessly accept it. But when you commend me, I feel unworthy, as if what I strive for could be achieved by you with just a flick of your fingers. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Jianghe laughed, shaking his head before changing the subject. Regarding the money I borrowed from you, I'm planning to repay you soon, with interest. I've prepared 2 repayment options. Would you like to hear them? Money isn't urgent. I've experienced some hardship lately, and it's been quite enlightening. Wang Yuanpeng waved his hand dismissively. Then no rush. Let us settle the interest first, Chen Jianghe replied. Wang Yuanpeng, now flush with money, quickly sought to stir up trouble. And to prevent any mishaps, Chen Jianghe thought it wise to keep things under control. No problem, Wang Yuanpeng nodded, leaning closer to Chen Jianghe and whispered, Third brother. When we get to the internet cafe, could you arrange for Lin Siqi to sit next to me? I can't arrange that. She can sit wherever she likes. Chen Jianghe declined, shaking his head. Upon arriving at the Pinnacle Internet Cafe, they found it less crowded than before, yet the standard area seats were nearly all taken, while the non-smoking section and private rooms remained relatively abundant. Since they were out for some fun, Chen Jianghe naturally opted for the more pleasant and private environment of a room. The Internet Cafe offered both 4-person and 2-person rooms. And to ensure everyone had a better online experience, Chen Jianghe promptly requested 6 small 2-person rooms. In this era, internet cafes were still somewhat unregulated. One only needed to pay for a card, no identification required. Lu Dongliang, Wang Yuanpeng, and Sun Tian immediately rushed to Lin Siqi upon receiving their internet cards. However, Lin Siqi deftly redirected Lu Ziyu, Wu Haixin, and Li Mengjie toward them, slipping away to follow Chen Jianghe into the room, casually shutting the door behind her. Hey, why did you come in here? Chen Jianghe, taken aback by the sudden waft of fragrance, turned to see Lin Siqi, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity, wondering how she had eluded the others who had surrounded her just moments ago. Should I leave? Lin Siqi pouted, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Jianghe. Unable to suppress a smile at her words, Chen Jianghe looked deeply into her eyes and said, Now that you're here, why leave? Sit down and play. All right. Lin Siqi's eyebrows lifted, her face lighting up with delight. Unlike Chen Jianghe, who immediately powered up his device to log in and prepare for the game, Lin Siqi first removed her denim jacket, adjusted her skirt, and settled in close to Chen Jianghe. What are you doing? Chen Jianghe felt a touch of warmth. After Lin Siqi removed her denim shirt, she was clad in nothing but a delicate white spaghetti-strap dress, her flawless figure laid bare before Chen Jianghe's gaze. During their previous encounters in calculus class, he had often stolen glances at her from several meters away, only catching vague impressions. Now, however, they were mere inches apart, and with a modicum of courage, Chen Jianghe could almost perceive her allure in its entirety. I see you're playing a game, Lin Siqi said. Her hands crossed over her abdomen as she leaned forward, her eyes fixed on his screen, her voice soft and inviting. You know, your positioning is affecting my gameplay. Chen Jianghe replied, instinctively shifting closer to the screen. Lin Siqi, understanding the unspoken cue, adjusted her position slightly outward. Once a comfortable distance had been established, Chen Jianghe felt his breaths come easier, the earlier heat dissipating, and he swiftly logged into the game. Then, Lin Siqi leaned down to remove her petite white shoes, discreetly extending her long, graceful legs onto the computer tower, tilting her body to observe Chen Jianghe as he battled in the game. Aren't you going to play? He asked after a moment, glancing back at her. Lin Siqi's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, Playing alone is rather dull. I much prefer watching you. Is this a frequent occurrence for you? Chen Jianghe inquired casually. Not really. Lin Siqi shook her head, playfully raising her index finger as she declared. This is my first time. Wonderful, Chen Jianghe commended her, then teasingly asked, if this is your first, will there be countless others to follow? Are you afraid? Lin Siqi's thoughts trailed after his flirtation. Like that? She responded, a giggle escaping her lips. Ha ha. Chen Jianghe laughed heartily, returning to his game, lapsing into silence. He had often envisioned a scenario where a delicate, beautiful girl accompanied him while he played, offering snacks and fruit when he was hungry, pouring tea when he was thirsty. And when fatigue set in, she would drape her supple legs over him, allowing him to touch and squeeze them to invigorate his spirits. Such a life would be utterly delightful. Yet, the fantasies of men are often enchanting, while reality tends to be unforgiving. The truth for most men is that just as they power on their computers and prepare to log into their games, they are met with the roars of a dragon. You're in your 30s, and all you do is play games? What else are you capable of? I must have been blind to marry a man with no ambition. You spend every day gaming. If you could earn money like others do, it would be different. But after more than a decade, you're still a failure. Ultimately, a man must possess wealth. With wealth, a virtuous wife and dutiful children follow. Without it, chaos reigns. Of course, exceptions abound. One cannot generalize, as societal standards do not always apply in the realm of academia. At this moment, Chen Jianghe was not perceived as wealthy in Lin Siqi's eyes, but as Wang Yuanpeng had previously suggested. Perhaps Chen Jianghe merely needed to beckon with a finger to acquire all he desired from Lin Siqi. Perhaps I should visit a doctor soon to check my digestive health and inquire whether I have any gastric dysfunction that requires a change in diet, Chen Jianghe mused. A thought crossing his mind, to consume the class representative. Chapter 59, a subtle dormitory gathering 7 o'clock in the evening. As a group exited the private room and departed the internet cafe, Chen Jianghe distinctly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Firstly, there was Wang Yuanpeng who, unbeknownst to anyone, had managed to charm Wu Haixin in a mere 2 hours, leading her by the hand. As they left the room, he strode forth with an air of triumph, reminiscent of a victorious general, while Wu Haixin's head was bowed, her cheeks flushed, her small hand securely held in his grasp. Then there was Li Jun, who walked closely alongside Shen Yu, sharing laughter and engaging in delightful conversation. In contrast, Lu Dongliang, Zhang Kai, and Sun Tian appeared to have struggled with their interactions. The 3 girls walked ahead, while the 3 boys trailed behind, each pursuing their own path. As for Chen Jianghe and Lin Siqi, their relationship remained somewhat enigmatic. However, it was evident to the discerning eye that Lin Siqi harbored feelings for Chen Jianghe. Whenever he lit a cigarette, she instinctively leaned in to shield him from the wind. This particular gesture elicited envy from Lu Dongliang and Sun Tian, who were loyal admirers of Lin Siqi. Dinner was held at the renowned Jinjie de Peidang, recommended earlier by Li Jun. Chen Jianghe graciously treated, and his friends did not hesitate to indulge, starting with 2 cases of beer, followed by an array of seafood, barbecued delicacies, and stir-fried dishes, culminating in an extensive banquet spread. When the beer arrived, the girls played their part admirably, each pouring a full glass. Once the cups were filled, Wang Yuanpeng stood, raising his glass with a smile, declaring, "The college may be small, yet the scenery is picturesque, friends are few, yet all gathered at this table. Today, I raise my glass with my left hand and turn with my right, toasting all around. Come, let's drink." With his eloquent toast, laughter erupted as everyone stood to clink glasses and down their drinks. As the second round commenced, Lin Siqi cheerfully urged Chen Jianghe, "Class monitor, say a few words." He replied with a chuckle, "There's nothing to say. All feelings reside within the drink." He raised his glass, declaring, "I'll drink, you all may follow." Without hesitation, he downed his drink. Lu Dongliang and Sun Tian cheered him on from the side. Lin Siqi raised her glass to join him, then filled it once more. Her cheeks rosy as she playfully called out, Come, finish this glass. There are 3 more to go?" Chen Jianghe glanced at her, pondering how she intended to intoxicate him before the food even arrived. "Class monitor, you organized this gathering. You ought to drink more. If you wish to drink less, it must be while sharing a cup with our Lin sister," joked Lu Ziyu, who shared a close bond with Lin Siqi in the 711 dormitory. Chen Jianghe rubbed his forehead in silence. Lu Ziyu, seizing the moment, raised her glass and approached him. "Class monitor, I bet you don't even know my name." "Do you?" "I do. You're Lu Ziyu," Chen Jianghe replied, his gaze shifting toward Lin Siqi mid-sentence. "Lu Ziyu," Lin Siqi whispered softly in his ear as a reminder. A hint of embarrassment colored Lu Ziyu's cheeks as she coughed lightly and continued, I once risked offending Siki by voting for you as class monitor, unexpectedly. I shall drink a cup in penance, and from now on, I shall remember you. With a smile, Chen Jianghe raised his glass, having just finished his drink, only to be met with Huang Ying, Xin Yu, Wu Haixin, and Li Mengjie, who took turns approaching him. Chen Jianghe welcomed them all, downing 4 more cups in quick succession, remaining unfazed and composed as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, the dishes they had just ordered began to arrive at the table one after another. Lao Lu, Xiao Tian, what's the matter with you two? Chen Jianghe turned to glance at Lu Dongliang and Sun Tian, teasingly remarking on their usual boastful claims in the dormitory about being able to drink endlessly. With the ladies being so enthusiastic, how can you possibly remain composed? Hey, Lu Gu and I plan to wait until you're inebriated before we join in. Sun Tian chuckled slyly. Stop pretending, show us your skills. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Chen Jianghe grabbed 2 bottles of liquor and placed them before him. All right, as you say, we shall not return sober. Sun Tian, a man hailing from a land renowned for martial arts, showed no hesitation at the table. With a flick of his chopsticks, he popped open 2 bottles, and without further ado, began pouring. With the 6th member of their dormitory leading by example, Lu Dongliang naturally followed suit, joining in as well. As the rounds progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly animated. Li Mengjie and Huang Ying, unable to handle their liquor, soon had flushed cheeks and hazy eyes after just a few sips. The saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid, and with enough drinks, even the usually reserved Zhang Kai found the courage to lean closer to Huang Ying, sharing drinks and conversation while sneakily placing food into her bowl. The most audacious of all was Wang Yuanpeng, who relentlessly poured drinks for Wu Haixin, likely with the intention of getting her intoxicated and then whisking her away to a hotel room. Pengzi, that's enough, Chen Jianghe interjected, raising a hand to halt Wang Yuanpeng, casting a knowing glance at Lin Siki. While Chen Jianghe allowed Wang Yuanpeng to set the tone at the table and show off, he would not tolerate any reckless behavior. To take someone to a hotel on the very first day would surely bring repercussions, and as the class leader, Chen Jianghe would bear the brunt of any ensuing troubles. At this moment, Lin Siki turned to Wu Haixin, who was clearly already tipsy, and said, Haixin, you should drink less. Too much beer can be unpleasant. Oh. Wu Haixin nodded, resting her head on her hands atop the table. All right, it's getting late. Let us call it a night for this round. Chen Jianghe had initially claimed they would not return until intoxicated purely to elevate Lu Dongliang and Sun Tian's presence. Now that one of the girls had already succumbed to the effects of alcohol, it was evident that continuing to drink would likely result in their inability to return to the dormitory tonight. Although the university's dormitory regulations were relatively lenient, there were occasions when dormitory supervisors or counselors conducted checks, and Chen Jianghe was not keen to face any consequences over such trivial matters. By the time they settled the bill, it was already 9:30 in the evening. The drunken Wu Haixin was supported back to the dormitory by Li Mengjie and Xin Yu, with Lu Dongliang, Wang Yuanpeng, and Sun Tian trailing behind like gallant sentinels. Li Jun splashed water on his face in the restroom before heading off to attend to business. Only Chen Jianghe and Lin Siki remained, swaying slightly as they walked leisurely under the moonlight. Sensing the atmosphere had become somewhat stifling, Lin Siki smiled and asked, Class leader, may I indulge in some gossip about your relationship with Teacher Su? What would you like to know? Chen Jianghe turned to glance at her. Well, how far have you two progressed? Lin Siki inquired. Chen Jianghe thought for a moment, stroking his chin, and replied, we are both teacher and friend, more than friends, yet not quite lovers. Lin Siki blinked and let out a deep sigh, remarking, no wonder I feel utterly devoid of allure in your presence. With so many boys pursuing you, 3 of whom are from my dormitory, how can you still doubt your own charm? Chen Jianghe retorted with a smile. Lin Siki chose not to respond, instead posing a question. If I told you I possessed my identification card, would that stir your heart? Chen Jianghe paused momentarily, then nodded affirmatively. It certainly would. Any man would be moved by such a revelation, unless he were somewhat deranged. What if I were no longer a virgin? Would that bother you? Lin Siki inquired further. Chen Jianghe was taken aback. This question was rather intriguing. Should they reach that stage, they were both seasoned individuals. So what was there to be concerned about? His silence suggested he indeed minded. Lin Siki's gaze flickered as she walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, only to turn back moments later to say, "Do you believe me when I say I've never dated anyone?" "I do," Chen Jianghe replied with a chuckle. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Lin Siki casually remarked, "Next time we have the chance, I'll share some tales about my family. We are looking for a son-in-law. Should you consider it in advance?" "I must decline," Chen Jianghe replied decisively, shaking his head. "Even if you were to marry me, I would need to think it through. Becoming a son-in-law is absolutely out of the question." Chapter 60. Emotions are merely a seasoning. Making money is the true imperative. Chen Jianghe had already heard about Lin Siki's family's search for a son-in-law in a previous life. He had once felt a genuine pull towards that notion, yet now, his heart was firmly set on cultivating his career, not on romance, but on wealth. In his past life, Lin Siki was the class leader of the business administration program, while Chen Jianghe was merely an inconspicuous figure within the class. The backdrop was a reunion 5 years post-graduation, where Chen Jianghe had, by then, earned quite a sum from stock trading and had established his own company, thriving in his endeavors. In contrast, Lin Siki had invested millions in developing a guest house by Irai Lake. As the gathering drew to a close, a somewhat inebriated Lin Siki engaged Chen Jianghe in a private conversation, unveiling some lesser-known stories from her past. Lin Siki was a girl full of tales, but her narratives were not of the typical youthful heartbreaks. Rather, they were entwined with her family heritage, akin to the fascinating anecdotes found in a big mansion. As for her parting question, "If I were not a virgin, would you mind?" Chen Jianghe, having indulged in a bit too much drink that night, initially struggled to grasp the significance behind her inquiry. It wasn't until he returned to his dormitory and propped his head upon his pillow that the underlying meaning struck him. When a girl poses such a question, it is often a veiled invitation to offer herself. Moreover, it typically implies a sense of innocence still intact. Rephrased, her question was essentially asking, "If I were to bestow myself upon you, would you take responsibility for me?" Should this fortunate scenario fall upon Wang Yuanpeng, it was likely Lin Siki would find herself unable to rise from bed come morning. As for Chen Jianghe, despite his flirtatious nature, he remained steadfast and composed, never easily swayed into action. "Third brother, you were terribly inconsiderate tonight. Had you not intervened, Wu Haixin and I would have already taken things further," Wang Yuanpeng lamented, perched beside Chen Jianghe's bed like a disgruntled spouse, unwilling to leave. "Is it my fault then?" Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes and said, "If you truly wish to pursue a relationship with her, I will not stand in your way. However, it is evident that your intentions are not pure. I have genuine feelings this time," Wang Yuanpeng muttered, glancing at Chen Jianghe's skeptical expression before raising his hand and declaring, "Third brother, please believe me, I can swear." Chen Jianghe chuckled slightly and replied, "There is a saying that good resources should not flow to outsiders. The overall quality of the girls in our class is quite high. Rather than letting someone else take them, it's better to have our own. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support relationships among classmates. However, there is also a saying that a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. In our 4 years of university, we will see each other frequently. If you act like a scoundrel with your classmates, playing with their feelings and then discarding them, how will you face them later? How can I continue to be the class monitor?" Chen Jianghe's tone shifted, and his expression turned serious. I understand, Wang Yuanpeng, being a clever man, immediately grasped Chen Jianghe's position and, after assuring him profusely, returned to his bed and fell asleep without uttering another word. To be honest, although Wang Yuanpeng felt some regret today, he had gained a lot. The worst off were Lu Dongliang and Sun Tian, who busied themselves, yet gained nothing. The honest fellow from the dormitory, Zhang Kai, managed to acquire Huang Ying's QQ account. As soon as he added her, they began chatting incessantly. Since Chen Jianghe borrowed Lu's laptop, it had effectively been confiscated. Previously, Zhang Kai only logged into QQ, but now found himself immersed in conversations with girls online. Unable to stop, the most diligent in the dormitory was undoubtedly Li Jun, who went out to conduct business after dinner and returned at dawn, cheerfully tossing 2 contracts onto Chen Jianghe's bed, satisfied with his work. For a rational man, emotions are like spices in life. Lacking them renders it bland, while an excess can lead to surfeit. The pursuit of wealth remains the unwavering theme. In the following days, Chen Jianghe devoted his primary energy to stock trading and part-time endeavors. He took 200,000 out of his 220,000 account and divided it into 4 portions to invest in Guizhou Matai, Zhongfu Industrial, Guangji Pharmaceutical, and Xie Company. Chen Jianghe planned to hold Guizhou Matai stock long-term, intending to buy more during dips. The other three stocks had performed remarkably in the 2007 market, ranking among the top 10 in annual growth, prompting Chen Jianghe to establish his positions in advance. The remaining 20,000 was earmarked for ultra-short-term trades, seeking significant returns from minimal investments. In Chen Jianghe's view, as long as the bullish trend from 2006 to 2007 remained intact, securing these stocks would yield substantial returns within a year, potentially multiplying several times over. When the financial crisis struck in 2008, he planned to withdraw early, bide his time, and then re-enter at rock-bottom prices, acquiring maximum shares at minimal cost. It was merely a matter of time before his assets doubled. Of course, during the financial crisis, bottom fishing in the stock market might not be the best investment choice. At that time, real estate and land in first-tier cities were the true undervalued assets. However, to seize the opportunity for sudden wealth amidst the financial crisis, Chen Jianghe's current capital of merely 200,000 is utterly insufficient. One must command a substantial amount of capital to emerge victorious in such tumultuous times. Historically, each crisis has heralded a redistribution of wealth, igniting a new wave of fortune-making. On Friday, at 3 in the afternoon, as the stock market closed, Chen Jianghe logged into his account for a glance. Today, both the Shanghai and Shenzhen markets experienced a collective decline, yet fortunately, the liquor sector provided some support, resulting in a less severe downturn. Chen Jianghe's account reflected a positive yield, albeit marginally, at 0.059%, since the inception of his investments. His overall return stood at an impressive 896%, demonstrating remarkable stability. With the stock market's consistent growth, Chen Jianghe felt at ease, though he was somewhat troubled by his part-time job. Initially, with the assistance of several outstanding committee members and the addition of Li Jun, the entire food delivery and group purchasing business within Longdong University City had become his domain. Unexpectedly, however, a new competitor emerged, a company named Nuomi Group Purchase, which not only set its sights on the lucrative Longdong University City, but also relocated its operations near the South China Botanical Garden, seemingly positioning itself against Chen Jianghe. Moreover, Nuomi Group Purchase's sales representatives were seasoned professionals, employing unconventional tactics when engaging with restaurant owners and presenting themselves with a formal demeanor during negotiations. With the backing of a renowned domestic internet enterprise, their abrupt entry into the market caught Chen Jianghe off guard. While he could accept a fair business rivalry, he found it utterly perplexing that they would resort to malicious slander and poach his partner merchants. What audacity spurred such behavior? Seated before his computer, Chen Jianghe glanced at a recent QQ message from Tang Yuding, the head of the committee's supervision department, and his expression darkened. The familiar sound of notifications chimed. Upon opening the message, he saw one from Qin Shaohai. Jianghe, let's meet up on Saturday. Come out to play. Play with what? Chen Jianghe's mood soured. He intended to decline, but his fingers betrayed him on the keyboard. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? My sister is only 6 years old. And you want to play with her? Qin Shaohai was taken aback, sending 3 shocked QQ emojis in quick succession. Chen Jianghe nearly burst into laughter. Qin Shaohai's whimsical thought process never ceased to amuse him. They had grown up together, creating countless unforgettable memories. During the last National Day, Chen Jianghe hadn't contacted him even once, and after returning to school, so much time had passed without a word. Yet, this did not affect their bond. Some friendships could endure years of silence, only to feel even closer upon reconnecting. This was the essence of their relationship. I have some errands to tend to on Saturday. If I finish early and have time, I'll try to drop by, Chen Jianghe replied earnestly. What are you up to at school? You seem awfully busy this Saturday. Have you fallen in love? Do I need to report my romantic endeavors to you? No. Just make sure not to ask for my help when you're getting married. Chen Jianghe retorted playfully. Get lost, came the reply. All right then. Qin Shaohai uttered a casual all right, and then fell silent. Chen Jianghe rubbed his temples and glanced out at the brilliant sunshine. It had been several days since he last saw Jiang Yishu, and he felt an inexplicable longing for her. Coincidentally, the company's regular meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, providing the perfect opportunity to visit her at Panyu University Town and also catch a glimpse of Qin Shaohai. Perfect. Chapter 61. You have fallen in love on Saturday morning. The 9527 company held its regular meeting. This time, the meeting was presided over by Sun Haolin, the general manager of the Eastern Guangdong branch. The original agenda was to commend Chen Jianghe for his outstanding performance in the Tianhe district and to make corresponding adjustments to his position. However, due to the sudden rise of Nuomi Group purchase and the abrupt resignation of Li Tianhai, the manager of the Panyu division, who joined Nuomi Group purchase, the overall company plan was disrupted, resulting in a rather somber atmosphere at the meeting. This indeed reflects a less mature aspect of a startup company. Established enterprises typically require formal employees to sign non-compete agreements to prevent them from immediately joining rival firms after resigning, thereby safeguarding the company's interests. Following Li Tianhai's betrayal, the company took this opportunity to rectify the situation by distributing agreements to all formal employees, who were required to sign them before the meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Sun Haolin summoned Chen Jianghe to his office. Sun had always held a high regard for Chen's abilities and had high hopes for him. Chen Jianghe's business development in the Tianhe district had indeed met those expectations, delivering impressive results. With the company currently in an expansion phase, Sun Haolin believed it essential to attract talents like Chen Jianghe. He had communicated with the headquarters a few days prior, preparing to promote Chen to regional manager for the Tianhe, Haizhou, and Yueshou districts. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and Chen was set to become a regional manager today, standing on par with Huang Shixian. However, following the incident with Li Tianhai, the headquarters decided to reassess the situation and observe Chen for a longer period. After all, Chen had only recently joined and was still a freshman. Entrusting 3 key areas in eastern Guangdong to him made the higher-ups uneasy. Jianghe, I had intended to surprise you at this meeting. Unfortunately, Li Tianhai's sudden resignation disrupted our plans, Sun Haolin said, pouring a cup of tea for Chen, his expression tinged with regret. I understand, Chen Jianghe said, taking a sip of tea and responding with a nonchalant smile. That's good to hear, Sun Haolin replied, also sipping his tea. I have absolute confidence in you and will continue to support you. Your primary task now is to maintain the foundational client base at Longdong University Town in the Tianhe district, and then seek ways to expand outward into the urban circle. Indeed, Chen Jianghe nodded, agreeing with Sun's perspective, which aligned perfectly with his own vision. Tianhe was poised to become the future commercial center of eastern Guangdong, brimming with potential. Noticing Chen's acknowledgement, Sun Haolin shifted the conversation. Have you looked into Nuomi Group purchase? I have a basic understanding. Chen Jianghe stroked his chin and replied. They have some background and are quite aggressive, yet they do not pose a significant threat. Upon hearing this, Sun Haolin smiled and remarked, in strategy, one may disdain the enemy, yet in tactics, one must treat them with due seriousness. Behind the Nuomi Group buying platform is BD, one of the 3 major giants of the domestic internet, boasting substantial financial backing and a robust technological foundation, far superior to our 9,527 in terms of innate conditions. As the saying goes, people tend to ascend towards greater heights. If one day you were to make a transition like Li Tianhai, I would understand. Sun Haolin stated, half jokingly and half seriously. Honestly, the Nuomi Group buying platform holds little allure for me. I am accustomed to a free-spirited lifestyle and find the constraints of large corporations unappealing. Chen Jianghe chuckled, knowing that Sun's previous statement was a subtle probe. The truth was, while Chen Jianghe genuinely valued his freedom, his disdain for large companies was a facade. If Nuomi were to offer him a leadership position, he would undoubtedly abandon 9,527 without a second thought. What was 9,527 but a lackluster entity, devoid of capital and resources? Expecting him to lead a charge against larger companies with mere illusions? Of course, given Chen Jianghe's current standing, dreaming of a top position at Nuomi was sheer folly. Staying at 9527 and continuing to develop quietly was the sensible path. Recently, the senior management had been in discussions with executives from Penguin, and if all went smoothly, securing tens of millions in funding would be a mere formality. This would also serve as a springboard for deeper collaboration with Penguin. Sun Haolin, intentionally or not, revealed the headquarters developments to Chen Jianghe. Oh, Chen Jianghe responded, seemingly disinterested. In truth, he understood that in his previous life, 9527 managed to survive amid the giants due to its alliance with Penguin, which provided both financial support and resources. Unfortunately, with the rise of Meituan and its merger with Dianping, which also aligned with Penguin, the business expanded rapidly and decimated these small to medium-sized internet startups, establishing itself as the industry leader. At that time, not only 9,527 but even Nuomi, backed by BD, was utterly powerless, facing total defeat. Jianghe, in our industry, a tremendous explosion of growth is imminent. As the saying goes, when standing at the forefront, even pigs can soar. How much more so for a spirited young person like you? I sought you out today to understand if you have any foresight regarding your future development, Sun Haoling inquired, rising to refill Chen Jianghe's cup of tea with keen interest. Chen Jianghe had indeed formulated plans for his future, yet in the presence of Sun Haoling, he could only smile and respond. The future is distant, and uncertainties abound. Rather than daydreaming, it is better to take practical steps. One foot in front of the other may lead to a clearer view of the future. Sun Haoling raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chen Jianghe intently. What he had just said was intriguing. At first glance, it seemed devoid of ambition and long-term vision, yet upon deeper reflection, it carried profound wisdom. Was this young man truly just a freshman? Jianghe, what is your field of study? Sun Haoling asked. Business administration, Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. That explains it, Sun Haoling remarked. Sun Haoling chuckled and remarked, this profession cultivates talent. He continued, that will be all for today. Go back and work diligently. If you manage to topple the glutinous rice group purchasing in Tianhe district, a generous reward will await you at year's end. Sun Haoling painted a bright picture for Chen Jianghe. Director Sun, may I request an advance? Chen Jianghe, not easily deceived, inquired with a playful grin. An advance? Sun Haoling smiled and posed a challenge. Are you bold enough to pledge a military order? Within 2 months. Ensure that the glutinous rice group purchasing has no foothold in your territory. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes and declared, life and death are to be taken lightly. If I am unsatisfied, I shall take action. Once the reward is secured, I will obliterate it. With a clap, Sun Haoling rose from his seat, leaned into his drawer, and produced an envelope, sliding it across the table towards Chen Jianghe. A rare glint of mischief flickered across his usually pristine face, as you just stated. Make sure to obliterate it. Chen Jianghe accepted the envelope, weighing it in his hand, and grinned, no problem. Sun Haoling nodded in satisfaction. After receiving the envelope, Chen Jianghe did not rush to confront the glutinous rice group purchasing, but instead made his way to the Zhongda dining street. It was Saturday and typically, Jiang Yizhu would be working part-time at the milk tea shop, having just secured a substantial advance from Director Sun. He was in high spirits and decided to buy a bouquet of pink roses as he passed a flower shop. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, he found Jiang Yizhu indeed working alongside Han Qiya. Well, the sun must be setting in the west today? Han Qiya, with keen eyes, observed Chen Jianghe approaching with flowers and commented with a hint of envy. What a surprise, buying flowers when there's no holiday. Chen Jianghe chose not to engage with her. What a pity, offering affection in the wrong direction. Yizhu has mentioned countless times that she does not like flowers, Han Qiya added. You know nothing. Whether one likes something depends on who gives it, Chen Jianghe retorted, rolling his eyes before addressing Jiang Yizhu, who was focused on her work. If you remain silent, I shall take this bouquet back to school and present it to a beautiful senior. Jiang Yizhu abruptly looked up, her eyes revealing an unmistakable urgency. Here, for you, Chen Jianghe said, extending the flowers toward her. She eagerly accepted them, cradling them as if they were precious. Be careful, Yizhu. Roses have thorns, Han Qiya cautioned. Jiang Yizhu remained silent. Do you like them? Chen Jianghe asked. I do, Jiang Yizhu replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Unlike the flowers given by Zhang Mingjie, which she disregarded, she sincerely cherished those from Chen Jianghe. Seeing her happiness, Chen Jianghe felt a surge of joy himself and remarked, this bouquet cost me 3 days' worth of meals. For the next 3 days, you shall take care of me, all right? Han Qiya, overhearing this, thought to herself, how shameless. You think you can deceive Jiang Yizhu into supporting you with just a bouquet? If you were to give her 999 roses, would you expect to marry into the Jiang family? Fine, Jiang Yizhu surprisingly agreed without hesitation. Han Qiya stared at her in disbelief, thinking, this girl has truly fallen in love. No, she has plunged headlong into the depths of the river. Chapter 62. Can you handle my intricately woven scheme? I wish to try the cafeteria at Guangdong today at noon. Chen Jianghe ordered a cup of milk tea and, with a cheerful smile, addressed Jiang Yizhu. Jiang Yizhu blinked, pondered for a moment, and replied, then I shall borrow a meal card from Qin Shaohai shortly. As soon as she uttered these words, she felt they were somewhat inappropriate. Covering her mouth, she glanced at Han Qiya, who was also a student from Guangdong. What do we need to borrow a meal card for? Let us go together to find him. If he dares to refuse to treat us to a meal, I shall twist his ear. Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes and remarked with a teasing tone. Bah! Just as Chen Jianghe finished speaking, Han Qiya spat in disdain and declared, I'll go too. What are you making a fuss about? Chen Jianghe retorted, somewhat exasperated. Why should it concern you? Han Qiya was no pushover either. Fine, since Guangdong is lacking in women. Even a sow would attract attention there. If you're unafraid, then come along. Chen Jianghe deliberately tried to frighten Han Qiya, wishing to deter her from always hovering between him and Jiang Yizhu like a spotlight. He had forgotten that Han Qiya was indeed a student from Guangdong. It was something he had once known, but, as time passed, and he paid her little heed, it slipped his mind. You're talking nonsense. I am indeed from Guangdong. Our university is a legitimate institution of higher learning, where every boy is courteous and attentive to girls, unlike you, who is clearly not a good sort. In my eyes, Qin Shaohai is far superior to you. Han Qiya glared at Chen Jianghe, her voice tinged with indignation. In truth, she harbored no real malice towards him. Previously, she had heard from Zhang Mingjie that he had harbored a crush on her for many years, stirring a wave of emotions within her as she contemplated whether to accept him. However, that notion was dashed when he brazenly took Jiang Yizhu to the cinema, completely disregarding her presence. Being one of the few girls on the Guangdong campus and reasonably attractive, Han Qiya's self-esteem was considerably inflated compared to the campus belle Jiang Yizhu. She had thought herself more than sufficient for Chen Jianghe, only to discover he had no regard for her at all. Who could tolerate this? We are all girls. Once the lights are out, we are the same. Who is more noble than the other? Are you comparing me to Qin Shaohai? Surely you do not harbor inappropriate feelings for him. Or perhaps you too have. Chen Jianghe squinted, and as he reached the climax of his teasing, he abruptly fell silent, leaving the insinuation hanging in the air, clear enough for even a fool to grasp his meaning. You are speaking nonsense. Han Qiya shot a glance at Chen Jianghe, momentarily exasperated. She made a feeble attempt to claw at him, but he swiftly distanced himself. Han Qiya could only futilely swat at the air and, in frustration, turned to Jiang Yizhu, exclaiming, Yizhu, he is slandering me, he is slandering me. Why do you two behave like sworn enemies, always at odds when you meet? Jiang Yizhu inquired softly. Who is his sworn enemy? I am his adversary, the kind that is life and death. Han Qiya gritted her teeth and retorted, only you, such a gentle and kind-hearted girl, could coexist peacefully with a scoundrel like him. Upon hearing the phrase coexist peacefully, a faint blush unexpectedly crept across Jiang Yizhu's cheeks. In truth, her interactions with Chen Jianghe were hardly peaceful. At times, they sparked a sensation akin to an electric shock, leaving her mind blank and unable to resist the urge to bite him. Yizhu, why are you blushing? Han Qiya asked curiously, sensing something amiss. Nothing. It's nothing at all. Jiang Yizhu averted her gaze and turned away to attend to her tasks. Sighing, Han Qiya's eyes drifted once more to Chen Jianghe, who was leisurely seated on a lounge chair, sipping his milk tea with an air of nonchalance. A sudden urge to kick him deep in the thigh surged within her, driven by the desire to prevent him from causing further distress to Jiang Yizhu. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that he was indeed in a serious relationship with Jiang Yizhu. What business of hers was it to meddle? Was it merely a fleeting ripple of unrest within her heart that prompted such thoughts? At that moment, Chen Jianghe, basking in his leisure, was startled by a somewhat familiar, yet unfamiliar voice calling out to him from behind. He instinctively turned his head and was met with the sight of a tall, handsome young man striding angrily toward him. It was Li Hongwen, the vice president of the student council from the law school, whom Chen Jianghe had encountered twice before. Your real name is Chen Jianghe, isn't it? Li Hongwen approached Chen Jianghe, glaring fiercely and questioning him through clenched teeth. Indeed, I remain unchanged. I am Chen Jianghe, he replied, nodding with an air of indifference. Contemplating that Li Hongwen had likely come alone to probe into his affairs, but was too intimidated to act recklessly. Li Hongwen's forehead bulged with veins, his anger barely contained as he spoke. Yet you brazenly declared yourself to be Yishu's brother, claiming you slept together since childhood? I grew up alongside her. During our childhood games, I played the role of the brother while she was the sister. Occasionally, we would sleep together. What is amiss with that? Chen Jianghe countered with a smile. How absurd. Li Hongwen could not restrain himself from cursing. You two are clearly a couple. Why then masquerade as siblings to deceive me? Ah, you are a distinguished student at Zhongda, the president of the student council, yet your words are indecent. Is that appropriate? Chen Jianghe refrained from addressing Li Hongwen's inquiries directly, instead admonishing him to uphold civility and decorum. Taking a deep breath, Li Hongwen, who was regarded as a notable figure at Zhongda, found himself feeling like a mere child under the scrutiny of Chen Jianghe, who seemed to effortlessly dominate the exchange. Considering your fervent pursuit of Yishu, come closer. I shall share a secret with you. Chen Jianghe beckoned Li Hongwen with a mysterious gesture. Li Hongwen furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before leaning in. In a lowered voice, Chen Jianghe confided, Jiang Yishu and I were betrothed as children. She called me brother when we were young, and should we marry in the future, she shall still call me brother. Do you understand? What? Li Hongwen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed that Chen Jianghe and Jiang Yishu were merely high school sweethearts with an unstable relationship, easily dismantled with the right effort. To discover that they were childhood betrothed left him astounded. Even if he wielded his metaphorical shovel with great skill, there would be no digging up a resolution. I don't believe it. Having been deceived once, Li Hongwen was unwilling to fall prey to the same trick again. Do not believe me? Chen Jianghe smiled, raising his hand to summon Jiang Yishu. Yishu, come here. Okay. Jiang Yishu obediently wiped her delicate, fair hands on her apron and stepped out from behind the counter. Making her way toward Chen Jianghe. Please clarify with Senior Li whether we have been betrothed since childhood. Chen Jianghe smiled. Jiang Yishu was momentarily taken aback, then bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded slightly. Li Hongwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Nodding alone is insufficient. Verbal affirmation is far more persuasive. Is it true or not? Chen Jianghe gently coaxed. Yes. Jiang Yishu's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it was loud enough for Li Hongwen to hear. Li Hongwen inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking down. All right, you may attend to your business. When someone comes to take over, go to Guangdong and have dinner with Qin Shaohai. Chen Jianghe instructed Jiang Yishu. Okay, she nodded and turned to continue her tasks. Chen Jianghe glanced back at Li Hongwen, thinking to himself that the lad was still rather naive. Jiang Yishu had previously inquired how to effectively decline someone's advances. And with my intricate scheme coupled with her cooperation, would he be able to withstand it? He might as well give up hope. Chapter 63. This is love. This is first love. I will not give up. Li Hongwen's resolve took Chen Jianghe by surprise. However, this time he left without looking back. Unlike last time when he had turned to offer 2 packs of cigarettes, this lad was more admirable than Zhang Mingjie. And unlike the likes of Bai Qidong or Zhang Donglai, who were quite loathsome, he too was a ticking time bomb. One day, if I had a quarrel with Jiang Yishu, he might seize the opportunity. Chen Jianghe's impression of Li Hongwen wasn't entirely unfavorable, but as a rival, one must remain vigilant. During lunch, the milk tea shop was taken over by others. Chen Jianghe, Jiang Yishu, and Han Qiya were dining in the Guangdong cafeteria, hosted by Qin Shaohai. During the meal, Qin Shaohai observed Jiang Yishu meticulously selecting meat from her plate and discreetly placing it onto Chen Jianghe's plate. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he had been reading too many novels lately, or if his vision had worsened, causing him to see things incorrectly. Qin Shaohai stared blankly for a while, ultimately unable to contain himself as he slapped Chen Jianghe on the shoulder, exclaiming, Wow, Jianghe, you're really something. Chen Jianghe jumped, the piece of braised pork he had just picked up falling to the ground. Irritated, he turned to glare at Qin Shaohai. What the hell? Are you trying to scare me while I'm eating? Hey, you're not from Shaman University. Why are you so easily startled? Qin Shaohai chuckled foolishly. You're a university student. Can't you speak more civilly? It's not me who's uncivilized. It's you. Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes, earnestly lecturing Qin Shaohai on the importance of civility in conversation. Qin Shaohai, accustomed to it, scratched his head nonchalantly. Among brothers, what need was there for civility? Referring to each other as dogs was simply the way of things. As he scooped the remaining rice from his plate, Qin Shaohai inquired, What are you busy with at school? Every time I look for you, you seem to be swamped. In response, Chen Jianghe smiled and said, With my good looks, I am naturally preoccupied with fending off the advances of beautiful senior sisters and adorable female classmates. Unlike you, who is oblivious to the world, engrossed only in your little yellow books. Upon hearing this, Han Qiya, seated beside Jiang Yishu, immediately scoffed derisively. Jiang Yishu pursed her lips, her cheeks slightly puffed out. Chen Jianghe cast a sidelong glance at her. His previous remark contained both jest and a subtle cautionary intent directed towards Jiang Yishu. Although the eastern Guangdong region appeared vast, The social circles were quite small. Whether he could navigate a chance encounter with Jiang Yishu while being with Xu Zhixi would depend on how effectively he had laid the groundwork beforehand. Jianghe, am I not your brother? Chen Jianghe inquired with a somber expression. Well, I suppose so, Chen Jianghe replied with a reluctant nod, fully aware that this rascal must have ulterior motives for posing such a question. As expected, Chen Jianghe continued, if we are brothers, then introduce me to a few attractive senior sisters. I yearn for romance. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe leaned closer and playfully whispered in his ear, didn't you prefer mature women over 30? What else with this sudden change in taste? Chen Jianghe was well acquainted with Chen Jianghe. Ever since he read that book, he had developed a fondness for the allure of mature women. After finishing the book, Chen Jianghe had even visited the local spa to indulge in the unique experiences it offered, emerging breathless each time, feeling as though he were walking on cotton. Unsteady yet exhilarated, Chen Jianghe's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly replied to Chen Jianghe, mature women were merely a fleeting whim, a taste to sample. For a genuine relationship, I must pursue beautiful senior sisters, where deeper connections can flourish. Ah, that is quite audacious, Chen Jianghe chuckled. Discussing such topics right after a hearty meal was indeed something else. With a glint in his eye, he leaned in again and suggested, I think Han Qiuya is rather splendid. Seize the opportunity while you can. Come on, be reasonable. Chen Jianghe shook his head, finding Chen Jianghe's suggestion utterly lacking in compassion. Even a dog would shake its head at that. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Given the sumptuous lunch today, I'll help you scout someone later. Chen Jianghe patted Chen Jianghe on the shoulder. After all, they had grown up together. He couldn't just watch his friend fall into a pit from which he couldn't escape. A little intervention was necessary. Great. Chen Jianghe nodded enthusiastically, thinking his good brother was finally going to lend him a hand. Perhaps the dawn of romance was just around the corner. Rumor had it that the beautiful senior sisters at Guangdong University were both passionate and exuberant, fond of wearing ultra-short skirts, and possessed enviable figures. Just the thought was electrifying. Are you full? Chen Jianghe inquired of Jiang Yishu. Yes, she replied, just putting down her chopsticks. Chen Jianghe retrieved a napkin from his pocket and gently dabbed at the corner of her lips before asking, do you still have a part-time job this afternoon? I can take a leave, Jiang Yishu answered, her cheeks tinged with crimson. At this, Chen Jianghe and Han Qiuya instinctively averted their gazes. Why take a leave? Chen Jianghe chuckled, you promised to support me. You can't slack off. You must strive to earn money. Oh, Jiang Yishu nodded, her eyes shimmering with seriousness as she declared, then I will work hard to earn money. Ah, that's the spirit. Chen Jianghe beamed in approval, then stretched lazily. With spring lethargy, summer fatigue, and autumn weakness, I find myself wanting to sleep after a good meal lately. I plan to return to school for a nap. And I'll come find you again for dinner. All right, Jiang Yishu nodded once more. Chen Jianghe was left momentarily stunned beside them, while Han Qiuya had grown accustomed to such exchanges, somewhat immune to their charm. Chen Jianghe could not help but glance at Jiang Yishu, the campus belle. Not only was she a top student at a prestigious university, but she also had countless admirers. Back in their high school days at Dongguan No. 1 Middle School, she was the girl that many boys sought after. While most girls appeared unremarkable in their uniforms, Jiang Yishu stood out as the eternal goddess of their youth, pure, pristine, untouched by the world. Her gentle demeanor when looking down, and her radiant smile when looking up captivated hearts. Every subtle movement seemed to tug at one's soul, leaving an indelible impression. Chen Jianghe acknowledged that his childhood friend Chen Jianghe was indeed handsome and penned charming love letters. Yet he fell short of ensnaring the campus beauty's heart to such an extent. However, the current situation seemed inexplicable. Perhaps this was the essence of love. The essence of first love. This was the only explanation Chen Jianghe could muster. Jianghe, why not skip school and take a nap in my dorm? It was rare for Chen Jianghe to visit Guangdong, and Chen Jianghe was determined not to let him leave after just a meal. Your dorm? How many single men are there? Chen Jianghe inquired, stroking his chin. Why add the word dog to being single? Chen Jianghe replied, slightly annoyed. All 6 of us in the dorm are single. What of it? Ah. Chen Jianghe cleared his throat and turned to grasp Jiang Yishu's hand. Yishu, let us be on our way. This place is not suitable for lingering. With that, he led Jiang Yishu away, leaving Chen Jianghe and Han Qiuya in a silent standoff. Qiuya, is being single really that terrifying? Chen Jianghe asked awkwardly. What do you think? Han Qiuya countered. I think it's not too bad, Chen Jianghe mused. Being single as an individual may not be a concern, but an entire dorm of singles is rather alarming. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morals? This merits contemplation. Han Qiya left a parting remark, gathered her tray, discarded the remnants of her meal, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Chen Jianghe was left befuddled, pondering whether they were all afflicted with some kind of malady. Back in high school, few had been in relationships, everyone was happily single. Had the world changed so drastically now that they were in their first year of university? Chapter 64. As long as thoughts do not deteriorate, solutions will always exceed difficulties. In the afternoon, beneath a lush banyan tree on the north playground of Zhongda University, the carefree Chen Jianghe lay on the ground, using Jiang Yishu's fair and supple legs as his makeshift pillow. Jiang Yishu sat quietly, gently opening her palm to shield him from the soft sunlight filtering through the leaves. A few days prior, a typhoon had struck the coast, affecting eastern Guangdong. The scorching temperatures that had lingered since the onset of summer were finally subdued by the cool air brought in by the typhoon. The weekend's temperature had dropped from the sweltering 36 or 37 degrees to a more pleasant 28 or 29 degrees. After the rain, the bright sunshine was now softened, and the azure sky adorned with a few drifting white clouds. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, causing a few dry leaves to fall, heralding the faint scent of autumn. Chen Jianghe slept soundly, though not for long. He awakened shortly, instinctively reaching out to grasp Jiang Yishu's delicate hand that shielded his eyes. "You're awake?" Jiang Yishu had been gazing down at him, but when he grasped her hand, her heart fluttered, and she nervously averted her gaze, softly inquiring. Chen Jianghe remained silent, propping himself up on his hands before leaning closer to inhale her fragrance, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Now I understand why I dreamed of being a milk factory worker while sleeping. It was the enticing scent of milk emanating from you." Jiang Yishu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly lowered her head to sniff herself, whispering, "There's no scent at all. You can't perceive it, but I can," Chen Jianghe replied. He remarked playfully as he sat up, "Did you often indulge in milk baths in the past? It seems you've retained this delightful aroma." "No," Jiang Yishu shook her head, recalling how this fragrance had lingered since childhood, remaining with her into adulthood. Her former dormitory mates had teased her, wondering if she had consumed too much milk or had weaned late, attributing her scent to that. Chen Jianghe did not press further. The sweetness of the scent was comforting, and the sight of her blushing face was enchanting, prompting him to tease. "While I was asleep, were you secretly watching me?" "Yes, just a little," Jiang Yishu nodded gently. Chen Jianghe chuckled inwardly, thinking of her modest way of peeking. "When I sleep, do I have a tent of my own?" he asked mischievously. "Tent?" Jiang Yishu's eyes widened in confusion, unsure of his meaning. "What a pure-hearted girl you are," Chen Jianghe said, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek before lowering her hand, whispering in her ear, "Do you understand my intent now?" Her cheeks reddened further as she murmured softly, "You're being naughty." "Ha ha," Chen Jianghe laughed, unable to contain himself, showering her with a few more kisses. He then stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants, lit a cigarette, and took a moment to gather his thoughts. With romantic entanglements, one often loses their heroic spirit. After indulging for a good part of the day, it's time to return to work. "Are you still doing that part-time job?" Jiang Yishu inquired. "Yes, I am. I might continue for quite some time." Chen Jianghe smiled and asked her, "If I were to remain merely a transient salesperson, would you still allow me to nap on your lap?" "Of course," Jiang Yishu nodded, her heart unwavering despite the long-term nature of his question. Some girls are inherently driven by material desires, striving in the secular world to find a wealthy partner to alter their fate. However, others possess an innate excellence that commands admiration, their pursuit of the spiritual realm surpassing material needs, much like Lin Huiying, who, despite life's challenges, maintained her original aspirations, ultimately living in a manner envied by others. "I will not remain just a small salesperson," Chen Jianghe asserted, glancing at Jiang Yishu before looking skyward. A few ambitious phrases forming in his mind, yet he decided against voicing them. Achievements would speak for themselves. "Time to go. Remember to think of me." Chen Jianghe waved goodbye. "All right," Jiang Yishu consented, rising to see him off, unable to resist asking once more, "Will you come back tonight?" "It is highly unlikely that he will come, depending on the situation," Chen Jianghe replied. "Oh," Jiang Yishu nodded obediently, falling silent as she followed him towards the school gate. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Jianghe returned to school, brimming with enthusiasm as he made his way to a nearby small advertising design company. There, he commissioned dozens of name badges and printed a substantial quantity of business cards. The badges not only featured the Penguin logo but also prominently incorporated the 9527 company into the Penguin's framework. The same applied to the business cards. Those unaware might mistakenly believe that the 9527 company was a newly established division of the Penguin or a subsidiary under its aegis. In reality, the 9527 company had no connection to the Penguin whatsoever. Discussions regarding financing between the upper management of both companies had not even begun, and the prospect of in-depth collaboration was far from feasible. Nevertheless, Chen Jianghe boldly took the initiative, arranging for the badges and business cards in advance. Should this matter escalate, he would undoubtedly receive a legal notice from the Penguin's legal department. Yet Chen Jianghe felt no trepidation, since both companies were already flirting with collaboration. It was acceptable to board the train and purchase a ticket later. The small advertising company exhibited remarkable efficiency, completing the badges and business cards in a mere 2 hours. Precisely according to Chen Jianghe's specifications. He examined them repeatedly, feeling immense satisfaction, particularly with the badge, which, when hung around his neck, instantly elevated his stature, making him appear as though he belonged to the upper echelons of the Penguin's management. Chen Jianghe was equally unreserved. The title on his badge stated he was the Market Expansion Manager. After all, such titles, much like the Design Director label often flaunted by barbers, were baseless, yet served as effective tools for creating a striking first impression and garnering trust. It was wise to maintain a degree of sophistication without overdoing it. Once these matters were settled, Chen Jianghe returned to his dormitory and opened his computer, where numerous messages awaited him on QQ. Skipping over a few superfluous greetings and idle chit-chat, he immediately opened a message from Tang Yuding, the head of the External Relations Department of the Student Union. Assistant Chen, the momentum of Nuomi Group purchase is overwhelming, and their tactics are exceedingly aggressive, leaving us gasping for breath. Some members of our department are struggling to cope with the pressure, leading to feelings of fatigue and low morale. At 2:30 this afternoon, Su Wenbin nearly got into a fight with a Nuomi Group purchase salesperson. Thankfully, we arrived just in time to intervene. Just now, Zhang Jinka had an argument with me, saying he didn't want to continue and inciting others to abandon their posts. I never realized he was the type to retreat at the first sign of difficulty. As Chen Jianghe read these messages, a slight heaviness settled in his heart. The current situation was far worse than he had anticipated. However, he remained optimistic, believing that as long as their spirits did not wane, solutions would always outweigh the challenges. Chapter 65. Building a core team to confront Nuomi Group purchase assistant Chen. Are you there? I am. Chen Jianghe responded succinctly before sending a message. Let us convene everyone for a meeting at 7 o'clock. I will address these issues. All right. I will send out the notification immediately. A meeting at 7 o'clock in Lecture Hall 2. How does that sound? Tang Yuding quickly replied. The lecture hall was overly spacious, so it was decided to move to a regular classroom on the 3rd floor of the West District. Chen Jianghe replied affirmatively. All right. Let us use classroom 306 on the 3rd floor of the West teaching area. It's where I usually attend my elective courses. Very well. Make the arrangements. And thank you for your efforts. Chen Jianghe responded promptly. At 7 in the evening, Chen Jianghe arrived punctually at classroom 306 on the 3rd floor of the West District, carrying a black plastic bag along with a pre-prepared work badge, business cards, and 3 envelopes. Minister Tang Yuding and the part-time members of the Youth League Committee were already in position, along with Zhang Jinka, the head of the organization department, who appeared to be a special guest for this meeting. As Chen Jianghe entered the classroom and surveyed the room from the podium, he noticed that aside from Tang Yuding and a few diligent committee members whose eyes still sparkled with determination, the others appeared as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants, lacking vitality. Initially, when the initiative was just starting, it was Chen Jianghe who led Minister Tang Yuding and 18 exemplary committee members. Over time, their numbers swelled to 32, but recently, some had succumbed to pressure and withdrawn, leaving a present count of 29 attendees. Clearing his throat, Chen Jianghe was about to address the assembly when Zhang Jinka stood up first, gazing at Chen Jianghe, and exclaimed, Chen Jianghe, stop pretending. I've inquired around recently, and the 9527 company isn't even a well-known internet enterprise, nor does it have any connection to Zhongda. Everything you've said before was mere bluster. A ruse not aimed at securing sponsorship for the autumn sports meeting, but rather to enlist our outstanding committee members as your laborers, tirelessly toiling for you. Am I right? Xu Zhixi's face was full of skepticism and disdain. Hearing this, Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow and shot a glance at Xu Zhixi, thinking to himself that he indeed was deserving of his position as head of the organization department, exhibiting a clear-headedness that was rare. Yet, he had never actually worked under Chen Jianghe. The committee members had merely assisted him. How could he have the audacity to complain? What nonsense are you spouting, Xu Zhixi? Chen Jianghe replied, but before he could continue, Minister Tang Yuding stood up and spoke sternly. Your subordinates are assisting Assistant Chen with part-time work. We understand your frustrations. But to attack Assistant Chen in the meeting without understanding the situation is unjustified. Minister Tang, I am merely stating the truth. You have all been exploited by Chen Jianghe. Xu Zhixi said, furrowing his brow. What do you mean exploited? Assistant Chen has guided us in our business endeavors, enhancing our eloquence and abilities while also earning us money. Is that exploitation? Tang Yuding countered. The meager compensation he provides is insignificant. If you wish to serve him like a dog as a freshman, I want to stop you, but do not drag my committee members into this servitude. Xu Zhixi scoffed, turning to leave and slamming the door behind him in a show of dissatisfaction. Tang Yuding trembled with anger. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe remained composed, surveying the room with indifference as he spread his hands and said, if anyone intends to leave, please follow Minister Zhang. A rustle ensued. One by one, individuals began to rise from their seats, and in the blink of an eye, 12 had departed. Is there anyone else? If you intend to leave, do not linger. Seize the moment. It seemed that Chen Jianghe was intentionally urging people to exit. As his words faded, 5 individuals who had hesitated before sluggishly stood up and made their way out. I will ask once more, is there anyone else wishing to depart? Chen Jianghe inquired. At this, no one stirred. All heads were raised, their gazes intensely fixed upon him. The room had emptied significantly, creating a sense of spaciousness. Yet an invigorating energy suddenly filled the atmosphere. With a soft thud, Chen Jianghe placed a previously held plastic bag on the podium, retrieving an envelope along with a list of personnel. Before the meeting commenced, he announced the distribution of bonuses. Just that simple statement caused the eyes of those present to widen in astonishment. As names were called, individuals approached the stage to receive their rewards. Chen Jianghe wasted no words. He directly announced the bonuses. Tang Yuding, with 7 sales this month, received a bonus of 1,000. Su Wenbin, with 6 sales, received 800. Kai Yunsheng, with 4 sales, received 500. Tang Yuding, Su Wenbin, and Kai Yunsheng sequentially ascended the stage to collect their bonuses. Tang Yuding deliberately opened her envelope, revealing the 10 red bills inside, her expression transforming from gloom to joy as the scent of money dispelled her earlier worries. Having already earned 350 yuan in commissions for her 7 sales, the additional 1,000 yuan bonus meant that her average commission per sale was nearly 200 yuan, a substantial profit indeed. Tang Yuding, having previously conversed with sales personnel from Nuomi Group, understood that their commissions were relatively modest, primarily relying on a base salary. However, she was astute enough not to be overly ambitious like Xu Zhixi, who aimed too high without the means to reach it. If she could earn this much part-time, how much more could she make if she worked full-time? Tang Yuding silently calculated her prospects, further solidifying her resolve to continue working alongside Chen Jianghe. The bonuses awarded were based on performance rankings, distributed monthly to the top 3 achievers, with no cap on the prize amount. Greater achievements resulted in greater rewards. Chen Jianghe's voice, though not loud, was particularly invigorating. In times of low morale, bonuses served as the most effective morale booster. After discussing the bonuses, he raised his voice to announce, furthermore, I declare that Company 9527 has reached a strategic partnership with Penguin and will soon secure a financing of 300 million, significantly expanding our business operations. Without ambiguity, he stated that the 9527 Guangdong East Branch places great importance on the business segment in the Tianhe district, particularly the Longdong University City area, with directives from higher-ups to establish this region as a strategic pilot within 2 months, creating a stable stronghold. Chen Jianghe's words were highly stimulating, painting a vivid picture of a promising future for Company 9527 while underscoring the significance of the Longdong University City sector. Everyone present was rapt, listening intently to his discourse. We are currently facing a bit of trouble as we prepare to compete against the emerging force of Nuomi Group buying, Some individuals, intimidated by its affiliation with the BD group, have faltered and expressed a reluctance to proceed. I completely understand this hesitation, for in any endeavor, there are those who retreat when the moment of truth arrives, hiding like ostriches or turtles. However, Chen Jianghe shifted the conversation. The earth continues to revolve regardless of who departs. The 9527 company is not as dire as Minister Zhang suggested. With the backing of the country's strongest internet company, Penguin Group, we possess both capital and strength. There is no reason we cannot succeed against Nuomi Group buying. He then produced his work badge and business cards from a plastic bag, placing them on the table. Clenching his fist, he declared, "I have secured your badges and business cards. From this day forth, you are not merely part-timers, but regular troops. If you are diligent and dedicated, profits will surely follow. Should you remain with us long-term, when the 9527 company goes public, each of you present will be a contributor, even a shareholder. During the phase of initial capital accumulation, it is inevitable to resort to some rudimentary tactics." Chen Jianghe, now rallying support, aimed solely to forge a core team. Let us not dwell on distant matters. Instead, let us focus on our immediate territory in Longdong University Town. Within a month, we will outpace Nuomi Group buying. Do you have confidence in this? Yes. Tang Yuding was the first to respond enthusiastically, followed by others who chimed in with a chorus of yes, yes. Haven't you had enough to eat? Let us strive for excellence. I will ask again, do you have confidence? Chen Jianghe pressed. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, shaking the very ceiling. Excellent. Chen Jianghe nodded with satisfaction, turning his gaze to Tang Yuding. Minister Tang, please distribute the badges and business cards. Tonight, I will lead the team personally to confront Nuomi Group buying face-to-face. Chapter 66. Mastering the Art of Contract Signing at 8 in the evening. Chen Jianghe led the team, with all part-time personnel adorned with badges and armed with business cards, marching confidently to the dining street at the back of the school. Engaging in business requires more than mere motivation. Daily enthusiasm serves to uplift morale, and rallying cries bolster team cohesion. However, to achieve tangible results, we must visit clients door to door, communicate effectively, negotiate, and secure contracts. In essence, performance cures all ailments. Perhaps bolstered by the Penguin advantage or inspired by the competitive ranking rewards. Coupled with the departure of those with ill intentions or poor attitudes, Chen Jianghe noted a remarkable transformation in the team's spirit compared to the last outing. Everyone was brimming with confidence and vigor, especially Tang Yuding. She had transcended the scripted dialogue previously established by Chen Jianghe, developing her own engaging and witty style, adeptly resonating with the merchants on key issues. The entire communication process flowed seamlessly and without obstruction. Su Wenbin also performed admirably, maintaining stable results and a commendable attitude, rapidly closing in on Tang Yuding's performance. Chen Jianghe intended to support Su Wenbin's rise by promoting him to the position of Deputy Minister of the Supervision Department. Regarding the Minister of the Organization Department, Zhang Jinke, who openly contradicted earlier in the meeting, Chen Jianghe contemplated expelling him. He planned to draft an announcement by early morning, stamping it with an official seal for his dismissal. No, he resolved to issue the announcement tonight, executing the decision post-haste. Additionally, Chen Jianghe intended to appoint a more reliable confidant within the Youth League Committee. Li Jun, known as the fifth member of the dormitory, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Initially, Chen Jianghe had personally led the team this evening, eager to directly experience the remarkable strategies of the glutinous rice group purchase. Yet after a thorough search, he found no sign of their sales personnel. It seemed they were intimidated by his formidable presence, hiding away in the business department, trembling in fear. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. A short while later, Tang Yuding emerged from a stall and approached Chen Jianghe directly. Assistant Chen, the owner of Longjiang Pig Trotter Rice I spoke to earlier is quite interested in collaboration, but he is overly suspicious, and despite my efforts, we couldn't finalize a contract. I will speak with him again. Chen Jianghe's eyes flickered, discarding his cigarette and extinguishing it before striding purposefully towards her, with Tang Yuding eagerly following behind. Upon entering the establishment, Chen Jianghe first offered a cigarette to the proprietor, a man in his 40s with a shiny bald head. The owner accepted the cigarette, glancing at it and then at the name tag adorning Chen Jianghe's chest. Penguin Group, Development Department for Takeout Group Purchases, Tianhe District Director, Chen Jianghe. This young man was quite impressive. The owner couldn't help but regard Chen Jianghe with newfound respect. Being a director at such a young age explained the premium brand of cigarettes he casually offered. Observing Tang Yuding trailing behind Chen Jianghe, the owner surmised that she was likely a junior executive from Company 9527. Chen Jianghe wore a smile as he engaged the owner in casual conversation. As they chatted, the owner took the initiative, steering the discussion to the core issue. Your Company 9527 is quite commendable. The delivery team is professional, and the service is satisfactory. The only downside is the commission rate, which is too high. The glutinous rice group purchase only takes 5%, while you demand 8%. That's a whole 3% difference. Who can withstand that? In response, Chen Jianghe first chuckled, then feigned innocence, saying, "Boss, you seem to misunderstand our company. Regarding commission, we operate on principles of integrity. All our partner businesses are charged the same 8%, without exception." The owner simply responded with an "oh," saying nothing further. Chen Jianghe continued, "As you know, a company must generate profit to pay its employees. We are not a charitable organization. The 8% commission is precisely what sustains our normal operations. If we were to lower it further, we would struggle to continue functioning." Upon hearing this, the owner chuckled, finding some merit in the argument, yet it lacked persuasive power. Ultimately, an 8% commission was still deemed excessive, especially when the glutinous rice group purchase only charged 5%. Could emotional appeals truly erase 3% of hard currency? That seemed implausible. Naturally, Chen Jianghe had no intention of employing such emotional tactics to sway the owner. With a slight smile and a resolute demeanor, he stated, "Our 8% commission is essential for our operations, while the glutinous rice group purchases 5% is evidently a loss leader strategy aimed solely at market penetration and undermining competition. Once it monopolizes the market, to recoup its costs and achieve profitability, it will inevitably raise the commission significantly. By then, you will find yourselves reliant on it, and will have no choice but to accept the exorbitant fees, toiling away for its benefit. Do you understand?" Chen Jianghe's words struck a chord. The boss raised an eyebrow, clearly moved, yet after a moment of contemplation, he countered, "So, according to your reasoning, your company, 9527, will inevitably follow suit, correct?" In response, Chen Jianghe smiled and shook his head, confidently asserting, "Our company's strategy is to expand our delivery business nationwide. To speak of the Pearl River Delta region alone, an 8% commission is stipulated in the contract and can be maintained long-term. The ability of a company to grow and thrive hinges fundamentally on trust and reputation." Chen Jianghe's statement cleverly painted a promising picture for the boss, while also providing reassurance, without making any guarantees against future hikes in commission. Capital is inherently ruthless, and the internet economy often masks its predatory nature under a veneer of benevolence. Initially offering sweet incentives before wielding the scythe to harvest profits is a common practice. With few exceptions, to earn substantial profits, one must inevitably exploit the market. Though your words sound appealing, who can say if your company will not sharply increase fees once it is well established? The boss, being astute, lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, remarking, "In any case, I find Nuomi Group purchase quite appealing. They have business development support and their fees are lower than yours. Collaborating with them seems far more advantageous." "What is BD?" Chen Jianghe chuckled, tapping his staff badge with his index finger, indicating the penguin logo. "Our company is currently a strategic partner of the Penguin Group. Today's youth are all engaging with QQ for collaboration. In the future, when we promote on QQ, all merchants collaborating with us will reap the rewards, resulting in an explosion of orders, far surpassing the meager 3% benefits that Nuomi Group purchase offers. Which do you find more advantageous?" At these words, the boss was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "Listening to you, it does seem rather compelling. Have you come to a realization?" Chen Jianghe smiled. The trifling benefits of those 3% pale in comparison to the volume of orders. Indeed, the boss nodded, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "I will give your company, 9527, a chance to collaborate, but let me be clear, if it does not live up to your claims, I will turn to Nuomi Group purchase. Many stalls around us are already collaborating with us, and their reputation is impeccable. You can rest assured." Chen Jianghe replied with a smile, "All right, I will trust you once. Let us sign the contract." The boss no longer hesitated, and his decision was final. Chapter 67. An early start, a late arrival, delivering flowers to Xu Zhixi assistant Chun, You are incredibly skilled. In less than 10 minutes, you completely alleviated the boss's doubts and secured the contract. This maneuver was nothing short of miraculous. Upon exiting after signing the contract, Tang Yuding looked at Chen Jianghe with admiration, smiling as she remarked, "Running business with you has taught me so much. The reason I was able to finalize this deal so quickly was largely due to your prior discussions, which laid a solid foundation." Chen Jianghe smiled softly, casually handing the recently signed contract to Tang Yuding, remarking, "This achievement is yours. Just treat me to a cup of milk tea later." "No problem. Thank you, Assistant Chen." Tang Yuding's face lit up with joy, her smile radiant. "Continue to strive. I have great faith in you," Chen Jianghe encouraged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "Yes, I will work even harder." Tang Yuding nodded resolutely, then waved goodbye to Chen Jianghe as she dashed off to pursue further business. "Oh, isn't this manager Chen Jianghe from Company 9527? Just as Tang Yuding departed, Chen Jianghe heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Li Tianhai. Li Tianhai was evidently also out pursuing business, yet his attire differed significantly from when he served as the manager of the Panyu division at Company 9527. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, a sharp suit, and a well-styled haircut, he carried a dark yellow briefcase, leading one to mistake him for a banker, an insurance agent, or a real estate salesman. Accompanying Li Tianhai were several similarly dressed young individuals, appearing rather inexperienced, likely fresh to the industry. "What's this? Manager Chen fails to recognize me after just a few days?" Li Tianhai swaggered up to Chen Jianghe. Noticing Chen's silence, he chuckled, playfully adjusting his name tag, and introduced himself. "I am now the manager of the Nuomi Group's Tianhe District Division, located near the South China Botanical Garden. Do come over for tea sometime." "Certainly," Chen Jianghe replied nonchalantly, nodding. Seeing him acquiesce, Li Tianhai smiled and continued, "I have always admired your capabilities. A wise bird chooses its tree. Company 9527 offers no future. You should consider switching to Nuomi Group, where, given your skills, earning several thousand or even over 10,000 a month would be effortless. They say a breakup reveals one's true character. You have barely joined Nuomi Group and already tarnish your former employer's reputation. Is that appropriate?" Chen Jianghe inquired with a smile. Li Tianhai shrugged, responding, "What's the harm? It's merely a job. I'll go where the money flows. Choice outweighs effort. You're a smart person and should understand." "I understand. After all, one goes where the milk is." Chen Jianghe chuckled, then shifted the topic. "Recently, several merchants I had previously negotiated with have retracted their agreements in favor of collaborating with Nuomi Group. I suppose you played a significant role in that, Manager Li?" "Haha. It's merely normal business competition. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" Li Tianhai laughed. "Of course not." Chen Jianghe grinned, saying, "I thrive on competition. If you take one of my deals, I'll take 10 from you. You scheme against me, and I'll return the favor. It's truly exhilarating." Upon hearing this, Li Tianhai's smile faltered, reflecting on their past at Company 9527, where he had secretly snagged a deal from Chen Jianghe only to later lose 6 in return. He felt increasingly aggrieved. However, now that they were on different platforms, there was no need to endure past grievances. In Li Tianhai's view, Nuomi Group's strength far surpassed that of Company 9527, and the losses he had previously suffered could now be repaid tenfold. "Chen Jianghe, do not be overly confident. We shall see." Li Tianhai left behind this remark and turned away with his subordinates. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette, watching Li Tianhai depart, and surveyed his surroundings. Several similarly attired middle-aged men caught his eye, each adorned with the identification badge of Nuomi Group. These seasoned veterans were the backbone of the Tianhe division of Nuomi Group. "Damn," Chen Jianghe uttered, his gaze sharpening like that of a wolf lurking in the depths of the jungle, fixating on its prey with a menacing glare. In the ensuing period, Chen Jianghe personally led his team in business endeavors, engaging in fierce competition with Li Tianhai. As he stated, "You seize one of my deals. I shall seize several of yours. You play me, I shall play you. Let us see who remains steadfast." On November 3rd, a Saturday, 9527 Company held its regular morning meeting, coinciding with a meeting at Nuomi Group. The city manager of Guangdong East for Nuomi Group, Qin Tianping, presided over the gathering, which took place at the South China Botanical Garden, where the Tianhe division was located. Attendees included district division managers and key sales personnel. Qin Tianping, just 30 years of age, donned a fitted suit and sported a bun hairstyle, exuding an air of maturity and competence. She meticulously reviewed the weekly performance reports from various regions before directing her attention to Li Tianhe, the manager of the Tianhe District Division. Shanghai, if I recall correctly, you assured me last week that this week's performance would at least double, increasing from 15 to 30 deals. How is it that, after a week, the performance has not only failed to improve, but has decreased, resulting in just 8 deals? Qin Tianping inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhe awkwardly touched his nose and replied, Sister Ping, last week I misjudged the situation and underestimated our opponent. This week, I will regroup and lead the team with full commitment to improve our performance. Indeed. Qin Tianping nodded slightly. I have heard that the manager of the Tianhe District Division at 9527 Company is merely a first-year student from the ordinary Guangdong East Financial College, leading a team of part-time university students. As a distinguished graduate of Zhongshan University, you have no reason to be outperformed by him. However, even lions exert their utmost when hunting rabbits. You must strive harder. I will certainly put in double the effort, Li Tianhe affirmed with a nod, his gaze resolute. Though internally, he felt somewhat apprehensive. After the previous encounter with Chen Jianghe, he had been thoroughly overwhelmed, leaving the entire division simmering with frustration, nearly inciting a physical confrontation. You previously reported on the collaboration between 9527 Company and Penguin Group. I have arranged for personnel to investigate the matter in Shenzhen, and results should be forthcoming soon. Qin Tianping observed, casting a penetrating glance at Li Tianhe. Additionally, I found the strategy you outlined in your work plan last night regarding subsidizing merchants and leveraging the company's advantageous position to burn cash and seize market share quite intriguing. Please draft a detailed proposal for me to forward to the higher-ups for their opinions. Certainly, Li Tianhe nodded, his spirits lifted. Previously at 9527 Company, he often felt stifled and underappreciated, but now, having switched platforms, he immediately felt valued, which was immensely gratifying. Regrettably, the organizational structure of BD Group is somewhat cumbersome, rife with internal factions. Any suggestion necessitates the drafting of a report, which must be submitted through various levels of approval before it can be implemented. This approach, while ostensibly aligning with the prudent and stable management philosophy of large corporations, significantly hampers work efficiency. To put it bluntly, if this continues, it will be impossible to secure a competitive position in the fast-paced realm of the Internet. It has been noted by future observers that BD Company, in the face of the burgeoning Internet economy, epitomizes the adage, rising early but arriving late. In simpler terms, it signifies that despite extensive preparations for a particular endeavor, it ultimately results in a futile effort. This also elucidates why Chen Jianghe harbors disdain for Nuomi Group buying and boldly confronts it head-on. At 9:30, the morning meeting at Nuomi Group concluded, and district managers returned with their sales teams to commence their work. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe also returned to Guangdong East Financial College from Company 9527. Upon disembarking, he purchased a bouquet of fresh flowers from a nearby florist and leisurely made his way into the campus, heading towards the faculty dormitory where Xu Zhixi resided. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Jianghe arrived directly at the door of room 502, raising his hand to rap gently on the door. After a moment, a slightly languid voice emanated from within. Who is it? It's me, Chen Jianghe. He responded with a smile, almost adding a playful request for money. Oh, Xu Zhixi exclaimed, then hurriedly approached the door, peering through the peephole with heightened vigilance. With a creak, the door opened just a crack. Xu, why only open a sliver? Are you afraid I'll force my way in? Chen Jianghe inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. No, I just woke up and it's a bit messy. Xu Zhixi chuckled lightly, then asked, what brings you to the dormitory? It's been a few days, and I've missed you, Chen Jianghe said with a cheeky grin. Open the door and let me in. I want to see how chaotic it is in there. No. Xu Zhixi quickly closed the door, then walked a short distance to a mirror to fix her hair. Glancing down, she realized she was still in her silk nightgown. Thankfully, she hadn't fully opened the door to let Chen Jianghe in. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing, as such attire was hardly befitting of a teacher's image. Creak. Just as Xu Zhixi contemplated changing her clothes, she heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Chen Jianghe had entered. P.S. I diligently craft the plot every day. I kindly request your support for updates and 5-star reviews. Thank you all. Chapter 68. The transparent and heartwarming woman seeing Chen Jianghe enter, Xu Zhixi. who was standing before the mirror, froze for a moment, instinctively raising her hand to cover her chest before attempting to flee. Don't panic. I'm not a lecherous old man, Chen Jianghe swiftly reassured her, calmly appraising Xu Zhixi from head to toe. He mused to himself, is this a weekend reward? Xu, dressed in this pure white silk camisole nightgown, is simply stunning. Anyone who gazes at her for more than 3 seconds would inevitably be labeled a lecher, regardless of their intentions. Xu Zhixi was taken aback, as Chen Jianghe, though proclaiming himself no lecher, could not hide the mischief in his eyes. His roguish gaze roamed up and down, left and right, ultimately resting at the spot concealed by her palm. If you keep staring, I might just hit you, Xu Zhixi warned, one hand shielding herself while the other rose defensively, her eyes glaring fiercely at him. Su Laosher, are you feeling grumpy this morning? Chen Jianghe inquired with a smile. I wasn't until I saw you, Xu Zhixi retorted, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Oh, Chen Jianghe replied, stepping closer and presenting a bouquet of vibrant red flowers. A little gift for you. No, thank you, Xu Zhixi replied, biting her lip, refraining from reaching out. Though her expression softened considerably as she discreetly glanced at the bouquet, she thought to herself that this rascal was rather adept at charming girls. He must have had his fair share of romantic encounters in the past. Do you feel that receiving flowers face-to-face lacks a sense of ceremony? How about I kneel before you? Chen Jianghe teased, determined to heighten the moment's significance. No, don't do that. Xu Zhixi could hardly withstand such antics. Receiving flowers was one thing, but kneeling was quite another. Was he proposing? Just the thought sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to hastily accept the bouquet from Chen Jianghe's hands. All right, I appreciate your gesture, but you should leave now, Xu Zhixi said. Her cheeks flushed as she ushered him out. Huh. Chen Jianghe looked at Xu Zhixi, bewildered, then chuckled. This bouquet is meant to declare my feelings for you. By accepting it, you become my girlfriend. Who leaves before the proposal is even finished. Before he could complete his sentence, Xu Zhixi swiftly pinched him at the waist. Hey, don't get physical. We just confirmed our relationship, and you're already resorting to domestic violence? Chen Jianghe exclaimed, retreating. With a swift motion, he closed the door behind him and said to Xu Zhixi, let us keep this behind closed doors to avoid misunderstandings. You rascal. Xu Zhixi's cheeks puffed with indignation. Yet she refrained from further argument. Gritting her teeth, she stomped her foot and dashed into her bedroom, decisively shutting the door. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she hurriedly changed her clothes. Now that's rather endearing, Chen Jianghe thought, a smile creeping across his face as he unconsciously hummed Jay Chou's Adorable Woman. So beautiful it makes me blush, this adorable woman. So tender it tugs at my heartstrings, this adorable woman. So transparent it moves me, this adorable woman. How fitting, he mused. No wonder Jay was so talented. After singing a few lines, he noted that Su Laosher was still changing. So he took his time and settled down on the sofa to watch some television. Suddenly, he found himself captivated by a scene on the screen. The movie channel was airing Cameron's classic romance, Titanic, with the infamous scene featuring Rose and Jack in the car. Thank goodness for the sixth princess. Otherwise, such tantalizing moments would surely have been censored. Chen Jianghe chuckled softly. Although he had seen the uncut version of Titanic before, the experience now felt entirely different. As Xu Zhixi emerged from her dressing room, a fleeting glance caught her eye, revealing a scene from a movie at its climax, which instantly flushed her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Chen Jianghe. She couldn't help but call out to him. Huh. Chen Jianghe turned to glance at Xu Zhixi, then stole a few more looks, finding her more captivating than the film itself. Xu Zhixi approached, picked up the remote control from the coffee table, switched through several channels, and finally settled on a sports channel, where an NBA game between the Lakers and the Rockets was being broadcast live. You're still a student. It's better to avoid those romantic dramas and focus on more uplifting content or sports events for your well-being, she admonished him with the authority of a counselor. All right, I'll listen to you, Chen Jianghe replied obediently, then smiled and asked, does Teacher Su enjoy watching basketball games as well? Indeed, Xu Zhixi nodded, her gaze fixed on the live game, and with a gentle smile, she added, I admire Yao Ming, Kobe, Iverson, LeBron. And that player who never smiles during games, what's his name? I can't recall. Tim Duncan, the Stone Buddha, Chen Jianghe interjected. Yes, that's him. He appears so serious on the court, yet there's a certain endearing quality about him, Xu Zhixi chuckled. Just like you, Chen Jianghe teased. You're quite serious when you're lecturing me, yet you have an adorably foolish charm. You rascal, Always trying to flirt with me, Xu Zhixi retorted, stepping closer to Chen Jianghe, seizing a cushion from the sofa, preparing to strike him. However, seeing his playful demeanor, she lowered the cushion, smoothed her skirt, and sat at the other end of the sofa, eyeing him curiously. Did you come just to deliver flowers? Or is there something else? There is more, Chen Jianghe said with a smile. What else is there? Xu Zhixi inquired. I miss you, Chen Jianghe replied earnestly. And then, is that all? Xu Zhixi pressed further. Well aware that he had not come solely for the flowers, he must have some trouble he needed her help to resolve. As expected, Chen Jianghe continued. I have 2 questions I'd like to ask you. A knowing smile spread across Xu Zhixi's face as she straightened her posture, responding with a serious demeanor. Go ahead. If I were to get into a fight outside, injured and taken away by the police, would Teacher Xu help me? Chen Jianghe queried. Of course, Xu Zhixi affirmed with conviction before asking. Why would you go out and get into a fight? Can't you just focus on your studies? One cannot control their circumstances when in the world, Chen Jianghe chuckled, then asked, if a large corporation were to sue me and I needed legal assistance, would Teacher Xu have connections with a law firm or court to help me out? Yes, Xu Zhixi replied, still confident, but furrowed her brow and questioned. What trouble have you gotten yourself into? Are you in legal trouble? Don't worry, I'm a good student and a law-abiding citizen. I won't violate any criminal laws, Chen Jianghe assured her. As long as you don't break the law, Xu Zhixi felt a slight relief. Pondering for a moment before asking, have you encountered issues with your part-time job? Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that Teacher Xu was indeed perceptive. Having guessed correctly, I have some connections in the legal field that can help resolve minor issues. Xu Zhixi's attitude was unequivocal. Even if Chen Jianghe had truly committed an offense, she would undoubtedly leverage her resources to assist him. However, she shifted her tone and remarked, it would be best to avoid fighting altogether, as injuring others or oneself is never advantageous. Enduring a moment of anger can lead to tranquility, and taking a step back can open up vast horizons. This is an age-old adage, yet in today's world, enduring anger only breeds more frustration, and stepping back often feels like a loss. If someone seeks to dominate me, I feel compelled to retaliate. Chen Jianghe, with his rebellious nature, left Xu Zhixi in stunned silence with his audacious words. This rascal had character and spirit, truly treating the teacher's admonitions as mere whispers in the wind. Chapter 69. I fear losing control. Su Laoshi, why do you gaze at me like that? Chen Jianghe inquired, perplexed by Xu Zhixi's unwavering stare. Is your brazen demeanor and assertive nature known to your family? Xu Zhixi retorted. They are unaware. I kindly ask you to keep it a secret. Su Laoshi, Chen Jianghe implored with a grin. Who would keep your secret? Xu Zhixi scoffed, threatening. I might just call your father and urge him to give you a stern lesson, so you think twice before brawling with others. Su Laoshi, I brought you flowers this morning, filled with heartfelt sentiment, and this is how you repay me? Chen Jianghe exclaimed, astonished by her response. Who told you to stray from the righteous path and indulge in mischief? Xu Zhixi glared at him. I am upright. I would never take the back door when the front one is open. How could I possibly engage in such wrongdoing? Chen Jianghe protested, wide-eyed in his defense. Ahem. Xu Zhixi lightly coughed. Previously, Chen Jianghe had uttered similar phrases before her. At first, they seemed innocuous, but upon reflection, they appeared rather profound. As if he were earnestly sharing risque jokes with her. Su Laoshi, can we converse without your face turning crimson at every turn? Chen Jianghe asked, his tone tinged with intrigue, pondering how captivating she looked when blushing. We're seated on the same sofa. Are you not concerned about my inability to restrain myself? Who is blushing? It is clearly your nonsensical chatter that incites my anger. Xu Zhixi retorted, hurling a cushion at him before turning to gaze out the window, her chest rising and falling tumultuously. A beautiful girl, when angered, exudes an extraordinary charm. Unable to resist, Chen Jianghe rose and moved closer, sitting beside her. Noticing his proximity, Xu Zhixi tensed and turned to him, warily asking, I am already upset, and you sit so close. Are you not afraid of being struck? Not at all. Letting you vent your frustrations on me would be quite agreeable, Chen Jianghe brazenly replied. Xu Zhixi took a deep breath, resolving not to engage with this thick-skinned rascal, then placed a hand on her stomach, stating, I am hungry. Is there no rice to cook at home? Chen Jianghe inquired with a smile. There is. I awoke late and did not prepare it, Xu Zhixi replied, pursing her lips. I am craving noodles. Shall I cook noodles for you? Chen Jianghe asked. Can you? Xu Zhixi questioned skeptically. Chen Jianghe grinned widely, declaring, "You may underestimate my academic achievements, but you must never doubt my culinary skills. Just sit back and watch me showcase my talents." Having said that, he rose and made his way to the kitchen, confidently picking up the apron that Xu Zhixi often used when she cooked, tying it around his waist. Without further ado, he ignited the stove and began to boil water. Busily clattering about, Xu Zhixi initially intended to assist him, but upon witnessing his deft movements and professional techniques, exuding an air of a master chef, she reconsidered and decided to wash up instead. Subsequently, she settled onto the sofa to continue watching the football match, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the kitchen, where the industrious Chen Jianghe was at work, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This rascal, he looks rather dashing when he is earnest about his tasks. Before long, the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room, causing Xu Zhixi's nostrils to twitch playfully as she called out, "Xiao Air, is the noodles ready?" "Coming right up," Chen Jianghe replied, promptly emerging with a steaming plate of noodles, a cheeky grin on his face as he said, "Dear guest, here is our restaurant's signature tomato and egg noodles. If it's not to your liking, you won't have to pay a cent." Xu Zhixi couldn't help but chuckle. Her teasing had unexpectedly found a willing accomplice in Chen Jianghe, and the dish he prepared, tomato and egg noodles, looked delectable, both in aroma and appearance. "Stop grinning and give it a taste," he urged, placing the noodles on the coffee table and handing her a pair of chopsticks. Xu Zhixi accepted the chopsticks, leaned down to blow gently on the noodles to cool them, and then took a small bite. She squinted her eyes in delight and exclaimed, "The flavor is truly wonderful. It's delicious, exceptionally so. With your compliment, I could cook for a lifetime," Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. "You are just trying to flirt with me," Xu Zhixi said, pursing her lips slightly before lowering her head to eat, choosing to ignore him. It must be said that Chen Jianghe's culinary skills were indeed impressive. The noodles were delightful, the tomatoes were succulent, and the eggs were perfectly cooked. A seemingly ordinary bowl of tomato and egg noodles was transformed by his expertise into an extraordinary dish. She initially thought she wouldn't be able to finish the sizable portion, yet when she was done, she found herself tempted to savor every last drop of the broth. "Don't lick the plate, Teacher Xu. The plate is innocent. If you must lick something, lick me. My skin is thick enough to handle it," Chen Jianghe teased, having keenly observed her small actions and playfully responding. "Come here," Xu Zhixi beckoned, setting down her chopsticks and curling her finger. Chen Jianghe, slightly puzzled, approached her cautiously. However, Xu Zhixi merely raised her hand to wipe the broth from her lips, leaning forward to smear it on Chen Jianghe's face. Chen Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't you say I had tough skin? Can't handle this." Xu Zhixi teased him. "No, I thought you were going to kiss me. Is that all?" Chen Jianghe regained his composure, wiping his cheek with a hint of regret. "Dream on. Who would willingly kiss you, you rascal?" Xu Zhixi rolled her eyes and collected her plate and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen. "Quite a few people want to kiss me, actually. It's just that I'm principled and won't allow it without a special relationship," Chen Jianghe said with a chuckle. At his words, Xu Zhixi's body quivered slightly, yet she offered no reaction, turning the faucet on more forcefully and continuing to wash. "Teacher Xu, I have some matters to attend to. I must be off. There's a cold front moving south, and the temperatures have dropped significantly, so be sure to wear a coat when you go out and keep warm," Chen Jianghe advised. Not lingering in her dormitory for long, he stood to leave. "Hey, wait a moment." Xu Zhixi abruptly turned around and called out to him. "Are you reluctant to see me go?" Chen Jianghe asked with a teasing tone. Xu Zhixi remained silent, stepping into her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged with a brand new coat, holding it up for Chen Jianghe to see. "This coat was originally intended for my father, but he deemed it too fashionable and unsuitable for himself, so I thought I'd let you have it. Is that so?" Chen Jianghe chuckled, thinking how fortunate her father was to have such a beautiful and dutiful daughter. "What are you laughing at?" Xu Zhixi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Chen Jianghe ceased his laughter, nonchalantly taking the coat from her and putting it on. He walked over to the nearby mirror to adjust it slightly, feeling as if it had been tailored just for him, enhancing his handsomeness to a remarkable degree, elevating him from an indefinite sentence to an immediate execution. Xu Zhixi gazed at him with sparkling eyes, noticing that he was gazing back at her through the mirror. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away to wash the dishes, lowering her head as she scrubbed the plate in the sink, continuing until she heard a soft click, the sound of Chen Jianghe closing the door behind him. Only then did she turn back, peering towards the door, her emotions settling somewhat. Chapter 70. Third brother. You smell like Teacher Su. After leaving the faculty dormitory, Chen Jianghe did not rush to pursue his business, but rather returned to room 414. It was Saturday, and he anticipated that the students in 414 would either still be lounging in bed or have scattered to various leisure spots around campus, leaving their vibrant marks. To his surprise, upon returning to the dorm, he found everyone there except for the fifth member. Li Jun Lu Dongliang was, as usual, seated at the computer, engrossed in stock research, having recently received 5,000 yuan in living expenses from his father, which he promptly invested in the stock market. Zhang Kai was hanging clothes on the balcony, while Wang Yuanpeng and Sun Tian were bickering like two huskies, their faces flushed with fervor. Third brother, you came back at the right moment. Come and settle this dispute. Peng Gu insists that a man's three inherent traits are greed, lust, and boastfulness. As if there are no good men left in the world. I simply can't tolerate it. I've been arguing with him for over an hour, and he still clings to his views. As soon as Sun Tian saw Chen Jianghe enter, he seized the opportunity to plead for support. Before Chen Jianghe could respond, Wang Yuanpeng interjected, Xiao Tian, don't be so defiant. The three inherent traits of men that I've summarized are inescapable. They merely vary in degree. If you deny it, you are just gilding your own image. In other words, boasting. Pengzi, your perspective is limited, Chen Jianghe remarked with a faint smile, offering a sharp critique. Greed, lust, and boastfulness correspond to career, love, and ideals. In other words, isn't it just a broader perspective? Goodness, I must have been shallow. Third brother, you're impressive, Wang Yuanpeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. After a lengthy argument with Xiao Tian, neither had managed to sway the other, yet with Chen Jianghe's single statement, he felt completely convinced. Third brother, it's truly you. Your perspective is remarkably expansive. Sun Tian broke into a grin, then glanced at Chen Jianghe's jacket, leaning closer to catch a whiff of its scent. Third brother, this jacket is new, isn't it? How does it carry the fragrance of our counselor? Are you a dog, sniffing out the counselor's scent so easily? Chen Jianghe shot him a puzzled look, his eyes wide. Don't get me wrong. I harbor no inappropriate thoughts about the counselor. I merely encountered her a few times on the road, and when we exchanged greetings and brushed past each other, I caught a hint of that delicate orchid scent. With a silly smile, Sun Tian explained, then immediately pressed on. Third brother, this jacket looks both stylish and dashing, infused with the counselor's fragrance. Could it be that she bought it for you? Chen Jianghe returned the question with a chuckle, flicking the name tag still attached to the garment. Sun Tian, keen-eyed, leaned in to examine the suggested retail price on the tag and gasped in astonishment. A jacket worth 1,280. That's my food budget for 4 months. The counselor must think highly of you. After seeing the price, Sun Tian was nearly convinced that the jacket was indeed a gift from Counselor Xu Zhixi to Chen Jianghe, for he had previously worn quite plain attire, merely a few sets of high school shirts and trousers that he cycled through. The only decent new outfit he owned had been worn twice for freshman orientation and a reunion with old classmates at Zhongda, and thereafter remained locked away in his cabinet. In Sun Tian's eyes, third brother was the quintessential old Guangzhou man, indifferent to his wardrobe, yet generous when treating others. Possessing considerable means yet not as ostentatious as Peng Gu, he maintained an air of sophistication. Third brother, when will I be as remarkable as you? Sun Tian sniffled, his eyes misty with envy. I do not expect the counselor to buy me clothes, but I merely hope that when I save enough to buy Lin Siki some attire, she might reluctantly accept it. Is that too much to ask? Not at all, not at all. When you save enough money and procure the perfect outfit, I can help you deliver it. Perhaps she will gladly accept it, Chen Jianghe said with a grin. Cough. Sun Tian nearly choked on his own words. Staring blankly at Chen Jianghe, his mood soured. Third brother, I once thought you were the only good person in our dorm. But it seems you are just like Lu Gu, Kai Gu, Peng Gu, and Jun Gu, one of the dogs. And if we are all dogs, then what does that make you? Chen Jianghe asked with a laugh, amused by Sun Tian's audacity. I am even beneath a dog, Sun Tian muttered, self-aware, as he turned to gather his advanced mathematics textbooks, feigning an exit. Third brother, I must go study in the library. Do not stop me. I shan't impede you. The path to the library is wide open. Off you go, Chen Jianghe said, making way for him. Sun Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon his pretense of scholarly pursuit. The last time he had attempted to appear studious, he had witnessed third brother reaching beneath the table in the library, caressing the counselor's delicate, fair leg. Such a transgression. Jianghe, something has happened. Suddenly, Lu Dongliang, seated at the computer, sprang to his feet, removing his headphones, his words sending a chill through the air. The dormitory's occupants turned their attention toward him, and Chen Jianghe inquired, "What has occurred?" Lin Siki just messaged. Lao Wu has been cornered by thugs at the west gate. Lu Dongliang's eyes glinted with a cold light. "Why are you still standing there? Go lend a hand." With a swift motion, Sun Tian tossed his advanced mathematics textbook onto the bed, then turned to the balcony to pull Zhang Kai, who had just finished hanging the laundry, along with him. As they hurriedly made their way outside, Lu Dongliang and Wang Yuanpeng were equally quick, each retrieving a galvanized steel pipe that their senior had secretly prepared from beneath their beds, following Sun Tian and Zhang Kai with fervor. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe ventured to other dormitories to rally support, and in the blink of an eye, he had gathered a dozen tall and robust young men who rushed out of the dormitory building towards the west gate. At this moment, beneath a camphor tree approximately 500 meters from the west gate of the Guangdong East Financial Institute, 8 socially inclined youths adorned with tattoos surrounded a boy and a girl, their expressions fierce and menacing. The boy in the center of the commotion was Li Jun from the Industrial Management Class 1's room 414, and the girl was Lin Siki, the class's Communist Youth League secretary. Lin Siki had fortuitously spotted Li Jun being dragged to this location while she was out shopping, and after sending a message to inform the boys in her class, she bravely stepped forward, naively attempting to threaten them with a phone call to the police in an effort to prevent them from harming Li Jun, only to find herself ensnared in the situation. Fortunately, these individuals were not particularly ruthless criminals. They merely took turns slapping Li Jun across the face, issuing a few harsh words, and then frivolously teasing Lin Siki before departing. Just as they left, Lin Siki picked up her phone to call for help, only to glance up and see Chen Jianghe and his group rushing in, swiftly surrounding the still lingering 8 youths. Chapter 71. If driving had levels. Chen Jianghe would be a master driver, quite the spectacle. A group of unseasoned college students attempting to play tough before us? The 8 youths cast a disdainful glance at Chen Jianghe and his companions, their faces reflecting contempt. Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting past them to the not-so-distant figure of Li Jun, whose cheek was swollen and marked by clear handprints. Instantly, his fists clenched, and he spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the face of the youth who had spoken earlier, then took 2 steps forward and swung a punch. "How dare you lay your hands on me, you little brat?" The young man was unprepared for Chen Jianghe's ferocity, receiving a mouthful of spit followed by a powerful blow to the chest, forcing him to stagger back while cursing furiously. "Fight!" Without hesitation, Chen Jianghe shouted the command, and the entire group of young men surged forward like a pack of wolves, throwing punches and kicks. Among them, it was not the galvanized steel pipe-wielding Lu Dongliang or Wang Yuanpeng, nor the pole-carrying Zhang Kai, but rather the seemingly slight and unassuming Sun Tian who fought the hardest. Hailing from the martial arts stronghold of Zhangzhou, he displayed an extraordinary ferocity in battle, grounding himself firmly, channeling power through his waist, and using his elbows to carve a path while targeting vital points. Any seasoned martial artist present would immediately recognize his technique as that of the 8 Extremes fist. With Chen Jianghe's group already outnumbering their adversaries, and with the likes of Sun Tian among them, the initially arrogant 8 youths soon found themselves overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground in agony, pleading for mercy after just a few exchanges. A group of men engaged in a brawl, a scene typically savage and bloody, which would cause most ordinary girls to fearfully take a detour. However, Lin Siki, the class representative of the Industrial Management Department, was no ordinary girl. She observed the fray with great enthusiasm, and in a fit of excitement, she dashed forward, removed her sandals, and struck each of the 8 fallen ruffians on the head, muttering, "This is for bullying my classmates. May these size 36 sandals teach you a lesson." At that moment, the social miscreants felt a sense of despair. Being subdued by the boys was one thing, but being struck in the face by a girl's footwear was an altogether humiliating experience, even if her delicate foot was fragrant. The sting of the sandal against their faces was far more excruciating than any blow from a metal pipe, truly a profound insult. The boys from the class were also taken aback by Lin Siki's audacious display, thinking to themselves that their class representative truly embodied a spirited nature, possessing a unique flair for retribution. Meanwhile, her devoted admirers, Lu Dongliang and Sun Tian, gazed longingly at her petite, alabaster feet, their eyes betraying their infatuation. Li Jun. Come here, Chen Jianghe beckoned. Li Jun rubbed his face and approached. Chen Jianghe gestured to the social miscreants sprawled on the ground and instructed. Deliver a few slaps to these fools. Let them learn their lesson. Understood. Li Jun gritted his teeth, without uttering a single word of protest. He bent down and unleashed a series of forceful slaps across the faces of the eight, leaving them with bruises that resembled a palette of reds and purples. Once Li Jun had finished, Chen Jianghe turned to Lin Siki and asked, "Do you have your phone? Call the police and report that these thugs attempted to assault you." And that Li Jun acted bravely, only to be surrounded and attacked under the tree, fortunately rescued by fellow classmates who intervened against this unlawful behavior. Certainly. Lin Siki nodded in agreement. This was Chen Jianghe. He not only aimed to triumph in physical confrontations, but also sought to deliver a psychological blow through cunning maneuvers. Just like with Gengshi Gang and Yin Zihong, who now kept their distance from him. With that, Chen Jianghe turned to Lu Dongliang, saying, "Old Lu, keep an eye on things here while I head to the security office to review the surveillance footage." Wait. Don't call the police. The thugs, battered and humiliated, became frantic at Chen Jianghe's words. What sort of situation was this? They were the ones who had suffered the most. Yet these university students intended to report them? The implication was clear. They were the criminals attempting to perpetrate wrongdoing, while the students were portrayed as valiant youths. With the security footage as evidence, should this matter escalate to the police station, their predicament would be dire. They found themselves in an inescapable situation, with no way to defend themselves, as if they had jumped into the Yellow River and could not cleanse their guilt. Those who navigate the streets know an old adage: rogues are not to be feared. What is truly frightening is a rogue with an education. These university students were truly formidable. Are you beginning to understand the gravity of your situation? Chen Jianghe squatted down, observing the 8 anxious thugs with a bemused expression. Yes, we understand. We will never trouble you again, and we hope you can show mercy and not escalate this further. Is that a threat? I dare not. We merely accept payment for our services and never intended to escalate matters. Very well, since you wish to keep this discreet. May I inquire whom you have received payment from and the amount involved? Clarify this before compensating my brother, and I can refrain from pursuing this matter further. My friend, you are not a university student, are you? If I may be so bold, where do you hail from? Do you know Zhou Jinfeng? Yes. He is a notorious figure in the Longdong University town area, quite a formidable character. Are you associated with him? Zhou Jinfeng is my junior. Would you like me to summon him for an introduction? No need. We will take responsibility for today's events. Here, 2,000 yuan as a gesture of apology. As for who sent us to create trouble, there are rules on the street. We are sworn to silence. I may not have your confession, but I can surmise who is behind this. Depart now, and do not let me see you again. After a battle of wits, the beaten thugs reluctantly produced 2,000 yuan as an apology, prompting Chen Jianghe to abandon the idea of reporting them and grant them a reprieve. Once the thugs left in disgrace, Chen Jianghe took 1,200 yuan from the sum and handed it to Li Jun, while distributing the remaining 800 to Wang Yuanpeng, instructing him to take their classmates to a legitimate venue for relaxation. Understood, Wang Yuanpeng cheerfully accepted the money. Calling out for the Pink Memory Health Club, all the students, except for Lu Dongliang, Zhang Kai, and Sun Tian, eagerly followed. Li Jun's face was severely swollen, and Chen Jianghe directed Lu Dongliang and the others to accompany him to the infirmary for medication. He then made his way to the Westgate security office, where he casually gifted a cigarette to the security guard, effortlessly procuring a segment of surveillance footage that he transferred to Lin Siki's phone. Class monitor. This seems rather large. Importing it fills my storage instantly, Lin Siki remarked, having discovered that the copied video was over 30 megabytes, causing her QQ to lag significantly. Your words sound rather suggestive. If we were to change the setting to a hotel, one might feel quite tempted, Chen Jianghe chuckled. Lin Siki blinked, observing the depth of Chen Jianghe's smile. Reflecting on her previous remark made her cover her mouth with a laugh. You can drive on such a bumpy road? Chen Jianghe thought to himself that as an experienced driver, he would drive under any circumstances, even creating conditions if necessary. However, outwardly he stated, driving is rather mundane. I prefer horseback riding, one hand on the reins, the other wielding the whip. Crack, crack, crack. Giddy up. Lin Siki's gaze sharpened momentarily. realizing that Chen Jianghe's description was not truly about horseback riding, but rather driving, and it seemed as though the wheels of his vehicle had rolled over her face, especially since she had styled her hair in twin ponytails today. The imagery Chen Jianghe conjured of riding, one hand on the reins and the other cracking the whip, when contemplated further, sent a jolt through Lin Siki, tingling and electrifying her senses. If driving were to be rated, Chen Jianghe would undoubtedly be a master in her eyes. Chapter 72. The fragrant Lin Siki. After the tumultuous events of Saturday, Chen Jianghe observed that Li Tianhai, who had previously delighted in orchestrating disturbances with salesmen at the culinary street behind the Guangdong East Financial Institute, had seemingly vanished without a trace for several consecutive days. Initially, Chen Jianghe harbored suspicions that Li Tianhai had covertly incited local delinquents to assault Li Jun. Now, he was nearly certain that Li Tianhai was indeed the mastermind behind it all. That scoundrel had foolishly attempted to use thugs to set an example, only to find himself ensnared in his own trap, forced into hiding to evade the storm he had conjured. With narrowed eyes, Chen Jianghe's mind raced with countless devious strategies tailored specifically for dealing with underhanded adversaries. Third brother, what are you contemplating? As Chen Jianghe pondered his approach to Li Tianhai, Li Jun, who had just finished applying ointment to his facial injuries, approached with a look of curiosity. Your expression was rather sharp just now, a bit intimidating, I must say. Nothing of consequence, Chen Jianghe replied, his gaze flickering towards Li Jun. Noticing that Li Jun's face had nearly returned to normal, the redness had entirely dissipated. He smiled and remarked, your recovery prowess is quite impressive. It barely took a few days for you to appear unscathed. Indeed, I was quite mischievous as a child and often found myself on the receiving end of a thrashing. Li Jun chuckled nonchalantly. The glutinous rice dumpling group purchase was a result of our relentless pressure, forcing them to resort to such despicable tactics. After enduring such a beating, do you still dare to confront them? Chen Jianghe inquired. I had been relatively restrained until now, although we are rivals in business. There is an old adage that suggests leaving room for others, so we may meet again amicably. However, now that the mask has been torn off, I shall roll up my sleeves and confront them directly. How dare they treat me as if I were a harmless kitten? Very well, give it your all. I shall arrange for you to marry a few sisters-in-law, Chen Jianghe said, patting Li Jun on the shoulder with an encouraging grin, preparing to take his leave. Li Jun thought to himself, third brother, you truly are audacious, openly flouting the law. Even if I consent to this marriage of sisters-in-law, will the state approve? As Chen Jianghe turned to exit, Li Jun quickly called out, hey, third brother, where are you off to? I've been feeling a bit bland lately. I'm going out to grab a cup of milk tea to sweeten things up, Chen Jianghe replied, his implication being that he intended to visit Zhongda and seek out Jiang Yishu for some delightful escapades to alleviate his restlessness. Remember, you have Zhang Tao's ideological and political theory class soon. He has been particularly vigilant regarding your attendance. He publicly declared in class that if you skip again, not only will you lose all your participation points, but you will also face disciplinary action, Li Jun said with utmost seriousness. I observed Director Zhang's demeanor when he issued that warning. He appeared quite earnest and not at all jesting. I suggest you show some respect and heed his words. Li Jun advised. Really? The department head is that formidable? Chen Jianghe exclaimed, his eyes widening. The consequence of losing participation points was a common disciplinary measure for habitual truants, leading to failing grades, a trivial matter that Chen Jianghe dismissed, believing he could simply retake the exam. However, the threat of disciplinary action loomed larger, as it could jeopardize his graduation and degree, a precarious situation that warranted caution. Previously, under the weight of such disciplinary threats, Geng Shigang and Yin Zihong had reluctantly capitulated before Chen Jianghe. It is truly astonishing how the wheel of fate turns. The once audacious and notorious truant, Chen Jianghe, now faces the same punitive pressure. Fortunately, today, he received a timely reminder from Li Jun, prompting him to bring along his textbook on Mao Zedong thought and attend class with due diligence. As Chen Jianghe arrived, the first action taken by Director Zhang upon ascending the podium was to call the roll, with Chen Jianghe's name being the first on the list. Present. Chen Jianghe responded with a robust and resonant voice. Director Zhang, his gaze sharp, scrutinized the source of the sound before reiterating, Chen Jianghe. To this, Chen Jianghe simply raised his hand in acknowledgement. Director Zhang assessed him for a moment, nodding slightly before rephrasing his inquiry. Which of you is the class leader of Class 1 in Business Administration? Please stand so I may see. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe felt a wave of dread wash over him. Truly, the director had a knack for calling his name in various ways, employing cunning strategies to catch him off guard. Reporting to the teacher, "I am the class leader, Chen Jianghe," he declared, rising to his feet and meeting Director Zhang's gaze squarely. "You, my young man, are indeed the class leader, yet you have consecutively skipped 3 of my classes. You are not fit to remain in the classroom. Step outside and listen from the doorway," Director Zhang instructed, pointing towards the exit. In response, Chen Jianghe clutched his heart dramatically and lamented, "Teacher, how can your mouth, at a balmy 37 degrees Celsius, utter such frigid words? It pierces my heart." At that moment, Lin Siki, the class representative seated by the window, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, prompting a ripple of amusement among the other students. "Our class leader is truly remarkable, delivering such quotable lines," Lin Siki thought, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter while casting a bright gaze upon Chen Jianghe, silently applauding him. Director Zhang, somewhat taken aback, paused for a moment before a hint of a smile broke through his serious demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You are quite the humorous one. Please take your seat." "Thank you, teacher," Chen Jianghe replied promptly, returning to his seat, opening his notebook, and adopting a posture of earnest attentiveness as he prepared to take notes. Director Zhang, having called only Chen Jianghe's name, set aside the attendance sheet and commenced the lecture. The monotony of the Mao Zedong thought class rivaled that of advanced mathematics. Chen Jianghe managed to remain alert for over 10 minutes, but as drowsiness began to creep in, he noticed Director Zhang's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, compelling him to endure the next 45 minutes. Finally, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Believing he could slip away after this session, he was taken aback to discover it was merely a break, and the subsequent class would once again be Mao Zedong thought. Feeling overwhelmed, Chen Jianghe rose indignantly and approached the window seat, addressing Wu Haixin, who sat beside Lin Siki. "Haixin, let us swap seats." "Huh?" Wu Haixin looked up at Chen Jianghe, her expression puzzled. Glancing at the seat he had just occupied, she hesitated, saying, "Class leader, there are only boys over there. It seems a bit awkward for me to sit among them." "Fear not. Wang Yuanpeng will protect you," Chen Jianghe reassured her with a smile. Wu Haixin hesitated momentarily. Her relationship with Wang Yuanpeng was rather delicate at the moment. She was aware of his intentions, but was reluctant to yield easily, thus maintaining a teasing distance in their interactions. Just as Wu Haixin hesitated, Lin Siki winked at Chen Jianghe and, either intentionally or unintentionally, reached out to gently pat his long leg beneath the table. She said, "Class monitor, Haixin is reluctant to sit too close to Wang Yuanpeng. Please don't make it difficult for her. I can shift inward a bit. Let us squeeze together." Chen Jianghe smiled, lifted his leg, seemingly ready to sit closer. Lin Siki smiled brightly, leaning against the wall, attempting to create more space for Chen Jianghe. To her, sharing a seat with him during class was far more beneficial. If the teacher were oblivious and the classmates turned a blind eye, he could even sit on her lap if he wished. While Lin Siki was eager to cozy up to Chen Jianghe, Wu Haixin felt a bit flustered. After a brief struggle, she ultimately relinquished her seat. However, instead of taking Chen Jianghe's original spot, she dashed to an empty seat in the front row. Chen Jianghe happily settled into Wu Haixin's spot, beside the sweet-smiling and fragrant Lin Siki, whose scent invigorated him, dispelling any drowsiness. Indeed, it was a wonderful experience to attend class and feel motivated. In Chapter 73, the stock market is deep, dragging 36D into the water. Chen Jianghe sat next to Lin Siki, and Sun Tian, wide-eyed, stared for a moment before asking Lu Dongliang beside him, "Lu, do you think Sangu and Lin Siki have something going on? Is that even a question?" "Even the blind can sense it," Lu Dongliang replied with a smirk. "Seriously, they say a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its nest. Sangu already has a goddess counselor. How could he dare to pursue Lin Siki?" Sun Tian lamented. "A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its nest only when there's no famine. Once famine strikes, that grass becomes quite appealing," Lu Dongliang remarked. "What do you mean?" Sun Tian was puzzled by the deeper significance of famine. Lu Dongliang stroked his chin and thoughtfully analyzed. "This ideology is boring. Sitting among guys and dozing off is hardly enjoyable. If one were to switch to sit beside Lin Siki, to observe, to smell, to touch, wouldn't that be delightful?" "Indeed," Sun Tian replied, raising an eyebrow, only to slump down again and sigh. "Lu, it seems we're out of luck." Let us find new targets. I've never had anything, yet I feel the loss as if I've lost it 1,000 times. I've realized that whether you fawn over one person or 1,000, it's still fawning. Rather than being a sycophant, it's better to be a playboy. Accepting all regardless of beauty or ugliness, Lu Dongliang said pensively. Hearing this, Sun Tian lifted his head and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Lu, teach me. I want to be a playboy too, but I don't want to be as reckless as Peng Ge. No problem. I'll guide you. Look, I'll ensure you learn, Lu Dongliang said, placing an arm around Sun Tian's shoulder, conveying a sense of camaraderie and mutual support. In truth, Chen Jianghe's decision to sit next to Lin Siki was purely to stave off drowsiness. During the second class, he diligently listened, occasionally jotting down key points from the teacher's lecture, his focus and determination to study so intense that even Lin Siki, sitting beside him, found herself momentarily stunned. Lin Siki pressed her lips together, reflecting on her earlier decision not to visit the restroom during the break, thus avoiding the embarrassment of removing her undergarments. She had braced herself for an awkward encounter, yet he remained indifferent, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Lu Ge, it seems we may have misjudged San Ge. He is seated beside Lin Siki to study, Sun Tian whispered to Lu Dongliang, who had been fixated on Chen Jianghe for most of the class. It appears so. Lu Dongliang nodded in agreement. I have long maintained that San Ge, with a counselor's backing, might not be interested in Lin Siki. His willingness to study instead of engaging with her indicates their absolute innocence. Sun Tian shook his head in disbelief, contemplating Lu Ji's adeptness at navigating both praise and criticism. However, his lips uttered a different query. If San Ge and Lin Siki are innocent, does that not leave us with an opportunity? Opportunities certainly exist, but I have resolved to shift my focus. You may continue your pursuit, while I scout ahead and will later bring you along, Lu Dongliang replied quietly. All right then. Sun Tian chuckled, recognizing that Lu Ji's words were mere rhetoric, allowing him to step back and increase his own chances with Lin Siki. While Sun Tian and Lu Dongliang engaged in their hushed conversation, Lin Siki rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the studious Chen Jianghe for a considerable time. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and inscribed a line of poetry in the blank space of her notebook, sliding it toward Chen Jianghe. He glanced down to see the elegantly penned verse. In the southern city, a small path encounters spring. Chen Jianghe chuckled softly, bemused by the seasonal reference. As it was clearly autumn. Moreover, Lin Siki's style reminded him of a previous encounter with Professor Su in the library. Nonetheless, he picked up his pen and added a line. Only the plum blossoms are visible, but not the people. Lin Siki leaned closer and continued writing. Humans face the trials of 3,000 ailments. Chen Jianghe turned to look at her. His pen pausing as a fragment of a song from a past life surfaced in his mind. The lyrics obscured, but the title lingered. It seemed to be if only. Only longing remains unhealed. Lin Siki completed the final line. Good poetry, Chen Jianghe thought, though the words unnecessary lamentation echoed in his mind as he offered his praise. Quite moist, Lin Siki subtly altered a word, infusing the piece with a richer essence. The bell rang unexpectedly, signaling the end of class. Chen Jianghe hastily scribbled a line. Next time you flirt with me so overtly, I shall spank you. All right, Lin Siki replied with a playful smile, her face glowing like a peach blossom. Ahem, Chen Jianghe felt his warning lacked authority and added, I will spank you after you remove your trousers. That works too. Lin Siki was unperturbed. Gather Lu Dongliang, Wang Yuanpeng, and Sun Tian. We shall all partake. Chen Jianghe unveiled his ultimate strategy. Lin Siki was momentarily taken aback. The imagery was too vivid for her to contemplate. Chen Jianghe stood to leave, but turned back after a few steps and asked Lin Siki, Did you not wish for me to guide you in stock trading? Do you still harbor that desire? Indeed, Lin Siki nodded eagerly, pressing on, Will you take me along? Currently, the stock market is performing quite well. If you have some spare funds, I can assist you, Chen Jianghe responded. He was quite aware of Lin Siki's background. Within the entirety of the Eastern Guangdong Financial Institute, few could rival her in wealth. Wang Yuanpeng's family came from affluence. Yet his annual allowance was dwarfed by the balance on Lin Siki's meal card. I have quite a bit of disposable income, Lin Siki remarked with a charming smile. But her expression soon turned slightly melancholic. Not long ago, I foolishly played around and incurred some losses. My dormitory sisters say I'm a mere novice. To lose in such a favorable market, your skills rival those of old Lu, Chen Jianghe teased with a grin. He then produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Transfer your funds into this card. In a month, I shall guarantee your principal plus an 8% interest." "What do you say? An 8% monthly interest?" Lin Siki raised an eyebrow, considering that her father's substantial trust investment yielded an annual rate of around 8%. Chen Jianghe's promise of an 8% monthly return was exceedingly generous. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Chen Jianghe had intentionally sat beside her in the previous class with the true intention of enticing her into stock trading, or more bluntly, to extract some funds from her. Nevertheless, despite this realization, Lin Siki extended her hand to accept the bank card he offered and leaned in to whisper, "I have 180,000 in my account. Should I transfer it all? If you trust me, transfer the entire amount. I plan to engage in financing and need 500,000 in total." Chen Jianghe chuckled. The children of affluent families were indeed different. To them, tens of thousands in funds seemed trivial. It was no wonder that some often lamented how the culmination of their lifelong hard work barely equated to the starting point of others, rendering them almost unattainable. In recent days, although Chen Jianghe focused primarily on competing for market share with Nwomi, he still made it a point to monitor the stock market daily. The recent trends showed a stable increase, and the stocks he held were performing exceptionally well, with floating profits exceeding 76,000, bringing his total capital close to 300,000. With 300,000 in personal funds and Lin Siki's 180,000, he was merely 2,000 shy of the 500,000 financing threshold, a figure he could easily manage from his part-time income. Leveraging financing was a gamble many could not handle. It often spiraled out of control, leading to disastrous outcomes. However, for Chen Jianghe, in a bullish market, leveraging was a multiplier of returns and a swift avenue to financial freedom. If wielded wisely, wealth could accumulate exponentially, akin to a snowball rolling downhill. His intention to borrow funds from Lin Siki was not only to help her profit, but also to hedge against risk. The stock market was a treacherous sea, and it was often the skilled who drowned. By navigating these murky waters alongside Lin Siki, he hoped to turn challenges into fortune. Chapter 74. A legal letter from Penguin Group. Out of absolute trust in Chen Jianghe, Lin Siki returned to her dormitory and cleared her stock account on her computer. The following day, upon the funds' arrival, she unhesitatingly transferred them to him. However, after the successful transfer, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. 180,000 was neither an insignificant sum nor an ample one. Depositing it in a bank would ensure both safety and interest, and lending it to someone required a written agreement. Yet, transferring it to Chen Jianghe came with nothing but a verbal promise of 8% monthly interest. Gaining profits is one thing, but what if there are losses? It would be rather careless. I should have him provide a written commitment that, should he incur any losses, he would compensate me in kind. Lin Siki perched on the upper bunk of her dormitory, swinging her long, graceful legs, her thoughts consumed by the image of Chen Jianghe, who, after suffering losses in the stock market and finding himself at a dead end, made an absurd request for corporeal compensation. To her surprise, she readily agreed, and the two set off hand in hand to a quaint inn. Alas, the chasm between fantasy and reality was stark. Chen Jianghe merely issued a worthless check and absconded with her funds. Based on Lin Siki's understanding of him, it was clear that even in the face of losses, he would never truly offer compensation. At most, he might lift his shirt for her to admire his abs, a mere indulgence. Upon receiving the transfer, Chen Jianghe sent a series of smiling emojis on QQ to express his gratitude, then promptly set about his plans. After piecing together a total of 500,000, he made his way to the Guotai Junan Securities branch. Engaging in legitimate financing not only involves certain thresholds, but also a rigorous review process that necessitates in-person attendance at the branch. Typically, the branch conducts risk assessments for investors and mandates that they have over 6 months of trading experience in the stock market, along with an average asset balance of 500,000 over the preceding 20 trading days. Chen Jianghe recalled distinctly that the domestic margin trading and securities lending system was officially launched on March 31, 2010, following preliminary documents in June 2006 that initiated pilot programs. Some brokerage firms in the eastern Guangdong region had already begun discreetly offering margin trading services to select high-quality investors, indicating that the market was rife with undercurrents. During the pilot phase, the requirements for brokerage financing were far less stringent than in later years, as long as one had 500,000 on paper. The process was relatively formal, and other criteria could be relaxed. The primary focus was on negotiating rates and commissions face-to-face at the branch, allowing for swift agreements when both parties found the terms agreeable. Brokerages typically offered a 1-to-1 leverage ratio. With his own $500,000, he could secure an additional $500,000 without any discounts, thus amassing a total of $1 million for stock market investment, effectively doubling both his capital and potential returns. Beyond brokerage financing, there existed off-market funding, which could amplify leverage significantly, ranging from 2 to 5 times, and at times even reaching tenfold. Chen Jianghe vividly remembered how the stock market crash of 2015 was largely precipitated by the chaotic influx of off-market funding, which led to excessively high financial leverage. Naturally cautious, Chen Jianghe preferred to tread the safest path, avoiding the perils of overreaching heights that could lead to catastrophic falls. After spending the better part of the day at Guitai Junan Securities and finalizing his financing arrangements, he returned to campus with a renewed sense of vigor. While he secretly engaged in leveraged financing, his dorm mate Lu Dongliang remained ensnared in the quagmire of losses, with no hope of recovery. Chen Jianghe wished he could lend a hand, but old Lu was stubborn. Once he set his sights on a stock, he would invest in it regardless of its worth, only contemplating divestment when it became painfully clear that it was a poor choice. Such a strategy would hardly yield profits. It was truly a lost cause. Lu's approach to the stock market, though seemingly eccentric, mirrored the reality of many traders. Countless individuals have toiled for decades in the market, transforming from tender shoots into seasoned veterans, only to be harvested time and again, a narrative filled with sorrow. Jianghe, allow me to share some delightful news with you. Today I have turned the tide, as 2 of my stocks have reached their peak. As Chen Jianghe returned to his dormitory, Lu Dongliang, brimming with excitement, rushed to convey his joy. Ah! Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, replying, Lu, you're truly remarkable. How about treating me to a sumptuous dinner tonight? No problem, Lu Dongliang proclaimed with a grand gesture. Yet with a playful grin added, however, the dinner bill will be on you. All my funds are currently tied up in my account, merely floating profits. Good heavens! Chen Jianghe exclaimed, yet gallantly produced his meal card, offering it to Lu Dongliang for his use, adding, just remember to pack me a portion after you finish. Sure thing. Lu Dongliang, not one to hold back, accepted the meal card and turned to leave. Suddenly, at the doorway, he recalled something and turned back to inform Chen Jianghe. Teacher Su sent a QQ message, stating that there's a postal letter for you in her office. She asked you to collect it when you have the chance. A postal letter? Chen Jianghe blinked, pondering whether it might be a letter from Jiang Yishu, as he had not visited her in some time, and she might have whimsically decided to write to him. However, it was rather coincidental that it had been sent to their counselor. Upon further reflection, he deemed the likelihood low, even if it were indeed a letter from Jiang Yishu. Teacher Su would not pry open its contents, considering that letters involve personal privacy and the relationship had not reached a level of intimacy warranting such actions. Resolute, Chen Jianghe, he decided to promptly visit Teacher Su's office to retrieve the letter for peace of mind. Upon arriving at Xu Zhixi's office, he found her engrossed in writing. She was alone, Bai Qidong was absent. Hence, Chen Jianghe entered and closed the door behind him, though regrettably. It seemed the door had a malfunction and could not be locked. Hearing the door close, Xu Zhixi glanced up and, upon recognizing Chen Jianghe, smiled. You're here. Ah. Chen Jianghe replied cheerfully. I heard you have my mail. Yes. Xu Zhixi gently nodded, leaning down to open the desk drawer, retrieving the letter and handing it to him. It's from Shenzhen. Shenzhen? Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, taking the letter and discovering indeed it was sent from Shenzhen. A sense of foreboding washing over him. Upon opening it, his suspicions were confirmed. It was a lawyer's letter. The legal department of Penguin Group had acted swiftly. Chen Jianghe squinted, having assumed that his minor undertakings would remain undetected for at least a month, by which time the 9527 company headquarters would secure financing from Penguin Group, allowing his small maneuvers to seamlessly surface. Little did he anticipate the rapid response from the legal team of Penguin Group. Within a fortnight, they had reacted, catching Chen Jianghe off guard with this unexpected lawyer's letter. Undoubtedly, the involvement of Nuomi Group's collective purchasing and possibly the influence of BD Group could not be overlooked. Chen Jianghe pondered deeply. A lawyer's letter is essentially a legal intimidation notice, typically addressed to Chen Jianghe with stern warnings to cease any infringing activities immediately. or else face legal repercussions and accountability. Upon receiving such a sternly worded letter from a lawyer, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. However, Chen Jianghe, with his remarkable resilience and thick skin, scrutinized the contents and discerned that the cautionary nature of the letter outweighed the intent for legal retribution. In other words, as long as Chen Jianghe promptly ceases his infringing activities, the Penguin Group would refrain from pursuing any accountability. This leniency was likely not a mere act of mercy from the legal department due to his status as a student, but rather an indication that the negotiations between the 9,527 company headquarters and Penguin had reached a new level of intimacy, progressing from mere flirtation to a more ambiguous phase. Otherwise, given Penguin's typical demeanor, a mere lawyer's letter would not suffice. Chen Jianghe gleaned deeper implications from this seemingly straightforward correspondence, though this remained unverified speculation, and he was not entirely certain. What he could ascertain was that the Penguin Group's legal department would certainly not send a letter exclusively addressed to him. The headquarters of the 9527 company, and even the Guangdong Eastern branch, would undoubtedly be informed as well. He was curious to observe how the company would react to this situation. Chapter 75. The president of 9527 Company's fury. Would it be a case of slamming the table and demanding my departure? Or would they withstand the pressure to ensure my safety? He pondered internally. What's wrong? Xu Zhixi observed the changing expressions on Chen Jianghe's face as he opened the email and could not help but inquire. Initially, Chen Jianghe was unperturbed, but upon hearing Xu Zhixi's concern, he instantly transformed into a dramatic figure, sniffing back tears, his expression somber, eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing as if he were on the verge of weeping, yet valiantly suppressing his emotions, biting his lip in silence. What has happened? Xu Zhixi's gaze flickered, sensing something amiss. She stood up and approached him with concern. It's nothing. Chen Jianghe shook his head, projecting an air of stoicism, conveying the impression that he had troubles but was unwilling to share, which left Xu Zhixi feeling anxious and uneasy. Nevertheless, despite his verbal assurances of being fine, the lawyer's letter he held was inadvertently exposed beneath Xu Zhixi's watchful eyes. Upon taking a closer look and recalling the previous days when this rogue had mentioned fighting and corporate lawsuits while delivering flowers to her dormitory, she suddenly understood. Just as she was about to inquire for further details, Chen Jianghe, appearing quite distressed, said, "Xu teacher, I feel so suffocated right now. It's unbearable. Could you give me a hug?" Huh. Xu Zhixi was momentarily taken aback. Under normal circumstances, she would have suspected that Chen Jianghe harbored ulterior motives. But the distress stemming from the lawyer's letter from Penguin Group was likely weighing heavily on him. With this thought in mind, Xu Zhixi took a couple of steps forward, enveloping Chen Jianghe in her arms, gently patting his shoulder while soothingly saying, "Don't worry, your teacher will help you. Tell me, what exactly has happened?" "It's nothing. I can handle it myself." Chen Jianghe inhaled deeply and embraced Xu Zhixi in return. The warmth of her embrace was sufficient to quell all his inner turmoil and unease. "You're not being honest," Xu Zhixi remarked, her words layered with meaning. This rogue had committed an offense and was withholding details from her, yet here he was, harboring inappropriate thoughts while seeking comfort. Was he, perhaps, attempting to manipulate her emotions? Xu Zhixi contemplated the situation in her mind, pondering the audacity of exploiting her teacher's concern for ulterior motives. It was indeed the sort of mischief this scoundrel would engage in. Fortunately, the office was devoid of any other presence, and Chen Jianghe refrained from overstepping his bounds. Xu Zhixi reasoned that, given the considerable trouble he had encountered, offering him a comforting embrace to alleviate his psychological burden was not unreasonable. "Teacher Xu, may I kiss you?" Chen Jianghe's request was far more audacious than she had anticipated, considering she had merely thought of a hug. However, compared to the earlier incident where he had pressed her against the dormitory bed for a kiss, this approach seemed relatively courteous, as he at least remembered to ask first. "Absolutely not." Xu Zhixi firmly declined, asserting that a hug would suffice. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Jianghe leaned in and pressed his lips against her cheek, subsequently gliding towards her lips. When a girl says no, it often means yes. The embrace was so tight that a kiss hardly seemed excessive. Xu Zhixi's delicate cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. She felt an overwhelming urge to push Chen Jianghe away, yet her limbs felt weak and unresponsive, though she wished to widen her eyes in surprise. They seemed to close involuntarily. After all, this was the office. How dared he? Suddenly, a creaking sound interrupted the moment as the door swung open, followed by the voice of Teacher Bai Qidong. Teacher Su, a new Shun-style stir-fry stall has opened in the cafeteria, and the flavors are exquisite. I couldn't resist bringing you some. Bai Qidong's words abruptly halted, his expression frozen in disbelief. Although he entered just as Chen Jianghe had released Xu Zhixi, he had not witnessed the intimate scene. However, the sight of Xu Zhixi's flushed face and flustered demeanor struck Bai Qidong like a thunderbolt. If Chen Jianghe's previous displays of affection in the office, cafeteria, and faculty building had merely been an appetizer, this encounter was a full banquet. Overwhelming enough to leave Bai Qidong feeling as though he might faint on the spot. Some people truly have a knack for timing. Chen Jianghe sighed deeply, a look of regret on his face as he addressed Xu Zhixi. Teacher Su, I have to attend to something, so I shall take my leave. Xu Zhixi turned her face towards the window, biting her lip in silence. Bai Qidong stood at the door, glaring at Chen Jianghe. If looks could kill, the latter would undoubtedly have met a gruesome fate. Teacher Bai, next time you enter the office, please remember to knock like a student. It is quite rude to barge in unannounced. Do you understand? Before exiting, Chen Jianghe exchanged a pointed glance with Bai Qidong, his frown conveying a reprimand. It seemed to suggest that students ought to knock before entering a teacher's office, and that Bai, as a teacher, should understand the most basic of courtesies. Bai Qidong's composure, already frayed, shattered further upon hearing this. Watching Chen Jianghe stride away from the office with an air of arrogance ignited a fleeting impulse to chase after him and strangle him. However, after taking a few deep breaths, he regained his composure, choosing to bide his time and observe just how long this insolent boy could maintain his bravado. As Chen Jianghe approached the exit, he seemed to sense Bai Qidong's hostility, glancing back with a half-smirk, his lips moving in a silent taunt. Bai Qidong's eyes narrowed, sensing that Chen Jianghe seemed to be articulating something through lip movements. Although the words were indistinct, an instinctive feeling arose within him that they were certainly not complimentary. Indeed, as Bai Qidong had suspected, Chen Jianghe's silent utterance was far from flattering. Old sycophant. I suggest you retreat to your mother's womb for a few years to hone your skills before attempting to spar with me, Chen. The legal notice from the Penguin Group did not intimidate Chen Jianghe significantly. He even contemplated continuing his audacious course, dancing on the edge of a knife. However, as Chen Jianghe had anticipated, the Penguin Group not only dispatched a legal notice to him personally, but also sent similar letters to the headquarters of 9527 Company and the Guangdong East Branch, creating ripples of chaos. Deng Yongqing, the president of 9527 Company, made frantic late-night calls, demanding explanations from Sun Haolin, the general manager of the Guangdong East Branch. Regarding the situation, Sun Haolin, equally bewildered, had never imagined that Chen Jianghe, emboldened by audacity, would act independently, utilizing the Penguin Group's name for business dealings and landing them in such a predicament. The president's fury left Sun Haolin, the branch's head, with no choice but to suppress his mounting rage, while simultaneously attempting to mitigate the damage on Chen Jianghe's behalf, assertively declaring that there would be consequences. The financing negotiations with the Penguin Group had reached their final stages, merely a step away from success, and this sudden disruption inevitably jeopardized the company's reputation and credibility. Should they reconsider, all their efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the content of the legal notice bore more of a cautionary tone than a call for accountability, leaving some room for maneuvering. That Chen Jianghe, he should be dismissed immediately. The young man has outsmarted himself. Without hesitation, Deng Yongqing resolved to terminate Chen Jianghe's employment over the phone and then promptly hung up. The dial tone echoed in Sun Haolin's ears as his expression darkened. And after placing the call down, he slammed his hand on the table, causing the ashtray to tremble. Just then, the phone rang again. Chapter 76. I miss you. Let us take a moment to sleep together, old son. For the time being, do not terminate Chen Jianghe. The folks at Penguin just sent me a message, wanting to arrange a meeting with him. Let us hold steady until further notice. Upon answering the call, Sun Haolin heard Deng Yongqing's voice, which, in stark contrast to earlier, now carried a softened tone. Understood, Sun Haolin replied calmly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Although Chen Jianghe had been audacious, he was also the cornerstone of the Guangdong East Branch's performance. Dismissing him would equate to severing a vital limb. Currently, the glutinous rice group purchase was gaining remarkable traction in the Guangdong East region, and the company needed capable, driven young individuals like Chen Jianghe to lead the charge. Slaying one's generals before a battle is a cardinal sin in military strategy, and unless absolutely necessary, Sun Haoling found it difficult to make such a decision. Nonetheless, Chen Jianghe's reckless act of misappropriating the Penguin Group's name for business purposes was undeniably audacious. In most other companies, such an offense would not only warrant dismissal, but also accountability for all ensuing consequences. Chen Jianghe was not only intelligent, but also composed. He ought not to have acted so rashly. Perhaps the recent urgency surrounding the glutinous rice group purchase had clouded his judgment, leading him to commit such a blunder. Sun Haoling rested his forehead on his hand, contemplating deeply. Something felt amiss. After a prolonged moment of introspection, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to overturn his previous thoughts. Perhaps, following his conversation with that young man, he had prematurely assessed the relationship between the company and the Penguin Group, initiating a strategy of boarding first and paying later. In business, one's accomplishments always speak volumes. If the results were sufficiently impressive, they could sway not only the company's headquarters, but also provide grounds to persuade the Penguin Group. Unfortunately, the scheme was uncovered too swiftly, and a few legal letters nearly snuffed out his ambitions in their infancy. Reflecting on this, Sun Haoling felt his reasoning was coherent and justifiable. However, to ascertain whether reality aligned with his assumptions, he would need to confer directly with Chen Jianghe. Sun Haoling retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and with his left hand inhaled while lightly tapping the table with his right index finger, squinting slightly. For now, he would refrain from applying too much pressure. Once a meeting time was established between headquarters and the Penguin Group, he would proceed to negotiate before making any final decisions. At that moment, Chen Jianghe had just completed a round of business with his team and returned to the dormitory, where he engaged his roommates in a game of Zha Jinhua. This game, more exhilarating than Do Di Zhu or other card games, had initially been introduced by Wang Yuanpeng in dormitory 414, subsequently captivating several other dorms. As soon as the 414 dormitory commenced playing, others would flock to join. After several rounds of chaotic clashes, Sun Tian, who had found himself financially constrained, transitioned from participant to observer, squatting behind Chen Jianghe to watch the cards unfold. Having played cards since childhood, Chen Jianghe's success was not merely attributed to luck, but to his formidable psychological resilience. The essence of gambling is fundamentally a psychological contest. Third brother, you are utterly shameless. You don't even possess a single flower card, yet dare to cheat. Sun Tian exclaimed in astonishment after watching for a while. Hey, what do you know? Although my hand is modest, my audacity is immense. Chen Jianghe chuckled, glancing down at the pile of winnings before stretching his limbs. Winning isn't all that fulfilling. Little Tian, why not take a turn while I step downstairs to make a call? All right, but don't blame me if you lose. Sun Tian grinned as he took a seat, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for a fierce competition. Chen Jianghe did not respond. Instead, he turned to Wang Yuanpeng's bedside to fetch 2 pieces of xylitol. Glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, it was 10:05, neither too early nor too late. It had been a while since he last contacted Jiang Yishu, and he found himself missing her. It seemed a tad late to visit her at Zhongda now. A brief phone call to the dormitory office would suffice. Given Chen Jianghe's current financial situation, he could easily purchase a mobile phone for convenient communication. However, considering the potential for surveillance, he decided against it for the time being, opting to rely on the dormitory's free phone and the Penguin Group's QQ, both of which served him well. Hello, I am Jiang Yishu's father, Jiang De. Could you please call my daughter to the phone? Chen Jianghe, having learned from his previous experience of being abruptly hung up on, this time called under the guise of Jiang Yishu's father, eager to see who would dare terminate the call. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl's cold laughter echoed from the other end of the line, followed by her remark, Yishu, a fool is impersonating your father and calling with harassment. I'll hang up for you. Beep, beep, beep. The call was swiftly terminated. Chen Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had confidently thought that impersonating Jiang Yishu's father would deter anyone from hanging up on him. But reality hit him like a whirlwind, leaving him somewhat dazed. However, before long, the call was returned. Upon connection, Jiang Yishu's soft voice came through. Hello. Is this Chen Jianghe? Yes, it is, he replied. The sound of her voice was soothing, causing him to cast aside the earlier minor displeasure and smile as he said, I miss you. Shall we arrange a time to take a nap together? No, thank you, Jiang Yishu responded nervously. She understood that his suggestion of napping was certainly different from the last time when he had rested his head on her lap beneath the banyan tree on the playground. I'll hold you while we sleep. I promise I won't do anything else. How about that? Chen Jianghe shamelessly persisted, his intentions veiled yet unmistakable. Such words often ensnared unsuspecting young women who had just fallen in love. Fine. Jiang Yizhu instinctively acquiesced, but after a moment's thought, she added, actually, no. Are we doing this or not? Please give me a definitive answer. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. Chen Jianghe pressed. No. Jiang Yizhu hesitated, but ultimately clarified her stance, then softly suggested, during the winter break, would you like to come to my house for a meal? Are you trying to introduce me to your parents? Chen Jianghe grinned widely. Yes, Jiang Yizhu replied quietly, just for a meal, to get acquainted. All right. It's bound to happen eventually. We can discuss it during the winter break. Chen Jianghe agreed readily, feeling no pressure regarding meeting her parents. As long as it wasn't on the same day with multiple sets of them, he could manage it. As Chen Jianghe pondered this, Jiang Yizhu unexpectedly mentioned, a couple of days ago, Zhang Mingjie came to the milk tea shop and told me that you had dated several beautiful girls at university. What? Chen Jianghe's eyes widened, simultaneously sending a warm mental greeting to Zhang Mingjie's mother while inquiring, do you believe what he said? I don't, Jiang Yizhu replied. Biting her lip, hesitating slightly before stating, he claimed he saw you getting close to other girls, behaving intimately, and even suggested I go check out your school myself. And then, Chen Jianghe refrained from explaining, the implication clear. You believe him, and not me? I believe you, Jiang Yizhu whispered. That's right, Chen Jianghe affirmed. Then through gritted teeth added, from now on, keep your distance from Zhang Mingjie. When we eventually marry, I'll only send him an invitation. No wedding sweets for that guy. He has a twisted mind, always trying to tarnish my reputation and slander a good person. Chapter 77. Wishing to hold her close. Cautiously kiss her eyes at 11 o'clock that night. After a satisfying conversation with Jiang Yizhu, Chen Jianghe returned to his dormitory to sleep. Meanwhile, the card game in the dormitory had yet to conclude. Before stepping outside to make the phone call, he had relinquished his favored spot to Sun Tian. He had thought that with both good fortune and funds on his side, Sun Tian would either win or at least not lose significantly. To his surprise, within merely an hour, the mountain of cash had dwindled to a mere handful. Chen Jianghe averted his gaze, yet found himself inadvertently drawn into the fray, battling alongside others for yet another 300 rounds. After a refreshing shower in the bathroom, he collapsed onto his bed, where dreams of playing poker with Xu Zhixi and Jiang Yizhu unfolded, both exhilarating and vivid. The following day, a Saturday, heralded a significant drop in temperature as the cold front swept down from the north, plummeting the weather in eastern Guangdong by over 10 degrees overnight. As the brisk wind howled outside, Chen Jianghe, while changing his undergarments early in the morning, stepped onto the balcony, nearly succumbing to the chill. Fortunately, youth bestowed him with vigor. A few shakes upon re-entering the warmth of his home soon revived him. Today, he was to attend a routine meeting at the company, mentally preparing himself for a potential reprimand, or even dismissal. Lighting a cigarette, he gathered the contracts he had signed over the past few days and sauntered out to catch a ride. Contrary to his expectations, during the meeting, Chen Jianghe not only escaped criticism, but was commended by General Manager Sun for securing an impressive 48 deals in a single week. Not a word was uttered by Sun Haolin regarding the lawyer's letter, and the atmosphere in the conference remained as customary, devoid of any peculiarities. How remarkably composed Sun was. Chen Jianghe stroked his chin, scrutinizing Sun Haolin's subtle expressions, convinced that the general manager was indeed aware of the lawyer's letter, merely choosing not to explode in front of the entire assembly. The reasons behind Sun's restraint and deliberate avoidance remained a mystery to Chen Jianghe. Regardless, he had prepared himself for the worst, ready to embrace the outcome with indifference. Jianghe, please come to my office. Sun Haolin beckoned as the meeting adjourned. Chen Jianghe thought to himself that the inevitable had come to pass. It was merely a matter of time. Shrugging nonchalantly, he followed Sun into his office. Have a seat, Sun Haolin said with his usual smile, gesturing for Chen Jianghe to sit down as he prepared tea. The performance in Tianhe district has been improving week by week, and several veteran salespeople are eager to apply for transfers to join you there. What are your thoughts? As long as the leadership has no objections, I have none either, Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. However, I lack a dedicated business unit and employee accommodations there. I fear it may be an inconvenience for them. It shouldn't be difficult for you to rent an office and living space near the university. The company will cover the rent, while utilities will be shared among you. Does that pose any issues? Sun Haolin inquired with a grin. None at all, Chen Jianghe nodded, realizing that Sun was intent on placing surveillance around him. It was either acceptance or dismissal. There were no other alternatives. Very well, Sun Haolin said, handing Chen Jianghe a list from his desk. This is the list of personnel applying for transfer to Tianhe District. Please review it and make arrangements promptly. Chen Jianghe glanced at the list. From Haizhu District, Yi Xiaorong. Zhao Wei. From Panyu District, Wu Zhonghua, Wang Yizhi. From Baiyun District, Xu Zhixi. From Liwan District, Li Ailing. From Yueshio District, Zhong Yunxia. The list comprised seasoned employees from the company, with at least one representative from each region, including Yi Xiaorong, the manager of the Haizhu District. Under her leadership, Haizhu District had maintained a stable performance, yet the number of deals signed weekly paled in comparison to Tianhe. To Chen Jianghe's surprise, Manager Yi was willing to relinquish her managerial position, applying instead to work under him as a regular salesperson. Certainly, it is highly probable that this arrangement was orchestrated intentionally by Mr. Sunday. Chen Jianghe comprehended the underlying meaning, but could not wholly acquiesce. Mr. Sun, my management style tends to be rather unrefined. While I have no qualms in mentoring newcomers, I cannot guarantee that a group of seasoned employees beneath me won't stray from the path. What do you mean by straying from the path? Speak plainly. Sun Haolin poured a cup of tea for Chen Jianghe. From the list of candidates, I only require Yi Xiaorong and Wu Zhonghua. Chen Jianghe candidly expressed. Furthermore, regarding the rental of office space, I believe we can afford to delay. The Tianhe District Division of Nuomi Group is merely a station away from my university. I intend to pay them a visit first. If conditions permit, we could establish our division right under their noses. You are quite the clever one, Sun Haolin remarked, casting a penetrating glance at Chen Jianghe. Let us proceed as you suggest. I do not wish to impose undue pressure on you. You are an astute individual and must exercise discretion in your undertakings, but do not become overly cunning. The first half of his statement was a compliment, while the latter served as a warning. Chen Jianghe, recognizing this, merely smiled in silence, raised his teacup, took a sip, and remarked, "This tea seems to have a different flavor today." Sun Haolin chuckled and replied, "This tea was sent to me by Mr. Deng from Shenzhen. It is fine white tea. It has a slight bitterness at first, but reveals a sweet aftertaste upon careful savoring. Did you notice? Indeed, it is quite bitter, but I did not detect the sweetness." Chen Jianghe admitted with a grimace, lacking the inclination to appreciate it further. After finishing the cup, he rose to take his leave. This young man is indeed remarkable. Sun Haolin observed Chen Jianghe's retreating figure, stroking his chin, pondering. I have said nothing, yet he seems to know everything. Upon exiting the company, it was precisely 10 o'clock. With ample time at his disposal and no pressing matters to attend to, Chen Jianghe decided to indulge in a leisurely stroll down the dining street at Zhongda, hoping to see Jiang Yishu. Every weekend, Jiang Yishu's part-time bubble tea shop was invariably bustling with customers. Not only did Zhongda students frequent the establishment, but students from neighboring institutions were also drawn to it, including a group of old classmates from Dongqing High School who often visited on weekends. The quality of the bubble tea was secondary. The primary allure was the enchanting Jiang Yishu, the belle of Zhongda, whose presence captivated the patrons. Upon his arrival, he found Jiang Yishu and Han Qiuya engaged in their work, while a nearby leisure table was occupied by former high school classmates, Zhang Mingjie, Shen Songrong, Tang Fan, Li Lei, Zhang Xiaoming, and Gao Beibei. There was also a young woman of African descent seated beside Shen Songrong, whose demeanor suggested a certain intimacy. Ah, Jianghe, your timing is impeccable. We were just discussing a trip to your university, Zhang Mingjie exclaimed as soon as Chen Jianghe appeared, rising with a broad grin. If you wish to go, then go ahead. There is no need to report to me. We are not that familiar, Chen Jianghe retorted playfully, his gaze drifting past Zhang Mingjie to the bar where Jiang Yishu was busy preparing bubble tea. Come on, we were classmates for 3 years. When I treated you to a meal and bubble tea, you called me Zhang. Now you've turned your back on me. Zhang Mingjie narrowed his eyes and deliberately stepped in front of Chen Jianghe, obstructing his view. Haha, you are right. I value money over people. Don't block my sight. I came here to see Jiang Yishu, not you. Chen Jianghe waved him aside and strode towards the bar, leaning nonchalantly against the counter while casting a rather unrefined glance at Jiang Yishu. After some time apart, He was struck by the thought that the girl seemed even more exquisite than before. Her once shoulder-length hair was now elegantly styled into an updo, revealing her fair neck. When she occasionally glanced at him, her lively almond-shaped eyes sparkled like water, stirring an irresistible impulse to hold her close and gently kiss her eyes. Chapter 78. Let us swap. I'll support you, Chen Jianghe. With that lecherous gaze fixed on Yishu, are you harboring any wicked thoughts? As Chen Jianghe pondered over an opportunity to whisk Jiang Yishu away to a secluded corner for a kiss, Han Kia suddenly leaned in, her face scrunched in accusation. Chen Jianghe was taken aback by the sudden proximity of her 36y figure, retreating a couple of steps and feigning a pat on his heart. Kibiya, let me speak from the heart. You and Zhang Mingjie truly make a perfect pair. One fervently reports on others, the other meddles in affairs that don't concern him. If you two were to marry, I would wholeheartedly support it. Bah! Han Kibiya spat dismissively. I second that. Zhang Mingjie echoed, spitting as well. The sight of the two spitting, while somewhat unbecoming for university students, bore a striking resemblance to a married couple, each echoing the other's sentiments. Very charming indeed. Chen Jianghe grinned and playfully encouraged a match between Han Kibiya and Zhang Mingjie. Their old classmates joined in the fun, cheering for them to get together. You are quite the troublemaker, Chen Jianghe. Zhang Mingjie retorted, annoyed. Kibiya is attractive, with a stunning figure, but her personality? Who could handle that? Offering to play matchmaker for you, and you still scold me? Truly, you are like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Chen Jianghe shook his head. Take my advice. Such a wonderful girl as Kibiya deserves your appreciation. Don't wait until she is gone to regret your actions. Enough with your meddling. Everyone knows I like Jiang Yishu. Zhang Mingjie exclaimed, exasperated. There are many who like Jiang Yishu. Who do you think you are? Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. Zhang Mingjie found himself at a loss for words. Jianghe. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. Chen Jianghe looked up to see Qin Shaohai approaching with an eager gait. What special occasion is it today that you are all gathered here? Qin Shaohai asked with a smile as he scanned the group. Chen Jianghe remained silent, while Zhang Mingjie answered, nothing special. We just happened to come together to discuss a stroll at Guangdong East Financial College. Shaohai, are you coming? Strolling at Guangdong East Financial College. Qin Shaohai's eyebrows twitched. He had long wished to explore that area, yet had never found the opportunity. The last time they had eaten at the cafeteria in Guangdong, Chen Jianghe had promised to introduce him to a few attractive senior sisters, but after the meal, he had left with Jiang Yishu, and the promised introductions had vanished without a trace. However, Qin Shaohai lifted his gaze to Chen Jianghe, who appeared somewhat reluctant to lead everyone out for a day of leisure. With a dismissive shrug, he remarked, it's too far. I'm too lazy to go. After speaking, Qin Shaohai rubbed his hands together and added, the weather has suddenly turned cold, and the dormitory's wooden bed is particularly hard. It would be delightful if a charming senior sister could help warm the bed, wouldn't it? Chen Jianghe chuckled and completed Qin Shaohai's thought. Indeed. Qin Shaohai grinned innocently. You should ask Zhang Mingjie about that. Our university is certainly not lacking in alluring senior sisters, each one gentle, considerate, and understanding. When I passed by the university before, I unexpectedly saw Zhang with lovely companions on either side, which made me quite envious, Chen Jianghe remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingjie immediately shot back. Chen Jianghe, you speak nonsense. I'm still single. How could I possibly have lovely companions? Oh, perhaps I mistook someone. That person bore a striking resemblance to you. Chen Jianghe replied with an ambiguous smile, causing the old classmates present to wonder if he indeed witnessed Zhang Mingjie in such a situation, with Zhang Mingjie stubbornly denying it. It was worth considering, as before entering university, Zhang Mingjie had long been known for juggling multiple romantic interests, a notorious playboy in class. He would date the liberal arts girls on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the science girls on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and spend Sundays with the art students, hardly ever having a moment to himself. Once in university, he discarded all those former girlfriends, focusing solely on pursuing Jiang Yishu, which was quite audacious. Unfortunately, Jiang Yishu had never once regarded him with any interest. All his efforts were in vain. Chen Jianghe, I suspect you are deliberately tarnishing my reputation. Zhang Mingjie glared at Chen Jianghe, visibly angered. Who are you kidding? Everyone knows you. There's no need to pretend to be innocent. Chen Jianghe scoffed, turning towards the bar, and said to Jiang Yishu, you shouldn't work here anymore. Jiang Yishu paused, looking up at Chen Jianghe, unsure why he suddenly told her to stop working there. I've recently earned quite a bit. You no longer need to toil away to support me. How about we switch roles, and I take care of you instead? Chen Jianghe stated earnestly, locking his gaze on Jiang Yishu. A tremor ran through her body, and her lovely cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Among the old classmates, apart from Qin Shaohai, who remained unfazed, the others were utterly astonished. Their reactions mirrored those of the time when Han Qiya spotted Chen Jianghe holding Jiang Yishu's hand as they entered the cinema. Classmate, you need to be realistic. This is our university's flower, not your little pet. If you wish to support someone, go join the queue for bubble tea, a male student from the university interjected, dousing Chen Jianghe with cold water. Exactly. Han Qiya at the bar echoed, Chen Jianghe, be sensible, go to the back of the line. Chen Jianghe paid little heed to the two and maintained his focus on Jiang Yishu, stating, you shouldn't always look down when I speak to you. You should raise your head and look at me, giving a proper response. Oh, Jiang Yishu replied as she always did, then obediently lifted her head, her gaze soft and gentle, meeting his. Do you accept my earlier proposal? Chen Jianghe inquired. I will listen to you. Jiang Yishu's voice was soft and tinged with nervousness, yet devoid of hesitation. Chen Jianghe expressed his satisfaction with a radiant smile, unabashedly declaring, let's have lunch together. And in the afternoon, I shall take you shopping. In the evening, we can watch a movie. If time permits after the film, we can stroll through the night market. He meticulously arranged a full itinerary from noon until night, then beckoned Jiang Yishu closer with a playful gesture. She complied, stepping nearer. Suddenly, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jianghe leaned over the table, attempting to kiss her, only to be thwarted by Han Qiya, who glared at him like a fierce guardian, exclaiming, Chen Jianghe, you shameless cat, bullying Yishu in public, you have no shame. She cannot endure such treatment. Chen Jianghe was taken aback by her audacity, realizing she was overstepping her bounds. It was evident he was merely teasing Zhang Mingjie, and her sudden interference suggested an inappropriate connection with him. Zhang Mingjie, seething with anger, felt the heat rising to his head and clenched his teeth, vowing silently, damn it, I can't stand by any longer. I shall go to the Guangdong East Financial Academy, find that girl you are flirting with, and confront her with Jiang Yishu to unveil your true nature. Chen Jianghe. Chapter 79. Accompany me to persuade Chen Jianghe to reconsider. In the afternoon, Chen Jianghe held Jiang Yishu's hand as they strolled through the renowned Shengxiaju pedestrian street in Guangdong East. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingjie arrived at the Guangdong East Financial Academy. He had visited this institution twice before. The first time was to meet a girl from the economics department whom he had flirted with online, only to discover Chen Jianghe conversing with a stunningly attractive girl, clad in a Lakers jersey and seemingly lacking proper trousers, seated on a bench by the basketball court. Zhang Mingjie vividly recalled the girl's sweet appearance and melodious voice, which bore a hint of Wu dialect. Yet, none of that mattered as her physique was extraordinary, indeed. Top-notch. During their conversation, they were so close that their faces almost touched, exuding a sense of intimacy. His second visit occurred just days prior, when he spotted Chen Jianghe once again chatting with the same alluring girl at the school gate, their laughter and animated discussion suggesting a flirtatious rapport. Unable to tolerate the sight, Zhang Mingjie returned to Panyu University town and reported to Jiang Yishu, only to be met with indifference. Today marked his third visit to the Guangdong East Financial Academy, with a clear purpose, to unearth the truth behind Chen Jianghe's flirtation and devise a means to expose him. Oh, I too have once faced the humiliation of being revealed by two girls, a feeling that lingers in my memory. As Zhang Mingjie traversed the tree-lined path of the academy, his mind wandered through memories of the past, filled with both nostalgia and the anticipation of witnessing Chen Jianghe's downfall. Soon, Zhang Mingjie arrived beneath the girls' dormitory in the West District, where he was to meet the girl he had previously arranged to see, asking her for assistance in locating the alluring girl who had an ambiguous relationship with Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe had gained a modest reputation among the freshman class at Guangdong East Financial College. Many upperclassmen who had yet to meet him in person had heard of him, to varying degrees. The alluring girl Zhang Mingjie encountered during his earlier visits was Lin Siki, who was even more renowned in the vicinity of the girls' dormitory, primarily due to her striking figure. Boys drooled at the sight of her, and girls envied her, leaving a lasting impression. Zhang Mingjie waited for approximately 10 minutes beneath the dormitory, when suddenly, his eyes brightened at the sight of a familiar face approaching him alongside Lin Siki. Hello, beautiful. I am Zhang Mingjie, a freshman in the computer science department at Huazhong University and a high school classmate of Chen Jianghe. Zhang Mingjie stepped forward, smiling as he introduced himself and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Lin Siki, she replied with a sweet smile, shaking his hand. Lin Siki. Zhang Mingjie repeated to himself several times before grinning. What a lovely name. I've often heard Jianghe mention you. You must be his girlfriend, right? Lin Siki blinked, pondering when she had become the girlfriend of the class leader. Such an important detail was news to her, and she felt a sense of confusion. Something seemed off. Noticing the adorable expression on Lin Siki's face, Zhang Mingjie entered his acting mode, feigning a sigh. Chen Jianghe is remarkable in many respects, but he is rather fickle. With a girlfriend as beautiful as you, it is hard to fathom why he would engage in such reckless behavior. As an old classmate and friend of his, I cannot simply stand by. Reckless behavior? Lin Siki narrowed her eyes, sensing that something was amiss in Zhang Mingjie's words. The way he referred to himself as an old classmate and friend sounded insincere, and his comments were hardly palatable. Don't you believe me? Zhang Mingjie asked, somewhat surprised. Who is he engaging with? Lin Siki, maintaining her composure, inquired. With whom is he being reckless? Zhang Mingjie took a deep breath and replied candidly. It's another old classmate. I can take you to meet her. Oh, Lin Siki exclaimed, smiling as she asked. Did Zhang classmate come all the way from Huazhong just to bring me trouble with my boyfriend? Zhang Mingjie was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that the girl's reaction was rather unusual. Shouldn't she be upset about her boyfriend's infidelity? Why was she smiling? It's not about causing trouble. Rather, it's about persuading him to reconsider his actions before it's too late, Zhang Mingjie clarified, using gentler phrasing to convey his intentions. Sorry, I cannot do that. Lin Siki shook her head, then added, however, if you could help me persuade him, I would be immensely grateful. Zhang Mingjie was taken aback. Having experienced numerous relationships himself, he understood that girls typically possess a strong sense of possessiveness. In situations involving infidelity or dual relationships, the usual responses were tears, tantrums, or even desperate measures. More aggressive individuals would confront their partners directly, leading to chaotic confrontations. Lin Siki's demeanor was unlike anything Zhang Mingjie had ever encountered, and he found it hard to fathom. Could it be that her relationship with Chen Jianghe is merely ambiguous, not yet reaching the status of a romantic partnership? Zhang Mingjie, not lacking in intelligence, pondered this and began to grasp the situation, yet she had explicitly mentioned the term boyfriend just moments ago. Damn it! How could Chen Jianghe possess such overwhelming charm that a girl of her caliber would pursue him so fervently? Zhang Mingjie glanced at Lin Siki, his heart tumultuous with confusion. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Lin Siki inquired. None, Zhang Mingjie replied, shaking his head, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Then I shall return to the dormitory, Lin Siki stated, turning to leave. Wait, Zhang Mingjie called out after a brief moment of indecision. Could you share your contact information? I could assist you in keeping tabs on Chen Jianghe. Thank you for your concern, Lin Siki replied with unwavering resolve. But my affairs with him do not require anyone's interference. With that, she strode into the dormitory building without looking back. Zhang Mingjie stood beneath the girls' dormitory, staring blankly at her retreating figure, feeling disheveled in the wind. Had he perhaps chosen the wrong target? Did Chen Jianghe have other romantic entanglements at the school? After a while, Zhang Mingjie snapped back to reality, his expression somewhat dejected yet still filled with reluctance. Thus, he sought out acquaintances for further inquiries. To his astonishment, he discovered that Chen Jianghe had once drunkenly professed his feelings for a goddess-like counselor. This revelation seemed too far-fetched to be true. After the initial shock, Zhang Mingjie quickly regained his composure. He had initially believed that his visit to the Guangdong East Financial Institute would allow him to successfully thwart Chen Jianghe, but instead, he felt as though he had struck a sponge, ineffectual and thwarted. Previously, he had regarded Chen Jianghe as rather unremarkable, unworthy of Jiang Yishu. However, upon further investigation, he learned that Chen not only served as the class monitor, but was also a student assistant in the college's youth league, gaining some notoriety on campus. Furthermore, he had taken on part-time work outside of school, reportedly earning a considerable income. Moreover, his appeal to women was exceptional, with many attractive senior female students lighting up at the mere mention of his name. Unable to bear any more, Zhang Mingjie decided to retreat, returning to Huashi in a state of dismay. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe was enjoying a lively stroll with Jiang Yishu in the bustling Shengxiaju pedestrian street. a place brimming with vitality. Lined with shops offering a plethora of goods and an array of enticing street food, perfect for couples to wander hand in hand, exploring at their leisure for hours without fatigue. Would you like to try some grilled squid? Chen Jianghe asked, playfully pointing to a seafood barbecue stall ahead. Yes. Jiang Yishu nodded, glancing in the direction Chen indicated, softly remarking, "It's too large. I couldn't finish it alone." "It's not the squid that's too big. It's your small mouth," Chen Jianghe teased, leaning closer to her, mischievously gazing from her eyes down to her lips. Her lips were delicately shaped, naturally rosy without any lipstick, glistening like a peach and tempting enough to take a bite. Feeling a bit bashful, Jiang Yishu turned her face slightly away, evading Chen Jianghe's unabashed gaze, lowering her head and pressing her lips together in silence. Observing her reaction, Chen Jianghe felt a thrill of amusement and couldn't resist wrapping his arm around her slender waist, suggesting, "How about we skip the squid and go for takoyaki instead?" "All right." Jiang Yishu nodded. "Are you feeling thirsty?" Chen Jianghe inquired once more. "A little," Jiang Yishu admitted. "Then I shall buy you a bottle of soda," Chen Jianghe remarked. "You're only buying for me. Aren't you thirsty yourself?" Jiang Yishu inquired with concern. "I shall drink yours. Wait here for me." Chen Jianghe chuckled before striding ahead to purchase takoyaki and soda. Jiang Yishu obediently stood in place, awaiting his return. Soon, Chen Jianghe returned with a box of takoyaki and soda, and they found a nearby spot to sit. "One for you, one for me," he said, using his chopsticks to poke at the 6 pieces of takoyaki. According to his division, it should have been 3 each. Yet he ended up with 5, while Jiang Yishu had only 1. Jiang Yishu gazed at him, bewildered. "Try your piece first," Chen Jianghe said, picking up the piece meant for her with his chopsticks, taking a large bite and exclaiming how delicious it was before offering her the remaining morsel. "You should have a taste too." Chapter 80. A lifetime of love. Jiang Yishu dutifully lowered her head and ate. Chen Jianghe turned to bite open the cap of the soda bottle, gulping down a mouthful and letting out a satisfied burp before asking Jiang Yishu, "Would you like a sip of soda?" "No, thank you." Jiang Yishu surprisingly declined his offer. "All right, then drink it yourself," Chen Jianghe said, not pressing her further, handing her the soda along with the remaining 5 pieces of takoyaki. "Aren't you going to eat?" Jiang Yishu asked. "Eating alone is dull. I prefer watching you enjoy it," he replied, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and leaning back while taking leisurely puffs. His eyes narrowed as he observed Jiang Yishu. Strolling with this girl felt like being in a first love relationship, yet simultaneously resembled an older brother accompanying his younger sister. It was a curious sensation. What would it feel like to be out with Teacher Sue? Chen Jianghe's mind wandered, and a rather bold thought emerged, only to be swiftly quelled as he choked on the smoke at a critical moment. Once Jiang Yishu finished her meal, Chen Jianghe took her to a clothing market to shop. His plan was to have dinner next, followed by a movie, then a stroll through the night market. After midnight, when the school dormitory would close, they would find a nearby hotel to spend the night together. Perfect. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. As they exited the cinema, a torrential downpour began. Jiang Yishu pointed to a taxi waiting outside the cinema, suggesting, "Shall we take a cab back?" "Sounds good," Chen Jianghe nodded. He understood that Jiang Yishu felt a bit apprehensive about spending the night out with him, and naturally, he did not wish to pressure her. He hailed a taxi, ensuring she was safely returned to the university before heading back to campus alone. Damn it, what is the meaning of this, heavens? Just as I returned to school, the rain stops? Chen Jianghe couldn't help but grumble as he stepped out of the car. The weather in eastern Guangdong was notoriously fickle. An hour ago, dark clouds loomed, accompanied by fierce winds and rain. Yet now the skies had cleared, revealing a bright moon and gentle breezes. Chen Jianghe felt as if he had been toyed with by fate, muttering to himself as he entered the campus. After the heavy rain, a refreshing breeze brushed against the face, adding a hint of chill to the air. The usually bustling Guangdong East Financial College now appeared particularly tranquil, with few students wandering the paths and the dark thicket devoid of visitors. The sound of raindrops sliding off the leaves echoed softly all around. As he passed the girls' dormitory in the West District, the familiar lively atmosphere returned. A boy strummed a guitar and sang beneath the dormitory. Chen Jianghe approached with curiosity, noting the singer's commendable vocal quality, albeit marred by an unfortunate song choice. The young man sang Lo Quan Tin's A Lifetime of Love, showcasing technique but lacking in emotion. Just as Chen Jianghe contemplated leaving after a few lines, he suddenly heard a chorus of female shrieks and male jeers. Lin Siki agreed to him. Agreed to him. Oh. Chen Jianghe paused, glancing around but failing to spot Lin Siki. I refuse. A familiar voice rang from the girls' dormitory above. Looking up, he saw a girl leaning out from a fifth-floor window, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. Senior Xu Zhixi, I do not like you. Please refrain from singing beneath the dormitory in the future. While I may tolerate it, it disturbs the rest of the senior sisters and is quite inappropriate. Chen Jianghe's gaze flickered to the boy who had been singing, presumably Xu Zhixi, and he couldn't help but shake his head at the sorrow this city had produced. Class monitor. Lin Siki suddenly called out again. Hey, Chen Jianghe replied, thinking how keen her eyesight was to spot him, a mere bystander, from such a distance. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, Lin Siki dashed back to her dormitory, changed her shoes, and hurried down the stairs, soon appearing before Chen Jianghe. Were you looking for me? She asked, slightly breathless from her sprint. No, I came to join the excitement, Chen Jianghe replied, shaking his head candidly. Ahem. Lin Siki cleared her throat, about to say something, when Xu Zhixi approached with his guitar in hand. Siki, you mentioned that someone sings 100 times better than I do. Is it him? Xu Zhixi's gaze was piercing as he focused on Chen Jianghe. However, Chen Jianghe didn't even glance his way. Indeed, Lin Siki affirmed without hesitation, then extended her hand. May I borrow your guitar and microphone? Xu Zhixi hesitated momentarily before handing them over. Lin Siki took the guitar and leaned closer to Chen Jianghe, whispering in his ear. Class monitor, please help me out and sing a few lines to dampen his enthusiasm, so he won't keep coming to the girls' dormitory, disturbing our peace. He is confessing to you. What is my involvement in this? Chen Jianghe chuckled, thinking that if it weren't for the substantial sum of 18,000 that he had borrowed from Lin Siki, he would have slipped away long ago. Tonight's intrigue was neither ripe nor sweet, it lacked flavor. Help me, and I shall divulge a secret you would undoubtedly find fascinating, Lin Siki murmured. Oh. Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, accepting the guitar from Lin Siki. He casually tuned it, cleared his throat, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, instantly slipping into the rhythm. Lin Siki stood gracefully beside Chen Jianghe, microphone in hand, her gaze unwavering as she focused intently on him. A lifetime of love. Chen Jianghe articulated these 4 words in Mandarin before strumming his guitar and seamlessly transitioning into the chorus in Cantonese. In the turbulent sea of suffering, love, and hatred arise. As he sang the opening line, Lin Siki's eyes sparkled, her unwavering focus fixed on Chen Jianghe. At that moment, he appeared to embody the spirit of the legendary Lo Quantin. The lingering notes captivated the audience, leaving them spellbound. The girls' dormitory echoed with the sound of windows being flung open, as if to catch the melody. In this world, one cannot escape destiny. The second line arrived slowly. Blind dates, seemingly unreachable. Or perhaps I should believe it is fate. The third and fourth lines, devoid of technicality, were steeped in emotion, evoking a sensation of being transported directly into the lyrics. Within just a few lines, listeners found themselves on the verge of tears. The song itself bore a hint of melancholy, and coupled with the recent popularity of Stephen Chow's A Chinese Odyssey in university campuses across the nation, countless young souls laughed heartily upon first viewing, only to be moved to tears by the end. The poignant conclusion, set to a lifetime of love, rendered many sentimental young men and women into weeping figures. The essence of Chow's film and the profound meaning expressed in Lo Quantin's song echoed the sentiment of a line from 100 Years of Solitude. All brilliant moments must ultimately be repaid with solitude. As Chen Jianghe finished, he heard the sound of sobbing emanating from the girls' dormitory, and Lin Siki stood before him, her eyes shimmering with tears, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. Damn it, Xu Zhixi, no wonder your confession failed. What possessed you to sing a lifetime of love beneath the girls' dormitory, making these lovely girls weep? Couldn't you have chosen something more uplifting? Xu Zhixi stood there, dazed and speechless. I'm out of here, he muttered. Turning to privately message on QQ, Chen Jianghe handed his guitar to Lin Siki and dashed away, oblivious to the chorus of slightly choked voices from the dormitory calling. Sing a few more lines. Sing a few more lines. Sing what? If I sing more, I fear you all might carry me into the dormitory, each vying for the chance to bear my child. Chen Jianghe sprinted away faster than a rabbit. Upon returning to his dormitory, a flurry of QQ notifications chimed persistently. Lu Dongliang, seated before the computer, gazed at the familiar, pulsating icon with a mix of curiosity and restraint, yearning to click and see, yet choosing to exhibit loyalty by holding back. He calmly addressed Chen Jianghe, who had just entered the room. Jianghe, you have a message on QQ. Chapter 81. A word on desire, a double-edged sword. That rascal Zhang Mingjie, seizing an opportunity when I was distracted, has audaciously sent over stolen crystals? Chen Jianghe sat before the computer, reading the long message from Lin Siki, his eyes narrowing slightly. Fortunately, he had contacted Lin Siki. Had it been Xu Zhixi, what would her reaction have been? Lin Siki and I have grown quite close. Rumors may have already reached her ears, yet she never inquired. Perhaps out of trust, or perhaps because her heart has not yet fully accepted me. It would be wise to test the waters soon, lest I find myself in a predicament where she simply blocks me without a word and ceases all communication. Then it would all be over. Chen Jianghe rested his chin on his hand, contemplating with a rational demeanor. Although Zhang Mingjie's ambush had not inflicted any significant damage, it served as a wake-up call, prompting the necessity to fortify the vessel's structure in advance to prevent potential mishaps. Prior to that, he needed to conduct some military training with Zhang Mingjie to deter any subsequent mischief. Chen Jianghe's gaze flickered as he recalled Wang Yuanpeng's unfortunate experience, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He swiftly typed a message to Lin Siki. Lin, may I inquire about something private? Since you are delving into personal matters, why not drop the formal address and just call me Siki or Xiaoqi? Lin Siki promptly replied. Siki, Chen Jianghe acknowledged, maintaining a respectful tone as he sought her assistance. Go ahead, ask whatever you wish, she responded with enthusiasm. How did you manage to deceive Wang Yuanpeng? Chen Jianghe asked directly, adding, I have a friend who wishes to experience the sensation of being tricked. Is your friend named Zhang Mingjie? Lin Siki guessed astutely. Yes. That's him, Chen Jianghe confirmed, speaking candidly. If you can manage to outsmart him, I could raise the monthly interest from 8% to 10%. I'm not in need of money, Lin Siki replied generously. Chen Jianghe chuckled and inquired. Then what do you lack? Love, perhaps? Just a bit, Lin Siki admitted, punctuating her message with several smiling emojis. That's simple. I have a few strapping lads in my dorm who are also quite starved for affection. Feel free to choose one for mutual benefit, Chen Jianghe teased. I'll pass, Lin Siki declined, swiftly returning to the main topic. I agree to help you deceive Zhang Mingjie, but in exchange, you must promise me something. Let us hear it, Chen Jianghe replied with a grin. Not telling yet. You'll have to wait, Lin Siki playfully teased. Come on, you're not Zhao Min, and I'm certainly not Zhang Wuji. Let us get to the point, Chen Jianghe remarked, giving her a mockingly stern expression. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Siki responded, I would like to watch a midnight movie with you. Why the midnight showing? Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes, suspecting the implications. Surely, she didn't intend to cause a ruckus in the cinema, where the surveillance was crystal clear, making any antics akin to broadcasting live to the control room. Are you scared? Lin Siki inquired playfully. If you're not afraid, why should I be? Chen Jianghe smiled, implying his acquiescence. All right then, it's settled. Those who waver are akin to little dogs, she stated. Agreed. The two of them reached a clandestine understanding. After concluding their chat on QQ, Chen Jianghe activated his invisible status, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Wang Yuanpeng, who lay on the bed engrossed in his phone. He mused that if the notorious Cannon King had fallen prey to Lin Siki, Zhang Mingjie would likely meet a similar fate. Desire is a double-edged sword. Beneath the pomegranate skirt lies a chaotic graveyard. Third brother, why are you sneaking glances at me? Wang Yuanpeng suddenly sat up, sensing Chen Jianghe's gaze, and asked somewhat guiltily, what are you so flustered about? Are you planning to lure a girl back to the dorm? Chen Jianghe scrutinized him. Hee. Wang Yuanpeng let out a chuckle, which could be construed as an acknowledgement. Previously, he had attempted multiple times to invite Wu Haixin to a small inn, only to be politely declined. However, tonight he ventured to invite her to the boys' dormitory via QQ, sensing her mixed signals, which filled him with hope. Just as he contemplated a fitting moment to propose the invitation, he caught a knowing glance from Sangu, who seemed to have discerned his intentions. Chen Jianghe said nothing, while Sun Tian settled at the foot of Wang Yuanpeng's bed, curiously inquiring, Brother Peng, what is it like to hang out with girls in the dorm? Not much different. Really, just a bit more inviting than the inn, Wang Yuanpeng replied nonchalantly. Sun Tian pursed his lips, his face awash with envy, and continued. But have you ever tried visiting a girl's dorm? I have, Wang Yuanpeng chuckled, His interest peaked as he added, "It was far more exhilarating. Reflecting on it now, it feels quite audacious." "How audacious? What are the details? Do share." Sun Tian pressed, his eyes wide with intrigue. The other roommates leaned in, eager to hear Wang Yuanpeng recount his wild escapades. Even Chen Jianghe found himself drawn into the conversation, speculating that there might have been female roommates present during Wang Yuanpeng's escapades, for otherwise, such a seasoned veteran would not have described the experience as crazy. Noticing the entire dormitory had gathered around him, Wang Yuanpeng smiled with a hint of pride, but directed his words solely to Sun Tian. "You're still single. What is the point of your curiosity? Won't it just make you feel worse?" "Come on, Brother Peng, that's not fair," Sun Tian retorted, pouting. "I'm not the only single one here. Lu Gu, Kai Gu, and Jun Gu are all in the same boat. It's just you and San Gu who have tasted the fruits of experience. We want to compete with you or broadcast it. Sharing with the brothers behind closed doors won't diminish the experience, right?" "True," Wang Yuanpeng nodded, encouragingly adding, "Why not ask San Gu about his wild adventures and let him share the details? That's unnecessary. I've seen it with my own eyes. Right in the campus library, with the counselor." Sun Tian began, but Chen Jianghe swiftly covered his mouth. The other roommates gazed at Chen Jianghe with a mix of bewilderment and intrigue, especially Lu Dongliang. He was the most avid consumer of adult films in the dorm, and any mention of specific scenarios immediately conjured vivid imagery in his mind. Moreover, with Su Laoshi having visited the dorm to find Chen Jianghe, he had hidden in the restroom, overhearing their conversation outside. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Chen Jianghe, slightly exasperated, lit a cigarette and glanced at his roommates, explaining, "Don't listen to Xiao Tian's nonsense. My relationship with Su Laoshi is completely innocent." "Sure, innocent." His roommates nodded in unison, their expressions suggesting disbelief. "What a world we live in. Even speaking the truth garners no trust," Chen Jianghe lamented. In reality, he had had little interaction with Su Laoshi, just a few touches, embraces, and kisses. Each instance had been initiated by him, with her never taking the lead. Their relationship remained shrouded in ambiguity, and as long as that veil had not been lifted, it could be described as innocent. Chapter 82. Reciprocity is the essence of propriety. One must not deviate from the norms. "Jianghe, to be honest, the brothers are quite envious of you." Lu Dongliang placed his hand on Chen Jianghe's shoulder and earnestly remarked, "As brothers, let us discuss the intricacies of the library." Ahem. Lu Dongliang's earnest yet playful banter caused the smoke in Chen Jianghe's mouth to escape through his nostrils. Chen Jianghe thought to himself that he merely reached under the table to feel around. The sensation was something one could only comprehend intuitively, and articulating it would not convey the joy he experienced. Thus, he decided against sharing. "I'll wash up and sleep. I need to rise early tomorrow to review calculus at the library. I will also go to the library." Lu Dongliang immediately echoed upon hearing Chen Jianghe's plans for studying calculus. "Let us go?" The earnest Zhang Kai chuckled innocently, chiming in with his hometown accent. "Me too. Me too." Wang Yuanpeng and Sun Tian were also eager to join, and even Li Jun, who was usually preoccupied with business ventures, expressed a desire to join the library outing. "Fine, you all go. I shall enjoy a long sleep in the dormitory tomorrow." Chen Jianghe, being somewhat mischievous, stirred everyone's enthusiasm only to sneak away himself, taking his clothes and heading to the bathroom for a shower. His roommates were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances, pondering whether they should still go to the library if Chen Jianghe was not attending. The next day, in room 414, only Chen Jianghe and Li Jun arose early as the other four brothers slumbered soundly. It was Sunday, a day when the gambling den was closed, allowing Chen Jianghe to spare time for monitoring the computer. Thus, he decided to visit the South China Botanical Garden, intending to meet Li Tianhai, and if possible, to subtly influence his mindset, as it would be impolite not to reciprocate a visit. The specific location of the glutinous rice dumpling group's Tianhe district office was approximately 1.5 kilometers from the main entrance of the South China Botanical Garden, situated within an office complex known as Zhifei Business Park. The area was modest, comprising 5 six-story office buildings alongside an apartment building. Upon entering the park, Chen Jianghe glanced at the directory, locating Building E, Room 205, which was his intended destination. As Chen Jianghe entered Room 205, he startled Li Tianhai, who was currently energizing his employees. Li Tianhai regarded him with a mix of surprise and wariness. The sales staff present turned their attention towards Chen Jianghe, pondering how audacious he was to venture there alone, unafraid of confrontation. Do not be alarmed. I merely came to take a stroll and observe your workspace. Chen Jianghe smiled at everyone before moving to the water dispenser, nonchalantly grabbing a disposable cup to fill with water while glancing at the performance board beside Li Tianhai. Do not look around. Li Tianhai shot him a glare, instinctively pulling the performance board behind him. Manager Li, you have changed. You were not so dismissive when you sought to recruit me, Chen Jianghe replied with a grin, casting a few glances at the sales staff. You all have changed as well. Once vibrant and full of spirit, now your eyes are dim and your face is pale. It appears our old colleague from 9527 was correct. Following brotherly means going hungry twice a day. What a plight. Upon hearing this, the sales staff were taken aback, and Li Tianhai, visibly agitated, pointed at Chen Jianghe and exclaimed, Chen Jianghe, I warn you, do not speak recklessly. What is the rush? Chen Jianghe chuckled nonchalantly, tossing the paper cup he had just emptied into the trash with a casual flick of his wrist, and remarked to Li Tianhai, the dogs that bite seldom bark. Li Tianhai's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to himself how this fellow dared to tread on his territory, exuding an audacity that was utterly unwarranted. Initially, he had contemplated renting the adjacent space to be neighbors with them, but after a thorough inspection, he deemed the surroundings rather mediocre, unworthy of his esteemed sales team. He resolved to check out the CITIC Tower another day. Chen Jianghe had no intention of confronting Li Tianhai head-on. Instead, he shifted the conversation, boasting with bravado. Oh, the CITIC Tower is home to high-end companies. Even the headquarters of 9527 company has little presence there. And you, a mere division in Tianhe district. Think you stand a chance? Seizing the opportunity, Li Tianhai retaliated with a sneer. You, a graduate of Zhongda, can't aspire to greater heights? No wonder your colleagues are left to fend for themselves. Chen Jianghe, unfazed, delivered a wave of sarcasm before pulling out a small stack of business cards, distributing them to the salespeople present. Chen Jianghe, what do you mean by this? Li Tianhai, now genuinely agitated, stormed forward, grabbing Chen Jianghe by the collar. Calm down. Chen Jianghe advised with a smile, handing him a business card as well. With so many brothers and such poor performance, the pressure must be immense. If you ever wish to turn over a new leaf, don't hesitate to reach out to me. In light of our past collaboration, I assure you, I won't treat you poorly. You, Li Tianhai seethed, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. I have nothing more to say. The choice is yours. Chen Jianghe pushed him away lightly, straightened his collar, and departed without uttering another word. Li Tianhai watched him retreat, his forehead veins throbbing in fury. Tempted to shred the business card in his hand, but noticed a few salespeople discreetly slipping the cards Chen Jianghe had just handed them into their pockets. As Chen Jianghe exited, he encountered a 30-something woman entering the building with a bag slung over her shoulder. He greeted her with familiarity. Hey there, lovely lady. Do you work at this company too? The woman was Chen Jianghe, the city manager for Nuomi Group's Guangdong East region. Upon hearing Chen Jianghe's enthusiastic yet slightly flirtatious greeting, she shot him a sideways glance. Though unfamiliar, he was undeniably handsome, with chiseled features and a mischievous smile. Without a word, Chen Jianghe received the business card Chen Jianghe extended, which read, Penguin Group, Delivery and Group Purchase Development Department, Tianhe District Director, Chen Jianghe. As she glanced at the card, realization dawned upon her. This was indeed the infamous Chen Jianghe, a young man known for his unconventional methods. Today, meeting him in person confirmed the rumors of his audacious nature. Do you know who I am? She inquired coolly, pulling out her identification badge as she walked. Chen Jianghe first glanced at her chest, then at the badge, erupting into laughter as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. My apologies, my apologies. Upon concluding his remarks, he strode purposefully toward the stairway, his footsteps echoing as he hurriedly made his escape. Qin Shinping tucked the business card into her bag and calmly entered the office, her gaze sweeping the room, only to be met with a countenance as somber as a still lake. Chapter 83. How could I have such a shameless student? Chen Jianghe's unexpected maneuver nearly led to the dissolution of Li Tianhai's team. In the subsequent week, several sales representatives from Nuomi Group discreetly added Chen Jianghe on QQ, indicating their intent to resign and transition to Company 9527, hoping that Manager Chen would extend his support. Naturally, Chen Jianghe welcomed them with open arms. The nature of this industry is inherently fluid, with salespeople often leaving one company only to bring their clientele to a rival. Although many firms enforce non-compete agreements, these contracts typically bind only the management, rendering them nearly worthless for entry-level sales staff, who seldom regard them with any seriousness. In this ebb and flow, the Tianhe District Division, led by Chen Jianghe, achieved a remarkable milestone, signing a record 72 contracts within a week. Company 9527 established a dominant position in the takeaway group purchasing market across Longdong University City. The forthcoming focus of business would shift towards the urban agglomeration of Tianhe and its surrounding villages. Overall, aside from the minor skirmishes with Nwomi Group and the legal warnings from Penguin Group, Chen Jianghe's side venture had been sailing smoothly. The only source of his unease was the recent downturn in the stock market. After a prolonged period of soaring performance, the market finally began to correct itself in November, experiencing several days of continuous decline, which left Chen Jianghe disinclined to check his accounts. Fortunately, the stocks he had invested in exhibited remarkable resilience, leading to an overall loss of nearly 40,000 over the past few days, a figure he deemed manageable. With his leveraged financing showing a loss in its first week, Chen Jianghe could only recite to himself, "The bull market persists, the stocks will rise, remain steady, and victory shall follow." Despite maintaining a positive attitude, the sting of monetary loss lingered, leading to a restless night. Rather than succumb to insomnia, he decided to seek out Professor Xu for a conversation. Lying in bed, unable to find solace in sleep, he donned his clothes and hurried downstairs, purchasing a few cans of beer and snacks from the convenience store. Making his way directly to the faculty dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. At 11 o'clock that evening, Xu Zhixi had just finished her shower, donned her pajamas, and prepared to indulge in a novel before drifting off to sleep when she was startled by a knock at the door. "Who is it?" she inquired. "It's me, Chen Jianghe," came his straightforward response, reminiscent of their previous encounters. Xu Zhixi removed her facial mask, retrieved a jacket from her bedroom, and finally emerged to open the door. First, she peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside, then opened the door just a crack, questioning him. "Why are you here so late? Shouldn't you be in your dorm?" "The dormitory has no water. I can't shower, so I came to borrow your bathroom." Chen Jianghe fabricated a casual excuse. Although his mood was somewhat dismal, he found himself articulating smoothly to Professor Xu, his thoughts remarkably clear. "No water in the dorm?" Xu Zhixi asked, her skepticism evident as she opened the door wider. Chen Jianghe swiftly slipped inside, shutting the door behind him and locking it with a deliberate click. "Why did you lock the door? Are you not just borrowing the bathroom for a quick shower?" Xu Zhixi's exquisite eyes widened, resembling a charming kitten, fixated on Chen Jianghe, who had just darted into her abode. He tossed the beer and snacks he had brought onto the coffee table and turned towards the bathroom to cleanse himself, feeling as at home as if he were in his own space, utterly unconstrained. Upon emerging from the bath, he noticed Xu Zhixi standing in the living room, her fair right index finger delicately supporting her elegant chin, seemingly awaiting his departure so she could retreat to her bedroom. "Teacher Xu, I didn't come here solely to bathe," he confessed, glancing at the lovely Xu Zhixi. "The stock market has been dismal lately. I've incurred some losses and my mood has soured. I couldn't sleep tonight and sought someone to share a drink and converse with." "Oh," Xu Zhixi nodded, her concern piqued. "Did you lose a significant amount?" "Just a moderate loss, within acceptable limits," he replied while approaching the coffee table, turning on the television, and popping open 2 cans of beer, one for himself and the other he offered to Xu Zhixi. "Care for a drink?" Though Xu Zhixi generally eschewed alcohol, she inexplicably accepted the can when it was handed to her. "Don't just stand there. Come and sit," Chen Jianghe urged, patting the space beside him on the sofa. Xu Zhixi shot him an annoyed glance, feeling a twinge of irritation at how this interloper had assumed dominance in her own dormitory. However, despite her annoyance, she maintained her poise and gracefully settled beside him. "All right, let us start with a toast," he declared, without hesitation, downing a can in one go. He swiftly opened a second can and consumed it just as quickly. As he reached for a third, Xu Zhixi interjected, "You're drinking too recklessly. It's harmful to your health." Chen Jianghe gently grasped her delicate hand, and, under her surprised gaze, earnestly remarked, "Teacher Xu, I wish to share a secret with you." "What secret?" she inquired. "Do you recall the class gathering at the onset of the semester?" he asked, taking another swig of beer, his breath laced with its scent. "I remember," Xu Zhixi nodded. It had been an ordinary welcome event until this bold fellow's impetuous confession rendered it unforgettable. Setting his beard down, Chen Jianghe turned to gaze intently at Xu Zhixi. Lu Dongliang from the dorm said I usually come across as a taciturn fellow, but when I drink, I transform into a rogue, confessing my feelings to teacher Su, which was quite the eye-opener for him. What kind of secret is that? Xu Zhixi's cheeks flushed, and she retorted playfully, Lu Dongliang is mistaken. You are indeed a rogue, not a taciturn person. Ha ha. Chen Jianghe chuckled, subtly tightening his grip on her hand. Their fingers interlocking. With a hint of nostalgia, he mused, it seems teacher Su truly understands me. Xu Zhixi gently disentangled her hand, swatting away his encroaching fingers, and returned to the matter at hand. Be honest, did you engage in overly aggressive stock trading, suffer substantial losses, and come to me for solace because you couldn't sleep? At her words, Chen Jianghe regarded her with earnestness and asked, Teacher Su, you know me so well. Do you wish to be my girlfriend? Don't be ridiculous, Xu Zhixi retorted, her cheeks blooming with color. I shall refrain from speaking further. Allow me to savor the moment with a kiss, Chen Jianghe asserted, a man of action who preferred to substantiate his intentions through tangible deeds rather than mere words. No, Xu Zhixi interjected, raising her hand to rest against his chest, thwarting his audacious advance. Chen Jianghe did not press the issue, his gaze fixed upon her. Under the soft glow of light, Xu Zhixi radiated beauty, and the closer he drew to her, the more his heart raced with an undeniable thrill. Have you forgotten our prior agreement? Xu Zhixi inquired, her eyes evasively shifting as she turned her face aside. I have not forgotten, Chen Jianghe replied. Then why do you persist in this manner? Xu Zhixi retorted, forming a small fist and lightly striking the sofa. Chen Jianghe found her gesture endearingly whimsical and couldn't help but chuckle. I am but a victim of my own emotions. Xu Zhixi, feeling vulnerable, took a deep breath to steady her feelings, and after a moment, she spoke softly, laced with a hint of pleading, please return to your dorm. I need to sleep. Chen Jianghe mused silently. But we have yet to finish our drinks. You expect me to leave now? Impossible. Unless you grant me a kiss, I shall remain. He boldly proposed a request that Xu Zhixi found exceedingly hard to concede. Dream on, she dismissed him. Thus, Chen Jianghe, emboldened, declared, then I shall not depart. I will stay here tonight. Last time, you were intoxicated, and I slept on the floor while you occupied the bed. This time, let us switch roles. I wish to experience the comfort of sprawling on your bed. Ah, Xu Zhixi gasped, biting her lip, her eyes narrowing defiantly at the proximity of Chen Jianghe, indignantly retorting, how could I possibly have such a shameless student? Chapter 84, Forever 18, Joy and Peace. Ultimately, Xu Zhixi did manage to evict Chen Jianghe from her dormitory. However, he did not leave empty-handed. His face bore a faint imprint of her lips, and his shoulder was marked by 2 rows of deeper bite marks. A fair exchange, he mused, as he inhaled the delicate scent lingering in his palm, reminiscing about their playful battle of wits that traversed from the living room sofa to the grand bed, then to the bathroom, and finally the balcony, before being kissed, bitten, and ultimately expelled. As the night deepened, the doors of the boys' dormitory were firmly shut. Chen Jianghe called out for an extended period before the matron, moving at a leisurely pace, finally came to unlock the door. The matron, well acquainted with life's experiences, cast a glance at the lip mark on his face and jested, why return to the dorm so late? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to book a room for the night? Auntie, renting a room is rather dull. We, the children of the rivers and lakes, find solace under the open sky, using the earth as our bed and shoulders as our support. Auntie, please do not regard me in such a manner. I am a pure soul, Chen Jianghe replied, sensing her scrutinizing gaze. As he spoke, he felt the weight of her judgment and quickly made his escape. You little rascal. So young yet so daring, the matron mused, shaking her head. She recalled her own youthful days of sleeping under the stars, remembering the thrill of youth. Monday arrived. With no classes scheduled in the morning, the occupants of room 414 indulged in a collective slumber. Jianghe, rise and shine. The sun is out. At 9:30, Lu Dongliang excitedly bounded to Chen Jianghe's bedside, rousing him from his sleep. Chen Jianghe rubbed his eyes and sat up, extending his hand toward Lu Dongliang. Give me a cigarette. As you wish. Lu Dongliang retrieved a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes, tossed one to his companion, lit another for himself, and took a couple of puffs to calm his exhilaration. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, damn it, The stock market plummeted for 5 consecutive days last week, draining my confidence. I thought the bull market was finished, yet today, as opening brought an unexpected surprise, a remarkable turnaround. Oh, Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow and approached the computer. Glancing at the screen, the Shanghai and Shenzhen indices opened significantly higher, surging with vigor, while many stocks hit their upper limits right at the opening bell. Indeed, as Lu Dongliang had just articulated, the skies had cleared. The bull had returned. Old Lu, make some room. I want to see which stocks have reached their limits, Chen Jianghe said, flicking the ash from his cigarette. In response, Lu Dongliang cheekily extended his hairy leg and patted his thigh, chuckling. Today I'm in a good mood. Come enjoy yourself and sit on my lap. Not a chance. I have no interest in your thigh. Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes, thinking that if it were Xu Zhixi or Jiang Yizhu extending their legs, he would gladly oblige, but Lu's coarse leg was hardly appealing. He swiftly pushed the laptop aside and placed it on his bedside, focusing intently on the stock market. Zhongfu Industrial, Guangji Pharmaceutical, and Xie Company all had reached their limits, while Matai surged by 5.2, evidently on track for the same fate. No need for instant noodles today. It was time for a feast. Chen Jianghe took a deep drag of his cigarette, secretly delighted as the 4 stocks he heavily invested in had finally turned the tide from the dismal days of trading, flipping losses into profits. At that moment, Lu Dongliang leaned in closer, eyeing Chen Jianghe with suspicion. Jianghe, I suspect you've been secretly trading stocks through a private account, quietly amassing wealth without my knowledge. Chen Jianghe turned to Lu Dongliang, thinking to himself how slow-witted his friend was. He already had $1 million in his account. And only now did Lu begin to suspect? However, he responded, Old Lu, you know me. I always conduct my affairs with transparency. There is no such thing as a private account. Oh, Lu Dongliang nodded, then inquired, with PetroChina going public next year, would you like to join me? I can help with the funding. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe felt a shiver run down his spine. Lu's obsession was truly deep-rooted. After several missteps in the market and being cut like chives, he still clung to the idea of investing in PetroChina's upcoming IPO. I advise you to abandon that thought. It's an unfathomable pitfall, a deep, treacherous trap that could ensnare you without mercy. Chen Jianghe offered his counsel, but upon noticing Lu Dongliang's unyielding expression, he realized his friend was destined to be a perennial victim, not shedding tears until faced with the grave, unwavering in his pursuit. To sum it up, he was as stubborn as they come. Ultimately, Chen Jianghe decided to refrain from further persuasion. After all, Lu's current stock trading was merely a trifling endeavor, unlikely to inflict serious harm. He would wait for a more opportune moment to lend a hand, ensuring they would recoup both principal and profits. Chen Jianghe, your phone. At that moment, the dormitory supervisor called out from downstairs. Coming. Chen Jianghe sprang to his feet and hurried down the stairs to answer the call. Hello? He greeted. Moments later, a soft and slightly anxious voice emerged from the other end of the phone, wishing you a very happy birthday. Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, glancing at the calendar pinned to the wall of the dormitory office. November 15th. Indeed, it was his birthday. He had almost forgotten, surprised that Jiang Yishu had remembered. I have bought a cake. I'll bring it to your school tonight, so we can share it together. Would that be agreeable? Jiang Yishu gently inquired. Chen Jianghe paused for a moment, touched by her thoughtfulness, yet a sense of caution washed over him. After all, she was the campus belle of Zhongdao. The implications of her coming to his school with a cake for his celebration could be significant, even if no one recognized her there. Her beauty was akin to a firefly in the night sky. Its wings fluttering could easily draw attention, making it a risky endeavor. It would be quite a hassle for you to trek all this way with a cake. I wouldn't want to burden you. Instead, I shall come to Zhongdao to find you, Chen Jianghe replied calmly. Oh, that works too, Jiang Yishu responded softly. Let us settle on this. I will meet you at 9 tonight, and you can come down around 10. Chen Jianghe specified the time to avoid any potential mishaps. Isn't that a bit late? She asked. Not at all. It's just perfect, he replied with a smile. All right, I will wait for you, Jiang Yishu obediently affirmed. Call me brother. Brother. Now, give me a kiss. On the other end, Jiang Yishu fell silent. Chen Jianghe recognized her shyness, yet it only fueled his desire to tease her further. Over the phone, he could almost sense her heart racing and envision her blushing, like a peach blossom just beginning to bloom. Well, if we can't share a kiss over the phone, we can save it for later. Goodbye for now. After a moment of silence from Jiang Yishu, Chen Jianghe chuckled and ended the call. Listening to the dial tone, Jiang Yishu bit her lip, waited for a while, then set the phone down and walked to her bedside. She picked up a delicate box and carefully wrote 2 lines with a watercolor pen. Happy birthday to classmate Chen Jianghe. Forever 18, wishing you joy and peace. Pausing briefly, she blinked and added a heart symbol at the end, satisfied before seeking gift wrap to beautifully package the box for when Chen Jianghe arrived. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Jianghe scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, repeatedly checking his cheeks to ensure that the kiss mark from the previous night had been thoroughly washed away. Still feeling uneasy, he rummaged through Lu Dongliang's bedside to find a generous amount of cream to apply to his face, rubbing and blending it in until absorbed. He then lifted his collar to inspect the still prominent teeth mark on his shoulder. Realizing it would not fade quickly, he opted to cover it with 2 adhesive bandages. Changing his round-neck t-shirt for a dress shirt, and adding a jacket to minimize the chances of being noticed. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he changed into the shirt, a flurry of messages popped up on QQ. Chen Jianghe approached to see the flashing avatar of Sun Haolin, the manager of the Guangdong branch. Jianghe, get ready. We're heading to Shenzhen this afternoon at 3 to meet with the executives of the Penguin Group. Chapter 85. An evening engagement with a beauty, unavoidable President's son. I have classes in the afternoon and an engagement this evening, so I cannot make it to Shenzhen. Chen Jianghe promptly declined, without a moment's hesitation. He was merely the manager of the Tianhe District Division of the 9527 Guangdong branch, a position of little significance. Accompanying the president to meet with executives from Penguin Group would only render him a mere accessory, devoid of any real purpose. Set aside trivial matters like classes and dates. A request from the top executives at Penguin Group regarding your presence is a matter of utmost importance for the company's future. You may not wish to go, but you must attend, Sun Haolin asserted with unwavering authority. Why would they specifically request to see me? Chen Jianghe feigned ignorance, his expression one of bewilderment. At this juncture, Sun Haolin no longer held back, responding directly, stop pretending. You know very well what you've been up to behind the scenes. In front of Penguin's executives, you must acknowledge your mistakes and stand tall, lest you jeopardize our greater interests. That is unacceptable. I too possess my own pride. I cannot bow low and plead for forgiveness. If they wish to meet me, let them come to the university. Shenzhen is too far, and I am disinclined to travel. Chen Jianghe's stance was resolute. He could forego part-time employment, but he would not compromise his dignity. With ample funds in the future, he envisioned investing heavily in Penguin stocks through the Hong Kong Stock Connect and becoming a shareholder himself, rendering the necessity of such meetings moot. Sun Haolin was taken aback. He had anticipated that even if Chen Jianghe harbored some reluctance, he would not dare to defy him upon receiving a personal notification. Instead, he was surprised by Chen's audacity in suggesting that the executives come to see him. You've become quite bold, Sun Haolin remarked, rolling his eyes before sternly advising him. Even if you disregard the company's interests, you ought to consider your own welfare. The legal department of Penguin Group has a notorious reputation in the industry. Are you not concerned about the possibility of litigation? To be honest, I have some trepidation, Chen Jianghe replied earnestly. However, if Penguin Group is willing to lower themselves to engage in a dispute with a mere university student like me, it might not be entirely disadvantageous. Who knows? I could find myself on the front page of major news outlets, gaining notoriety in the process. Sun Haolin paused, momentarily stunned by this revelation, his anger flaring. This young man is quite shrewd. As for the prospect of litigation, Chen Jianghe had connections through his advisor in the legal field, who could potentially challenge the formidable legal department of Penguin Group. With this declaration, Chen Jianghe laid his cards on the table, demonstrating to Sun Haolin that it was not arrogance, but rather confidence and resolve that fueled his stance. In more audacious terms, he was emboldened by a sense of security. Upon reading this message, Sun Haolin's eyes narrowed, a mix of astonishment and fury washing over him. This fellow harbors considerable ambition. Is he truly just an ordinary freshman from a second-tier university? Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply to quell his rising anger. It dawned on him why Chen Jianghe had dared to operate under the guise of Penguin Group for business purposes without the company's knowledge. It was evident that Chen was already prepared for a legal battle with Penguin's legal team, even contemplating leveraging the situation for fame and recognition. On one side stood a rapidly ascending internet giant. On the other, an unassuming freshman from a second-tier university. The ensuing legal battle would undoubtedly attract immense attention. On the surface, this appears to be a crisis, In reality, it presents an opportunity. However, while Chen Jianghe is willing to take risks, Sun Haolin is not. For the operations of Company 9527 do not rest solely in his hands. The top executives have exerted considerable effort to secure financing from the Penguin Group. They would never jeopardize this delicate negotiation due to the reckless antics of a mere department manager. Reflect carefully, this meeting bears significant implications. Recklessness carries consequences. And youthful optimism must not cloud judgment. Sun Haolin furrowed his brow and typed a response. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Sunday. I am aware of the gravity of the situation. Chen Jianghe replied nonchalantly before setting his QQ status to invisible. To be candid, Chen Jianghe harbored little affection for Company 9527. It was merely a side job. When performance was needed, he was often called upon to take the lead. Yet when a minor issue arose, the higher-ups were quick to distance themselves. According to Chen Jianghe's consistent philosophy, working for others was a temporary state. One could either venture out independently or acquire Company 9527. Should the financing deal with Penguin be successful, it would ultimately hinder Chen Jianghe's future maneuvers. In the business realm, akin to a battlefield, there are no notions of benevolence or morality. From the moment he received the lawyer's letter from the Penguin Group, Chen Jianghe prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, dismissal from the company and a potential lawsuit against the Penguin Group. Once he turned his QQ status to invisible, Sun Haolin ceased his attempts to reach out, sitting in the office and smoking one cigarette after another. Before long, the office phone rang, and Sun Haolin reached for the receiver. On the other end, President Deng Yongqing's voice resonated. Lao Sun, it would be prudent for you to leave early to avoid traffic delays. Deng, is it possible for Chen Jianghe to skip this meeting? Sun Haolin inquired, bracing himself for the response. What do you think? Deng Yongqing countered, his tone growing more serious. This is a request from the Penguin executives to meet specifically with him. If it's merely an apology, I could represent him, Sun Haolin suggested. Nonsense. Deng Yongqing's voice turned icy. The executives at Penguin are perpetually overwhelmed. They have no time for your apologies. They wish to meet with Chen Jianghe to gain insights into the genuine market conditions of the takeaway group buying sector. That young man has leveraged the name of the Penguin Group to dominate the takeaway market in Longdong University City within a mere fortnight, leaving the BD Group's heavily supported Nuomi Group buying division in the Tianhe district utterly defenseless. This phenomenon has not gone unnoticed by our internal team, nor by the strategic investment department of the Penguin Group. To discern a single detail is to grasp the entirety. Currently, the strategic investment department of the Penguin Group holds a greater interest in Chen Jianghe than we do as managers. If you do not bring him to Shenzhen today, there will be no need for your presence. With that, Deng Yongqing concluded the call, effectively issuing a mandate to Sun Haolin. Under no circumstances was he to fail in bringing Chen Jianghe to Shenzhen for the meeting with the Penguin executives. Sun Haolin was extremely vexed, having realized that he had misinterpreted the true intentions behind the meeting between the company headquarters and the Penguin Group. After hastily notifying Chen Jianghe, he now found himself caught in the middle, facing pressure from both sides, feeling utterly conflicted. Damn it, here I am, a general manager. Yet I find myself overshadowed by the manager of a mere division. This is utterly absurd, Sun Haolin grumbled to himself. After pondering for a moment in his office, he resolved to drive to the Guangdong East Financial College, hoping to persuade Chen Jianghe to accompany him to Shenzhen. Chapter 86. A Goddess and a Bowl of Noodles. Worthy of 3 years of life if Sun Haolin were to personally come to the school and insist that I go to Shenzhen with him. It would be rather difficult to decline. Chen Jianghe sat in his dormitory, contemplating this. To avert such a scenario, he decided to take the initiative and head to Zhongda to find Jiang Yishu. After all, Zhongda was not far from the 9527 Guangdong East branch, allowing for both offense and defense, a twofold advantage. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on the door of dormitory 414. Chen Jianghe looked up to find Lin Siki standing there. The male dormitories at Guangdong East Financial College permitted girls to enter freely, while the opposite was not the case for the female dormitories, a long-standing grievance among the boys. Lin Siki's sudden appearance at the dormitory door not only brightened Chen Jianghe's day, but also stirred the other still sleeping roommates, who jolted awake, rubbing their eyes and gazing towards the entrance. Although the weather in Guangdong East had turned cooler, the beauty-conscious girls remained undeterred. With short skirts and stockings as their daily attire, Lin Siki included. She favored a pure white top paired with a light blue skirt, complemented by knee-high black stockings that revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her fair, alluring thighs. Her already striking figure was accentuated by the white top, which unabashedly showcased her youthful allure. Standing at the door, she captivated the attention of the boys in dormitory 414, particularly Sun Tian, who discreetly pulled the covers over himself, contemplating whether to reach for something, only to withdraw his hand in hesitation. "What brings you here?" Chen Jianghe remained the calmest in the dormitory. Having previously seen Lin Siki in even more revealing attire on the basketball court and in the internet cafe, thus rendering him somewhat immune to her charm. Merely glancing at her black stockings. "Class monitor, could you step outside for a moment?" Lin Siki hid her left hand behind her back while beckoning Chen Jianghe with her right. "Since you're here, why not come in and sit down?" Chen Jianghe thought playfully, considering that if she had come to the boys' dormitory, it would be more delightful to chat or flirt a little. However, he still stood up and approached the door, glancing sideways at the hand she had concealed behind her. Lin Siki took a few steps back, deliberately averting the gaze of the other occupants of dormitory 414, before finally revealing her left hand, presenting him with a beautifully wrapped gift box. Her face lit up with a cheerful smile. "Class monitor, happy birthday." "Thank you." Chen Jianghe replied with a smile as he accepted the gift, refraining from questioning how Lin Siki knew it was his birthday. After all, she was the class representative, and all the students' information was documented in her files. "Come a bit closer. I have a secret to share with you." Lin Siki beckoned to Chen Jianghe with a finger. "Oh," Chen Jianghe instinctively leaned in, only to retreat warily. Lin Siki had just tiptoed, nearly closing her eyes to kiss him, but with his retreat, he could only open his eyes and steady himself against the wall, pouting his lips and staring blankly at him. If there are secret words to share, they could be conveyed through QQ. Chen Jianghe cast a deep glance at her. If they weren't at the dormitory entrance, considering the gift, allowing her a kiss would be inconsequential. However, with his friends lurking in the shadows, he could not allow her to succeed, lest he lose face in the future. "Very well, let us talk on QQ." Lin Siki blinked, feeling a bit disheartened yet undeterred. The more Chen Jianghe rejected her, the more she yearned to draw closer, finding it rather addictive. "You should head back. The boys' dormitory is perilous. Next time, be sure to wrap yourself up more securely. Short skirts and black stockings are strictly forbidden. Refrain from wearing them in the future," Chen Jianghe advised, waving his hand. "It's getting cold. Not dressing warmly can lead to catching a chill." Lin Siki pretended not to comprehend his words, covering her mouth with a smile. "I'm heading back now. I've ordered a cake for you. It will be delivered to the dormitory tonight. Remember to eat it." With that, Lin Siki turned and departed. Chen Jianghe shook his head helplessly. "Third brother, you are not being considerate." Just as Lin Siki left, Sun Tian poked his head out, drawing closer to Chen Jianghe. His expression somber as he said, "You didn't even inform us about your birthday in advance. Do you still consider us your brothers?" Lu Dongliang, Zhang Kai, and Wang Yuanpeng also emerged, aligning with Sun Tian, ready to reprimand Chen Jianghe and coax him into treating them to a meal to foster a birthday atmosphere. "It's not that I didn't tell you. I simply forgot about it myself," Chen Jianghe shrugged. In previous years, his mother would awaken early to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles adorned with 2 fried eggs, and after finishing, he would happily head off to school, never having received blessings or gifts from anyone else. This year was different. First it was Jiang Yishu, then Lin Siki. Not only had he received gifts, but also a cake. Now, his roommates were aware of his birthday. He wondered who else might remember. Ding ding ding. Just as Chen Jianghe pondered this, he suddenly heard the sound of a QQ message. Approaching, he saw Xu Zhixi's avatar flashing. "Chen Jianghe, are you there?" Chen Jianghe had set his QQ to invisible mode. Hence Xu Zhixi's first message was to inquire if he was available. "I'm here," he quickly replied. "Happy birthday. Come to my dorm tonight. I'll make you a bowl of longevity noodles, and we can discuss some matters." Chen Jianghe was taken aback by this message. Xu Zhixi had never been proactive before, and now her sudden initiative left him pleasantly astonished. "I was haunted by your bite last night. I'm afraid to go to your dorm this evening. Would it be acceptable to come at noon?" Chen Jianghe cleverly crafted a suitable excuse, shifting their meeting from night to noon. "That works too, but I just wash my hair and don't wish to cook at noon. You can come over and prepare the noodles yourself, and please make me a bowl as well," Xu Zhixi replied, as if it were a matter of course. Chen Jianghe rolled his eyes, finding the excuse of just having washed his hair and not wanting to cook rather amusing. He couldn't help but borrow a phrase from her the previous night as a retort. How could I possibly have such a shameless teacher? Xu Zhixi sent a few sly emojis before typing. Those who associate with the red become red, and those who associate with the black become black. I learned this from you. If you don't wish to cook at noon, then come over in the evening. I'll make time to buy some ingredients, lest we indulge in a meager meal of noodles. Upon realizing that the plan would be postponed to the evening, Chen Jianghe quickly amended his response. No need to buy any ingredients. I relish noodles. Speaking of which, I'm feeling hungry now. Since I have no classes this morning, I'll head over right away. Third brother, you are quite the flirt, Xu Zhixi remarked with a playful tone. Just as Chen Jianghe finished his message and stood to leave, Sun Tian greeted him with a cheeky comment about his flirtatiousness. Haha, Chen Jianghe chuckled, patted Sun Tian on the shoulder, and remarked, a man may not be handsome, nor wealthy, but he must certainly be flirtatious. If one at 18 or 19 is not flirtatious, then when will he ever be? With that, he swaggered out under the gaze of his roommates. Sun Tian observed Chen Jianghe's retreating figure and turned to Wang Yuanpeng, asking hesitantly, Brother Peng, as someone with experience, may I inquire if the noodles that Teacher Su invited third brother to cook at her dormitory are of a genuine sort? Whether they are genuine or not, I cannot say, but their relationship is certainly unusual, Wang Yuanpeng replied, clicking his tongue. Hearing this, Lu Dongliang chuckled and added, there's a popular saying online, I'll let you taste what's below. Do you know what that means? Ahem. Wang Yuanpeng cleared his throat, the seasoned driver immediately comprehending. Sun Tian and Zhang Kai exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Brother Lu, you certainly know a lot. Lu Dongliang smiled, but said nothing, genuinely envious of Chen Jianghe. After all, Teacher Su was the eternal campus beauty of Guangdong East Financial College, the dream goddess of countless admirers. To share a meal of noodles with her was worth sacrificing 3 years of life.